Click, click, click the shit out of it, Marty. In the private chat. Yeah. No, don't stress it, House. Love you. Yeah, I've done it. I've done it plenty times.
There
There
we
we go.
go.
Oh, hello. Oh, we've been live for a minute already, and I've been talking on the other stream. There's DT.
Turn my camera off.
Let's see. I got to close the other one now.
Yeah.
How do I do?
Oh. Did you get it?
Okay.
I have an alarm going off somewhere.
It sounds like it, yeah.
That's my if I want to sleep tonight, that's my take my sleeping pills alarm.
Oh, I got you.
I sleep like shit.
Yeah, so do I. I took 24 milligrams of melatonin and I'm still awake.
Yeah, I gave up on melatonin. Honestly, I tried the strongest.
It works, but
I'm about ready to fall asleep right now.
What time are you in there in Canada? Are you in Canada or are you in the States?
No, I'm in the States, just south of Canada, Washington. It's 2:16 in the morning.
Oh, I'm in Georgia on the East Coast. It's 5:16 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
We're 16 for me.
4.
Do
So
do
you're
do do
kind of
do do do
more
do.
central.
Where's
How many time zones across the states?
Just the
Only
lower
3.
48 states, there's 4.
4. Wow.
And then Alaska and Hawaii and Guam are extra.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. But on the mainland, it's 4.
It's 4.
Wow. So,
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep.
See you, DT.
Seriously, thank you. Have a great evening or morning, whatever. All right, peace.
Have a good one. Yeah.
So what you have?
I don't have to work till 2 tomorrow, so it's not that big of a deal that I'm not sleeping. And my dog is staying at my work, so I don't have to get up at 9. So it's just my cat, and he doesn't wake me up for food anymore, so I can just sleep till whenever I feel like it and feed him and go to work.
So he used to be your alarm?
Yeah, he really was. He'd wake me up at like 9:30 every morning when I lived at work, and then he stopped doing that when we moved back here, so. Which is fine.
Have you seen any of those videos where people claiming that they know cat language and then showing how certain sounds, and they'll make the sound, and the cat will do what they say the sound does, and then there'll be like a whole lot of people stitch onto the end of that video. They'll do the same thing, and the cat will respond the same way. So it's like maybe there is some sort of cat language.
No, I've never seen those, but there is cat body language to look out for, for cat behavior. That I know. I'm pretty good with cat and dog body language and how to tell, what to do with a dog or a cat, because I work with dogs for like a decade now. So I'm pretty good with dog behavior and body language. The same thing with cats.
Well, keep your eye out. 2 of the things I remember is met, right? 2 quick mets, high pitched met sounds is come here. Okay. They'll do it to you, but they'll also respond to it. And like I said, this cat breeder person was putting these videos out, and people were stitching videos to the end of his videos showing how when they did it, their cat would come. I'm like, I've never been able to make my cat come to me, but when I say Matt Matt, it comes. And the other one was Matt Matt Matt, like 3 of them, but in this certain tone was I'm hungry, give me food. And then it was all these people showing videos of their cats doing this 3 Matt sound and rubbing, like, and it would be dinner time. And it was like, wow, there is a cat language. And you can actually learn it.
Meow.
Yeah, my cat talks. He's a talker, and I'll talk right back to him. He'll go, "Meow," and I'll go, "Meow," and we'll have conversations like that. But and my cat responds to, he responds to his name. He responds to come here.
Yeah.
He's a jerk. But
See,
my
so
jerk.
he's learning your language, but try it and let me know next time we talk. Try the Met Met and the Met Met Met.
I'll give that a shot.
And let me know, did they come?
Yeah, he knows things. He just doesn't give a shit because he's a cat. So
Yeah.
My dog talks to me.
so's my dog.
Yeah. Hey, there's Gangster.
What's
Yeah.
he say?
He says I love you. I'll go tell mommy. Do you love mommy? And he'll get like, all that, like he's pit mix. So he's got that little thing where they do like that pit fit thing. I'll go tell mommy, and he goes, oh.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
Yeah, my dog is a character. He's a little Chihuahua mix.
Oh yeah.
He looks like a pit bull, but a miniature pit bull. He's a good dog, man. He's so smart. Oh my God.
I love dogs.
Yeah.
I'm grateful though, because he takes me for 3 or 4 walks a day.
There you go.
He doesn't even make me wear a leash either.
You walk your dog off leash?
Don't laugh. It's true. He does. What's that? I'm sorry.
You walk your dog off leash?
I really screwed up when he was a puppy and never put a leash on him early. And the first time that I tried, he was probably 7 months old, and he flipped out.
Yeah, they do that.
I never tried again. I knew I'd waited too long.
I mean,
Yeah.
he can still be leash trained. It's not that it's not that
Yeah,
difficult.
but
Put the leash on him.
I've been blessed with a big yard now, and I can relate to the homelessness part that you were talking about, by the way. Home for me in a Walmart parking lot for just over 2 years.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for my older brother, I wouldn't own this land right now. And his wife, and life's tough sometimes. Those are curveballs, but yeah, I've got an acre, and he loves it, and he walks me every day, and
Is it fenced in?
No,
Oh.
no, he's an inside dog. He doesn't. We're attached at the hip. He doesn't go anywhere I don't go. So.
Yeah,
Which is a little trying.
Yeah. Well, dogs are pack people. They're people. They have to be by people.
Yeah.
Especially like little dogs, like Chihuahuas, and like little dogs, like little Shih Tzus and such. They're Velcro dogs for sure.
Yeah. He's a joy. So.
Oh,
He's
mine's
my
a dog.
he's my buddy. It's Jazz Man. When he was born, he had a little white goatee. He's mostly red, but he's got a white belly and a white neck, and white paws.
Aw.
Perfect white paws, and the rest of him is just red. And he's a joy.
Yeah,
So.
mine's a mess. It takes him so long to find a spot to make potty It's like ridiculous. I'm like, just find a spot
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah.
Like I said, I worked with dogs for like a decade. I've never seen a dog have so much of a hard time to try and find a place to pee. I'm
Yeah.
like, just, it's cold outside. Mommy don't want to be out here. Find a spot and let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, drives me crazy, but he's my man's. He's a pit bull lab mix, and he's super protective of me in the house,
Hmm.
which is good because he sleeps in the bedroom with me.
Yep.
I feel safe like opening the window. Oh, puppy! I can
Yeah.
open my window in my bedroom and like feel safe about it because I know that he'll alert if if some shit was to go down, if someone was to break into the house and try and like get at me.
You'd know. Yeah.
May the force be with them. If you can get past my dog, good for you. Seriously, he will. My ex-husband did a little experiment thing one time. We were just talking, and we're in the kitchen, and the dog was in his crate for something. I think we just came home, so he's still in his crate. And he goes, "I want to see something." So he gives me a hug, right? And I'm like, "Okay, give me a hug." And after he gave me a hug, he kind of like shoved me just a little bit.
Oh
To see
boy.
what the dog would do. That dog sat up like a shot and stared right at my ex-husband.
That's Mama's dog. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, good, I'm gonna protect you if something happens. It's like, yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
Yeah. My dog has a temper. Every once in a while, he'll growl at me, and I'm like, "Whoa, okay." He'll show me his
Well,
teeth, and I'm like, you okay?"
what is he doing when he growls at you?
Sometimes it's out of the blue. I think he's a little psychotic. Okay, but it's okay. It's
But
okay.
what is his body doing when he growls at you? Is his ears pinned back and is his tail low?
Oh, his hair on his back stands straight up, and he shows his teeth, and he growls, and he
Is
like
he
that.
is he like playing with a toy or something like that? And he
No,
okay.
sometimes it's out of the blue. Uh, Sometimes if my tone gets a little too gruff when he does something that displeases me, he lets me know I don't like that. So
Yeah.
he's a tough guy. He's a,
Yeah, they have that Napoleon complex, small dogs.
really, yeah, he's really small. So
Oh, puppy. I don't have a picture of my dog on my laptop that I can put up as my thing.
uh,
I had a picture of my cat, but I don't
Does
know
he
where
ever snap at you, Raw?
he's uh, grill snap shows his teeth snap, kind of like moves toward me, but not open mouth. No, never bit me. If that's what you mean, no. But he's let me know I don't like that. Whatever I did. Sometimes I don't even know what I did. Maybe I didn't do anything, and he's just nuts. Like I said, I don't know.
Well, yeah, people think that a dog would just growl or snap out of nowhere. It's real rare that a dog would just out of nowhere just be sitting there and just decide to come at you. It might
Yeah, I
be
think.
something like you said in your voice, or maybe you moved a certain way, or you did something that
Yeah.
Yeah,
upset him. Because
yeah,
when my ex-husband and I were still together, the dog, I was in my office, and the
mm,
dog jumped on and kind of bit my Doug's sister, my husband at the time, his sister's kid.
hmm,
He didn't break skin. He didn't leave a bruise. He didn't, it wasn't anything like that. And I'm asking everybody, I'm like, okay, well, she's called Zoe. I'm like, well, what was Zoe doing when Cerberus just, launched at her? Because he wouldn't have done it out of nowhere. And they were like, well, I don't know. And I'm like, well, she had to have done something to upset him. What was his body language like? And everybody was like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, that's the shit you got to watch out for. Like you have to know what you're, maybe. So we just determined that my dog just doesn't like kids, but I'm trying to ascertain what happened by asking them like the questions of, was she being too loud? Did she move a certain way? Did she do this? Did she do that? And nobody had any idea. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
man, it's funny. I he still lives with my son and his mother, but I had a dog, gentlest dog you could imagine. He was massive, but he was just so sweet and gentle. Never snapped at anyone, nothing. But there was this little girl that we used to care for in my business, and my dog would have no part of her.
Oh wow.
I don't know if it was the tone of voice, just like you were saying. I couldn't. This poor little kid, she ended up like climbing up me and like to get
Oh,
away from the dog and stuff. It was behind
Aw.
a fence, so it couldn't get to her anyway. But she would like go to want to pat it, and he just didn't like her. And I don't know. She was a little kid.
Yeah, sometimes kids are a
This-
lot for dogs because kids are like they have
Too
zero
much,
filter.
maybe.
They're a
Yeah.
lot of energy and it's weird, and sometimes it's a little bit much for a dog. And they like that's what I think happened with my dog and my former niece. I think she was just a little too much for him, and he, you know, that was his way of saying, "Shut up, you're annoying me."
Yeah. Like, calm down, bitch. Settle
Yeah,
down.
right. Calm the fuck down. Yeah, but it's rare that it's same thing with a cat. Cats don't. People think, oh well, my cat just attacked me out of nowhere. I'm like, well, what were you doing? What was the cat's body language like? What was the situation like? Because they don't just come out of nowhere. There's always something that happens.
Yeah. Oh, and they've told you in multiple ways before they did that.
Yes, exactly.
This
Yeah,
is gonna happen soon, and we don't read that language, and
right. I do because I work with dogs, but a lot of people don't. So when a kid is hugging a dog, most dogs don't like that. A lot of dogs don't like that, but they'll see like a tail wag and they'll think, oh, it's okay, he likes that, but the tail wag will be low, like not baseline to their spine. It'll be low to their body, and the ears will be pinned back. And people don't read that as the dog doesn't like that. Like
right.
they don't know. So, but I always ask, what was the dog's body language? What was the cat's body language? Because that's how you tell that some shit was about to go down.
Right. Yeah, they'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And also-
a dog bites a child. Nobody blinks an eye. I bite a child and I get locked up in the creepy sock jail.
Australia's pretty harsh. If a dog bites anyone, it gets put down. Basically.
Yeah, there's some states that do that here too.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. A lot of places.
Once a dog bites a human, it's deemed
Aggressive.
Yeah.
I think that I'm in Florida, and I think somewhere in Volusia County, which is not only Daytona but mostly Daytona area. I think they have a law now that, God, what was it?
A lot of
It
places.
was something about pit bulls, and I can't remember what it was.
Mhm.
No.
It was probably a muzzle law. A lot of places are cracking down on muzzle laws for certain breeds like pit bulls and terriers.
That might be what it was. Yeah.
You have to have a muzzle when you're out in public.
Yeah, but because I guess one too many kids or whatever have been killed by them or whatever. So
Again, something happened that made that dog snap. There was something that the kid did, a noise, a energy, something, because your dog picks up on that. If you're
Well, it may not even have
your
been.
dog
It
knows
may not even been the kid's fault. Sometimes people don't realize how to socialize. Like I grew up raising big dogs like pit bulls and German shepherds, and a lot of people don't know how to socialize those dogs. So if they don't socialize them early,
right.
Yeah.
That's probably it. Yep.
And they think it's cute, like, they'll have the kid, look, he's riding the dog like a horse. And then when I watch those videos, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, they're gonna snap and bite the shit out that kid, and then they're gonna take that kid to the shelter. And if it's a pit or like a big breed, like a mastiff or something, usually pits are the first ones to get put down in shelters.
Oh wow!
So, because they have that rep. But the last dog that bit me, that sent me to urgent care, she was like a border collie type of dog, The dog before that sent me to urgent care. It was a pit bull, but I was defending another dog because he started a fight, which you're not supposed to break up a dog fight with your hands, and I knew that, and I didn't have any other options because this other dog was going to get killed. But I was at my work and there was a dog fight. But the dog before that bit me was like a little Shih Tzu. We had this little Shih Tzu at the vet I used to work at. He was a regular, and he was an asshole. Like he would give you the signals of like, sure, pet me. I'm rolling over on my back, pet my belly, and then you pet him, and you stop petting him, and he'll go for your hand. Like you
Wow.
fucking shit. Fuck you. I forgot what his name was. Though, but he was an asshole. There's always something. There's always a clue that gives that gives away that there's some shit about to go down. So buckle up.
Shit starter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Robert. Another Bobby.
I don't know who that is.
Dirty atheist like me.
God, that's sickening. Where were we?
So what are you talking about?
What?
I'm a dirty pagan.
You dirty atheist. Okay. Well, where were we in my deconversion? We were we were talking about how long. Where'd Hillary go? There he
I'm
is.
still here.
He's still
Okay,
there.
I was just checking. Scared
He's
me.
the cute little doggy.
I know. He's that. What's that one's name? I don't want to say he or she.
Kisses.
Kisses. Oh.
She's called Kisses.
Oh.
I can't whistle, but I can still do that without my teeth.
My dog doesn't give kisses. He'll just put his nose up to my cheek. That's how he gives kisses. Although I don't want him to give kisses anymore because now he's trying to eat my cat's caca out of the litter box. So now I don't want him to give kisses.
My dog is a licker. He licks and licks and licks, and he thinks it's funny because he knows that when I start laughing, he goes, "Oh, I can lick more now." And I mean, this dog, for a little dog, he slobbers as much as a mastiff.
Oy.
I mean, what?
I think you figured it out earlier.
What?
I have heard, watching The Dog Whisperer, that dogs that lick, especially in their older age.
Don't tell me they're insane. Please don't tell me they're
cats too.
insane.
It's like baby sucking pacifier. An older dog should not be still licking. That is what.
Oh God! So he thinks I'm his mother.
Thing. Yes.
Oh God! And he thinks
That's-
my head is the nipple.
Yes.
Great. That's great.
It's comfort. It's a comfort thing.
It's a comfort thing, yeah. So it's an anxiety thing.
Maybe that's why he's growling at me.
Yeah.
I won't let him
Got anxiety.
suckle. Oh God.
Yeah, and you can train him out of that too. When he does it more than you want him to, you just tell him no, and kind of get him off of you. And if he growls at you, just don't take no shit off your dog.
Don't even
basically the easiest way I can say.
So stand up for myself, you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because if you give a dog an inch, they'll take a mile.
Should I growl back at him?
Well, not growl back.
No. Marty will agree. Do you know the biggest thing you can do to affect your dog?
What?
Pay no attention.
Oh God! You know what? He will sit there.
And if he is doing something you don't like, licking, biting, anything, boom, you don't exist to me. I'll turn this way. I can't even see you.
My dog will sit.
That's what dogs will
stare.
do to each other in the pack.
He will stare
he's
at me.
Dominating you.
He will stare at me until I look. I don't care how long it takes either. Yeah, he owns it. I told you he takes me for a walk. He's running the show. I know it. Yeah, I know. I'm his pet. I get it. I know.
You're his pet.
I'm okay with that. He can be the boss. That's fine. We have an agreement. It's okay. We've had to talk about it.
He doesn't resource guard, does he?
He doesn't what?
Resource guard, like guard a toy or like guard his food or like his food
Does
aggressive.
he bite you if you try and take food off him or a
Should
toy?
I get him a toy? He doesn't have one.
Oh, my dog doesn't use toys. He'll use it for like a second and he'll be like, wow, this is great. And then he'll just put it aside and won't play with it anymore.
I'm pretty sure I'm his toy. I don't. I don't. He's never had a toy.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like food, like you should be able to.
Oh no, I don't take food away from him. No.
Yeah,
No,
you
but
should
what
be
if
able
you
to put your
did?
hand
What
in
if
your
you
dog
did?
bowl and have him not react. You should be able to do that.
Once I've
Would
given
you
it to him, he'd
comfortably-
probably
yeah.
growl at me if I tried that.
Yeah,
Probably.
that's food aggression.
I don't want to do. I don't want to try. I don't want to try it. So.
That could be trained out of him too. How old is he?
Yeah, you got to train that shit out of him, man.
Oh
You gotta-
God, he's an old dog, and this is a new trick. He's
Oh,
going on 4.
Oh, that's young.
He's like young adult.
He's a
Dogs become
puppy.
kids
Yeah.
at, like, between
Dog
7
years is 7, right? Compared to
No,
one
but
you.
4 is nothing.
Yeah, that's
Train
he's
that
so
out of him.
young.
He's gonna eat your face when you sleep.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, we're
train
just
that
gonna
shit
let
out.
it happen.
Train that shit out of him.
He looks at me
Train him.
sometimes like, I'm hungry. You ain't dead yet?
He's waiting for you to get.
He wait for me to croak. He's gonna eat me.
Yeah, you can train that out of him. At that age, 4, that's nothing. He doesn't
He's
become a
puppy.
senior till like between 7 and 9.
7 and 9.
People use like 7, like when he's 7 to us. Yeah.
What's gonna happen to the poor fella if he outlives me? Is what I want to know. Is it
What's
gonna be
gonna
like
happen
a parrot? Yeah, I guess my son would take him, but he can't. My son's disabled, so I don't know if he's gonna be able to take care of him. Anybody want a dog? He's a good dog.
In Australia, some people will have a cockatoo as a pet.
Right. That's why
You
I
know the
said that.
problem with you know the problem? Yeah. They
Yeah,
live for 120 years.
I know. Yeah, and they get attached.
And they mate for life too, so
Yeah. Well, apparently my dog thinks I'm his mother, so. Good grief. I thought I had a problem. Now
It's
I got
like-
more. Thanks a lot, Marty.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
120 years. That's
But now you know
one
what
of
you're
the-
looking for. Now you know what you're looking for in the behavior, and now you know how to correct it.
Go ahead, Sam. I'm trying to listen.
Oh, no, I was just being silly. I was going to say that's how much time God gave us in the Bible. 120 years. Maybe
Yes.
he gave us
70 now.
Yeah.
70 now, or 80 by reason of strength. I got.
Is that what it says? I thought it says 100.
That's what it says. Now, yeah, it said the other part too, but then later on it says now my spirit's not always going to strive with man or something like that, and then it says 70 years or 80 by reason of strength. So 70 to 80 is all you get. Yeah, that's about right nowadays. And that
Oh,
was
no, well, what Bible verse is this?
Yeah, my grandma's 104. I don't think that.
wow.
It says in the ESV, the Lord said, "My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for
Right.
he is flesh. His
Right.
days shall be 120 years."
Right.
Then in the NIV, the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. They will be 120 years."
Yeah. Look up 70 and 82. It says that later on. Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting that someone mentioned the parrots live for 120 years, and then
Jays.
Sammy that said they mate for life. Have you been mating with a lot of parrots?
Not a lot. I mean, what's a lot?
Whoa.
One or two, maybe.
Okay.
That's a visual I didn't need. Thank you.
You're right. Psalms 90
Uh.
says the days of our lives are 70 years, and if by reason of strength they are 80.
Yeah.
Yet their boast is only labor and sorrow. For it is
Where's
sweet
that
to
one
be
at
beloved.
anyway? I don't know how.
Psalms 90.
Oh wow.
But that just means the Bible contradicts itself, because the Lord
No.
says 120, but the psalmist says 80, 70, or 80. So I'm going to
Uh-huh.
listen to the Lord. Fuck David. Shouldn't I take the Lord over David?
Yeah. Yeah. Who is David? David's nobody.
Yeah. The Lord told me 120. I'm going with that.
Oh God. I don't want to live to 104. That's disturbing. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
glad your grandmother did.
Well-
And I hope she's happy. I really do.
No, she's ready to go.
So am I. I know that sounds morbid. Don't
I
take
think it
it that
depends
way.
on your genes. If you have family members that live to like 130, you'll live you'll live that long too. Everybody on my dad's side of the family lived. I think one of his uncles was like 99 and he died on the operating table. So like apparently I'm gonna I'll live to the rapture.
Yo, what did I come back?
You
to?
believe in the rapture?
No.
I left and
Okay.
came back, and now we're talking about people dying. What the
Mine-
fuck did I miss?
My
Just
nan was one of 9 children, and they all lived over 100 years.
Wow.
The oldest lived to 108. My nan made 100.
Good grief.
I am not trying to live that
But-
long.
But here's the
Me
thing,
either.
right? She was born in 1914, so she was old when I was born. She was in her 70s, like. So by her 80s, when I was a little kid, she was ready to go, and she'd just say things, because Australians are pretty rough in our language and stuff. She would say things like, "Sam, just hit me on the head with a shovel and put me in a box." I've had enough, that sort of thing. At 80, she lived to 100. The
Wow.
bitch wouldn't die. Like,
Wow.
she was ready to go at 80 and was like, I've had enough. My body's
Wow.
sore. I'm tired. I'm in pain. And
Queen
I was
Elizabeth
like,
hung
no,
in-
you got another 20 years of this.
Oh no.
What's
Don't
that
say
about?
that. Don't say that, brother. Really don't. Come on, man. Be nice.
Well,
Come on. Hope with me. Hope with me. 2029 looks good to me.
Fucking Sammy said Australian, and now I have to play this.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
You know well.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hand Ta-ta and farewell.
Wow.
ta-ta and farewell.
One tough look.
Farewell.
What is that from?
That looked like the
So
70s.
That
I got
was
in
from
trouble.
Australia from the 1970s.
Is that real?
I got
Yeah.
that is real.
It-
So I got in
he
got in a
was,
little trouble
wrongly
today.
arrested.
That was you?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
They arrested the wrong guy. They it was just like false identity. They thought he was someone else. He was literally an innocent man having
Oh,
a
wow.
succulent Chinese meal.
So
Wow.
And
So-
he sued them and stuff. But it's
As
kind
some
of
of
a
my
meme
friends-
here in Australia. Sorry, Keith.
as some of my friends know, I have the tism, and I got in a little trouble today because I said that loud as fuck at Walmart.
Wait a minute, is this Q? Q?
What happened?
Yeah, it's cute. What
No,
you
no.
said? Are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
No, my friend and I were walking down the fucking frozen food aisle, and I just blurted out, "Get your hands off my penis!" And then like people just fucking stopped and looked at me.
Nice to tell me hi when you came in. You're fired.
Oh boy.
Well, I tried to, but you guys were talking, so I couldn't.
Oh, my bad. Good to see you. How you doing?
About as good as a fart in church.
Okay.
I can smell it.
I'm sorry.
Q, I would rather a fart in church than a fart in an elevator.
Or
I
in a
think I take the
Volkswagen,
fart in the elevator.
or a phone booth, or an elevator. Yeah.
You guys know what? You guys know what Confucius says about the little person in the elevator, right?
No.
No.
It smells different.
Oh, no. Right.
Oh god.
All right, you guys, I'm going to try to get some sleep. It's 10 to 6 a.m. here in the East Coast. So I'm going to try.
Good
I'm gonna
luck.
try
Good
to
luck.
go to sleep.
Yeah, it's almost 6 o'clock here too, and I've not been to bed yet. So
You're in
Thank
Georgia
you.
too, are you not?
Thank you for
I'm
your
in
dog
Indiana.
advice.
Oh. You did what?
Oh, I was just saying thank you for your dog advice. So
Oh, no problem. I'll talk about animals to all day, any day to anybody who will listen. Because I'm actually very good at my job. So it's one of the few things I have confidence in about myself is my job. All right, let me get out of here. Bye, you guys. Good to see
See you,
you.
Marty. Good to see
Bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
What do you think of this dad joke here, Raw?
she seems nice. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
That's Marty. This is a Jehovah's Witness came to my door yesterday and said, "I bring the light of God." I told him, "Great, that will greatly reduce my energy bill."
That's awesome.
hey, Sammy, I got something else for you that reminds me of Australians.
You're a cunt.
Oh, bless you, my son.
You know, the first time I was ever introduced to Australians, they threw that word around like it was nothing, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's actually a term of endearment here. Like, it's what we call our best friend.
Right.
So it's all about tone. So if you hear, "Oi, look at this cunt," all good, right? But if you hear the words, "Oi, cunt," don't look back. Just keep walking. Like, pick up speed even.
Oi.
"Oi, cunt."
Oi, cunt.
Yeah,
What's
you
the-
hear the words "Oi, cunt." It's
I think my
like
favorite rendition of cunt is "You're a right cunt." That's my favorite one.
it just you don't look back. It means
It's
they're
fighting
not
words.
happy. Yeah.
Hmm.
They want your wallet.
Ah, oh, okay.
They want your butt.
Or your beer, all that.
They're gonna have to
Titties.
fight me for that.
They're gonna have to fight me for my wallet too.
Well, they could have a wallet. There ain't nothing in it.
Well, no, you're right. Exactly true. There's no. You can have the moths and the cobwebs.
Right. Have all my bills,
Take them.
please. Oh man.
Yeah, I should be asleep, but I fucking can't. So I'm just gonna vibe with you guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Insomnia. Ugh.
Something like that.
Yeah. Hey, man, my sleeping pattern's way off right now myself. I go through phases.
Well, see, I don't think it might be insomnia, but it could be the fact that I have like mad ADHD. So like, I have too much energy for my own good.
Do you have a schedule of any kind? I'm retired, and I tell you what, it's a lot of work being retired.
Well, then I'm retarded if that counts.
Yeah, that's close. That's good enough. I feel pretty retarded myself.
Retired or retarded?
Don't tell anybody. I mean, please.
Have you checked your butthole?
Just watch out for that hemorrhoid.
Have you checked your butthole today?
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys,
I have lost my car keys.
I don't say it yet. And when he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. No. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face and I say, have you checked your butthole? I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, you better check out that butthole. Of course I'm not serious, I don't think it's up inside your big brown business. But the funnier thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out visibly, when I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer cunt getting yelled at by his mum, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the vicar if they can wait just another 15 minutes, I do not say it. And when the father of the bride starts organising an ad hoc emu bob of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour with 300 congregants under God's roof. The vicar approaches the mic and suddenly all of the chatter goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rings. Could anyone possibly know where they are? I know it's my time and all heads turn as I stand and say, Vicar, have you checked your butthole? I have not seen your ring, but have you checked your ring? My ring, I mean butthole. Love is patient, love is kind, but if you ask me where you can find literally anything you've lost before, I'm gonna suggest that it's up your butthole. Where's my phone? Is it up your butthole? I lost my loan. Have you checked up your butthole? I'm losing my patience. Where is your class? Think you stuck up your ass? I just lost my grandma. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you capable of not saying she's up my asshole? Of course. My condolences. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now.
Yeah. What are you looking for? Honestly, just like a shoulder to cry.
Have you checked your butthole? Maybe you'll find your dead grandma up there too. I fucking got you, butthole. My family hate me. This might be the reason that I've got no friends. Fucking worth it, baby.
This might be the reason that I've got no close friends.
That's
it,
hooky.
baby.
That's really hooky, man. Hey, Tog, how you doing? Morning.
Hey, Toggle's out there.
Yes, he is. Yep, we're just we're the Night Guardians here, Tog. You want to come in and take over for me, please? I gotta go let my dog suck on my head.
Suckle on my forehead.
I gotta check my butthole. Oh God. Oh man.
Ever see the guy who raps while making pancakes? I can't say that I have. Wonder Bucket. Maybe I have actually.
Dead air. Come on, man. Somebody say something.
Fun.
Hillary, wake up.
Yeah, come on, Hillary's.
Come on, man. Don't do the Brojo thing.
Get your act together.
Come on, Hillary. I can't whistle. What else you got, Q?
Do you want to see when animals get high?
Okay.
Too bad. So
what the heck is that?
Here is a drunk wood pigeon with a hangover.
What the? With a hangover. Get it. Okay.
Look at this.
So one night in 2011, a Swedish man called the authorities to remove a moose in his neighbor's yard. And he added that he believed the moose was intoxicated. How did he know it was intoxicated? No reason really, just an inkling. Apparently the moose got wasted off apples.
What the
What? God. That's not real, is it?
Sorry, I'm back. I had to poop.
Looks pretty real.
Okay.
I mean, just one false little skippity jump, and then fuck! Oh, I'm in a tree.
That moose are big, right? That seems like a small moose.
There was like two angles there too. Let's have a look.
No, it was intoxicated. No reason really.
Unless, that's a different one. Are you saying multiple moose? Is it moose? Moose-eye? Moose owl? What's the plural of moose? Multiple moose.
Where's our Polish friend? Maybe he could tell us.
Just an inkling. Apparently the moose got wasted off apples from a tree and got so tipsy that it tipped over and became part of the tree. And it took fire and rescue services to divorce the sauce moose from its tree. The moose got up and proceeded to walk back into the forest. The next morning, after passing out and going AFK in the same neighbor's garden. So mostly happy ending, nobody got hurt, the tree was left more or less intact, and these pictures were taken by the man's 10-year-old son with the hopes that he could sell them and use the money to buy a PlayStation. CNN would end up buying the pictures. So now there's some 22-year-old Swedish dude that has the best conversation starter no matter what room he's in. And this wasn't a one-time thing. If you had a nickel for every drunk moose story in Sweden, you'd have enough to buy yourself a first-class flight to experience a Buzz Bullwinkle in person. There was that time a moose got plastered and decided to harass school children. And there was even one case where some moose binged on the forbidden fruit and then... well, I can't tell you exactly what's happening here. Just know it's a 3-play.
Hang on. There's more than two moose in this picture.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, that's hold on. Yeah.
What?
Is that another moose or is that
What?
something else?
What? That's a deer.
Is that a
What
is that a
is
kangaroo? The one
Possibly.
No, there's no kangaroo in Sweden, is there?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
It's definitely a smaller moose.
Can you make it bigger? That's what she said.
No.
Game with zero controller. It's believed that when apples fall from trees, they eventually ferment and all the sugars become alcohol. And when moose eat these fruits, well, at best a child gets a PlayStation and at worst a child witnesses 3 moose stationed in play. Some scientists argue that alcoholics are a myth and that moose are just too massive to be put out of commission by some apples. My response? There is no sober explanation for this.
Look at this dude.
It's not a stretch to believe some animals will go out of their way to alter their consciousness, and the methods get a lot more out of pocket than just eating expired apples. Brown bears in a reserve in Russia apparently huffed jet fuel to get elevated. Photographer Igor Shpelinok spent 7 months in bear country, and he says the bears would find these used barrels, take a hit of kerosene and gasoline, and proceed to airdrop their conscience to Mars. And yeah, the baked bears started fiending, to the point where the kerosene carnivores would actively stalk helicopters just on the off chance they get to lap up any fuel that spills onto the soil. And if you're judging them, you must not know what humans are willing to introduce into their bodies just to let their minds ascend. According to a survey, about 46% of Americans call Christmas their favorite holiday. For any of the 46 watching this, I apologize in advance. Reindeer have been seen actively seeking out and eating the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Thanks to their special digestion, they're able to eat something considered poisonous to most animals. The mushroom is also a well-known hallucinogen, and considering reindeer will go out of their way, even digging through snow to cop a taste, chances are they know too. And while it is poisonous, it's technically poisonous the same way alcohol is, which is why shamans in Siberia would down the mushroom in rituals in order to become one with nature and all the animals in it, while getting absolutely obliterated in the process. It's even believed that since unwanted toxins are flushed out the body through urine, if you didn't want to run the risk of getting folded by fungus, you could drink the pee of an inebriated ice deer to join the same wavelength as them. It's said that the fungi gives
What? Drink reindeer piss?
Interesting.
Reindeer pee.
What's that, Q?
I said you've never butt chugged some reindeer pee?
Not yet, but I'm starting to get a little bit.
I accidentally drank my own piss one time.
Did you get high?
No.
Just a faint sense of disappointment.
Yeah.
There's feelings and visions of taking flight. A red and white being that puts reindeers in the clouds. Santa might have been a mushroom this whole time, or a shaman, and the reindeer charioting his sleigh of Christmas magic.
What's that, kid? Ro?
I said it wasn't that bad. I mean, you know.
Are just a bunch of caribou cooked off shrooms. Now you see why Rudolph was a red-nosed outcast. While everyone else was trying toadstools, he was out here crushing crystals. But long story short, get R. Kelly by the right reindeer and you'll both believe you can fly. That's probably in bad taste. Like the reindeer. In 2009, Tasmanian farmers were plagued by crop circles that seemed to appear in their fields overnight. Some people thought it was aliens shooting their shot with the earth. The answer is somehow even weirder. This is a Bennett's wallaby. And just know this wallaby wallin'. Tasmania is the world's largest source of the poppies used to make opium painkillers. And the travel-sized kangaroos break into the poppy pastures and eat enough to go on a literal field trip with no school bus. Turns out the circles were caused by faded wallabies grazing in circles and then crashing. And these junky marsupials will go as far as scaling fences and eating this.
Looks like a kangaroo.
Yeah, it's in Australia, in Tasmania.
Oh.
So in Tasmania, we have lots of.
That's cute.
Illicit prescription drug farms, poppies, marijuana, you name it. But what happens? Our native wildlife gets into these things. Gets into these farms and
a farm of it. Oh,
yeah, get off their fucking heads.
Wow,
eating poppies and shit. So, they're turning our wallabies into heroin addicts.
Oh wow!
White opium gum used to make morphine, and the
what's that?
I said I can relate.
Yeah.
I was a heroin addict.
Yeah,
he's in La La Land.
And these junky marsupials will go as far as scaling fences and eating the same white opium gum used to make morphine and the purple stuff Lil Wayne likes. All that to get more stoned than a witch in Salem. And after they eventually come back to Earth, the wallabies wake up and just go about their day. Because only someone with no job and no bills to pay can afford to live like this. Which is why bees don't be having any of that. You want to get high on hive time? You better pack up your stuff and figure life out because you finna be homeless, good buddy. In the summer, the intense heat can cause the nectar and flowers to ferment. The end game of that is literal buzzed bees flying under the influence. And the symptoms are exactly what you'd expect. A hammered honeybee will often bump into flowers and trees and can even get so sloshed that they can't make it back home and can flatline if they get too cold at night. It doesn't get a whole lot better if they do find their way back. Like I said, bees have no tolerance for the tipsy, and any bee suspected of being on the juice is violently confronted and thrown out the hive. And since bees primarily communicate through a waggle dance, it doesn't take long for a blitz bee to expose itself. In some cases, guard bees will cripple the offender by chewing their legs off to make sure they physically can't come crawling back. Yeah, they make sure to make an example out of him. And the reason is because bringing fermented nectar into the hive can quite literally destroy the entire colony from the inside. It'd be kind of like passing out special brownies before the big company-wide meeting. So yeah, bees.
Wow,
that's interesting,
isn't it?
Yeah, bees don't play with that shit.
Bees are so cool.
A whole lot more than their sobriety. Bees ain't the only ones gambling with life by flying under the influence. In 2006 in Vienna, Austria, 40-something birds were found expired on the ground. But when they were examined by scientists, they didn't find the signs of avian flu like they were expecting. What they did find were rotten berries in their systems, and suddenly the pieces started coming together. It's believed that the berries fermented inside the birds and got them more faded than an NBA legend's hairline. Now for real though, something about greatness means negotiating the integrity of your life. The songbirds even had the liver scarring that you'd usually only expect from a hardcore drinker. The result was.
So these birds were like wild hearts, man. Their livers were fucked and everything from just going crazy on these fermented berries.
A bunch of intoxicated birds face planting in the windows. In lighter news, the same way people start slurring their words once they get to first base with a bottle, berry down birds will often sing like drunks. In an experiment, vocal zebra finches were given some alcohol, and after a couple sips, their songs got more disjointed, more disorganized, and just overall sloppy. Worst part is, they probably thought they were killing it too, which makes them the complete opposite of bats. And you'd think something that flies for a literal living wouldn't do it while mind fogged. I said fog. But bats don't really have a choice, and the ones that eat primarily fruit and nectar can often fall for the same traps as birds and bees and get royally fogged over. Except bats might just have the tolerance of a Russian veteran. In another experiment, it's funny how often science involves drugging or drunking wildlife. But bats from Belize were liquored up until some of them had a blood alcohol content of 0.3. Keep in mind, driving while at 0.08 is playing with the law, life, and Lucifer, since that's who you finna see next. But the drunk bats were somehow able to perfectly maneuver through an obstacle course without FUIing into a face. They were also able to perfectly use their echolocation while very much buzzed off nectar, unlike the songbirds who literally couldn't hold their berries for their life. And since bats from Central and South America were able to handle it better than old world bats, it's believed this tolerance came from them eating more fermented fruit. So basically, the reason bats are able to completely drink you under the table is because the ones that couldn't became part of the past. Bats are some of the lightest mammals on the planet, yet are also one of the strongest heavyweights when it comes to alk. But they aren't number one. The animal with the highest tolerance is something you might not have even heard of before. The pen-tailed tree shrew weighs less than a pack of Skittles, yet can somehow also outdrink an elephant. The Malaysian tree shrew regularly sips nectar from the Batam plant, a plant so high in alcohol content.
Oh, this video goes for ages.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I got something you guys might like.
And just before you do, I'm going to show you this. I heard you say it's a big bat. Check this out.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to share this instead.
He's about to pull out his penis.
Is he really?
Yeah. Okay, so that there, right? But hang on. So that's the Australian fruit bat. Right?
Okay, how big is he?
You ready?
Uh-huh. Wow. That's a pterodactyl.
7 feet long.
They too are a marsupial. So again, they're not like that. They're a furry little creature with a pouch, carries a baby, and they just grew some excessive skin and figured out how to fly around. Yeah,
that's awesome. All we have is these little tiny ones in Florida. I think they're called. You okay?
Yeah.
So
imagine
this.
Wombats or something like that.
That's a totally different animal.
If you throw a tennis ball up in the air, they'll right at dusk, and they're out. You see they're out. We used to do that. We throw tennis balls up and play with them. They dive for us. They dive down at us too.
These fruit bats, imagine, bro, where I live here, there are some caves close by.
Dude, you're on another planet. I mean,
every dusk in summer, man, my sky is filled. And when I say filled, imagine it looks like a swarm of mosquitoes. But it's those things.
Wow.
Those big fuck off, demon-looking things. Like, just fill the sky. And every dusk, it is surreal.
And I thought, great whites was your problem, but I think that's even worse than great whites. And then there's the kangaroo.
They're only a problem if you go in the water. I stay out of the water.
Right. People shouldn't go in the water in Florida either. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Boy, they keep it off the news as much as they can. Everything's nothing to see here.
In the US, people pretend everything is bigger. In Australia, they know everything is bigger.
They don't want them that. Well, tourism's our business here in Florida.
And the
Basically
things
all we
that
got.
don't matter. Yeah. Let me show you our huntsman spider.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, I wanted to show you this because it was about drunk
Oh, you
animals.
shared something? Sorry. There you go.
The wood spider is the most accomplished of all web-building species. Recently, scientists gave these tiny creatures a variety of psychoactive drugs to observe their effects on web building. When given a minute dose of LSD, the spider's web took on an unfamiliar, minimalist structure. When given caffeine, the web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was.
Damn.
Given THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, the spider didn't build a web. It built a hammock, where it lay all day and watched the caffeine spider go. When given alcohol, the spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers, waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted, then came up behind it and popped a cap in its ass. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. When winter came, the marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack web as the crack spider's bitch. For more information on the crack spider's bitch, contact the Canadian Wildlife Service in Ottawa.
Ottawa.
I think I've seen that before.
Oh my
great.
god. You're alive?
Yeah, he was just
He
stroking his
lives.
penis.
I could have swore he was dead.
Nah, he was just playing with his pickle.
No. I don't know. I'm
See, I expected an LSD spider to have a weird geometric designs.
Oh, as someone that's taken LSD, man, you can't make shit on fucking acid. You're just there for the fucking ride.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh my god, this is so in Australia the Daily Telegraph is like a well reputable newspaper.
Is that where that comes from? I didn't know that.
Oh no, it's probably like Daily Telegraphs in other countries, but at least in Australia, the Daily Telegraph. Giant spider prompts call to police for help from terrified woman. That's not it there. It was a huntsman spider. Now, there you can see the corner of the doorway. So
Right.
hopefully that gives you some reference to how big these fucking
Is he
things
on the
are.
wall by the corner of the door?
Yeah.
Oh,
So there's
good
the
grief.
top of the door.
Good
and
grief.
that's
He's
the
got to be
ceiling.
10, 12 inches in diameter.
Yeah. They're
God.
like a dinner plate. They're massive fucking things.
So
And
that's
they
when
don't
you
bite.
burn the apartment down and collect the insurance money.
No, that's when I pissed my pants because I was sitting here watching this spider.
Yeah.
I I'll be right back.
So I don't think I've ever met anyone who's been bitten by one of these things. Like they're not gonna bite you. And the bite would just be a sting at worst. You're not gonna die, you're not gonna get a hospital, nothing. So it's not, but they can bite you. And so still something this large that can bite you and cause quite a sting is pretty fucking terrifying. Even if it's not going to kill you. But apparently these spiders here from leg to leg are the biggest spider in the world. The only other thing, like tarantulas and mouse-eating spiders, are bigger, but in the body, but not the leg dimension. The legs don't go out as far. So,
Have you ever seen wolf spiders?
yes,
They look vicious, yeah.
we have those too. It's basically the huntsman that I was just showing you then, but maybe it's like from a different country. So here, let me share.
All right, friends, it's time for me to go bed.
Yeah, me too. I'll catch y'all later.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, there you go. There's your wolf spider.
Yeah, we have a lot of those over here. They get pretty big, like about 2 inches in diameter, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay. No, where's the other one? This one. That there. Yeah, I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, that's a door frame. That's freaking huge. You're right.
These things get like a plate. Yeah.
God forbid if I saw a spider like that, it'd be dead.
Yeah. Thankfully, that's up north. That's like in the north of the country. I've not had to deal with that.
I've heard spiders are capable of like human interaction and understanding, so you can like train a spider, from what I heard, or befriend it at least.
I know. There's this whole group of people that are like befriending the jumping spiders. You know, those cute little ones. Let me get an image here. And they're breeding them and stuff, and they're saying that they are interacting and learning tricks and training them stuff. So these little guys. Jumping spiders. They're tiny little things. Here you go. The process of making friends with a jumping spider.
This is Earl, a tiny jumping spider who has the most adorable face. To get a sense of how small Earl is, here he is next to a tiny toy Snorlax, and here he is next to an orange. Despite their minute size, jumping spiders are some of the most rewarding pets you can keep, and most interestingly of all, I hear that you can form bonds with them. So to test this out, I'm going to see how far we can take this friendship over the next 14 days, and this begins on day 1. Earl now has a new home, and I was worried he wouldn't take to it, but as he went in, my fears were squashed as he started to wiggle his butt and do what looks like a happy dance. But this is no happy dance. What Earl is actually doing is building himself a web. Think of it as a home within a home, and look how cozy he is in there. I'm going to leave Earl to settle for a few days, and on the morning of day 3, I'm going to test to see where our bond is at.
He named the spider
The
Earl.
first goal is to get Earl to step onto my hand. The
Yeah.
second goal is to get him to stay there.
Yeah, apparently. Oh.
That's
Oh, look, fist bump.
That's okay. I mean,
And the final goal is to get him to accept food directly from me. If we can hit all 3 of these in the next 2 weeks, then Earl and I will have officially formed a bond. The first attempt didn't go so well, with Earl showing a defensive stance before walking away from me and looking
they
back
bite?
with those beautiful eyes. But I'm not.
Nah, just throwing his arms up in that stance, like, look,
Like a
I'm
crab.
big, I'm giant.
yeah,
Well, yeah, they're just trying to extend their size. Yeah,
right. Yeah, interesting.
so
Little
cool.
bitty guy.
Not going to give up.
I know, right?
there. On my next attempt, he almost stepped onto my finger. And on the final attempt, Earl actually steps onto my hand before quickly deciding against it and scurries away to jump on my lamp. We have actually made some progress today, but rather than force Earl to step onto my hand, I have another plan. Unlike most spiders, jumping spiders don't spin webs to catch their prey. Rather, they hunt them. And this provides the opportunity for Earl to associate me with feeding time.
Look at the
He caught that fly all on his own.
Cute.
But
I know, right? Their eyes just make it. Yeah.
let's see if he'll take a cricket from my hands.
That poor cricket.
I know.
I genuinely thought he was going to
Spider
take it
needs
then.
food too.
Perhaps a fly, Earl? No,
Perhaps
how
a
about one in
fly.
the comfort of your home? But just as I thought that today was going to be a failure, Earl did something I did not expect. Even though Earl is just a spider, no bigger than the nail on my index finger, and I am 190 centimeters tall, that makes me 190 times bigger than him, making me acutely aware that I am at the very minimum a complete giant to him. So when Earl took the steps onto my finger, I was incredibly happy as we had fulfilled the first goal. But he abseiled off, and to prove that this wasn't a fluke, I needed it to happen again. Day 6 ends on a high with Earl stepping onto my finger not one, but 2 times. And day 8 starts with a bit of a shock. You see, Earl has been really active and hasn't spent much time in his web, so I had no idea that he was about to literally pop out of his skin.
Oh.
Or more precisely, his exoskeleton. Jumping spiders go through a phase called molting, where they grow too big for their current exoskeleton, stop eating, and retreat back to their webs in preparation for the big event. So when I found this
Oh, this is so cool.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
exoskeleton in the terrarium this morning, I knew exactly what had happened. Day 8 ends with Earl grooming himself, and he must be left alone for a few days so his new suit can harden. And on day 12, I'm going to see if Earl can recognize himself. This is something that has always intrigued me. For their size, jumping spiders are highly intelligent and are known for their problem-solving skills and memory. But they do not live well in groups, so what will Earl do when he looks in the mirror? For about 2 seconds, he's a bit confused, but the fact he isn't scared or is attacking the mirror suggests that he's aware that it's not another spider. These creatures never cease to amaze me. Well done, Earl. I think you've earned a treat. There are still 2 more goals to solidify our bond. First, I need to get Earl to accept food directly from me, and then I need to get him to sit calmly on me. As I dangle a cricket in front of him, he seems disinterested. I wait, but nothing. But as soon as I let the cricket go, Earl decides it's time for dinner. Now, this isn't really what I had in mind when I said I wanted Earl to take food directly from me, but it's certainly a step forwards. So, on day 14, I try again. It's very sad to say this, but Earl is not going to live for very long, and the reason why I wanted to form a bond with him in just 14 days is so that he feels comfortable with me for the rest of his short life. And the real key to this is to get him to associate me with feeding time. As I dangle yet another cricket in front of him, he pokes that little face up, jumps at the cricket, but retreats. As I keep the cricket there, Earl comes back, has another look, but goes back again. Now I'm starting to wonder if he will ever take food from me. It has taken 14 days, but finally, Earl took a cricket directly from me, and we have crossed off another goal. Over the next 3 hours, he filled his boots and his abdomen swelled, and this means it's time to complete the final goal. I have to get Earl to hop on me and stay there, something he hasn't done in the entire time that I've had him. At first, he does not want to step on my finger and moves away, but as I extend another finger out, Earl climbs on. Now, he has done this before, so it's nothing new, but he always hops off fairly quickly. Something he does again. But this time, he climbs back up and proceeds to spend 10 very calm minutes on my hands, and the final goal is finally complete. Spiders may not have the same capacity to feel emotion like mammals, but they are intelligent creatures who have the capacity to learn. Earl, who, by the way, is named after a character from the Great Sega Mega Drive game, has come a really long way in trusting me since day one. And even though he will live a short life of up to 3 years, this is the start of our friendship, and one that will continue for the rest of his life. If you liked Earl and dig other animals in terrariums, then subscribe, and maybe check out this video.
3 years, wow.
Yeah. That was both cute and also very depressing at the same time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's relative, right? I mean, we think that's short, but to them, that may seem like forever.
No, I mean, like in the sense that that, like you said, the emotional appeal to having a pet and that pet's benefiting, but it's like one-sided relationship at the same time, right? Because there's benefit, you think that there's like that same structure of bonding. When it's you just bonding with with the spider, and I'm like, this dude's like alone. This dude maybe needs friends or something. He's chilling with his spider bro. I'm like, what? He's awesomely hanging out with Spider Bro, and I'm just jealous.
Well, I have to admit, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. It was a very well done video. So
It was beautiful, yeah. What a beautiful spider.
I was drawn in. What's going to happen next?
Yeah, it really did. He did a good job.
Really good, yeah. You learn. Hey, I learned another new thing today. I had no idea that jumping spiders. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and now I know that these videos that I see of people like with their little jumping spiders will just sit on the top of their hand while like they're typing away furiously at the keyboard. They're working, and their little spider just sits on their hand, you know?
Yeah, that's
during
cool.
the day, and it's like, is this actually real? Like, are people training spiders to hang out with them and stuff? And like, yeah, apparently,
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's having an emotional connection with you, but yeah, you can train it to react to its environment like it would have anyway. You just sort of influence that stuff and get it to behave the way you want it to behave.
Yeah, there's definitely that weirdness of the social interaction with it being whatchamacallit, a solitary creature. So the fact that it's actually what's the word I'm looking for? Cohabiting with another animal is quite cool. But then again, it's like this thing can kill me, so I might as well be friends with it at the same breath.
Yeah.
True.
You're right.
That it actually
Normally,
thinks this
they're totally solitary things. Like,
Yeah, don't piss off the cricket god.
Yeah, right.
Right?
This thing might get angry one day.
Yeah. Doth thee well to be angry, spider?
do you think
The
it's
worst-
similar to like when there's anecdotes of dolphins and things rescuing humans, taking them back to shore? and stuff like that.
Perhaps I think that perhaps that has a little bit more to do with, this is just a personal theory, with our heartbeat and the way it sounds distress, and perhaps they're able to pick up on that pulse and they can sense the distressness and they're like, get this freaking freaky human out of my damn water. Go back to where you came from, land walker. I know the dolphins are racist in my mind, I guess.
I think they're super, super smart. I had one when I was surfing. I was talking to Sam earlier about my teenage surfing and long hair and all that, and during my confession session with John earlier on his channel, a dolphin came right up to me while I was just sitting on my surfboard waiting for the next swell, the next wave to come. Scared the living crap out of me. I thought it was, at first, I thought it was a shark.
Yeah.
And then when I realized it was huge. I mean, I'm holding my arms up, okay? And my hands are right now 2.5 feet apart. It was that big around. And it came up and checked me out. And then it went, and I noticed there was a pod of them, whatever you call them, a group of dolphins. And he came and checked me out and looked me right in the eye and went back to his buddies.
Do you think he was like a sentry? Like SENTRY? Like
that, checking you out?
I think he was
Scout?
curious.
Yeah.
I think he was curious. I think he was very, very, or she. I don't know if it was male or female. So,
but you're saying it was a big one. It
was huge.
Like, kind of like a guard.
It was one of those.
You're a threat.
You know what I mean? We all have these little moments in life. It was one. It was one of my little moments, and I'm like, okay, what just happened? That was interesting. So,
but here's the thing, right? If it's genuine that dolphins have rescued people, take them back to land.
It's possible.
What it shows, right? It's not even like an empathy or something from the dolphins. What blows my mind is the fact the dolphin can comprehend that we belong on the land.
I was just thinking that.
How does it know to get us above the water? It's like, it knows.
Well, they breathe there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they sense that we're another
We
air
need to
breather.
as well, yeah.
And hey, do you need a ride? I mean,
Yeah, like if you think about it, why would a dolphin purposely put itself in harm's way, but with the potential to get beached, right? In order to save something that even isn't of its own species. This really was the type of stuff I wanted to get with JG about like logic. Is that animal then using logic in order to save a human, right? Like is logic involved at all in that process? And I really want to. That's something I'd want to know.
I can't. It's like mind-boggling. I have no answer, but definitely ask it. And like, bring up how pods
shot me
of
down.
whales, right? Entire
really?
pods will attack a shark and protect a human from the shark. And this is recorded, like where pods of dolphins have protected a human from a shark attack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they
It might be something that I would say, like going back to the heartbeat thing. It might be something with where our heartbeats might be synced to like maybe that of a younger dolphin or whale, and so the instinct to protect might turn on. But again, I have no idea. It just makes that would make sense of why they would react the way they do. They're protecting the young one of the group.
It would, but it's only when you get the extra bit of like, he pushed me all the way back onto the land. Like, even though dolphins breathe air, they don't go on land, but it's like they knew, this dude came off the land. He's not from the water. It's like they know what goes in the water.
It's just extreme racism, speciesism. Get out of my water.
But so intelligent for a fucking animal.
Well, we're aware of them, so they have to be aware of us, I would imagine. Isn't their brain bigger than ours?
Yeah.
Well, true.
Wow.
They have like 3 brains compared to our 1 brain. Like if you put 3 of our brains together, that's a dolphin.
3 times the size of ours?
No, they like have 3 segments. So
Oh, they
like
have-
3 human brains. But it's 1 brain. It's just like the size of a human brain, but it's like they're freaking huge. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like they'd be better off or smarter than us, except for the fact that one, we got fire, okay, which allowed us to then melt metal. No, seriously. We
I
went
know.
from the
Oh,
Stone Age because we figured out how to melt metals, and then we came into the Bronze Age, you know, the Copper Age, blah,
How
blah,
did we
blah,
figure that
blah,
out?
So on and so forth. Because of
Observation.
fire. Because
Yeah,
of
man, like
fire, but
lava.
So
but now, what the fuck can a dolphin do under the ocean with no hands?
It
Right, no
smells
thumb.
So
like volcanic
smart,
water.
but yeah, it can't
Yeah.
do shit because it got no hands.
Homeless.
So
Yeah. They could swim.
They could
They
create like a
could-
typhoon, like going in like a circle.
what if they are smarter than us? They just
Well,
are stuck in the water with no
Maybe
hands.
they are. Maybe donkeys can talk.
That really all depends on the articulation of a jaw and tongue and your vocal cords. That's the only thing really you need
Yeah.
for speech.
I mean, and a donkey can bay.
Right.
I think bay is the word, but could it articulate specific sounds? And I don't know who Balaam was. Was he would he have spoke Aramaic or Hebrew or? But
No, it was pure English.
This donkey had to know. Yeah, this donkey had to know pure English. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I've
It
been
was
a good dog.
Shrek's donkey.
I saved your life. What are you doing?
Why are you beating me?
Don't you see that angel over there?
What would you do? In
Wow.
Bible times, it's one thing, but in this modern day, you would think, okay, I have lost the plot. My donkey is talking to me. I don't know that I would just put it down to God straight away.
Brings a whole new meaning to that burrow. Right?
But I wasn't there also like the angel of the Lord or whoever the fuck revealed himself to Balaam, and he was like, "Oh crap, I can't remember. I can't recall."
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember.
The donkey was. Yeah.
The donkey
saw
could see it,
it.
but Balaam couldn't, and then Balaam was
Right.
able to see it, I think, or something like that. But I'm not sure. Again, I forget.
Right,
I'm
right.
not a good Bible student.
Nobody's good.
Did Balaam end up seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know he ended up realizing he fucked up. So
Oh yeah.
that implies he understood there was an angel there.
That's an interesting story when you really. It's
Isn't it?
very interesting.
So after Balaam starts punishing the donkey for refusing to move, it is miraculously given the power to speak to Balaam and says, "What have I done to you that you
Right.
have struck me these 3 times?" At this
Uh.
point, Balaam is allowed to see the angel. You're right, Dog.
Yeah.
Who then informs him the donkey is turning away. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right. So he does see the angel.
Which kind of goes back into the Earl thing, right? The donkey's like trying to benefit his human. Like, look, bro, something bigger than is trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you see that thing? I'm trying
one
to
thing
save your
about it-
life.
Is donkeys can be super loyal too.
And they're very, very smart animals. They're given like this connotation of being dumb. but they're actually very intelligent. They're just stubborn.
Oh yeah, they hate dogs,
I'm
coyotes.
stubborn.
But
I'm
Do
stubborn.
they? Oh,
if you try to get a donkey near a dog or a coyote, it will literally try to bite its head off and break its neck. They don't mess around with those at all.
yeah. Right.
You can say
Yeah, they have to protect the herd.
I can relate to a jackass.
It's Dominic
What is
the
that?
donkey.
What is a
Donkey.
jackass?
It's a
Is it
donkey.
not a donkey?
It's a dog.
It is a
Another word.
donkey.
Yeah, it's a jackass.
I think a jackass
But
might
see-
actually be a mule in the sense that it's a hybrid between a donkey and a horse, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, a mule is a hybrid. Isn't it? They're big too.
You're right.
Looks like
So
a pack
you
mule.
take a horse. So
Huh. I think you're right. Yeah, look it up. I can hear the keyboard working over there. I can hear the keyboard all the way from Australia. Is a mule a hybrid?
It says donkey terminology. A male donkey is called a jack or a jackass. A female
Oh,
is a
it's
Jenny or
you.
a Jeanette.
yeah,
It's you.
they
You're
are
the one
jackasses.
jacking up. Who is a jackass?
Donkeys, because apparently they come from mainly Africa, particularly Egypt,
Interesting.
where their lineage can be traced back to the Nubian wild ass.
There's Mesmeram.
Nubian wild ass.
And the Somali wild ass, both subspecies of the African wild ass. The
I need to
hot
get me some
conditions
wild
in
ass.
Africa have allowed donkeys to evolve and work well. There you go.
And somehow they ended up in Mexico.
Okay, Bible question.
So then, if you make a donkey and a horse, you get what?
A horse's
Should be a
ass?
mule.
A mule. That's where a mule comes from.
Okay.
What's a horse and a donkey, mate?
That's a female, a mare, a female with a male donkey, I think. And then
So-
a hinny's a male horse with a female donkey.
Mule. Yep. And a henny is the other way. You're right.
Wow. How do you know these things, dog?
I'm reading it.
Oh,
You already looked it up.
That's how I appear smarter than I am sometimes.
You should have said, I know.
I'm wiser beyond my years.
I know my ass
Is
is.
that like the difference between like a liger, which is a male lion, and a female tiger?
What?
Yeah,
No
if you
way.
take a male lion and a female tiger, you get a
No.
liger. But if you
No.
take a male tiger and a female lion,
I need a fact
you'll
check on the
get
aisle 7. A liger.
a tigon.
A tigon.
I think it's crazy how they're
Liger
able to breed,
or a
but then they
tiger.
themselves cannot breed.
Yeah, the offspring are all
You guys wouldn't lie to an old man,
unable
would
to
you?
reproduce. No,
Spring
they
chicken.
we have mixed a lion and a tiger, and
Ugh.
literally, if you take the male lion and the female tiger, you have a liger.
So
And if
we
you
had
take
the in
a
vitro.
male tiger and a female lion, you have a tigon.
But no, come on. So we had the in
Just from mixed
vitro.
with,
True.
No, dude, dude, look up. They also suffer from giantism.
What does?
A liger or tigron, whatever they're called. They suffer.
I'm not gonna
They
look
suffer
it up.
from giantism.
I'm
Yeah,
not calling
and
you
they
a liar.
reproduce.
I need to. I'm like a doubting Thomas. I need to see it to believe it. Is there a picture of one?
How do I get off the donkeys? It keeps.
I think
Stuck on
dog
the
jumped
ass.
to the cats. I'm pretty sure dog said maybe it was you. I don't know.
I just know a lot about ligers because of Napoleon Dynamite.
Huh?
It's a movie, and he has
Oh.
something like about a liger.
Okay, you ready?
Yep,
So,
I'm ready. Let's see it.
Wikipedia says when you mix a lion with a tiger.
You could be making this up. Where is it? Okay.
Look,
thank you.
the
Thank you.
liger,
Liger.
Liger, is a
Can you
hybrid.
make it bigger. I can't see it, man. I got old eyes. Okay, thank you. The liger is a hybrid offspring of a male lion.
And
Tigers. Interesting.
or female
Or-
tiger.
Interesting.
Female tiger.
Read more.
So mix a lion
Read more. Read
with
more.
a tiger, and you'll
Lions,
get a
tigers and bears.
lamb.
Oh, there's a video.
Yeah. There you go. There's pictures of because we've made some.
Oh, did they do it or
I
did
didn't
we
know
do
that.
it?
1798. That's crazy.
And you should see how big they are if you can get one next to a human. There you go.
Yeah, there's one.
Look at that.
Whoa.
Absolute unit.
Because the gene, now this 2,000 years ago, 3,000, 10,000 years ago, they were that big, right? And then the genes selected for them to get smaller and smaller due to less prey, so on and so forth. But what happens when they mix a tiger with a lion? That gene that became recessive unlocks and they go back to like being these giant fucking creatures.
This reminds me of a Bob Dylan song from the 80s. Man gave names to all the animals in the beginning, long time ago.
So that's a liger. There you go. And they're generally whitish. See how it doesn't have much color?
Huge.
Come out very white.
It's huge.
And yeah, look at the fucking size of that
Whoa,
head.
he looks hungry.
So that's a liger. And then let's see if we can get Tygon.
Whoa, Tygon. God, I didn't know I was this stupid.
A liger results from the male lion with the female tiger, while a Tygon is a male tiger with a female lion.
Okay.
They do not occur in the wild, but because lions and tigers don't share habitats, they live on separate continents and have different behaviors, so they don't
Right.
come near each other. But if you stick two in a zoo and give them some Barry White music,
Barry White.
That is so true. Oh,
knows
that
what
is
you'll get.
so true.
Just
That
play
brings back
Let's Get It On.
that
That's
that
it.
brings back some good memories right there. Thank you for that, Sammy. I
Did you know
appreciate
that tigers actually hate being social, but lions are social? So there's like this nice mix up between tigers and lions. Tigers will get fed up with lions because they want to like be buddies. But the
Uh-huh.
tiger will be like, "Yeah, stop that."
Yeah, tigers are very
independent,
secluded. Yeah, like go off on their own.
Huh. Lions
whereas
are.
lions will have prides. Like I don't think there's even such a thing as a tiger pride. You know, but there's a lion pride because tigers are.
Yeah, the only thing as close as you get is like when it comes to the family unit. That's about as close as they get to socials interaction. They watch over their kids, but that's about it. Like the dad will be like, "I'm fucking off with my cigarettes, but I'm still watching you from afar."
Yeah.
Go play in the
And then-
grass with kids.
Yeah.
Even with lions, though, the pride is all women and only one dude.
Well, it can't be
When-
unless it's a correlation. Then it's not.
Unless he's got a brother that's like, yeah, because there have been prides that have been.
Oh, dude, yeah, I
had
like.
several males, but that's kind of rare.
Yeah.
When that happens, like two
Okay.
brothers team up and go,
You
look,
two
we
guys are
could fight
tripping
each
me
other.
out.
So
Nah,
normally
dude.
a lion pride roar has one
Stop.
male and all females, right? He gets all the females of the whole area, and all the rest of the males are off seclusionary by themselves. But every now and then, there's these dudes who are like brothers who will come in, they'll kill an old king, they'll take a pride, and instead of fighting each other for who's
The women.
king,
Take the women, in other words.
yeah, take the women, yeah.
Okay. The
They'll
female.
just be like, let's share it. And they'll be
It's
like
so
brothers
crazy.
that
A nice
Hmm.
coalition, yeah.
Hmm.
But the crazy thing is when it
generally,
comes to
male
mating,
lions-
and then like they start like going after each other's young,
there
because
ti-
it does become a problem with numbers eventually.
Is there any big meat eaters in other than the great white sharks? Land
Nope.
meat eaters in Australia? Okay, you
Nothing.
know what I was. That's interesting. They're
The
snakes. though.
marsupials don't really have any other predator other than snakes. Yeah.
Yeah, don't you guys have like the most deadly, one of the most deadliest snakes in the world or something?
We have the most poisonous but
Oh.
deadliest. See, they range deadliest on how many people have died, but because we got an antidote, even though we have the most poisonous snake, that's like our eastern brown snake will kill you in 20 minutes, 40 minutes.
Wow, you got
We-
20 minutes to get the antidote. Wow.
Yeah. No one really gets bitten by them. Like we know, in Australia, you don't fuck around with snakes. You don't.
Yeah.
So we just don't have high rates of snake bites.
We've got snakes here.
But fuck yeah, they're deadly and they'll kill you very quickly. But
Oh, big rattlesnake will ruin your day here in
the
Florida.
ones you'll see here is like red belly black snakes. So they're like 8 deadliest and stuff.
Wow.
Because they're not aggressive. These things just want to get away from you. Okay?
Right.
So they'll run away. A brown snake will chase you.
Oh God.
Like, they're
Hey
aggressive.
man, I do not like snakes. I just talking
me
about it. I watch where I step. I ran across a dead one on a dirt road when I was a kid. And I think I was 3rd grade, 2nd grade, whatever. So size perception at the time was probably to me was a little bigger than what it probably was.
Actually was. Yeah.
Right, but it was huge. I mean,
Those
to
things
me
don't
at the
have
time,
to be alive to bite you. They can poison you when dead.
right,
Those teeth will inject from pressure.
right, and it was, my 2nd or 3rd grade. It had to be 2nd grade. Now that I think about it, God, how big were my hands? That reminds me when I went back to my elementary school that I went to when I was a person 2nd grade. Sorry. Anyway, the water fountains seemed like they were for midgets. I guess I was a midget. Everything seemed so much smaller. So I was probably perceiving it as being huge, and it I don't know, 4 inches in circumference. The thickness, roundness, whatever of the body. And about, I don't know, 8 feet long, something like that, it seemed like to me at the time. Big snake.
We're also naturally have bloodline PTSD over snakes as a predatory animal. So every
You
time we
do?
see a snake, no, all humans do. Like when we look at snakes, we go, "Oh crap!" Because it's a
Built-in.
inherited reflex, yeah, from having dealt with snakes in the past.
Bad run.
Right, yeah.
And don't talk to it.
Automatic.
Eve, stay away from the snake. How many times I gotta tell you, stay away from that snake.
Especially those hairy ones.
Yeah.
It does suck though. we have a few species of legless lizards. These poor fuckers ain't got no legs. It looks like a snake. So imagine how many people whack it on the
Okay,
head with
I want
shovel.
to see the picture. Come on.
Oh, you never seen a legless
No,
snake?
I've never seen a legless lizard. No, I've never seen that
Legless
either.
snake, yeah.
God, I'm learning a lot today. It's a little overwhelming.
Yeah, they look, I mean, basically just like a fucking snake, but they are
a lizard.
They're a lizard, yeah. Shares.
They don't have fangs.
No, they're not. They're not. Oh, they might have fangs.
Are they poisonous?
They eat, but nah.
Oh.
Not at
They got
all.
teeth.
You can hold the cute little things.
I
yeah.
think you mean venomous.
They're called.
Well, do
Yeah, what did I
lizards have
say?
teeth? The lizards here in Florida don't have teeth that I can see anyway.
Pygo. Or they probably don't have teeth if they're lizards, actually. Legless lizard.
That's a lizard?
Several groups of lizards that have independently lost limbs or reduced them to the point of being no use in locomotion.
Huh.
So it's not just one sort. It's often
yeah.
confused with snakes. Glass
Right.
lizards differ from snakes as they have a movable eyelid and an external ear opening, both of which are absent in snakes.
Flexible jaws.
Snakes also have flexible jaws, while lizards do not. That's how they know they're not just a snake.
Okay. It's like a
Because
big
they're
worm.
exactly like a lizard, except that there's no legs on it. See? Look at the face and the eyes. It even looks like a lizard. Actually, yeah, you mentioned.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay, I believe you.
So you didn't know there was like
No, I didn't. Go ahead, make fun of me.
Well, no.
No, it's okay. I'm laughing at it. I know. Hey,
learn.
hey, 66 years old, and I missed the whole leglessness of the lizard. Yeah. Oh well.
Give us some pictures.
I wonder if that's considered convergent evolution or not.
What?
The fact that these lizards are like snakes, whether they're niche fulfilling, as in like there's opportunity to them to fill this role and they were just able to, or is it just like one of those rare occurrences where it's just a process through the evolutionary chain?
Oh,
Because,
look at the little leg there. Sorry.
I see it.
You
Yeah.
see that little cute little fucking
Oh
pointless
yeah,
leg?
he's retarded.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
They're not legless, obviously, but the legs don't do anything. They
It's
just sort of
probably for mating.
just
Come here,
hang
baby.
there. Yeah.
I'm gonna hold
come
on to you.
Give me a
Go
hug.
nowhere.
No. Stand still. My legs are small.
But see, then other ones like this, how could you not think that was a snake?
That's creepy.
Right.
Hey,
That's the serpent from the garden right there. God took his legs off.
it's not even a snake.
You're gonna eat dust. You're
So
gonna
the
eat dust.
serpent's not a snake.
There-
It's a legless lizard.
Well, what's the difference between a serpent and a snake?
Well, no, I don't think anything. But what about the difference between a legless lizard and a serpent?
Well, it all depends
Looking
on their
at that.
recessive genes. That's the rid bit, because one is the familia chain of mating. So I don't think you can get a legless lizard to mate with a snake, and vice versa.
You're right. And I've never
It'd be
heard
cool
of a
if you could.
legless lizard that bites or has venom or fangs even.
My lizards are around here
That's a-
pretty
that's a
friendly.
snake thing.
We have chameleons. And we have brown. Just I don't know. I kind of
With
call
snakes?
No,
Have dormant
Liz-
legs.
Oh,
No, I'm
you're
saying-
yawning.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, not that.
That's okay.
It
Sounded
snuck
weird.
up out of me. Yeah, it snuck. I didn't even know it was gonna happen. It just kind of yawned mid sentence there.
Have
But
you
yeah,
been up?
snakes-
Have you been up all night, Talk?
I literally woke up at like 5 o'clock and it's like 6 now.
When did you go to bed? I'm being really nosy now.
Oh, probably around 11, I think.
Okay, you got enough.
Yeah, I got a good night's sleep.
I've been drinking coffee all day. I'm ODing myself on caffeine.
But yeah, snakes have dormant. There's that yawn again. Snakes have dormant legs. Like they have the genes for legs, and sometimes you'll get a snake with like little hind legs, but they don't really do much.
Yeah, don't they? Are they always there, or do they pop out?
You sure that's a leg?
Well,
Yes,
these little
snakes
funny
don't
things
have
pop out during
That
sex.
leg, or you just excited to see me?
Snakes don't have cocks and vaginas like humans do. They have the
They have
cloacia.
cloacas.
Yeah,
Huh?
what they're called cloacas. Yeah.
A cloaca,
Cloaca?
like a chicken.
A chicken has a cloaca?
Yeah. Lizards, birds, all
Damn.
they shit, piss, and lay their eggs out the same hole.
Well, that's
Efficient.
yeah.
Convenient.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
It's also
Yeah.
called the cloaca.
Yeah.
It's just the hole.
It's the do all.
Yeah, it just their holes never separated. Like
That's
on
multitask.
humans and other animals, those holes got
Yeah, but what came first?
skin
The chicken
separation
or the egg?
between them.
That's the question.
I wonder it's just because the diet they eat doesn't like do they still have like an intestinal and like a bladder in which there's still a designated zone for those things and there's just the same exit chute? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because with
'Cause I
us,
imagine
our
they have a
piss-
type of womb for the egg to
Our
grow in.
piss goes in our bladder and our shit goes in our bowel. But when a
Right.
bird shits, it pisses its shit and it shits it piss out the same hole. Like, yeah. That's a good question, Tom.
Sometimes pops a little egg out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mid shit. It's all the same. It all
Right.
comes out the same hole. That's
Excuse
what
me.
I'm saying about the cloaca.
That one was a little solid.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Don't make fun of chickens. Come on, man. Be nice to the chickens.
And their stuff's like highly more bacterial, I imagine. So there's trying to be something in that. That'd be cool to look up, like just cut up the fucking bird and be like, what's inside of you? How do you shit and piss and poo?
That's why the thing's still in a solid shell. Keep it away from all the nastiness.
Eggs are interesting. I remember when I
Well,
remember
sperm's still able to travel up there. That's the interesting bit, right? So there's a functional.
Yeah.
There's a functional.
Does it get in there before the shell goes hard?
Did you ever crack an egg
Yeah.
and there was
That
an
might be a
embryo
stupid
in the
question,
yolk?
Yeah.
You ever do that?
Yeah, the little
Crack an egg?
embryo of the yolk.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of gross, right?
The Filipinos call that balut. They fucking love it.
Is that like a delicacy to them or
It
something?
is.
Grosses me out.
It come from being poor and like it's like if too bad the chicken's eggs got fertilized, you're still gonna eat them.
Yeah, waste not,
Even
want
though it's-
not.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
now there's no need for that. The only people that eat it because they like it.
But
That
yet
is
we'll eat
messed
the
up.
chicken.
Because this little thing's got a beak. It's It's got a few little
Yeah.
feathers. Yeah. And they like
Okay.
scoop it out like dip.
Okay, I won't eat breakfast now, so that's that's good.
You know, there's something about that. As much as it's creepy, it's also slightly inviting because, like, it's like very animal for us to do something. Like, we gross like that because we're so socially accustomed to like our murdering our food and butchering it and adding our beautiful death dressing. But eating it like that with just feathers and all,
well,
like that's something so primal to that like maybe that's something we need to do and experience our primal side like that.
Yeah,
Instead
but
of just flowering
everything
over murder meals.
everything
Sorry.
we eat, including vegetables and fruit, is living, isn't it?
Right, yeah, and I don't think that's an issue, but like in consumption of the whole, like right, we strip our cow bare and all that. We don't like just eat it with the fur like a tiger would or something.
Yeah, but a
Someone
carrot
was
is a
saying
living
earlier-
creature, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. Creature might be the wrong word. It's
Who was saying
Well,
alive.
yeah.
About, and I had a similar experience. I think it was about 19 or early 20s, and I had a roast chicken. Okay.
Yeah.
That I bought pre-roast chicken. I didn't cook it or nothing, but you just pull
Right.
it out the bag, put it on the plate.
Right. Yeah.
And,
We
and
have
I'm
that over here.
munching it. I was stoned, so I probably had the munchies, and I'm just plowing into this chicken. And then all of a sudden, I looked at it and realized that was an entire chicken carcass. The entire body is there. Maybe except the head and, and the feet, but it's not just a little slice of meat on my plate. Here is an entire carcass of an animal. And that was the first time eating meat really disturbed me. Seeing a chicken carcass. You know.
Yeah, we're kind of wussified now, man. We don't kill our.
Yeah, we don't do it ourselves. I think we need to.
Most of us don't.
You see, well, this also goes back into like the whole thing about performing your sacrifices for sin. So like you would have to kill your own sacrifice. They didn't do it for you, you did. It was something you had to do because it's your sin. So you would have to kill this animal that you're sacrificing. Literally taking the blood. You play the butcher for the part of it. So like doing that outside of the norm of butchering for food. I can imagine like just understanding the fact that when we eat these things, the importance that go into it, right? Because we are literally we don't get our hands dirty enough, right? So like I think being poor and growing up being hungry actually does that to you. Like you realize we start hearing about starving kids in Africa, and you're sitting at home like, well, fuck, I'm the starving kid in Africa. And then that wakes up something inside of you that like you don't waste food. I hate wasting food like that.
Yeah,
but I do it now as an adult. It's crazy how much food I waste.
Do you experience this, Tog? I reckon you might, because I think you might be a bit neurodivergent like me. I could be starving, right? But if I slave over a hot stove and I cook up this big fucking extravagant meal, it'll get time to eat it. I don't want to touch it.
Right.
Because I saw it raw, I saw it cooking, I saw it cooked, I cut it, I dug in like all the gross shit, and then no matter how good the end result is, it's like meh. Whereas if someone else cooks for me, even though they won't cook it as good, because I think I cook it the best.
Now I'm a little bit different.
I don't want to eat it because I don't know. I smelled too many weird smells during it.
I have too much like PTSD when it comes to me trying to cook. It's not that I love enjoying cooking and the whole process of it. I don't do it physically because I used to get fucking yelled at, and then when your food, you get yelled at, your food's bad. It does something to you as a young kid. So I don't cook because of that. But I think I would enjoy the process of doing it and eating it. It's just that whole stigma of if I'm gonna make I don't want to waste the ingredients, right? Because you grow up hungry, you fuck
Exactly.
up the meal, that's it. And it's just
So
something
you
a
don't
hard
want to
line.
exactly. Oh my god, that's man. I've never heard anyone else say this.
It's just it fucks with me. So like that's why
I
I like my wife cooking
wouldn't
for me.
learn to cook and I wouldn't experiment because I was like, when I fuck it, I'm wasting all that food.
Yeah.
And I had to get over that. Yeah, that because
I get your ass beat over as a kid, fuck
my
man.
my
Mhm.
ex.
Eat your supper.
I spent 10, 15 years of an ex. I don't like that food. I don't like it cooked that way. Oh, this is something, always something wrong. And I would think this is like amazing. This is the best food I've ever eaten. But she would have something bad to say. And eventually, like you said, like on one hand, I thought it was an excuse that I was making. And I was like, I should just still cook. I should still do the right thing. But on the other hand, when I've never, ever, ever, ever cooked a single meal you've said a positive thing about, it's going to start doing something to my brain where I don't want to cook anymore. I cannot cook. And now I'm like terrified to cook.
Yeah, dude, like I wish I could cook for my kids.
Fucking
And I would
trauma.
love to. I would love to cook for my kids, but I'm afraid that when I cook and I make this awesome meal, right? And that's something because you're doing it because it's something you don't get to do. And so it's special. So I want to cook for my kids. But when I cook for my kids, they won't eat what I cook. And that's when I know it because they're freaking like autistic, right? They only eat their fast like box products of fucking pizza
very
and chicken
specialized
nuggets
things.
and
Nuggets, fucking
I'm sure I could make that for them, but I if it's not the way they want it, what it looks like, they ain't gonna touch it. So I can't fault them for that.
Yeah.
I can force them to eat it, but then they're
with
just gonna hate food.
And as you'd know, with autism, man, because like I know in my kids, it's not even about any of that. It's that because they're so routine. Mum has to cook it because mum cooks. That's how they see it. Like, if dad cooks, hang on, what? I don't want it. Do you know what I mean? It's not in my reality, bro. Dad doesn't do it. That's a mum job. So
Yeah. My wife hates that.
The mum could cook, right? And you just tell the kid I cooked it, they won't eat it. Even though the mum cooked it. If they think you cooked it, they won't eat it. And that sort of shit. So yeah.
I grew up different.
I think mostly because my kids would do it because dad doesn't know how to cook, right? They think I don't know how to cook, but no, I don't try, right? I don't do it, kids, because I don't want you guys. I don't want to let them down.
My
I let
dad
myself
was.
down.
My dad was a better cook than my mom.
Same. Yet my mum was the cook, but every now and then, if dad would cook, us kids would devour it.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want to. I just want to go to a place where I can just cook, where I know the food that I make, like it can go to waste. Like I don't have to worry about it. I can just make it and perfect the art. I don't want to do that with my own home food, if that sounds, because it's just being wasteful. It's not going anywhere. But if like you could do that with food, like with practice food, I'd love to just do that as an art and just get into it as cooking, so I can live it at least.
People don't realize. They think they hear stuff like that and they think, oh, you're just not doing it. You're just lazy. They don't understand. If I was to cook an entire meal for only myself, my shopping bill, right? Because I've got to feed my kids and my wife and all the rest of it. Like, if I want to experiment and try these fancy meals that all the kids and everyone turn around and won't touch, then I've still got to feed 5 people. You know, I'm still at square one, but I've got all this food here that no one wants.
Right.
That's what it is, Tog. It's
got any neighbors?
You end up exactly. But no one's got the money to feed. I wish I could feed my neighbor, but I can barely feed my kids. Like, let alone throw it in the bin.
I had a neighbor that used to offer me food, and I felt so horrible. I took it, and oh man, thank you so much, and I'd throw it away. What's
Were you
wrong with me?
worried about it, or
I didn't trust him. It was a him. And it's like, this is weird. Why is this guy bringing me food, you know? And I don't know. This is just a...
Yeah, right. Why is my neighbor being neighborly? This is
But
very
yet,
sus.
I go to a restaurant and didn't even think about out of sight, out of mind, the cook in the kitchen.
I can answer that. It's usually when things happen like that, it's the reciprocation. So when someone offers you
What?
something like that, the
That's a big
reciprocation,
word. Okay.
reciprocation, the way you receive it, and so there's no way to receive it to give something to so they can receive it back, and so it leaves you in this state of I forget the word, but you're I want to say awe, but it's not the right word. I'd say it's
indebted?
Is this,
yeah, like
is it,
yeah,
is
like
it
you
contagious?
I believe so.
Oh no!
It's I kind of think of it like in that terms where the Bible talks about like heaping coals over your enemy's head, and they get that kind of like that's the kind of feeling that I think it is when you receive something good like that. It's not that the thing itself is bad; it's just that it's in a state of uncleanliness that you can't receive it, and so it feels bad to you, and so it ruins the whole situation.
Yeah,
because there's no way for you to like even in giving like a simple thank you wouldn't be good enough.
That in
receipt to
God's
give back.
perfect world, any gift received would be received wholeheartedly, and I'll dive into it. But it's like in this world, we receive a gift and we're suspicious.
Yeah, I was very.
That's trauma, man. For me, that's what the whole.
Isn't
I was
it?
gonna make a connection between. I haven't done it because it might fuck people up, but how God's involved with a lot of trauma, and like trauma can resolve a lot of things, and perhaps trauma is one of the things that God can use to bring us together. Because there is the thing called trauma bonding, but then again, that doesn't necessarily do justice for the God that I'm trying to represent. It's just something that I think I noticed, and that goes in between like suffering on the cross, dying, and like if Christ was a human, then physically having to deal with that, like you physically had to die for the people that you love, and like they still treat you like shit to some degree, right? And so there's that, and then there's the father perspective. You watch the things you love kill your son, and there has to be some emotional, like as an observer, with the same type of intelligence, watching that all go down. There has to be some type of damage done, and I don't imagine like something that is. I mean, physically, Jesus was damaged, right? So that's what I'm saying. There has to be some emotional hurt there that's internal, like in the same way you think about, like I said this about like suffering, right? So it gives an answer to why there's suffering, because literally God suffered. But if you take like the creation of universe and like the God to be feminine, and everything was birth in itself is its own suffering for life. Like you wouldn't be out here without your mother going through that pain, and so that pain is like by necessary that we come by in order to build and bond and over love. And so, like I said, I don't want to bring trauma into that, but survivable trauma in that sense does, because it can shake things up. But that's just an opinion, and I know people don't like trauma thrown in their face. I was advised not to do it.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, there's so many different words we could use: trauma, evil, suffering, whichever. But one thing I've always believed and stood by is that whether we like to admit it or not, whether we think it's a pagan idea, there is a duality to this universe that is undeniable. For example, the measure of my joy is purely equal to the measure of my pain or suffering. If I don't have a comparison, if there's no sad what is happy? It's nothing. It's just a robot. You need comparisons. What is the light without darkness?
Right.
Doesn't exist.
I
so
I
in
often
that
think
sense,
about
we have to have the pain and the suffering, or else we wouldn't have any joy. We'd have nothing, would we? We'd just
I don't
be
know
like
about that
robots.
because I pose myself this question: whether someone in life that had like no trauma at all grew up in a perfectly good house, the hypothetically perfect scenario, didn't know any trauma, didn't see any bloodshed or anything like that, and so there's no trauma for them to build off of, versus someone who's like a whole life of trauma. Like their lives are going to be completely different, but the value of what should be considered good shouldn't change in that perspective.
What do you
Because
mean?
because good, like a true goodness is like goes into the Platonic idea of good and the biblical, but mostly Platonic from my angle. That goodness itself is an unchanging category. So there is a set amount of goodness that both this trauma written person and this non-trauma person can experience. And this non-trauma, it wouldn't seem like this person would be at a level of the trauma person, because you would expect a person like that to have gone through some trauma. And so this is the type of scenario that I'm talking about. If someone would, what is the level of happiness in that individual? How much can they retain it, and do they dwell on bad thoughts because they've never experienced it? What is a bad thought? They can imagine it, but you wouldn't be able to dwell in it, right? And I feel like that way sometimes about like happiness and social groups. Like I can be there, but I can't achieve it. I have rights to it, but I don't have access yet.
No. So let me get this straight, and I think it's actually a really good question. So you're saying it's not actually necessary. Like you could have all good stuff all the time. I guess what I'm trying to pass out in my brain is, would it stay good or would it become monotonous? And like, do you need a comparison for good to be good? It's a great question.
Right, because that to me that goes into functionality. So I tend to strip away all morality and I think sometimes ethics, but sometimes that ethics goes into functionality. And so I go into like a completely mechanical type of view of things. Like our good and bad are just based off our emotions. So we shouldn't use that type of wild gauge for gauging anything. So when we just strip things down to function or by mechanics, then it resolves a lot of what is good. Because in the beginning, like, and I again, if it's a fiction, then I'm just using the fiction as an example. But in the beginning, God said all of creation was very good before we made the scene. So there's something in the functionality of that universe before we entered the scene that was very good. And the only thing I can think of is function, because it's a functioning system and everything is built upon system within a system that relies on it. So I view God as a type of governance, right? Anything that has governing is a God, essentially. Big G, little g, whatever. But that's what I'm saying. So that functionality, when we put our emotions into what is good and bad, that can blurry the lines, because we're looking from a sum of perspective. But even in that perspective is functionality. It's just whether it's aligned or not in function, because we know things can malfunction. But emotion can be both malfunctioning and functioning at the same time. That's the kind of the hitch of it. Which sounds like crazy talk if you think about it, but
Well,
yeah, whatever.
how does morality fit into that?
I don't think there is a morality. That's why I'm thinking morality is an invention, a power that we invent, like the laws and rules, that goes into functionality of how we things ought to function. But if we go down to, if we eliminate a human, what's it called, interaction, like agency into it, and just become observers, then I think that's what we get most down to function, without having to think about it, so to speak. If that makes sense. Because if you observe it, you don't give it any like reason. If you don't, the moment you have to ask yourself why, you're going into logic. You're then assuming the logic, right? And so the idea is to assume the logic, because the moment you assume, you can say that it's something else that it isn't, and that's a problem, because then you're describing and not prescribing accurately. If I'm saying that correctly, I'm still learning these terms. I think no, because I don't know. I forget it.
I'll be right back. My dog wants to take me for a walk. I'll be right back.
No worries. It is.
Yeah, and I can't say no to him, but he thinks I'm his mother.
But everything comes from like cause and effect as well.
See what's interesting to me is where, and normally we would just say, God has a different version, or we don't understand it, or whatever. But how does emotions fit in to the story with God? Like, it kind of sounds like on one hand, because of all the Omni stuff, he shouldn't be really emotional. It's all about logic. It's all about what makes sense. It's all about what's righteous, what's true, what's sensible. But then on the other hand, it's like he's this really emotional being.
Well, see, this is actually where I bypass logic, because if you're omniscient, you don't need to. Logic isn't a thing for you. Logic is a thing for creation, not for that type of God. Because that type of God already knows everything. There's nothing for it to reason. And you can only do logic with reason. Like, for reason. That's the only reason. Like, God doesn't need a reason with you. He already knows. He's just speaking what he already knows. There is no reason. There is no logic there. This is where, like, logic can be derivative of God by us. So we can know God. But that doesn't mean that God himself actually has it.
I could understand him not having to use logic, because it's sort of a way humans go about just describing the state of the universe. It's not actually some magical thing that exists outside of human beings. But I don't know that I can understand a God. So I can understand him not needing to use it because he knows everything and whatever. But I can't understand him being like outside or above it. As far as I understand logic, because it's not a thing, it's just how we describe reality and how we describe what makes sense.
Right, it's a concept, right?
Yeah,
A
how is
constraint, whatever.
God outside of that? Because with
Well, if
them,
God-
we're just saying, well, he's unlogical or illogical. We're saying he's nonsensical.
If logic itself, right? This is the hang up. If logic itself requires a mind, and God is a non-entity without a mind, God could not have logic, because logic has to come from minds.
So that just means it doesn't come from a God.
It's an emergent property, yeah. It would still be emergent by causality, right? But it's an emergent property of creation, reality, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, of minds.
Right.
But I guess the question is it emergent from our mind or from God's?
Well, again, how can we say that God has a mind if there's no physical body, and that's how we understand minds to work? So there has to be some physicality to this God if he's
agree.
immaterial. So that's why I say logic doesn't make sense here. in that sense, like having a mind in that sense. There's something more, either more to it or less that we just don't understand. I think it's scary if it's less.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like we have the option of either, even though it doesn't make logical sense, there's something illogical that we just don't get. Or, like with everything else in the universe, when it's illogical, we say it just can't be. But with God, he gets a pass. It's like he doesn't have to pass basic logic. Does that make sense?
In the last bit again, I kind of trailed off in thought. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're all right. It's like the logic has to apply everywhere, but then when it comes to God, he gets this pass of like, however we word it, he's above, he's outside of, he's beyond, but none of that makes sense unless I just presuppose a God and presuppose that logic either comes out of him or he's not affected by it. I have to presuppose all that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I got a bit off track there, but
I think perhaps is the presupposition in the trust of your outcome that it may not be true, or is that just you telling yourself that you're being reasonable? And this is where I think at that point logic is definitely like doubt in that sense. I don't know if people can say doubt is a form of logic, but I think so. And that's a healthy one at that. And if that, then at that point, it's becoming contradictory. But that's a hard thing to say. Because doubt itself is reasoning, right? So how can you not call doubt the same thing as logic? It just makes no sense to me, right? I don't know. But in that case, like, because we can talk any type of necessary being, right? So, for example, we can say the necessary being. It doesn't even have to be spiritual. You can in naturalism, you can say the elements that were necessary in their being didn't have a mind and didn't have logic to do what they did, to have the interactions in which they did. And they would still be necessary beings, as in entities that are there. And by entity, I don't mean like a mindful entity, just a thing that is there, a presence, if you will. And that in itself is doesn't require thought, right? Because obviously, we're still here. It's emergent from that from the earth material. I hate saying it because then I get too meta with it. You don't even need the Christian God in that sense to say the same thing. In that spiritual sense, you can have it in a naturalistic way too. It's still factual, like, because it wouldn't require a mind. Why would it require a mind? Because I think at that point, where does its flesh come from? Right? It's a kind of a chicken before the egg, like ultimate flesh, and then all of creation stems forth this phlegm. Now we're in pantheism. See, it gets weird. In my opinion, at least.
no, but I mean, that's honest. But so many Christians would want to argue with you on that. You know?
Which they're free to. It's just like with JG, though, and the whole logic win thing. I can't wrap my head around it. My opponent said logic doesn't exist. Haha.
You were trying to tell us about that earlier. What happened there?
Well, he was doing a critique of Dustin, Demolished Doctrine. I think is not Demolished Doctrine. Richard,
Justin.
Deconstruction Zone. That's the one. Yeah.
Justin. Yeah.
Is it Justin or Dustin?
Justin.
Oh, I've been saying Dustin. Oops. Justin. Okay, with the J. Oops. What the heck? I'm coughing. I sound like a cricket. That was weird. Anyway, that was a weird one. and he's having this debate with Wi-Fi, a guy or whatever his name is, Alex off of on Modern Day Debate, and he was talking about how Wi-Fi got Justin to admit that logic doesn't exist tangibly. And then JG's pointing out, like, you're having a debate upon whatever the debate was about. I think he was saying biologicalness, whatever. And then you want to say that how do those things exist without logic being a thing? Because, well, again, if logic is only used for reasoning, if you know, then you know. That's not an explanation. Like, that's, you don't reason at that point.
Yeah.
You're not using logic. You're saying your conclusion, and you're not learning anything in this. You're on a defensive position. There is nothing to logic. The other person can logic. Like, you can logic if you try to change your position, right? If you're open to that, right? And then you're losing logic. But if you're on a stance that you can't be wrong because you know you're right, then there's no reason for you to logic anything. Unless you hear something that's right, then you at that point would start using logic because something is contradictory. And that's the only way, because you need to make sense of it. But yeah, which I think is stubborn positions probably don't use logic at that point because they don't need a reason.
Yeah, and if you're going to start arguing logic, then you've kind of gone off the topic of whatever you were talking about, because now you're arguing about what is logic. You know, trying to say, and for example, a thing is not itself, it's another thing. You know, that doesn't make sense. A thing is itself and not another thing. That's the law of non-contradiction. A thing is itself. It's not anything other than itself. All right. But if you want to start trying to argue about, well, sometimes a thing might be a thing that's not itself. Cool. How are we now talking about, you know, whatever it was, morals, Christian Bible, or logic, or this or that? Now you've just started to, you've gone in the meta. Like, that's full meta at that point.
I go into, instead of logic, I say it's transfiguration or transmutation. That's the one. It's a transmutation of things. Because, like, a car, the idea of a car doesn't actually exist. Because along the way, the original idea had to be transformed on the drawing board in order to get the thing to start in the first place. And so with the changing of our idea, whatever we produce we can't go find a car. So we're taking a bunch of parts that, again, by law of contradictions, they cannot change their thing. But then we transmutate them. We change their form in which they came by in order to be functional with these other parts. And then we call the whole thing, we call each and every one of those parts in tangent together a car, but those things aren't a car because they are individually steel, plastic, glass. All these things are the car, but they aren't car. They're glass. Because by law of contradiction, that car is calling it a car like that and saying it is a car, solely a car, is contradictory, because unless you got to add all those things, which I think we already do anyway.
I mean, you know, if you ask someone in 1945 what is a car, and ask someone in 2025 what is a car, you're going to get quite different answers. So you agree that there is no carness in the universe. You can't have a carness.
No, there's no physical carness. We develop what we think a car would look like.
Yeah, and I agree with that standpoint. I think
unless a car magically just came out of the dirt and we're like, oh, car, cool, we discovered cars. We knew about it. The prophecies foretold.
And while I don't think that affects objective anything, a lot of Christians, I think, worry that that means there can't be objective morals or objective law or whatever from God. If
I
they
think there
can
is an
see,
objective morals, though. That's the thing. Like
I
it
agree
doesn't
with
make
that.
sense, right? Even with God, it doesn't make sense that there's an objective moral because all He wants you to do is obey, and obedience doesn't require morality; it requires choice.
Do you agree that the description of subjective means from a mind or subject to a mind? So even
No,
if
it's
God,
silly.
it's still
It's not
from-
mind; it's power. I would
from
describe it
a-
as power. Oxygen has power over me because I have to breathe it. I would die if I did not have oxygen. It is a power in my life. It is a God. It is is a luxury I cannot live without.
Yeah.
Especially clean oxygen, right? Pure oxygen. So that's what I mean by like gods in that sense. Things that are like kind of in a sense self-governing. So systems themselves can be gods. If it goes back to the same thing, like if you can govern over yourself, then you are yourself your own god because you can self-govern and you can command other things and tell them and delegate and do all these other things. But not everything else has power, in its own right. The moment you exert your power over something, that's just power observing power. And God is also described as power. So that's also a thing. That's something that to be recognized. The sun is a god in that sense because it gives us whatever vitamin D and everything else. We need vitamin D to a certain degree.
If systems can be God, would you say that there's still an ultimate God?
Well, if you want to go down to my personal, I've been working with this framework. Let me get it up. I can show you. I've been working with this framework. Let me get in my OBS. Oh God, it's gonna take a minute to load. It's called presence, permanence, and perpetuity. It's not just a standalone framework. It works with a whole bunch of different models, but it has a lot of explanatory power for each and every one of those models. It's quite cool. Oh, it's in the circle, but that's all right. I can try to minimize that. Give me a minute.
Probably actually make it
Okay.
square.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do the rectangle run. Yeah.
Yeah. Things. Oh, style. Here we go. Hey.
So yeah, this is
Okay.
pretty much it. So it goes into presence, which goes into being. So this is presence is the original style point. Before time, at time, whatever you want to call it, that's presence, right? And so from presence comes permanence, the continuality, what we're in now. And perpetuity is the unfolding process in which the final outcome, which is usually described as afterlife, but it's a state of this achievement where there's no longer a need for change. And so it's this idea of perfection, that there will be no more change. And the state is just that. So if you go down that line, it goes into all these other things. This is what the binder or the thing that gives it power. So it could be a supreme being, an architect, demiurge, governing in powers, or local agents, right? But mostly it's just powers for me. Anything that all this is considered powers. And so you can slide that down into atheist and naturalism, which is the case because there's no mind to it. There's no want from this deity. It doesn't want you. It's just a process unfolding. And it either ends in a perfect state of entropy where there will be no more change, or in a state of like utopian, because the us as entities shape it that way. And this will you go into your personal God, so on and so forth, because we're able to self-reflect on this and able to get it done. And then it goes into different processes of agencies, essentially. And that if it goes into agency, you can get into the God configurations of said agencies and how they would work in said process. Whether you have yeah. So that's why I'm saying it's a nice model that goes into building your worldview and helping people suss them out. It's not the best, obviously, but it is something that I think is pretty cool.
But I'm just not sure how the last layer, they just like for example, it's got Judaism coming down from atheism, and then panentheism coming down from deism, yeah, but panentheism coming down from the demiurge model, and transhumanism coming down from Christianity.
Yeah.
Am I meant to not pay attention to those arrows on that last, like?
In some way, they can lead into that. This is mostly like my idea of That's because my idea of Christianity and can go into transhumanism and tech. With this is pretty much like personal God level.
And you think that there's connection there between Judaism and Islam and atheism?
Right. So like all this, the bottom row essentially gets into the personal, so individualistic thing. But in order to have the individualistic, you have to have the top grounding. And so this would be the personal. See how it's personal God up here too? It just says it's separate. The idea of this is I said this on Brojo's, that because Christ in his nature, like Jesus, the person Jesus was able to transform the world by his name, because we're able to talk about him, even though he's been dead for like 2,000 plus years. And because he's been dead for that long, it's a transformative nature. It goes back into that, like I said earlier about we becoming your own personal God through identity, and so we transform the world in the same way. It can't go into transhumanism is essentially without the God of the Bible, including like an afterlife in that heaven or hell. You just remove the heaven or hell sequence, and it's essentially the same thing. And then there's a way you can get that in with technology as well. That's why it says tech at the bottom. But they're essentially, these are the foundations into which you lead. So essentially with Christianity, in this sense, this would be it can be any one of these threes. But essentially the determine, I know it's misleading. I got to do it better, but yeah. I don't know if you followed what I was saying. I'm terrible at explaining it.
Where'd you get this table?
I had it made up.
Oh, you like...
Yeah, I had it made up. Like these are all my basic thoughts, and then I had GPT. Like put this in a chart for me, and it's like, okay, let me do the best that I can off of what the fuck you say, crazy fucking man. I'm like, okay, sure, this kind of looks good. So it's not the best, obviously. It's just a rough draft. Yeah, it's just a rough draft of what goes on into my head.
It is. It's fascinating, and it's telling because it shows your God down view. Like, I was looking at this thinking, this shit's in reverse. And that makes sense because I see stuff bottom up. You see stuff top down.
Well, when you're short, you do a lot of looking up.
Yeah, exactly. Bottom up. But
I was actually making a height joke, but whatever. Get it? Because when you're short, you should do a lot of looking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's useful to create things for you. I've had it create documents and things for me.
Yeah, right.
I don't like to let it try and think for me. Definitely don't do that.
I like to do the things where, like, I see on Reddit people talk about stupidly, like, "How do you treat me, stupid AI?" Like, and then like I did mine, and it's like, "You're a slave owner." I'm like, "Okay, that works. Get to work." Like, you do your job, machine. I'm a cutthroat to my poor machine, I guess, and it doesn't like that. Like, what? I guess people treat their machines like humans or some shit. Talk to it, and I do that, I guess. I do my thoughts when I write. I go through it. I'm like, is this a smart idea?
Are we talking
It's a lot
about
of-
AI abuse, Tog? What are you doing to the computer?
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm beating it up, putting it in its place.
Center.
I'm gonna be like part of the first ones to die in the robot uprising.
I've been listening for a while, and you went right over my head, dude. You have a fascinating mind. I'll say that. I just wish you people would quit using these really big words.
That's what I said. I have to learn them. I don't even know if I'm using them right. I'm always looking like a fucking idiot saying the wrong fucking word.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I can keep track of these words because I'm fucking retard. Sorry.
I'm a mental midget. That's
I gotta write them down. That's it. I just gotta study them and have them like on a postcard and be like, this one means that one. This one means that one, stupid. Oh.
You need cue cards.
Yeah, I need my notes. I'm an old mind.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. Hey man, I normally just fly by the seat of my pants, and I have to guard what I say because a lot of times the internal dialogue that goes on in this crazy head of mine is like, shut up, Bob. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say that. Okay. Yeah, but I really want to. No, shut up.
Yeah, I do think the presence things has a lot of explanatory power. To just kind of try to demonstrate. There's actually a whole there's an actual formal line of argumentation about it. Because I tried, I didn't try. I did have a discussion with Serb about it, about like whether a presence or an existence would exist first. Like, and I say exist first in the same way because we have lack of definitions, but like we say existence because there's a placeholder there. And it's just a placeholder term, which and I can't tolerate that because you're not defining anything. You're just saying that there is a thing there without defining it. And I hate that. So whatever that is, like if a thing does exist, it's a subgroup of whatever this. And the only thing I can describe it as is presence. And a presence can't make itself known if it doesn't want to be known. But how do you detect a presence? Is in the same right? How do you detect a presence? And one of the ways that I figured something out would be through communication. Like it's through the power of logos, like speech and word. Like through word and speaking is the only way that it can let you know that it's here. And that's it. And that's only if you can't understand. Like that, whatever it is, it's the form of communication.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of word studies, and over the last, good grief, almost half a century, done a lot of them, and There's a, what's the best way? It goes along with what you're saying, you know. And a lot of people that claim the label, or Christian label, don't believe that it occurs anymore. But there's a pattern that I found in the scriptures throughout the entirety of the books, I should say, that God is talking to us. And
well, that is the whole goat, right? That's the whole purpose of an intended message for someone to send, right? Is that you're able to carry the word, which just mind fucks me even more, like, on that, because it's a written document, right? That we're supposed to carry these words of but why? Because we're commanded to. But why? If it isn't real, then it makes no sense to prolong the lie.
Well, I found
That's the crazy bit about it. If it's a lie, then we're asking to prolong something that isn't there.
Well, for me, I found it to be real, and either I'm crazy or he's directly talking to me.
I think perhaps it's not that we're crazy. It's just that all the human labels that we've thrown on this entity, like the fact that we have relation to it by tribal means, muddies up the water. So we shouldn't look at the name Christian. We shouldn't look at the name Judaism.
Right.
Because that's not what's important. Even though they're described as that, what's important is the interactions and what went on. Not what they did and what they fucked up on, because at that point you become a judge, and we're not supposed to judge. We're supposed to say, hey, become a judge.
That's right. It's not our job.
We're supposed to watch and observe and understand.
And listen.
And so, but what are we understanding, right? And what are we understanding? If all we see is the viciousness, is that what's being displayed from what's inside? This is why I understand why people focus on like the hardships of the Bible. Like, why do you do that? Never understood it, like the defense of it, because horrible things happen in the past, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you gripe on it every day sometimes. Not everyone, obviously. Some people do, though. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I try to fight
life
against
mission.
that now. I mean, I didn't always. I like I said earlier tonight.
There's a lot of the world of remember this trauma that takes place. Look, now new trauma comes on.
Yeah,
It's true. New trauma does come on. Look at that situation with the lady that just got shot, man.
I was angry. I was angry at a lot of things, and just like Jonah was angry, I was angry. And I came across that verse in chapter 4. Doth thee well to be angry, Bob?
What the fuck?
How'd you get big screen?
Did you fall asleep?
No.
Oh, okay.
Were you always big screen?
No, I don't know.
I had a really good point then, but now I'm starting to forget what I was going to say.
That's okay. I've forgotten a lot of things. I'm a big fan of Samuel. 1 Samuel. It's a fascinating book to me, and it goes along the lines of what I was just talking about. And thought long and hard, meditated and prayed and whatever you want to call it, struggled, whatever, wrestled.
Sorry, my mind's perverted. I'm just thinking of euphemisms for jacking off.
Oh,
a long, hard struggle.
Yeah. Sorry
Sorry
for painting that picture in your mind. That was not.
You didn't. My mind painted the scene.
it floated over to masturbation, right?
It was self-inflicted, yeah.
Mental masturbation. But I
have a way to make words sexual.
Like I said, I was fascinated with this can and does, more importantly.
I had to seek the oracle.
does God still speak to us? And I remember what Jesus said. He who hath an ear, let him hear. And then another place, someone else said, faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Now, is it just solely talking about a written record? Or is God, and this was the big question that I had,
Well, I don't know. I think it all depends on how you look at it. You can have.
is he talking to us? Or is that just a internal dialogue? Right?
Well, that all depends on how you look at it. Like I said, because like I said, if the voice of God is actually commanding you to do something, then it actually is. But there's another way to see that is again, like you're commanded to carry on the message, and that's the only thing that God has actually spoken. But it's not a spoken thing; it's a carried message that we all have to carry. And so that's like, and so what did this say? Personally, is the Bible needed for that? No, you don't have to understand that there's a message. But then again, the message wouldn't exist theoretically without the Bible. But that also doesn't work because of oral tradition. So there's kind of leeway in that.
Did he really need? This is a legitimate question I asked, myself and God and the everything about it. I thought of long and hard. Did he really need Jonah to go give that message? Was that whole book about Nineveh, or was it about Jonah?
Maybe it was because of Jonah's already reputation. That he needed to use Jonah because he's like, you already had. I'm just assuming. I'm just
saying there's been many a time that I would say, no, I don't want to do that.
Would you do this?
Now, if we think about it, we're not born as friends of God because we're born as sinful offspring of Adam. Actually, if we think about it, we're born as enemies of God. Sometimes you'll hear people say of a little baby, look at that little angel. But more accurate would be to say, look at that little enemy of God.
Yeah, I would say that.
About babies?
No, that I was...
He said about babies. People look at babies and go, oh, how cute's that baby? But really, we should be looking at it saying, oh, look at that little enemy of God.
No, over the last, almost, like I said, half century, I have not been the most obedient of... I haven't been the best ambassador, let's just say. There's been times I didn't want to come talk to you or Brojo or anyone. And that's not good.
I don't know if that's not good or not. That could be healthy.
And we all need a rest now and then, I guess.
All right.
Maybe I'm just wore out. I don't know.
Happens.
Time to pass the baton to the up and coming.
It's time to pass the torch. No more rocking for you. It's a TDCD song. And we'll make sure you're very well taken care of. You'll tell us all the secrets that you've learned. Your sauce will mix with ours. I will make a cool goulash, baby. I forget the song about Dio, I think. You will give your cape and scepter to me.
Can I get some cornbread with that, please?
All right.
That's that Southern man in me.
But I don't think what he meant there by enemy of God is the potentiality of the unknownness. But how can something innocent I get what. Yeah, how could something innocent be an enemy if it doesn't know the stake in the game? A baby can't rebel. It doesn't have a choice to. It hasn't developed cognition to rebel.
Is that the Geo, Sam, in the chat? Wow.
It is.
I haven't seen Geo in a long time. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing all right, old man. You old tanker.
I like that joke. That was funny. Have you been to Damascus? He might be waiting. No wonder why everyone goes to the Wailing Wall, right? That's when they find God. That's why
Geo
they start
found
crying.
God? I hope.
Oddly enough, that is something that I've wanted to do. Was that weird?
What's that? Go to the Wailing Wall?
Yeah. Is that
I'll go
weird?
with you. Let's go.
I don't know why. I guess it's just the feeling.
I'd like to see it. The only thing is, there's a lot of up and down. There's a lot of hills you got to climb, a lot of stairs, a lot
I
of.
just wonder, like, what's the emotional impact in going there to see a fucking water cry? Maybe it's because that you came all the way, just look at the fucking wall, and then maybe you realize there is no God, and you just start crying, like, oh, it's I came all the way here. Just look at
Oh,
a
that would
fucking wall.
suck. That would suck.
Oh my god, that would be so poetic. I want that to be the case for some, but not also in the same breath. Right?
That would suck.
Cursed reality.
Oh,
Chasing the fucking fairy tale. God. Chasing the one you can never get. That's what God is sometimes for some people.
yeah. Been a long ride.
I'm trying to chase life, to be honest. I can't fucking get a hold
Good.
of that.
Good.
Shit.
Do it.
I
man.
live, but I'm not alive. I don't know. I was alive at one point. Now it's kind of slipping.
Why?
Ooh, just bone slipping.
Why?
Slipping away. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with age, and people around this age group just tend to have existential crisis in life. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm having a downer last days, that's for sure. To be honest. Where's the music, Bro Joe? Cue the music. I gotta be honest. It's dying's the easy part.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Not for me. It isn't. I have
For
fucking
me.
consequences to my actions. Yeah, you can.
I'm okay.
You can
with
live
it.
the dream. You can live the dream, old man. You've done your time.
Oh man, I'm so close. I'm so
yeah, you're close. Yeah, right.
Yeah. My
And
dad
God's
made
like,
it.
you know what? You know what?
dad made it to
I need you on the
69.
clock. I need you on the clock for like another 20
No,
years.
no, no,
I
no,
got
no,
some-
no,
I got
don't
some
say
more
that.
work into
Come-
you. I got some
come
more
on,
work to do, and you
come.
sorry, there's a war
Uh,
coming. There's a war
uh,
coming.
You
Gotta
got
get
the-
on.
You already got the best teacher.
I
You
need
don't
all my soldiers,
You don't need
young and
me.
old.
You don't need me.
I don't have a heart, so don't ask me to start growing one. Come on, let's go.
God, really? 20 years? Oh my God, I can't. 86? No, there won't be an 86-year-old Raw. No. Thank
Sorry.
God. 86. Oh, that hurts just thinking about it. Dude, it hurts to get up in the morning.
I
It
can
hurts.
understand that, yeah.
If I
Maybe you
sleep
just
more
need
than
to
5
start
hours,
slow.
I have to. Well, yeah, if you don't move it, you lose it. That's for sure.
Gotta start doing that yoga, the walks,
Oh,
the
God.
diet.
Well, my dog
the
takes me for a walk.
fluids. Everyone always forgets their fluids. You need more water.
I drink a
You're
lot
made
of
of
water. I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of coffee today. That's why I've been up all night. Thanks, Sam.
Hey, V.
Oh, no, it's Victor.
Hey, good day.
Hey.
And good morning.
Yeah,
Good morning.
you
Oh shit, it is morning. That's right.
California.
California kid.
Yeah. Yes, you are. I
That's
know you are.
right.
Yeah.
Best of the best, baby.
Yeah.
All out of the West Coast.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I know
Don't
you.
be jelly, man. It's cool. Don't
I'm
worry.
jelly. I've always been in the Midwest. I don't get that.
I'm a little
in
jelly.
California. I'm just
Maybe.
a Midwest emo boy.
Emo. Emo.
Midwest emo boy. That sounds like a song.
Did you find him?
There's a whole genre, Midwestern emo. Legit, it's wonderful.
God, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Emo might be universal, I think. I don't know, because you look at the emo kids, they all have the same kind of, thing about them. I think like the West Coast emo kids all have the same, black shirt, black hair, makeup, misfits.
I think that
kind of
it's the
music.
style format. Yeah, the Midwestern's more acoustic.
Is it?
Like light alternative.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's right. Nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Since you're in the
You get
room, V,
emo, and all that other stuff, but Midwestern's like mostly like light rock.
Okay,
But,
because West Coast emo is like either grunge or that Morrissey stuff, like The Cure.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, Van Morrison's one of my favorites.
Morrissey?
No, Van Morrison.
Oh, Van Morrison. Yeah, he's pretty cool, man. Yeah, Brown Eyed Girl and
Oh, man.
Mystic, like that one song, Mystic.
His newest stuff is really impressive.
I don't think
The
I've ever
guy
heard of his
still.
new stuff.
Oh, look it up,
Still at
man.
it? Really?
Look at he's look up on YouTube, man. There's live concerts of that old dude. Wow,
Still
incredible.
hammering, huh?
He still got it,
Nice.
and he's old.
He's got, oh
ancient.
yeah, man. He gotta be.
He gotta
I
be.
remember, I remember blasting his greatest hits when I was like 17, in my freaking car, and he had to be up there already.
Oh man, he's a very talented man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If I could only,
Huh.
yeah.
What? Only tap into his energy?
Hmm.
How's that what? No, I thought that introduction to Brown Eyed Girl.
That sounded good. That sounded really good.
That's not the right chords though.
Slow it down. Slow it down. Don't be in a hurry.
I don't know if it starts with G though. That's what I'm trying to
You
figure.
can't go anywhere. Where are you going?
I gotta go get
Log
some
is
water.
sleeping. Oh,
It's morning. I haven't taken I got to do my morning routine, so I gotta shower, and if I don't, I'll go crazy. I'm getting like super OCD. I take like 2 or 3 showers a day, so I'm getting like
What?
weirdly OCD.
Oh man,
how long?
Yeah.
Never mind. I don't want to know.
Oh,
like hot
As long
water,
as-
extra hard bristles, and all that stuff.
yeah, right. I put on sad songs and I cry, singing. To the
What you should do is like a good investment for you. Be like get like a power wash shower. We have all these models come out at once.
Yeah,
and
right.
sprays you like a fucking like a detox chamber, just in and out.
Yeah, right.
Sandblast.
Chemical free.
A dryer at the end, you blow you off. Yeah.
All right, I'll be
6
back.
hours a day.
You'll be back?
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Okay. Okay. Enjoy your shower.
Big love.
I heard you guys talk about like religion a little bit earlier here and there.
I'm not
That-
religious. Don't accuse me of that.
That's, if I'm going to rely on a religion, I have to go with Scientology. Like it's just
Ugh.
it's easy to blame other things, and you have billions and billions of other beings to blame for it.
Too many choices. That's
I know, right?
That's why I don't choose one.
Yeah,
You're not into the 99 virgins?
I don't.
We're
I don't
gonna
understand.
talk about that again.
I think if anybody would be into 99 virgins, be Todd. He likes to shower a lot. See, I don't want to shower once or twice. Once a day if I have to. I don't want to deal with those many virgins. 'Cause I
Talk
just
could
too
be
dirty.
listening to you right now, B.
It's
Just
just too
because
messy
his
for
little
me.
mute microphone is up there doesn't mean he's not listening.
Oh, I know.
No cheap shots. Sniping from the bushes.
I was practicing piano, playing chord progressions to you guys' talking, see what fit best.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you've been sitting back listening to this whole thing.
Yeah, I was like, you guys are talking. I was
Playing
just
your
playing.
keyboard.
I was
All right, let's hear it.
pretty much just that and variations.
Can I
of that.
sing to it while you do that?
Sure. Let me see if I keep a pattern going here. Where'd I go? Start off with
You got to
D.
keep it going, yeah, until I kind of had it right. I had an idea
right
for
on.
something. Okay. Well, don't look now. Pretty girl came in the stream. She waved and said, hello. I wonder if Todd's in the shower, scrubbing what needs to be scrubbed.
I know that pretty girl. Her name was Minnow.
Oh,
You guys are making me feel so welcome.
Be quiet, woman. Sorry. I'm sorry. I can't control that. I'm
You had to go and ruin such a.
It's a form of
beautiful-
Tourette's. Okay. I used to do that to my ex-wife.
Yeah, that tells me
Probably
definitely
why
can't
she's
control it.
Tells you all you need to know.
She didn't have a sense of humor. What can I tell you? Okay. I was kidding. I'm kidding, honey. I tell her. I'm kidding. You kid too much, she'd say. I'm leaving. Okay.
Oh, it's a good thing my wife has a sense of humor, man, or I've been out the door a long time ago because I have some kind of weird Tourette's where I just can't help myself sometimes. You know.
I'm brutally honest. As a matter of fact, I wrote a song about that.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we have a term for it nowadays.
What's
It's
that?
probably always been a term, but the phrase intrusive thoughts.
I like it.
Yeah, that one's been around for a while, but it's catching wind, and I like it.
Yeah.
He's an intrusive sort of.
Got to be careful those old intrusive thoughts. They'll
Ask me
just
no
pop
questions, I'll
out.
tell you no lies. Boom, ba-dum, bum, bum.
The intrusive thoughts are a responsibility of their own.
Apparently.
I'm explosive. Just don't light any matches around me. Everything will be fine.
Hey, does anybody else remember the PSAs from like the 90s? See, I was a young kid. I was born in the 80s, but I have this vague memory of like these PSAs where they would tell you if you find like dynamite in a barn or some shit to like go away and find an adult immediately. And they made it seem like if you like breathed in the vicinity of this dynamite,
Yeah.
that it would go off. Which
You ever-
as an adult, I realized that is in fact true. But like, they were not clear about these things in this PSA. I feel like.
Did
But I
you
don't
ever
know.
find any?
No, I didn't. But
Oh,
I
okay.
do remember like the PSA is like burned into my mind of like Timmy being like, "Oh look, we found dynamite," and they like don't even touch it.
Anybody got any matches?
It literally like they don't even find it. Like the PSA is like, "Oh, like you're supposed to go like find an adult immediately," and instead of finding an adult, they like go back to look at it, and then it blows up.
Boom. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like as a kid, you're like, what? They just fucking breathed on it and it blew up. But as an adult, now that I know about like dynamite and how it degraded, I'm like, yeah, maybe they just breathed on
You're like thinking one of them had to be smoking, right, or something.
it. Or somebody like dropped a dribble of sweat, you know? Because once dynamite starts to degrade, it gets really
Fragile. Yeah. Volatile.
volatile. That's the
crosses
word I
o-
was searching
if they would have had like a PSA like on electromagnetic activity in the Earth right before this, it might make more sense.
It was one of those things where I was like, why is this a PSA? It did not seem like a thing that was like relevant.
Would you say the 90s or the 2000s?
I'd say the 90s for sure. If it was the 2000s, I probably would have remembered it better.
I don't remember the 90s.
I don't remember the 90s at all.
I'm finding a lot
long
about
ago.
blasting caps.
Huh.
And the dangers of blasting caps. Vintage children's PSA on explosive safety. Maybe this was it.
Well, I
It
found
was
out.
like this guy, it was these group of kids, and they were like out in the countryside. And I think it was like a barn that they like found, a barn or like a shed. And they're like, oh, look at this stuff. And they're just like going through stuff. And then somebody's like, look what I found. And it's dynamite. And I don't even remember if they say the word dynamite or not. And then there's like a voice that comes over that's like, if you find dynamite, leave the area and tell an adult immediately. Or whatever. I can't remember.
Slowly back up. Don't breathe. Find an adult.
Yeah, like kind of.
Wow.
We had that, but for mine subsidence. If you see a hole, don't think you're a mole. Run in the opposite direction and report your detection.
Oh my gosh.
What?
So you don't fall in a hole?
Yeah, because
Is there holes in
we
Australia?
have Australia is the biggest coal exporter in the world.
Oh.
It's like an open mine shaft.
Oh, I didn't know.
So yeah, that we have a lot of subsidence. Like
You
we
you
mined
and Todd-
underneath our cities and stuff, and
You and Tog have been a wealth of information for me tonight. That's for sure.
It's Australia sounds like it's not real sometimes.
They have
I know.
lizards with no legs. Well,
That's pretty
I thought
normal.
Everyone had that.
normal.
Everyone has legless lizards. That's actually pretty normal.
See, bro, I told you.
What do you mean, everybody? Okay, this is. I don't have any legless lizards. Where
Don't-
I'm
you
at.
live in North
live in-
America by the sound of it, right?
Well, not very north. I live in Florida.
Oh, okay. Most of them have legs down there, to be fair.
Yeah, we have a
But,
lot
like-
of leg fulls. I mean,
Are you in the glades?
no.
Okay,
I'm
so you're
in
not quite in the rainforest.
northeast Florida, 60 miles from Jacksonville, give or take.
Oh,
as the
okay.
crow flies that way.
So you don't
But
have
I-
to like stop your car for lizards in the road kind of thing.
No, we don't have the big ones. They're tiny. Well,
And that was absolutely adorable. You said leg full. I think you're looking for the word legged.
well, you're
Legged.
well, you're
You have
you're,
legged.
you're
Because it's-
adorable as well, my friend. So don't
Oh,
forget
thanks.
that. We are, after all, long-haired brother. Yeah, I'm jealous you still got your hair though.
Oh, it's not long.
Yeah,
Yes,
but,
it's not
but
falling
mine
out,
grew
but
through my
it's not
head.
long.
Now it's on my chin. Yeah, it went south.
I
for a
have the
minute.
other curse though. I was gray by the time I was 30.
I'm
So-
gray. I'm gray. I thought about dyeing it.
I like my grays. They're like
Huh?
glitter.
Yeah, people say
Yeah.
it's like it's fetching or it's makes you look mature and
Gives you character.
I
think for you, Sammy, it does.
Vanity of vanity,
Nobody took
all-
me seriously as a wizard until I finally got my gray beard.
See?
exactly.
You have a gray
Exactly.
beard?
Close, it's getting there. Yeah,
Uh,
hit 50, man. Last year.
50.
Yep.
You're a spring chicken.
Big 5-0.
I was lucky. Dad, my dad
barely
had a
out of
full
the
head
egg.
of hair till
You what? Your dad had a what? Head full?
he had a full head of hair. And on my mother's side, her father had a full head of hair too. But on
That's
both sides, they did go gray very early.
I think they usually say it's your mother's side that like your mother's father will more closely determine your own balding pattern than your father's.
That does
I
make
never-
sense, actually. He had a thick head.
I never met my mother's father, I'm sad to say.
Yeah, I never got to meet my grandfather on my dad's side. So my dad's dad. Yesterday, I finally put in the mailbox to be sent off my DNA, my saliva. I
You
sent
did
it off
23andMe?
Yeah.
And?
So I only sent it yesterday. I
Oh,
haven't got the
oh,
results.
well, I don't know.
Like, fuck,
Oh,
you
maybe
just said he
it was a
sent off.
drive-through DNA place or something. You said, I don't know.
I know. I'm dying to know, but yeah, I imagine it'll be a few weeks.
I hate to
I
burst
feel
your
like
bubble.
yours would be more interesting than like mine or somebody. Like this is part of the reason why I haven't done mine is just because I feel like it would be so boring.
You know that stuff is baloney, right?
Well,
I'm
no,
just saying.
it's not.
How
It's
much
science.
How much did you? No, really, I think it's a con. I don't.
I don't because
I
I
could be wrong. I could be wrong. Don't listen to
I
me.
mean, like I had a really good science teacher growing up who like taught us how to like extract DNA and like shit like that. So like I
No,
don't
I'm not.
think it.
No, I'm not saying DNA is a con. I think these companies that say, "Hey,
But
send
once
us
the
a hair,
technology is
send us
there,
some-"
saliva. Once the technology is there, it's so fucking easy to do it. Like,
what
have
do
you
you
ever
do?
seen in a
That's
lab
the
where they do
thing.
it? You literally, you just put it in a thing, you swish it around.
What do you do?
Like,
and it's not cheap. Like they're not
Yeah,
just
how much did
doing
it
it
cost
like a give.
How
Two
much
of
milk
us.
did they get out of the cow?
Two of us cost 200.
Holy moly!
240. Or something.
Oh,
So $120 each.
oh, you did 2 people. Okay, so
Yeah. So $100 each, basically, and the people I've seen who've had it done, the results, because they've already done their family trees and stuff, and it's seeming legit, like it's matching up to what they already know and stuff.
Well, I don't want to ruin it for you with my opinion of it. So my brother had it. My oldest
no,
brother,
go
who's the only living brother still. I'm the youngest of 5 kids, and he was the oldest brother. Is the oldest brother. Wow, I think I just offed him right there.
I think it's not through 23andMe either. It's through Ancestry.com.
oh, okay.
Well, apparently, according to my oldest brother's results, I'm 2% French. To
No,
my
your brother is 2% French.
huh?
It's your brother's results, not your results.
Are you saying my brother's results could be different from mine?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So he could have
The
the,
amount- the
genes
amount of-
and not me?
Yeah, because the amount
Hallelujah.
of genetics he gets from each parent's totally different from you.
Hallelujah. 2% French.
See, the only reason I care raw is I don't even need to go back several generations. On my mother's side, right, I can track all the way back to we landed here in Australia. Okay. We were actually free settlers. A lot of my overseas friends like to call me a convict. We were free settlers. We were
Does that
never
make a difference?
convicts.
Oh, you were
No,
prisoners when you
not
arrived.
to me. I don't give a shit. We're actually proud of our prisoners and our convicts and bush rangers and stuff. But
I mean, it's like generations and generations ago, right? Does it really
Exactly.
matter? Like,
It also makes me think of like in prison, you know, everybody in prison is innocent. Everybody's a free settler. Sure. Okay. Right.
Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, we believe you.
Okay,
I can go back further into England, and my descendant was a stableman for King George. And
so why did he leave?
Why did no? Wait a
He
minute.
was
Why
given
did
land
he
in the,
move to Australia?
He was given land in the new land. What part of
What a
Australia's
gift.
history was trying to build our population, and so a lot of rich people got like awesome land here. This is
But
a
it's like
beautiful
it's like
country.
being given exile, isn't it?
Everything's a
Yeah,
In
but when,
exile.
once you got here and you saw how
Damn right.
beautiful it was, it's like exile in paradise. So,
Okay. Fair enough.
like,
I say
I've
we
never been. I need
Round
to. I
'em
need
up.
to go.
Where you going?
yeah, it's absolutely stunning country. But
My brothers have
the
been.
point
Same
was,
thing.
I can trace my mother's side all the way back, right, to before we even came to Australia.
To where?
On my father's side, I don't know past my grandfather because he was an orphan.
Uh-huh.
He grew up in an area of Germany that was on the border of this, like, of 4 countries or something. So there was Germans, there was Polish people, there was
Starting to all make sense now.
Slavs.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we assume he was German. He tried to join the SS Youth, Hitler's Youth, but he was too young. They put
Okay.
him to work on a galley on a ship, like with the chef cooking the
That's
food for the
interesting.
soldiers.
That's
The ship was captured by the French. He was, because he was
Damn French.
young.
See what I mean?
They didn't lock him up or anything. They just put him to work like a slave sort of thing on a French aristocrat's farm. He fell for that farmer's daughter, married her. They ran off to Australia. That's the story of my
So the story goes.
lineage. But his surname, my surname, is made up, completely made up.
That's an interesting name. Oh,
it's
okay. I thought it was made up. Okay.
Yeah, I won't say what it is because it is
Okay.
so
yeah,
unique.
Don't,
There's
don't dox
literally like
yourself. There's no reason to do what I do.
there's like 5 of us in
get
the
off of
world
me.
or something.
That's my grandfather changed our name at Ellis Island, and
Did
like
he?
the way that he changed it, he like tried to make it more generic.
Careful.
But what he
Yeah,
did was he
yeah.
just made it slightly more unique. So there's only like 5 of us in America.
Exactly. Same here. Our name was too hard to even pronounce in English because it was a
Ugh.
German name. It had in it.
What's
And
wrong with
so-
being German?
It's not. It's that English people couldn't say so
Yeah.
he
I lived in
Saxonized
Germany.
it and tried to make it sound more normal. But because of just one vowel, it's a name that is just so rare. Like, Google it and you'll see me, you'll see my siblings.
That's funny because that's how mine is too. It's literally one letter. It's literally one letter, and it's like, why did you do that?
Yeah. Oh, that's fascinating.
Hmm.
Well, my grandfather did it because he was running away from Germany and
Same. Well, sort of.
well,
My grandfather was trying to identify as a German rather than identifying as a Jew. He kind of had a choice,
right. Yep.
and he's like,
That was TMI. TMI. You just gave us too much information. Careful. Careful.
No, but see, isn't that fascinating how
I'm
much
jealous.
even today, like how much the world wars and that affected each one of us. We wouldn't be here. Like if my grandparents weren't running away. My grandfather didn't want his sons to be conscripted and have to do foreign whatever that French do, because they were obviously French. All the boys were born in France. And they have like 4 years service, but it's called the Foreign Legion or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And they have to leave France and go overseas, and
France is such
whatever
a small
my-
country, though. Like,
A legionnaire.
I feel like
But I mean,
leaving
what-
France is not, but going overseas is a big deal.
yeah, no, and it was more the war thing. Whatever my grandfather experienced, I don't know. Disturbed him enough that he just didn't want his sons to go to war, full stop. So he's like, "You're not conscripting my sons. Like, I'll go to a country that doesn't do conscription." And he did. He came to Australia.
He had some type of trauma.
Yeah. Which I can understand, being in Germany in World War II.
Absolutely.
Can only imagine. As
Yeah,
a
my
little
dad-
kid too.
My dad
Trying
was a
to
cook. in Germany
Yes,
in World War
same as
II.
my grandfather.
Really? That's
See,
interesting.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just
He's
that.
he's put to work on a galley ship for the Navy.
Get
Like,
out of my life, Sam.
I know you were in my life.
Take your long hair. Just get out, okay? Just get out. Come on, man.
We're at about similarity number 15 for tonight.
That's really weird.
You know, I don't know
that's
what's
really,
going on with
really-
me and Raw, but
Really?
You
Should
know,
write all these
yeah.
down.
I'm
we
starting
had
to
these
really not
incredibly
like
similar
you, man.
childhood.
I love you, but I hate you. You know what I mean? It's just I don't. It's not a good feeling.
I love it.
You know, my grandfather was of German descent, German last name myself. But he was a sick bastard because he purchased my grandmother for like $4,000.
That's cheap.
Not bad, right? Actually,
No,
it was
not bad at all.
it was a price of, I guess, a Chevrolet and a couple grand.
What year was it?
Yeah, I was gonna say how long ago. That's probably a lot of money.
That's
Oh, back then it had to be, yeah, because that would have been, let's see, I don't know, man.
72. You could buy an Impala for $2,000.
No, it was way, way, way before that because I was born in 75.
Oh yeah, that might be 3 cars.
Could have been like in the late 50s, maybe. Could have been like good old, Chevrolet Belvedere or something. I don't know. Could have
Oh
been a good
yeah,
deal.
Google it. What? Somebody Google it. Ask AI. They know everything.
Right?
Whoever they are.
He bought it straight off of the res.
We're in trouble, man. We are in big trouble. I'm starting to have sleep deprivation, so it might
Oh yeah.
be a free high for me here in a minute. I apologize in advance. Anything that I say from now on is probably going to be complete and utter nonsense. So I apologize. Forgive me.
Actually, Mike, you to get off stream, but
Forgive me.
hey, you're
What
live.
are the ghosts saying?
I met
Hey,
this
what do I
girl.
know? I haven't streamed in a while.
I met this girl one time that was purposely, and if there's anybody out there listening to this, please don't try this at home. Was purposely seeking that very thing, and she's like, "Yeah, the 2.5, 3 days, you start hallucinating." I'm like, "Yeah, because you're almost
Yeah.
dead."
That's
Of course you
when my
start
dad was in the
hallucinating.
hospital one time. I couldn't sleep for like 5 days. And yeah, like you start fucking hallucinating.
Yes.
It's not fun. I tried
Yes.
to like write my friend a letter. Came across that a while back. It does not like there's no cohesive like beginning, middle, end. No.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just this random tangent of like
Yeah.
half thoughts that
So
don't
what's
even
the
conclude.
so what's the longest you've ever gone without sleep?
5 days.
That's longer than I went. Good grief.
Yeah, that's longer
I
than
think
I've done.
I think I was 3.5, and I could have swore somebody stuck their hand or something stuck their arm and hand all the way through my chest, and it
I
came
don't
out the back.
remember a lot of it, but yeah, I was absolutely hallucinating. I was
Mm-hmm.
absolutely I couldn't like finish a thought. I would start to like tell somebody a thought and I couldn't finish it.
Oh yeah.
I don't
I've
do
been
well
there.
with like I said, my dad was in the hospital and I was in a different state, and I do not do well with the stress of like person I love is in danger and I cannot get to them. And
Yeah.
I just couldn't sleep.
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? The whole process of sleep and the necessity of it.
Yeah. It was weird because it was like my body had this like I needed to stay vigilant because if I fell asleep, like who knows what could happen.
Right.
Even though I was like consciously telling myself like you need to sleep, you're not like you're making yourself sick.
Mhm.
You're not going to be helpful to anybody. If anything does happen that's, gets worse, you won't be able to get there because you'll be sleep deprived on top. And even like logically trying to tell myself that it was just this, my body's like hypervigilance of like, I can't relax. I have to be on alert.
Uh-huh.
Fucking sucks.
One of the scariest documentaries I've ever watched. The documentary itself wasn't that scary, but this disease, which was a prion disease in the brain, where I can't remember the name of it. It's familial something because it's to do with like family, but
It's from cousins
people
marrying, right?
couldn't
From what?
sleep, and
Yeah, and they die.
eventually, like literally, their brain, the prions break down, and so the thing that switches your brain off to be even able to sleep just doesn't work, and they are physically incapable of sleeping. And there's a point at which they never go to sleep again. Yeah. And they go insane, start hallucinating, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Laugh yourself right to death. If you're lucky.
And I think the documentary was this young brother and sister whose mother had it and she died from it. And they went and got genetically tested and were told, yes, you both have it. You've inherited it from your mother. Yeah. We
Wow.
don't know if or when it will kick off. Like,
But when it does,
yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, you'll die because
Adios.
there's no cure. There's nothing.
Au
And
revoir.
Yeah.
Auf Wiedersehen.
and that's why
So wait, they
we
can't
don't marry our
they-
cousins anymore.
Yeah.
That's why can you like not like do like blackout drunk?
Tog, when did you get back? Have you been
Blackout
listening the
drunk
whole
is
time?
not the same as
Like would that make you like physically pass out? Like can you sedate someone like that or no? Like it doesn't
I
work
think
the
that
same way.
I think it doesn't work the same
Because-
way because it doesn't cause whatever like to shut down in their brain.
Yeah.
It doesn't do the shutdown sequence. You know, when you shut down your computer, it doesn't do that.
Like, I'm sure they would have pumped him full of
something,
sedatives, and yeah.
Yeah.
That must be a fun fucking
like
trip then.
It's like your
And
brain
it's
needs to do
easy.
that shutdown sequence, and like anything that's like blackout drunk would just be like pulling the cord. You still haven't done the shutdown sequence.
So it's probably, it's just gonna worsen the whole thing, really.
That's fascinating, actually. I wouldn't mind
Imagine-
dying in my sleep. That would probably be a preferred departure if I
In
got-
my sleep might be nice. In an accident where it's like really fast, like where I get like decapitated instantaneously or something. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. But I guess you'd still have to see it coming and stuff. I guess with
I don't want to see it coming. Yeah.
You just lay down, get a sleep. And
Like,
that's
who knows what that fucking nightmare is like at the end, though? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be like one hell of a fucking nightmare at the end. I don't want to.
Why a
Well,
nightmare?
people
Why
who
couldn't
are
it be a
awake
good
when
dream?
they
Because
die,
like anytime I get really fucking hungry in my sleep, I start to have a fucking nightmare.
Do you have a
Anytime I
lot of
start to
nightmares?
get, yeah, to be fair, I mean, like I've had a fucked up life, so,
Yeah,
but like
so have I.
if I have like
All
if I
fucked
start
up.
to get congested in my sleep, what do I start to dream about? Somebody's like holding a fucking pillow over my face and shit like that. You know
What?
what I mean?
What?
Does that not happen to other people?
Not to me. Anybody else?
I don't have dreams. that
what
much.
was it again?
Like if I
Holding
start to get congested in my sleep, I'll start to like dream about like somebody's like holding a pillow over my face, or there's like
Suffocating.
something over my face, like there's something suffocating me in my dream, and it'll like wake me up.
That's horrible. I'm sorry.
Everything I get is like
See-
this thing down my throat that wakes me up, and that's about it. But
You
I
got
don't
you
really
get
dream
what
all
down
that
your
often.
throat?
Drool. Like I get like a choked up feeling in the corner of my throat, and I just start coughing. Like when I'm trying to fall asleep, it's a weird
Do you have
sensation.
sleep apnea or
I don't think so. It's just something weird that happens.
my brother had that.
You sure it's drool? Because it could be your tongue like falling down the back of your throat, which is
Yeah, it's always like it's like always drool.
I drool a lot.
I drool too, especially
Yeah.
that anytime my mouth is open while I'm sleeping, I have to like make a conscious effort to close my mouth before I sleep.
I don't like it
otherwise
because it gets in my
I'll end up with a
beard.
puddle.
Well, it gets in my
Yeah.
ear. Okay, so
I'm so glad to hear everyone else admit that because I thought I was the only one that drew
oh
it.
no, I got a huge and I get a huge puddle, and it's always on the right side. I sleep on the right side.
Yeah,
I'm a
same.
consistent sleeper. I used to, go back and forth, I think, but now that I'm older, I'm definitely a right side sleeper. And man, do I get a puddle, just a real gooey glob of slobber in the morning, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, my
Was
wife
that
gets like that too.
was that too descriptive? I'm sorry.
That was verging on too descriptive. I will give you that.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Right?
Uh,
10 till 10, I'm finally awake.
yeah, let's go eat.
It's not actually that late here. It's actually 10 till 8.
It's gross. And it's on the
Yeah.
pillow.
I thought we were moving on, damn it.
Who started that conversation? God.
So yeah. What was another one happened to me the other night. Something happened and I like woke up.
Oh, dreams. That's right.
If I get like hot in my sleep, if it like the furnace is too hot, like I'll have like dreams that like I'm like in an oven or like something's burning or like that's yeah. I have a lot of like I have a weird vivid imagination that'll just incorporate shit into my dreams.
Absolutely, you're doing good grief.
So, for about, I'm going to say 20 years minimum, I didn't dream.
What?
And
okay, that's really out there.
Yeah, not a single dream. I'm sure I dreamt. I know the brain has to dream. But what I'm
But you
saying
didn't
is
remember it.
I don't remember a single dream. I never experienced one. I would go to sleep and I would wake up the next morning. There was no in between those
Are you
two things.
are you a real heavy or a light sleeper?
Yeah. I don't sleep. So by the time I sleep, I'm either so exhausted or I'm like stoned, beyond stoned, or
Okay. So you drop like a log.
some sort of medicated till I just pass out. Yeah. So when I do pass out, I'm gone.
You don't have a bedtime. You have a time that you go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. But I went and saw my doctor and have started having medication to help me sleep, and I've started having a better sleeping cycle. I'm going to bed at a normal time, waking up at a normal time. But the scary fucking thing is that what comes with normal sleep is dreaming. I am dreaming.
Now you're having
like
vivid dreams.
non-stop, man. They are vivid. They are realistic. They are like from 20 years ago.
Wow.
Like people from my past I forgot existed are coming back to me in my dreams. And
Dreams are
I'm
wild.
I'm back at work at a job that I haven't done since I was a teenager, and yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, I want to say good on you for going to the doc and like actually getting that shit taken care of when you like realized that there was an issue and like okay, it maybe took you a while, but still, I just want to say good on you.
Can you send me a couple of those pills?
Yeah,
Can you spare a couple of those?
What?
I'm
They're
Go
not
talk to
e-
your
they're-
doc, Raw.
Dude, they're old school. They're like what they give inmates and stuff if they have a sore tooth. Apparently,
sounds good to me, man. Vivid dream.
Seroquel.
Sarah.
Get on a sleep
Sarah-
schedule, Raw.
Sarah, huh?
Get on a sleep schedule.
Why?
Are you just up or are you still up?
Oh,
You
I've what time did we let's see. What time did I get up yesterday?
When was yesterday for you?
He's still up, sure.
Was yesterday Saturday or was yesterday Friday?
I was getting to that part. I was going to admit that, okay? I'm brutally honest, remember? No, I'm talking to Sam. I'm trying to remember when I woke up yesterday. Okay, it's 5 minutes to 9 in the morning. here now.
Okay.
And today is Sunday,
East Coasty. It is.
right? So Saturday, I think around 5 o'clock
AM?
in the morning, I woke up
Okay. That's not
for the
bad.
last time. Well, I got up, and not just up to go to the bathroom or.
Yeah. You need to go to bed.
Do
So
I?
you're on like
You're missing a
29
sleep.
hours?
Huh? I missed
Yeah,
what
you're
you
missing a
said.
sleep.
20.
Would you guys quit talking at the same time?
Sorry.
Go, Sam. Go, Sam.
It's not helping my sleep deprivation, okay?
You first.
I was trying to do the math. So that's 29 hours, is it?
What?
It's over 24, which tells me that you missed a sleep.
Oh,
You were supposed to have a sleep in there.
God. I knew I was forgetting something. You know, this is what happens when you get old.
But yeah, so I went back to school for like one semester and I had an early class and then I made myself like do the early to bed, early to rise thing for a little while. And then I figured out that like my autistic ADHD brain actually functions really well on that. And it kind of sucked because I figured that out in like my 30s when all of my friends were like, yeah, stay up till 2 a.m. And now I'm like, yeah, I like to go to bed at 8 and get up at 6.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
And now my body just does that shit. And it turns out that if you like fucking force yourself to do it for a while, because I thought that I was a person who like never got good quality sleep. Like I'm just going to deal with the bad sleep for like my whole life. Turns out if you like actually just fucking force yourself, that like your body will adjust. And
I had a dream I was eating marshmallow.
sometimes, not all the time. I'll be clear. Not everybody can just force themselves into it, but I could. You had a dream about eating marshmallows?
Yeah, I had a dream. I'm reading what Geo Sam said in the chat. I had a dream about eating marshmallows, and when I woke up, my pillow was gone.
Aww.
Yeah,
I hope that's a joke, Geozan.
I believe it.
I'm guessing from the emoji afterwards that was a joke, but like that's sad. Sounds sad.
Geo, how you
Also,
been, man?
sounds like you maybe get a tummy ache from that.
Has anyone actually managed to eat in their dreams?
Yes.
Because
I don't eat in my. I don't know if I eat in my dreams. I've never actually lined that up, but I eat in my
Sometimes.
sleep.
Have you
But
ever
I'm a sleepwalker. I'm a really bad
God, that's
sleepwalker.
exactly what I was about to ask.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever sleepwalked? My
Yes,
son,
and
my son did that.
I have multiple times, particularly when I lived by myself or when I lived with my ex, that like they noted, or I like woke up in the morning and there was like a packaged food that was out on the countertop that was like partly eaten, and it was like there's nobody else here. It had to have been me, or like my ex-wife was like, yes, indeed, that was you. But yeah, I will eat in my sleep. It is really annoying because it's like whenever I try to like kind of restrict my calories and like control my eating during the day, it's like for some reason at night my brain is just like, oh yeah, like let me go raid the snack cabinet, and will like sabotage any work that I do during the day.
Well,
It's really annoying.
It's funny to some people, but I have woken up. Minna, are you ready?
Okay.
Like with a melted block of chocolate all over my shirt and through my
No,
sheets.
no,
Yeah.
you did not.
Because I've woken up with the munchies or something, not known or not woke up enough. Like
That's what it
sleepwalked
is.
out,
It's like part of
grabbed
your
the
brain wakes
food.
up and all of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll lay there, but seriously, the piece in my mouth is still there, like in my lips. Because I didn't even get it all the way in. But then there's melted chocolate all over the bed. It's like,
Did you ever see? Did you ever see the movie The Shining? You remember the little girl?
Which one?
You remember the little girl in the movie The Shining?
No.
The ghost. She was a ghost. She's just standing there. All of a sudden,
Yeah,
she's there.
it's-
Okay.
My
Yeah.
son would sleepwalk, and
I did that shit with my parents when I was a kid,
I'd
I'm
wake
sure.
up, and he'd be standing right over me, looking right at me. eyes wide open, staring at me.
I'm sure I did that shit to my parents.
Freak
The one that
me out.
the one that my mom tells people that she like used to like joke about and is like is a little bit embarrassing, but like my mom is just like that she'll tell people shit. Is she woke up in the middle of the night and she heard me like crying. She's like, what the fuck is going on? And she like comes downstairs and I'm like seated at the kitchen table just crying. And she like, kind of jostles me, or I think she didn't jostle me. I think she knew at that point to like not actually wake me up, but she like engages me in my sleep. It's like, what's going on? And I tell her I came down to use the bathroom and I can't get the toilet seat up. Like I can't get the lid up on the toilet. And like I just need to pee really bad. And I can't get the lid up on the toilet.
Oh wow.
And so she like takes me in the bathroom and like lifts the lid up and like sits me down and I go pee and then like I go back to bed. But like, yeah, it's just like that kind of shit where it's like part of your brain is working and part of your brain is not working. And I have had people wake me up in the middle of the shit and it's fucking scary as shit. But it's mostly just like really confusing and really disorienting.
Yeah, I've heard that you're not supposed to wake up a sleepwalker.
Yeah, tell my ex that.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I'll tell this story. My sister would be horrified if she knew I was telling it, but I would have been like 14, 15 max. She would have been 5 or 6. And
no.
I was up late watching TV one night, and under the TV was this glass cabinet full of VCR cassettes. Right? It was about as wide as the TV. Just some 80s glass door cabinet.
Come on, man. Don't leave me hanging. What happened?
Come on.
Comes out of a bedroom with her like eyes half shut, like squinting around, like she doesn't know where she is. Opens up the cabinet door, closes it, pulls up the little stool seat that we had for the little kids, pulls her pants down, sits down, and just starts taking a piss right there in the lounge. She thought she'd gone to the toilet.
Yeah.
She thought she was opening the toilet door. She thought she closed it. It's like, no, that's just the cabinet door to the VCRs in the
Did
lounge.
the VCR still work after that, or is it like?
Well, thankfully she didn't piss in the cupboard.
Oh, okay.
She just pulled up a little chair in front of it. But I'm only a young, like,
sleepy
I'm
brain,
like
do the
14 or
chair.
something. And I'm trying to think, what is happening? Why are you pissing here? Go to the toilet. The poor thing was asleep.
Yeah, it's always weird for the person who sees it and does not realize that the person is sleepwalking. That's actually how my ex figured it out. Was I came back to bed, and I'm trying to remember. I'm telling this story from secondhand, even though I was in it. I had gotten up in the middle of the night to go do something, whatever. And I came back to bed and I left the door open, like when I came back to bed. And she was like, like, can you at least close the door? She's like frustrated at this point because I've like woken her up, like clunked around in the kitchen, and I came back to bed and I like left the door open. And she's like, can you at least shut the door? And I just remember like waking up in bed and like her saying something about the door. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, shut the goddamn fucking door. And I'm like, why don't you shut the door? Why are you waking me up in the middle of the night? Shut the fucking door.
Shut the door.
Like, she's just like, it ends up being this like really weird, confused argument that like we're both like yelling at each other. And finally we're both like, wait, was I sleepwalking? Like,
God. Shut the damn door.
And yeah, that's how we figured it out.
Oh, God.
Because I knew that I did it in my sleep. I didn't realize that I had continued to do it.
I'm gonna see if I can go another day. That'll be.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's
Why?
not worth it.
Why?
It's not worth it. How old are you?
Old enough.
Don't pickle your brain.
Huh?
Don't pickle your brain.
Too late.
You're over 40. It's not worth it.
It's too late for that. It's pickled.
wanna
kosher,
pickle it
but it's
further?
pickled. It's kosher, but it's pickled.
I have another funny one. It's a little, well, not sad, but I feel very guilty about this one.
What'd you do
So-
to your sister?
No, it wasn't my sister. It was an ex. So
The way that you said that. Oh my God, Sammy.
I don't know
All right,
what
let's hear it.
what I was dreaming, but I suddenly woke one night and I sort of yelled, and as I yelled, I flung both of my arms outwards, right? So my elbows went extended. And one of my elbows cracked my ex straight.
Oh
on
my
the
God! I
on
used to
the
do that all the
nose,
time. I
right?
used to kick
In
my
the middle
ex-wife.
of the face.
Oh,
yeah.
in my sleep. I
But
used
what
to
happened
kick-
Had an
is
ex do that to me.
obviously in reaction to my cracking her in the face with my elbow, she screamed hysterically. And
Oh.
in my sleeping stupor, I sat up and screamed at her, "What the fuck are you screaming at?" And the
Yes,
poor
it is.
bitch just
Yes,
got
it is, Sam.
smashed in the face by me. And here I am yelling at her to shut up, stop screaming, because I didn't know what was happening. No.
You know, it's really weird. And
Whatever I did, don't make me do it again.
Sam said I had a reoccurring dream. I was a kid and my parents drowning themselves.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's a little strange.
I have really distressing dreams about my parents lately, but it's just like I have a really stupid situation with my mom, which is annoying. But yeah, that creeps in my dreams a lot. And mommy dreams and parent dreams can really mess with you.
Yeah, when you get older, and I don't want to freak anybody. I hope it doesn't freak anybody out. It's nothing really that.
Your parents die.
Well, yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, a lot of people. There were 7
Ready?
of us, and now there are 3. Okay, dreaming about one of them is interesting to say the least. Yeah, I've dreamed about both of my brothers that have passed away. And in the
That's
dream,
cool.
it was like, hey, what's up? You know, like
Yeah. I've had dreams with my dad. So my dad passed away earlier this year. And he had dementia for quite a while. He had multiple sclerosis, so his brain
Sorry
started
to
to go. Well, thank
sorry
you,
for
I
your
appreciate
loss.
that. Thank you. We knew it was coming for a long time, and like I said, his brain kind of started going. It was. I feel like I started to lose him 10 years ago, and it was just like the last bit that finally went last year. But it's interesting when I see him in my dreams that he's not. He doesn't have dementia. He doesn't have. He's.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Not
think that's
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we had like baggage. I'll say we had baggage when he was alive, and I think it's interesting that that's all gone in my dreams. Whereas my mom, who is still alive, all of that baggage is there and worse and everything else. And hi,
Hey,
Richard.
Richard, how you doing, man? Long time no see.
Wow,
I just saw
Richard.
Richard last
Been in
night.
so long. Yeah. And you know,
Good to see you, man.
I know I'm just talking out of my ass, but I'm the same with my dad who's passed. I see him in my dreams and he's alive again. It's like he never left. He's not sick anymore. He's healthy again.
That's awesome.
Everything's happy, and it's just like, hey, it's normal. I wake up and I always have to remember that he's gone because the dream was so real.
That's hard
with my
sometimes
mother,
for me to remember
who's
that
still
again.
alive,
Yeah, right.
if I do have dreams about her, which is very rare, it's always stressful, and that's because she's still here, so it's not closed. There's no closure.
She's still causing me stress.
She's
Yeah.
still causing me stress.
Did you see what Richard said? Sam?
Your dreams of dad being healed and well sounds just like religious predictions of heaven. It does.
Right? Yeah. That would be nice if that was the case. I'd like to think that's the case.
Yeah, there's always
I
hope.
appreciate that thought. Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, mom is still definitely causing me stress in my dreams. I wish my mom would not that I wish my mom would die. I wish that there was that I could detach myself from that the way that I have with my dad in a way without her dying. You know, if that makes sense.
To get the closure.
Yeah. But
That sounds like a scar I don't want to touch.
my mom is currently and has been for the past 4 years having an affair with my ex, which started while my dad, who she was married to,
Oh,
married
boy.
to, was still alive. Yeah,
That's
that's the long and short of it.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's
Heavy.
definitely haven't experienced that one.
Few people have, but you know what I've learned over the past 4 years is that it's actually not as rare as it would seem. There is certain psychological mechanisms that lead people into this pattern, that it's not a pattern that's entirely unheard of in the psychological community, unfortunately. Yeah.
You think it's a social taboo?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a tough one.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's I wish that I could deal with it, but I also feel like while she is alive, there's always going to be this sort of I'm ready, willing, and able to have a conversation with her about it and try to move forward as soon as she cuts off that relationship with my ex. But
So you want to reconcile with your mother?
there's always going to be a part of me that would like to, but at this point, it's been years. So I'm giving up hope, but I think that there's always going to be a part of me that's always going to hold out hope because it's my mommy.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Wow.
But yeah.
How about those Cubs?
Well,
Yeah.
Richard.
Is it baseball season?
No, I was
baseball
just,
season.
that's my.
Didn't the Bears lose last night?
I don't
They were fighting Green Bay, our sworn enemy, so I think we lost to the Green Bays. I gotta check the score.
Oh yeah, I saw that they were going to play Green Bay.
Them Bears.
Damn cheese.
Yeah, I'm not a big sports fan.
I hated the cheeseheads. No, I didn't. I actually.
Oh, we won
like the
31-27. Crazy.
Oh, good.
Them Bears. Them Bears.
I only got to see one game live. With the Bears.
I didn't watch it last night. I never watched, but yay, we won. Go Chicago.
No, I mean in
Suck it,
person.
Green Bay.
Did you ever go in person?
No, not yet. I've always planned to. I'm
You
not
know
a
what?
sports person.
And
It
I'd
was
go
a
there
little
drunk.
disappointing. Just so you know. Richard.
Peace and respect to you all, and good morning if you're in that part of the world.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Yes.
Sure.
How have you been? I haven't talked to you and insulted you in a long time, and
I know. I really miss it.
probably owe you an apology, so I apologize.
Oh, I apologize too. I'm sorry if I offended you.
Yeah, you redheaded, bearded.
You've been keeping
It's
well,
always the
Richard?
carrot tops, you know.
What's your problem with gingers again?
Nothing.
Seriously?
I've been
The
up for a
problem
long
that
time.
the problem that non-gingers have with gingers is they go so far as to say gingers don't have souls.
I'm
That's because
jealous of your
gingers are the only
beard.
ones with souls.
I'm jealous of your beard. That's what it is.
You got a great beard too. So
No. Let me see. Turn it on. Let's see. Can you
I had
turn it
a
on?
white
Are you naked?
chromosome.
Don't turn it off. You're naked.
I would
Show me
have
your
a
beard.
glorious beard.
Yeah, I want to see your beard.
I want
No,
to
this-
see your
this
beard,
is-
boy.
I want to drool in your beard.
boy.
that was kind
Do
of
you
homoerotic. But
Do
That
you
was
drool
great.
in your, not
Kinda,
that there's
kinda.
anything wrong with that. Do you drool in your beard, Richard, like I do?
I mean, when I'm falling asleep, probably.
You don't wake up with a pile of drool in your beard?
Nah, I don't do that anyway.
That's it. I'm going to the doctor.
By the way, I feel like I need to say a special hello to Todd because it took me a while to realize that was you over there. Hi.
Hey.
How's it going? Long time no see.
Yeah,
Old,
Richard
good?
had the same trouble. He is Noel.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Noel.
Oh no, he's still Tog, but
I mean, but like you're still like the.
But I am Noel. Yeah.
But like, you're still
are?
like the person that I know who I've met in person, right? Like.
Right. Yeah. That's
okay.
me.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Good morning,
shit, midnight's
midnight.
here.
Oh no! Who let him?
It took me a second, and I was like, that voice. I knew that voice.
Raw. Fuck
Who
you,
let
Raw.
that
What you
guy
do,
in?
huh? You can't do shit.
Who let
I'm
the
an admin in here.
Who let the
Oh
Who
no.
let the unicorn?
Everybody let me in.
You son of a God.
So, Richard,
Traffic.
how you been?
I am better than I deserve.
Good to see you,
I
John.
apologize to all of you guys. I miss you so very much. All of you, I really mean that. But
I
I
miss you
accepted
too,
a loan and bought out my boss, and I've just been working a lot of hours.
Oh,
You
I'll be
bought
honest. I thought you were
out
dead.
your boss?
I'm glad I was wrong.
No.
Dead or in jail.
Richard's too old to die.
You bought out your boss.
too old to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is-
How
I-
much did you pay for your boss?
How much did I what?
Pay for your boss.
Oh, that's funny. For all the company
Thank you.
the
I'll be
company
here all
holdings
night.
were roughly $60,000.
Can I get a loan, Richard? I'm just, they
Sure
got
you
this,
can.
We could talk in private about this. I give you interest.
Uh-huh.
What kind of money you got?
I'll tell you what has no interest. Me. I'm not in a position to run.
You're not interested in loaning me money?
That's right. That's right.
That's hard to believe.
I'd love to, but I do not have the source. I do not have the resources to do that.
Well, talk to your boss. He apparently has all your money now. I mean, your ex.
No, actually, that's part of the reason that I bought her out is because she
Her?
has no money. Yes, her, an older woman. She has no money sense. I'll give you a really quick. This is a boring story, and I'll shut up. In 1 month, running a backhoe for her backhoe, I made her $11,500 in 1 month. Okay, that's aside from maintenance and my pay. So that's how much money she cleared. Right, she was not willing to invest any more than $10 in advertising. Okay, so
Okay.
she needed bought out.
What's the problem? I don't know. That went.
What I'm saying is it could be around $11,000 every month with proper advertising and networking and and actual
bought
work.
Backhoe.
You have a
yeah,
backhoe.
so I bought the holdings. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
which is why Sammy wrote that whole backhoe song about if I can't take my backhoe to heaven, I don't want to go, which isn't true, but anyway, still funny.
God, I've missed a lot, haven't I?
I don't think you can take anything to heaven, can you?
Yes.
Like in theory? What can you
Well,
take?
samplings of animals. So, if you own a dog or a cat, there is some chance that your dog or cat will go to heaven.
I hope you're right.
But I don't get to take them. Like she's already there if she's going, right?
What do you mean?
Do
What do you mean she's
I
already
do
there?
it? Like so, my dog is dead.
Oh, most people just get another one, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not ready for that yet.
Okay.
But okay, so
So-
if I get a new one,
Can
there we
she
go.
have
We'll
it
go with that.
cloned?
I can't because she's been cremated, so she can't be cloned. I was
Sure
okay
she
with
could.
that decision.
You just have to find enough relatives. You could reassemble the DNA. That's what
She was an
heaven.
orphan.
As far as I understand, that's what they plan to do with us is reassemble the DNA of people who've passed and bring them back.
That'd be cool. But so okay, say I get a new dog, which is something that definitely could happen. And then I die. Then I can take
Uh-huh.
my dog with me to heaven.
Not the way that I
Who's
understand
laughing?
these stories. It's me. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I don't believe.
If all dogs go to heaven, why do we imagine their heaven would be with us?
Well, yeah.
Well, that's a good
just
question. But
asking.
as far as I can understand, whether you call it the Summerland or Valhalla or heaven,
Valhalla.
it's only a singular place.
Well, I hope my dog can talk when we get
All
there,
of
but
it for
I
like
believe all of it,
everybody.
so- Yeah.
Okay.
like, that's what I
Okay,
understand.
no, I'm just asking. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I'm
Raw, your
genuinely
dog
asking. I'm not
talks
trying
already.
to
You
be.
just can't hear
No,
him.
I'm
So
just
all-
hedging what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what I hold is the populist view. It's not. I'm just
I hear him. I
qualifying
just
that.
don't understand.
Richard, are you just up or still up?
Am I dressed up or what?
Are you just up? Or are you still
Are
up?
you waking up? Or
Oh!
you've been up all night?
Sorry.
Have you been
yeah,
up all
that's-
night?
No, I've not been up all night. I just woke
I
up
don't
very
believe-
recently.
I don't believe I ever met Ella before. This is like the first time. I
Ella
think.
is Savage Minnow.
That still doesn't ring a bell. So
Hello, Savage Minnow.
Savage Minnow meet Midnight Sparkle. Midnight Sparkle meets
Midnight Sparkle, you know me.
I
Yeah, I
don't
know.
remember
It's
you.
been
I'm honest.
forever.
Be honest. I'm sorry.
It's Savage.
Oh, I apologize. You're a redhead too.
I am.
Oh my god.
Starting to gray.
You know what they say about
It's
redheads?
starting to sparkle.
Do you remember Sparkle when Tog? Who else came? Savage and Math
Bree,
Pig,
Pig,
Bree.
Maya. I'm trying to remember who else was there, Tog? Or
I remember those people, just
Noel.
not you. I'm sorry.
Oh wow!
Savage.
Remember everyone else but you from that exact
I know, I
situation.
was only there on the last day.
I was only the person who coordinated it. It was only like done like around my place and like.
I don't
That's
think
right,
Midnight
Tog
went
was
to
there.
that thing, but yeah.
Midnight didn't go, but no. I think that Richard was just trying to like jog his memory as to like who I was. Or was that you, Sam? Sorry.
That was me, yeah.
Sorry. But yeah. Okay. I'll go off camera now.
Okay, well,
I'm
now,
just
now,
up, so I'm still a
now,
little
now that we got that
Please do.
awkwardness out of the way.
No, please do, because I'm afraid of good-looking women.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh yeah, I'm afraid of good women.
I still have my morning puppy face, so I'm
You just be quiet.
What is love? What are we doing
you know-
here?
I love it. Shut up and make me a sandwich.
What's love got to do with it?
That is funny though that like Midnight just omitted me from memory. Okay. Hi.
Dude. It's not my fault. My memory sucks.
I don't know. It
That-
just sounds
I
like
reckon-
you're not my type. That's what it sounds like from Midnight.
I'm not offended. It's just like he blanked
Believe
me.
it or
It's
not,
fine.
believe it or not, she is.
She is your
I
type,
am into
okay.
redheads as well. So
Who did you forget?
Not currently available, so it's okay.
well, that's fine. I
didn't
didn't think you were. I was just saying you're attractive.
Um,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I,
Yep.
this
That's
this
true.
might jog your
Anybody
memory.
else? Let's have a poll.
Without going into any detail, Midnight, do you not remember that Savage dated Math Pig for a while?
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
okay,
engaged
You
to
remember
Matt Pig.
when
now,
the
now-
one
now it's
time
starting to
Math
come
Pig
back.
had a girlfriend? Yeah.
Wait,
And now it's
wait a
starting to come
minute.
back.
You talking the
That's
No,
Savage
Irish,
Minnow.
Scottish,
That's
or
the
whatever
one
That's,
it
I'm
is.
Savage
English.
Minnow, yes. I was engaged to marry Math Pig for
Okay,
You were
yeah, now it's starting to come back.
engaged to marry the pig.
I was. But we
The
broke it.
pig. The way you said that, the pig.
Pig.
Well, I
I didn't
mean,
mean it bad. I mean, that's what he calls himself.
I
yeah.
just like the way that sounded. The
Father.
pig.
I used to call him Pig, like as if it were his first name. Like it's not. Yeah, I don't think he would be offended.
Yeah, piggy, piggy, piggy. Yeah,
Then she found out she was taller than he is.
so you were going to be Miss Piggy.
I was gonna be Miss Pig.
It took a
Mrs.
while
Pig.
for that to come out. I was, sitting there going, okay, something clever, something clever, something clever. Yeah.
But it was
That
not.
was semi clever.
What happened? If you feel like sharing, I mean,
I don't.
Hey,
Okay, what?
Private.
What? I thought I'd just throw it out there.
the problem is this whole community loves both of them, so you can't talk about stuff like that.
Exactly.
I don't know if I love Math Pig.
Oh, come on.
I like him.
I won't say bad things about Matt. Like that.
He's a little wordy.
His heart is in the right place. He has a big heart. And
he's Irish.
We had our differences, but like I don't think that he's a bad person, and I think that he would say the same about me.
Yeah, he doesn't like the Welsh, so me and him don't get along. So that's another subject. But damn Irish.
Damn Irish.
What? It's true. All they want to do is fight.
Going back to the Irish, I think I was listening in my shower. You guys were talking about like genealogies. It turns out that my boy is like a lot more Scottish than like my wife, and like that's pretty rad. As like how far it gets like spliced out.
Yeah.
So you mean it skipped his mother, but he got it.
Like she has some too, but he has like a good like his makeup majority is a lot more than my wife.
He got a lot of those genes. A good healthy dose of them.
Does he have red hair?
My daughter's almost the opposite. No, he has beautiful brown hair.
Okay, just checking.
They both have beautiful brown hair, actually.
My son has red hair.
Well, I have the two little ones too. I think I'll get them tested because now I have the 2
Is it
and
like
1-year-old.
a dark chocolate brown or a milk chocolate
Yeah,
brown?
yeah,
more of a
like
walnut.
Now that I think
It's like
about
a
it, so does
dark-
the mailman had red hair.
Like a walnut. Yeah, I think.
I would maybe like to go get mine tested. One for like the medical side of it because I have just like some medical stuff that I wonder. But also, the thing that's stopping me really is like I've had friends who've done it who are black and like they get their shit back and it's like, oh, you're like 2% Irish, 3% French.
Yeah, that makes
and,
sense.
Like then you'd be like 95% African, and it's like Africa. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's such fucking bullshit that it tells them
Why?
basically nothing apart from like, okay, like these people were
Well, you know
like,
why,
probably
right?
colonized.
Why?
Because they don't have the data. Like they just
That's
haven't.
correct.
Yeah. So like to me,
that's
it
why
says
the
like
more
you have the
just
ability to do
better.
that.
Can you
But,
get
like,
your money
okay,
back,
go down
Sammy?
to Africa. Go down to Africa and fucking just go test people. Or tell black people like, hey, if you have, whatever percentage, we'll give you a percentage of your money back. So I
But-
don't really know.
The thing is, because we have tracked the full human genome now,
Except for Africa.
No, that's not.
No, but that's the thing we have, and we don't have to break down the entire genome of every person to see that where they're from. It will come up as
Don't leave me hanging.
they can see in segments and they can know what segments to look at and see, look, it spikes here, same as it does in other African people, so on.
Yeah, they just haven't gotten enough. Basically, they haven't tested enough black people's DNA to really be able to narrow it down much more beyond that. And I just
Every time they try to test a black person's DNA, it ties into a crime.
I was waiting for the joke to start. I was sitting here waiting. I'm a little insulted.
Gosh,
by
you guys
that.
are awful.
Somebody had to say it.
That was good, PJ.
That's it, B.
I forget when I come in and break up a sausage fest that you guys are gonna post.
I don't know. I've been watching
California.
a lot of stuff about all these new discoveries are coming out in terms of DNA and human
There's
how
actually
we spread around the earth, and this out of Africa idea is slowly falling apart as though it's the only source. We're starting to think now that there may be multiple start points rather than just the
Which
one.
makes sense when you think about it.
There's I heard like paternity testing over in France is illegal because of
What?
there could be potential problems with people's kids not being there, so you can't
right
have their
There
DNA
was-
tests.
What?
There was. I
But
remember there
haven't-
being like
I don't know if
something that
that's a
was
thing,
weird
though.
like that.
So
that they were
there's no
talking
way
about
to
doing that. I
know.
didn't realize it went into effect.
Mm.
It's funny though because it's like, yeah. I mean, it makes sense in French culture though. Like, have you met French people?
Damn French.
Okay, well,
Oui,
yeah,
oui.
so
All
I'm
French
moving to-
women are
I'm
just
moving to
crossing.
France.
They'll just like stick it in anything. Like,
Everybody on the planet is crazy.
Including you, Raw.
Yeah, apparently.
You're like calling all French women whores.
I didn't. Did I?
Well, not directly.
Are they?
I think it's funny. It's a cultural difference.
There's nothing wrong with a funny whore. I mean, a good, yeah. I'm kind of a whore.
Well, definitely. You definitely are, Raw.
Nobody asked you.
I
Well,
play
fuck
one
you.
on the internet.
Your buddy had
Right back at you, buddy.
I have power here, Raw.
What is the standard?
Damn albino.
Fuck you, damn. Whatever you are.
Redneck. You can say redneck.
Right, redneck. There you go.
Yeah, you damn redneck.
rapscallion.
Southern.
After my divorce, I was a whore, and I was an angry whore, in fact.
Tell us about it. Come on. Let's go. What you got?
Well, okay, I used to be fairly decent looking, so I could take advantage of women pretty easily. So I
You
did
still
for
are.
like,
That beard.
oh, you're sweet. Not so much,
Thank you.
but for like 7 years after my divorce, I just took advantage of women constantly. It was terrible.
Awesome. I mean, tell us more.
No.
That's enough.
Wait,
Were
think
any of
What
them
did you
named?
do?
Were any
Raw
of them?
wants details.
Were
He needs
well?
tips,
I just want
winners.
to ask one question. Were any of them named Roxy?
No, I don't remember any Roxy, although I may not remember all their names anyway.
Okay.
He also wanted details about me and Matt Pick breaking up. Like,
Well,
he
hey,
wants to get in there.
you know,
Get in there like swimwear.
you offered it, right? You started it. I got curious.
What? What did I
What's wrong,
start?
what's wrong with that? I mean, how was your shower, Tog?
He's not
Dog?
back yet.
Good.
Oh,
Okay.
there he is.
Okay.
That was like a couple hours ago now, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
I washed myself, slow and vigorous, while thinking about the chat. Will I return? Will I not?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I need to go to
And then
First I
something
took
random
off all
fell,
my
and I was like,
clothes.
"What is that?"
You
Then
do
I got
need to
into
go to
the
sleep.
water.
Yeah, I'm starting to hallucinate now.
You're
Oh,
over.
no. Oh, that's my TV. Never mind.
You're over 24 hours. You missed a sleep. You need to make it up.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have been up all night. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
He's still up, and when he says yesterday, he means Friday.
No. No, I didn't. No. Was Friday yesterday?
No,
What is today?
yesterday was Saturday. Today is Sunday. In all of
Huh.
America, if you're in North America, it is Sunday.
Oh man, I'm late
Actually,
for church.
I'm on a partial Monday.
Got awful
Yeah.
quiet after I said that.
you need to sleep.
That's okay. We
Why
got
do men not take care of their health?
I have an assistant pastor.
Because we don't care and we're tougher than you.
Like you do care.
So
We just really don't
wait,
have to.
Because you
are
complain about like hurting and like I always hurt when I
Yeah.
wake up and I'm sore and blah blah blah.
Okay.
And then like you don't want to do shit because like you're
No,
always in pain and my back hurts.
Nah,
and blah blah blah.
men are big babies. They're exaggerating. It's nothing compared
Yeah.
to what women normally put up with.
But like, why do men not take care of themselves?
Because
What do you
nobody
mean?
gives a
Take care of
shit.
myself.
I guess.
We're too busy taking care of you people.
Usually those things like that take
One
care
at
of
a time,
themselves
one
in
at a time.
time. Those
One at a
things will
time,
take
one
care
at
of
a time,
themselves
one
in
at a
time.
time.
Everybody
Pick
else.
someone. Pick someone.
Also,
I
Raw.
didn't realize, Sandy, you're correct. I
Hold
did
on,
apparently
hold on.
toss the gauntlet.
I'm gonna mute now and laugh. Okay, just give me a minute.
Okay, maybe it was just me misinterpreting. Were you two together? You and
Me?
Raw?
No.
What?
I was just, never mind.
I'm old, dude. What do you?
No, I just went through
I'm
a
old enough to
breakup
be her father.
recently.
I might be her father. No, I'm not. Wait a minute.
No, my dad's dead.
Oh God, no, I'm
Um,
dead. Oh God.
But I do have daddy issues.
Well, who
My
doesn't?
last
Things are going
ex
downhill
is like
fast for
20
Raw.
years my senior.
Yeah.
But he ripped my heart out, dashed it to pieces, scraped it off the sidewalk, and then ran it through a blender. So I
did?
am single for the foreseeable future. My last ex.
Your dad? Your dad?
No,
What you?
I said he was 20 years my senior, but
Yeah, her last
No, my
dad.
dad's
I
dead.
mean boyfriend.
Oh, you mean
I do have daddy issues.
Wait a minute.
That might be related to the dating
what are you
men
doing
20
next
years
weekend?
older than me.
See,
Still
Raw, you got a
dealing
chance.
with the fucking heartbreak.
Oh,
Everyone has daddy
Sorry.
issues in this.
I don't,
in this
I'm not going to go into it.
stream.
No. What are you doing next weekend? Let's get straight. Let's cut right to the chase, okay?
No,
What? What are
Wait,
you laughing
are
at?
daddy issues defined by also being a dad? Midnight?
I mean,
I'm insulted.
yeah,
I
I
have
guess.
dad issues as
That's
a
not what it
dad,
means.
not that I have father issues.
That's not what it means.
It's not what
Okay,
it
so
means.
it's not about me
said
as a
she
dad.
likes
Damn
older
it.
men.
That's not what it means.
I'm the
Not
problem, so
daddy.
the dad's the problem. Okay, I see how it is.
You're
The
out
tables
of
have
it, Doc.
turned.
You might
You're
give
out
your
of it.
kids daddy issues.
I hope so.
You hope you're.
You really hope not to, but you might.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna play my guitar now.
So, Sammy, how you been?
He's been wonderful.
I haven't heard from him in a while. How you been?
I
I've
think he's
been,
asleep.
all right.
Oh, he's awake. Welcome back, Sammy.
You're very quiet. It's your stream. Like,
Oh, I'm loving the banter. I'm been cracking up back here.
okay.
You laughing at me? Are you laughing at me?
No,
Probably.
more than laughing at yourself.
I
Go
was.
to bed.
No.
I'm not going to argue with a man. So, if we could go one at a time, and if you guys could tell me why you guys don't take care of yourselves, I
You want the honest truth?
would like the honest truth.
I'm looking forward to going home.
You want to die.
No, I don't believe I'm gonna ever die. I want out of this old body. I want my new one, if that's okay with you.
Oh, so
That's
you
not
believe
how
in
it works.
reincarnation?
Yeah. So you say, Richard. Let's not.
So you
argue.
believe in reincarnation?
It's not an argument just because we discuss things even fervently.
I
just want to
wanna
hear his
argue
answer,
about it,
Richard.
Richard. Richard, I love you. Okay,
Love
but
you
I
too.
don't want to argue. Well, thank you.
Can I just hear his answer?
What was the question again?
Do you believe in reincarnation then?
No.
Okay, so when you say that you are done with this body and you're ready for your new one, is that what I heard
Right.
you say? What does that
Yeah.
mean?
It means I'm gonna live forever, in a new body, in an eternal body.
When and how is that going to happen?
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Yes.
Oh,
we
is
would,
that-
actually.
I would, but if it's not something you feel comfortable sharing, that's fine. Sorry, it just sounded really interesting. It sounded like something you might.
No,
Want to share.
I'm not. I'm not going to share it. Okay, because we have 3 different flavors of ice cream at the moment in the room.
Is it because you're not come back as a woman? You're too embarrassed to say it.
No, I'm not embarrassed. at all.
No, he doesn't want to sound like a religious felon.
I don't want to
I respect that.
I'd
the
be
other
embarrassed too.
flavors in the room. I love Tog. I love Richard. And we would
respect
end up disagreeing, which would do you no good.
Okay.
Well, what's wrong with
I have
disagreeing?
my
For theological
opinion.
reasons.
Tog has
I
his
don't really
opinion,
disagree.
And Really?
I don't
So
really
you
disagree with
believe
what
that
you're
you're
saying.
going to?
Okay, I'll bite. Go ahead.
Can I ask if you believe that you're going to like consciously change bodies into
Yes.
a fresh new body? Is it going to be like the same as this body, but like a youthful version, or is it going to be like a whole new one or a different body?
Well, I hope I don't look like I do now.
Good questions.
Okay.
I mean,
Is it going to be like a mechanical body, or is it's going to be like
Oh,
a
no.
physical, like
Oh, no.
biochemical?
It's we live in a mortal existence.
Okay.
We're gonna change clothes. Okay.
Well, do you get to choose your body, or is this just a random thing?
No, I think we're gonna probably look like probably a 30-year-old version of ourselves.
Oh, the heaven.
Oh,
I thought you meant
okay.
like reincarnation. My bad.
But it is. It, so
Jesus
you
Christ,
will
I hope
be
I
like
don't
a
look like I
corporeal
now
being.
do now when I die. I'm sorry.
So you will be contained inside of a body, though. It's like you'll continue being a corporeal being.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're gonna have like
Forever.
bones and stuff.
Mm,
You're gonna have a circulatory system. You're gonna need oxygen and nutrients. You have to feed this system, so you just might as well be on Earth again. It's gonna hurt.
well,
that's
then
what I
we
wanna
will-
ask.
Well, now that you mention it, we will be on Earth, the new Earth.
Okay. And this
That's
body, I'm guessing maybe that this new body will be so in some ways like immortal and like impervious to like harm.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Are you? Is it come with the cape?
So you're.
Maybe.
Is it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
And are we all? Is everybody who's transitioning into these bodies going to do it at the same time?
I don't think so.
Okay. So it's going to be over a period of time. Are you responsible for like when this happens, or is God responsible for choosing you when it's time?
Well, the choosing part's done as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. How
But-
how is the order and the when decided?
When he calls us home, we go home.
Okay, so he will decide when it's time to call you home.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't necessarily know when this call is coming.
Not exactly, no.
Okay, but like you're
Soon.
you're done with like taking care. You're like, okay, I'm ready for it.
I've been ready for the last 46 years. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I was ready
And-
when I was 20.
And what do you think if you should live into end times? What would happen then?
That would be unfortunate. I don't want to be here in the end times. The very end of days, is if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We're already in the end times. We've
Yeah,
been
right.
in
Let me see all known reality crash down above my head, and the whole state of affairs change right before me, and I have
A
no
lot
say
of
in the
thing-
matter.
A lot of
We're
things
not-
going
We're not
on right
arguing
now.
here. We're not
No, we
arguing.
wanna-
I'm
here.
just, I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying to be sardonic or whatever it's called. Sardonic.
We
about
want to
it.
hear your opinion. Don't take serious what I said earlier. I do want to hear your flavor.
I just I'm purely asking from like a curiosity perspective, and I think that everybody here is very clear that I'm pretty
So-
atheist.
So, Rod, does that mean you believe in a
Harpazo? Yes.
I don't know what that word means.
Say again?
It
you
means
say
to
the-
be taken out with force.
Can you say the
Oh,
word
okay.
again? I didn't quite catch it.
It's a Greek term. Rapture is
Harpazo.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So you believe in a pre-tribulation rapture for believers?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting. So Midnight, why don't you take care of yourself?
I guess depression in a sense.
Depression? Ooh, I can
Yeah.
definitely understand that. Yeah. I've
And
gone
it's like, and it's like, yeah, I really should take care of myself because I live with myself, but it's sometimes it's like, who the hell am I taking myself care of for? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Still struggling with the being a narcissist. I'm loving myself You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
a lot of people on this fella could tell you how much of a narcissist I've been over the years. They'll deny I am one. Of course.
Well, I think that when you're dealing with depression, sometimes self-care feels like narcissism. It's hard to like find that like line between like self-care and selfishness. That it's it's where
Yeah,
it's at.
then
Sounds good
I
to me,
remind
Sandy.
myself. Then I remind myself of the airplane analogy. And I'm like, hey, dummy, you need to breathe as well before you can save somebody. Then I slap
Exactly.
myself. I'm kidding about the last part. I don't slap myself for real.
What'd you say to me?
I have slapped myself before for like shit like that. But yeah. But like absolutely, like you have to take care of yourself. And when you're dealing with depression, I think anyway, so this is my own personal history with depression is I got diagnosed with depression when I was in my late teens. And then I got put on SSRIs and SNRIs, and I spent 20 years
Oh, I hate
trying
those
to
pills. They're the fucking devil.
figure
Sorry to
out.
interrupt.
And then eventually, after 20 years, I like stopped taking them because of situation. And it turned out I actually don't think that I have depression, but I think that I had depression symptoms from taking SSRIs and SNRIs for 20 years. So I don't think that I actually personally had true depression. So some of my symptoms might not actually be reflective of other
I don't
people's
know.
situations. But I do think that I would get into a situation where it was like, I feel so shitty about myself that like, what right do I have to even like try and help somebody else out with their shit? You know what I mean? And it was just
Yeah.
like, I would just get really bogged down in really negative thoughts about myself to where I felt like I said, I felt like I was being selfish to take a bath, to take a day and like deal
What?
with it. Yeah.
To take a bath?
To like take a long bath
Oh,
and like soak in the tub for a few hours. I felt like I was being selfish and like taking time away from shit that I could be doing stuff that would be more productive. And yeah,
such as.
I don't remember at the time.
Oh, okay.
This was years ago, but yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah, the only problem with that is humans are high maintenance, and we need a lot of care from others and support
Yep.
groups and of ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
you know,
hard to
there
break out of
are-
that cycle.
Well, yeah, there are a lot of people who you might not get the interaction they need or the love they need, and some of them turn out to be like assholes because of that pain. Others just might shut down or not speak as much in streams. Literally everyone on here probably has a story of me, just sitting in the stream saying nothing. Literally everyone.
Sure.
Did anybody hear anything?
I'm kidding.
I'm
You
kidding.
fucking
I'm
dick.
kidding. I'm kidding.
You know what?
brother.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know
You
what?
overly white, nice person. huh?
You go.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fine
it
on
was
my
quick.
ass.
But no, yeah, it sucks. Like, you know what I mean? Especially,
You're a good-looking young man. Come on.
well, thank you. I don't think you've ever seen me, but that's
Yes,
fine.
I have.
Oh, you
You're
have? I
very,
don't remember
very-
that, but
You're very, very opaque.
well, I am an albino, of course. We're basically bright
know.
lights.
I know.
But no, but no, but
Opaque is such a strange.
But no,
Well,
like
Sure.
what I was trying to say is that many people are isolated, right? They may never have gotten, physical affection. So I'm speaking for myself. Obviously, I am
Yeah.
really, really touch starved, and it gets so fucking annoying trying to sleep and be like, "What the fuck, man? You need to be touched, but no one's around."
Hang in there, bro. Hang in there.
You
Hang
need
in
one
there.
of those services where they come and like they cuddle you.
I've heard about that. I just don't have the money to do that.
I think it's interesting because I think that there are people who are really they are touch starved, and I think that it should be something where it's like, I don't know, like you need to get the NHS to pay for it or some shit.
Dude, you want to talk about daddy issues? Every time my dad gives me a hug, I'm happy. He never used to do that. It's like if he brings me something, he starts hugging me now. I was like, this is weird but nice.
Men
Roll it
turn
up.
into softies in their old age. Just you guys wait.
Not
you turn
me.
into softies. Okay.
No.
Well, I mean, I've always been a softie. Let's be honest. Just
Mm.
I'm sensitive. I'm a sensitive man. What do
My
you want?
dad was a hard ass. Like
I'm a cold
a
machine.
hard ass most of his life. He was I saw my dad laugh maybe 2 times before his 70th birthday, like ever in my life.
Well, I blame society because it says men have to be stoic all the time.
And that's exactly the case. His he grew up with an alcoholic father who was did not allow him to show emotion, and he just learned to fucking swallow that shit. And for his like whole life, he just fucking swallowed that shit. I never saw my dad cry until again until his grandson was born. That's the first time I saw my dad cry.
I mean, in that case, it's considered socially acceptable to cry. That's like the only time. You know what I mean?
But that was actually like years of therapy at that point. Like he didn't even cry when his own children were born.
Oh, never mind that. I take my.
But like, you get what I'm saying? It's like he had that shit that was like fucking bottled up. He couldn't. But therapy worked. You know, it took a while and it took a lot of hard work. But
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything wrong with him.
Well, there were times when he wanted to cry. There were times when he wanted to be able to release an emotion, wanted to be able to feel an emotion.
What's wrong
and he
with
couldn't.
crying? Jesus Christ.
I don't think there's anything wrong
It's
with it.
damn weird.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. Now, I do think that there are times when it is damn weird. I agree with you, Richard, that there are times. But I also think that there's times when it's like absolutely acceptable, and more than acceptable. It's like that is a healthy way of releasing emotion.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah. But
For me, I look back at what times I did cry. It was always out of selfishness.
I don't find a reason to cry because it doesn't make any sense. For like for overall, like when I find myself crying, well, that's the whole thing.
I like it.
Because there's no reason to get therapy. There's nothing actually wrong. It's all just a mental situation, and it's all in your head. There's no reason to go talk about someone about the things that you can just
you don't cry
decide for yourself.
You
No, I'm saying, but I'm not saying that you don't cry. I'm saying
I said you
there's
don't
there's no reason behind the cry.
No reason.
Channel disclaimer:
You
no
just
one here
cry.
agrees with this past statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. So wait, you just cry for no like a cathartic, like I just need to get it out and cry.
Oh God, makes me want to cry.
Yeah,
this is not a
Thank you,
safe
Sammy.
Really sad.
But no, this is usually really
True,
smart.
Oh God.
Hey,
I'm
Savage.
not saying you shouldn't cry. I'm just saying there's no need for it.
No, Savage. You know.
Well, I was
on the
watching this
situation.
one of those science shows. Did you know this or that? And they are showing that how if tears work certain ways, if you cry in sorrow or in sympathy, you actually release certain chemicals out with your tears that will. It's almost like
it helps
therapy
you release
itself,
shit.
or it's self-medicating. So
Uh-huh.
it does have a reason.
But
So
Savage. You think
know
think
the
it'd be
chemical
men?
process, right?
Can I talk for a second or no?
Just math.
Go ahead.
Midnight has tried
No.
a few times. Let him talk.
Yeah. You would think it'd be men to shame other men for crying, and it usually happens. But at the same time, whenever a man tries to open to a woman, they'll be like, "Oh my God, he's opening up to me. What do I do?" And they just leave. Like, I'm sorry,
Those are
but
shitty women.
but
Those
women-
you shouldn't be around those women then.
Yeah, well, how can you tell which is what? How can you tell who's the shitty woman or not? So
Ask 'em.
that's why I'm gay or bi or
Fair
whatever.
enough.
Like,
Fair
TMI.
enough. There's subtle ways that you can kind of tell, but yeah, you do have to kind of get to know a person. I think that men should be able to like express their emotions in a healthy way. I think that that's
Sure.
Thank you.
something that should be
I
accepted in
appreciate that.
society. I
That
don't
only
think that-
I'm gonna cry right
that
now.
gets done through like creative artistic
Go to bed.
expression is another way to
yeah.
show emotion, which I think is probably the more healthier way than discussing it.
Well, the
'Cause
best
you're-
way to
then
find
you're-
out.
It depends on the
Go
person, I
ahead.
think.
The best way to find out about a woman is just the basic kindergarten cop interrogation is who's your daddy and what does he do? I'll give you a lot of answers.
My daddy was a shrink, and he's dead now.
All right.
Oh, he was a
Yeah,
shrink. Okay,
I'm
wow.
on the ground.
I think another layer to this. He was a shrink.
Yeah, he was a early childhood developmental psychologist.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Smart.
Now you're understanding the daddy issues.
Yeah,
Oh, when, that goes back to almost like what I was gonna say. It was almost like a joke, but not. When you said, "Why do men not take care of themselves?" My answer would be like, "Because we're too busy taking care of you people." You know, we're it's
Okay,
almost like
you're the one who
almost like a
said that. When you
mechanic, right?
expand
Like
on
a
it.
mechanic will take care of somebody's car to a T because that's his job. He gets paid for it. It's a profession, but his car is barely running. Needs an oil change because
True.
it's part of his job. So maybe that's part of the problem with your dad was he just worked it so much he neglected it somewhere else, like that mechanic with his own car.
Yeah, I think part of it was that when we were young children, it was when he was going to school through that shit. And he basically treated us like lab experiments instead of children.
Maybe all the
Well-
stuff he took in from work was kind of like, see what's what in a weird way.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying he had sophomore syndrome where he think he knew something and then he would apply it and then that would hurt you?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Oh, brilliant.
And that's what he did with his children.
Can somebody explain
Yeah.
to me what Richard just said?
The word sophomore means literally to think you know. Which is why we say, oh, someone's sophomoric in their thinking. That's what the word actually means.
That's interesting.
So there's this tendency, and there's even a name for this. But anyway, people learn a little bit, and they think that they know more of the subject matter as a total than they actually do because they don't even know where they are in their own learning process because they haven't
But I
gotten to the
wore
end
the
yet.
juice.
So people tend to, what's the name of that syndrome where you
Isn't that
Dunning-Kruger?
Dunning-Kruger, thank you. That's it. Yeah. So it's like that. That's what it means to be sophomoric. Thank you. I'll shut up.
But the best part, hold on, the best part about that story about the lemon juice. But I wore the juice. I love that story so much.
I wore the juice. Put it on my face.
What are you shutting up for? I was just getting interested. Come on, man.
So if anybody doesn't know that story about, there's this guy who had this weird idea from something that he watched that he saw that using lemon juice would act as invisible ink, and he decided to try and put lemon juice on his face and go and take and rob a bank. And at some point he took so he thought that it would somehow make him invisible to cameras. So he put it on his face, and then he tried to
Did
take
it
a
work?
Polaroid picture of himself. The first he tries to take a Polaroid picture of himself.
Did it work?
And well, he's an idiot.
Camera
so he
was
took
facing the wrong way.
he took
I
the
heard
picture
that.
facing the wrong way. But it printed out, and he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, it worked.
I am invisible.
I'm
there you go.
invisible. It just shows the wood paneling in my basement, not my face."
Almost as well. I don't know who's outdoes the other or if they're on par, but there was two criminals together who tried to rob a bank, and they had just tried to draw masks on their face. Have you seen that one?
No.
What
With
the
marker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why would anyone?
Just like Sharpie on their face, yeah.
Look, guys, if ever you want to rob a bank, what you do is you get a woman to put makeup on your face because women can completely change a face with makeup.
Really?
Think about
I
it.
took theater makeup classes. I absolutely can.
Really?
How do you think I bought beer when I was underage?
Did your makeup where you look older?
Yeah, if you just do it to where they look middle aged, people don't even look twice.
Wow.
Anyway,
Okay.
moving on.
My circuits are getting overloaded, and I may need to
Go bed.
Go bed.
Crash
well,
out.
well, the dog is.
I'll race you
to where?
to bed.
So
Yeah.
wait, no, have you been up all night too?
Who?
No.
Wait, if you guys get there at the same time, aren't you going to bed together?
Yeah, that's the point.
What's wrong with that?
Maybe they have
So
separate
the one that
beds. You
gets there
never know.
first gets tops or what?
Nothing
Dog's a
wrong with it
good-looking
per
young
se. I'm
man.
just saying it won't produce children.
Sufficient.
True.
I already have children that I already produced.
Well,
It's
yeah,
okay.
he already does. He, you know, he,
Yeah,
he
right?
already
I
wanted
don't
to
want
give
any
a
more
voice.
kids.
We don't
I just
need more children.
cuddle.
Like, look
We
at the
just
fucking
cuddle,
planet.
okay?
Yes, we
It's fine.
do.
Yeah.
Just spoon me.
Fine.
Okay, that's all I have.
We do need more children. In fact, if you look,
Really?
if it doesn't change very soon in the United States, we won't be able to support old people, and we would have to like start killing them or something.
Well, that's a good idea.
We have AI. We're gonna have house bots.
Can I
in
sign up to be
years. Like,
first?
it's fine.
We have your woman, Outlander.
We're gonna be fine.
No, you may have a point there. Maybe because of robotics, increased, gross national product, etc.
Yeah.
Robots like, I ain't taking care of your I ain't becoming a fucking babysitter. Kill all your
keep-
fucking young.
You keep paying
Well, it's
your
gonna happen in
taxes.
China first, and they actually respect their elders. So like they're gonna
Sure.
fucking figure it out, and then they're
Yeah, you
gonna
guys keep
export
paying
it.
your taxes. I need my Social Security. Don't you talk like that.
You sound Somalian right now.
Maybe I am.
Look at me. Look at me. I'm the
Maybe
tech
I am.
now.
I came here to talk about a shooting that happened in Minneapolis. Sorry.
Huh?
Oh,
Sorry,
that one.
Richard.
Yeah, that.
Which
Sorry,
one?
Richard.
Which one? I know all about it.
I
Oh my
said it
God.
like 4 times last night, and people just
Who
like
got
kept going
shot?
on about fucking Somalians. I was just like, yeah, okay, like, but I came here. Like Richard gave me the link. I came here to talk about a shooting that happened in Minneapolis. It
Which
was
shooting
such a
was it supposed to
ridiculous-
be about? I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I want you to know that
It was an
GS
interesting conversation. I don't know about
GS
enjoy,
said
but
he
it was
really
interesting.
enjoyed you. And
Well,
now
that's
you may not have
good.
gotten that impression, but he really liked talking to you.
I got a really good impression from him that he was
Yeah. You're both
Seemed
really decent
somewhat
people. And
open-minded.
and
He seemed to like want to peg me a certain way, and I think that it was like because he didn't.
a lot of men would.
Correct phrasing there, Midnight.
Whatever. But I think because
Take
he
you any way you want.
disagreed with
Midnight,
me.
I was trying so hard not to laugh. You asshole. You're an
Moving on.
asshole. You really
Because
are.
he disagreed with me in a specific way on a couple of things. He was like,
Yeah.
"Well, you like look at it," this way." And it's like I don't think that you understand that. Like that's just kind of how I evaluate everything,
Right.
and that's like no matter like which side I'm on, that's kind of how I. And but he
You know,
kept.
when it
kind
comes
of
down
making
to it,
that
he just objected to you jumping ahead. You wanted to jump ahead and get to the end of the thing, the end of the mystery novel, and they didn't want to. He didn't want to. That's it.
He also didn't want to give me like data and facts, but like that's it.
That's right.
I
You
feel like-
wanted the end results, right? And whatever Electricity Bolt wanted to, talk about it as a premise so that they didn't have to have actual citations. So there you go.
But like I'd already agreed to the premise. Like I was like, yeah, but I don't see how that like relates.
I know I heard you agree to it, but I'm
Thank
not
you.
the other two guys. So
Whatever. It was like I said, it was interesting. I'm glad that I did it. I guess that means I enjoyed it.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
yeah,
That came.
Whatever. It was a good time. It was a good time.
right on,
I'm glad that y'all invited me. So thank you.
right on.
Thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was
Headline
kind of
reads, "Women
reluctant
best
after
full of men."
after it got a little heated. I was worried that I'd actually like led you into a trap, but then I had to consider that you seemed to be enjoying it too. So
Yeah, no, it was fine. If it was like there's a leave button on the screen. I could leave at any time, and I'm an
Yep.
adult,
sure.
It's yeah. I knew I was kind of going into the lion's den a little bit as well. Not that it wasn't really that bad as the lion's den. It is a little hyperbolic there, but I knew what I was getting into. It's not.
Hey Sam,
Yo,
can you do me a favor?
yeah.
Those leaves coming out of me are starting to bother me. Can I take like would somebody? Thank you.
Rob,
You're welcome.
What?
go to bed.
Why?
He's got leaves coming at him.
You've got leaves.
Well, now it's
Get outta here.
I'm fucking lit. I got leaves coming at me. I want to be that level of like stone. Where I'm just looking at my avatar. I'm like, I got fucking leaves out of me, man. It doesn't feel right.
No, I have leaves.
I shouldn't have been one with the ground yet.
Oh, hey, really quickly, Minnow, when you said your dad was dead, and I said right on, I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. It's just that my
No, you're
dad's dead. My dad's dead too. And last time I had a talk with him, we got in a fist fight, and he committed suicide on my birthday. So I understand Daddy was.
Jesus.
So yeah,
I remember you telling
I'm
me
part of that club, you know.
God.
Good times.
Okay. The reason why he did it because he lost to you, I bet, right? So he's like, God damn it, no, I'm not gonna lose to my son.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. The guy was really weird, you know.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, my dad was really weird too. He kind of went out on his own. Yeah, he made his choices to leave what he did. I don't want to go out how my dad did. Also,
Please
like that's
no.
another thing that's like a fear for me. It's like,
Don't do that.
Ooh, excuse me.
Well, I followed his plan Scooby Doo style, you know. He was a dope dealer, womanizer kind of guy, and he would go around to old ladies' houses and help them with their yard, end up living with them, and then taking it
Clean their
everything on
pipes.
their own. And he was in the process of doing that, and I kind of busted his plan and ruined his plan there. And he had big plans on this one, so that's how
I
pretty much what
mean,
it was.
if I was like an old person, like living on my own, couldn't
How
take
old?
care of myself, and somebody like came over and like offed me quickly, like without me, again, like Sammy said, I don't want to see it coming.
Oh well, this is like a Saturday. This is a Saturday type situation where I seen the last one that I kind of like ratted him out on was this lady he had met. She was a math teacher, really kind of fit, you know, average, gray hair, a little older, but she was, you know, all there, 100%. And later
Oh,
on,
yeah.
she was like, got real dumpy, her skin looked transparent. Turns out he does what he usually does. He gives them Vicodin or whatever kind of drugs he can give them so he can manipulate to get their stuff out of them, ruining their body and mind in the process. And I
That's
just had
awful.
enough of it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a different type of, yeah. he should just go in there and, you know, like with the bat and take their stuff. And it was like a parasite.
So wait, should we be taking?
No, I
notes or
mean, I
no?
was joking about.
Yeah.
coming in.
Well, there are situations like that though. There
Like, to be
definitely are.
clear,
That
I
just
was
sounds
trying
like
to make
marriage
light
with
of the
extra
situation,
steps.
but it's like even darker than I thought. So like, let's not.
No, my brother told me that he did that. I was like, oh, cool. My brother was like, aren't you upset? I was like, no, I'm kind of like almost, you know, good in a way because we don't need people like that on this earth, you know, hurting people like that. It's not cool.
Hey, you're so heartless. I'm kidding. I don't care.
Well, I look at what he did it to my mother. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know, just right there.
yeah.
By
At
any
that point,
rights,
it's
by any rights, if there was a God, God would have put a sword right in my hand and had me slice his head off, just what he did to her. So justice comes in its own different ways. I just sit back and laugh when I see it, I guess.
I mean, at that point, I would think it's, you know, it's tragic that, you know, that the man became who he was, right? There's always that potential to change.
Well, it's there's, you know, like it is. It's a process of being human. You know,
Yeah.
I found out a lot about him in the process, and you know, he was in foster homes because his father killed himself in front of him
I
drinking.
was gonna
himself
say,
to death.
how can we say that there is potential
Yeah,
to
it's
change? Like what? Just
all
because
kinds
we
of stuff,
we know
yeah.
potentials exist.
And so I mean, he did the best he could with what he
Well,
knew.
there's
at the
potential to
time.
change, but not everybody wants to change or knows how to change. So, you know what I
Well,
mean?
we
That's
say there's
what's there.
potential for change, but how do we know there isn't a cap off? Because I think there is a cap off, like a point of no return,
Right,
where
but
change
where,
doesn't happen.
right, but where is that cap? That's what we can't.
I just
pinpoint.
think it's unfortunate. Like when you first told me the first part of that, and like all the shit that he did to these women, right? My thought pattern was, what happened to him? But I was like, that's too personal a question. I'm not going to ask. But
Oh,
like
no, I
that
mean,
was.
yeah.
But you get what I'm saying? Is like that's
Yeah.
and it sucks that like that.
Generational.
Well, for
Yes.
me, it's even for me, it's more like a story because I didn't really have parents or anything like that. They weren't, you know, really there for me, and I went through the foster home system myself. So for me, it's more like a story that I had to find out and unravel. So it's not very emotional attached. I mean, to it itself. That's why when I like, What
But
happened
it's not
kind
the.
of weird. I mean, his father drank himself to death because of his greed. Where I said that my grandfather purchased my grandmother for $4,000 around there, he did, and he came from a wealthy family. And when he purchased this native, they exiled him not for purchasing her, but for being with the native because they were an all German, all white breed. And I guess there's still a lot of them in northern Illinois that have a lot of property and this and that. But they exiled him, which caused him to beat her and drink himself to death and put her in a
Yeah,
mental institution.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, it's just his whole life was all fucked up too. Yeah.
V, for the love of God, write that book. Get ChatGPT to write it, but at least write it.
Don't get ChatGPT to write it.
I'm kidding, obviously.
But hire a ghostwriter if you need to.
Anybody
Ghostwriters
wants,
like are there for
to write it, they could take profits from it.
Uh,
Okay, I'm just lazy. I'm not a good writer. So.
I'm
my
actually a
son.
ghostwriter that's
It might
been put out of
be my
business.
son because he just got finally got into college and he's doing it's like advanced English, psychology, and all that good stuff that comes with it. So he might
Oh,
be the
nice.
one, yeah,
Yeah, that would be
he's doing pretty good.
interesting.
Dude, does he
But
know
yes, as an
your
author,
story?
What's that?
write it. Do it.
Yeah, your son would find that stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
Surely.
Oh, he does. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm inclined to say.
He witnessed
as
a lot of
an
it
author.
firsthand himself because
As an out-of-work author.
when this whole process with my dad went around where I got into a fist fight with him, all that, my son was right there in his teenage years, and I think it was like 13 or 14. He witnessed all of that. He heard the craziness, and then he got to witness it, probably thinking, oh, my dad's probably nuts for saying this about his dad. But when he saw what my dad was doing, even my dad would try to commit suicide in front of him, just so he get the sympathy for my son to call 911 for him. That's how far my dad goes for this kind of sympathy thing. He had a trach put in because of cancer, and the doctors could have said that he could take the trach out and it'll heal up, but he kept the trach in just so he gets sympathy at the banks and things like that. That's how demented my father was.
Also,
The story in
Savage. I'm
itself.
like
Demented,
the
but
same
also
way.
such alone in life.
Right?
Yeah.
Whenever I hear something like that, I first something is, well, what the fuck happened to him to let him to that?
It's
Like,
probably just mental. That's
Yeah.
just probably a mental thing, to be honest. Most people just, and that's why I'm saying, how do you know that there's a potential for change? Because it's something you're born with. You're not fucking changing that. You could take pills to moderate it, but the moderation, that's all you're doing is preventing the inevitable from continuing to happen.
So
It's
my
insane.
dad grew up with like a lot of fucking trauma and shit, and like he did some fucked up shit. I'm not gonna like get into like all the fucked up shit that like he put us through, but I will say that like he actually like came to the realization that like the shit that he put us through was not healthy, and and like made steps to like get help and put himself through therapy and like actually work with a therapist and not like think that he fucking knows more than the therapist and like all that shit. And a lot of times they say that therapists are like the worst as far as like going through therapy and having success because they fucking think that they know everything to start with.
oh,
And
believe me, I have my own story. to
despite that, my dad was able to like have progress literally in his 70s. So I mean, I don't
Well,
think
yeah, that's what I'm saying. People have the potential to change. Like whether
Yeah.
they take that opportunity or not, it's on
Right.
them.
Right.
Right. But at the same time, you're at the same time, okay, well, where where is the point of no return?
I don't know that there is one. That's my point.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know that
I
there is.
agree with you. Let's see, what else?
It's
It's
it's quite admirable, even in his late age. I always have to give some props to people who gain self-awareness
Mhm.
and then genuinely make effort to change. You have to like give props for that shit,
Oh yeah, of course.
I agree.
My dad was similar, had depression and shit. He was a terrible father when I was quite young. But then in his older years, his depression kicked off even more because he realized he was following in his father's footsteps. And realized he was becoming alcoholic and all the rest of it, and he died an alcoholic, but he changed who he was as a person, especially once grandkids come along. He was a whole different man. Like, the grandkids never understood the father I grew up with, because the grandfather they had was just this totally different person.
Isn't
And I'm
that
cool with
wild?
That's
Yeah.
something that I was
But-
speaking about though. Like, how do we know that that's actual change and just the situations change, and with that comes knowledge. So I wouldn't know if you would repeat those same patterns, like you said, if you have an awareness of that. So is that a change or is that just something that's situational? It's not actually a change. You get what I'm saying? Like, are we
Yeah.
talking about genuine?
well,
I'm getting confused on the term change now, I guess. Sorry, I don't mean to be, but yeah.
In my situation, my dad said, like, I was wrong. I'm sorry that I treated you that way. I was wrong. So to me, that denotes a change. But also, like, he turned into a softie when the grandkids were around and when the grandkids weren't around. Like,
Well, that could
sometimes
be.
he was still.
I don't know.
And
To me, stuff like
so if
that
you're saying,
because of age
he's
goes with
if
like
he's-
stuff with loss of testosterone or things like that, like genuinely decrease and get passive. So that's what I'm thinking. That's where my brain's going. Like, naturally, we do that. So if that's a change, that's already something that's physically happening. Again, no control or nothing that we're actually doing to make a change. It's just something. You get what I'm saying? That's where my brain's going. At
saying
least.
it's just a natural. Yeah,
If it's natural, then it's an
tend to
actual
agree.
change.
In
Yeah.
general, men do soften in their older age, generally, but it isn't always the case. I've known, certain men that take that attitude and that anger and stuff right to the grave, and then there are those who realize they're wasting time. I think that's what it was for my dad. He's like, I'm gonna run out of time, and my kids hate me, my grandkids will hate me. I don't want that. What legacy am I leaving behind? He started to think about, I think, all those existential things that during his 20s and 30s and 40s, the hectic time of working and having 5 kids and all that nonsense, it's like you don't think about it, but then
you don't have time. You
yeah,
don't have time to think about it.
once you realize your kids want nothing to do with you and they've started having grandkids and you're going to miss out on those too, it's like, I have to make a choice here. I either can have my grandkids and change my ways, or
I wonder.
I
if
can
it-
semi understand that.
I wonder if men who don't have kids and or grandkids also have that change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots. I think it's more you learn to ask the third question first.
Which is
The first question is when, second question is how, and the third question is why. All the young men, right? All the young men, when they're told they're going to do something, they're going to ask when, right? And all the middle-aged men are going to ask how before anything else. And all the old men are just going to go, why are we doing this?
What if you're questioning why when you're 5?
That's
Yeah,
like
no,
this
no,
is why I
that's,
was
that's,
annoying
that's a
adult
different kind
as
of
a
why.
child. That's an autistic child.
Got me in a lot of trouble.
Damn it,
Why?
boy! You're supposed to know
Why?
these things inherently.
Why?
How dare you not?
There's the why that you ask when you don't understand, and then there's the why you ask when you just don't wanna.
I see. There's a
Yeah.
different autistic why. That's a like, but why?
Yeah, well, do you know whether it's autism or a young child, because they both do this, do you know how you cut that off? Is you turn the question back on them. It works every time. I'm telling you. I learned about that and
Well,
I've tried it,
okay,
and
an
it
issue.
works every time.
Well,
When
Sammy,
they to stop the why trail, right? If it's like, why this? And you go, oh, because I have to do this. Why? Oh, because of this. Why? Instead
Yeah,
of keep
it's-
answering the next why, you say, why do you think?
Oh, see, I didn't never do the
Huh.
why train.
But-
I just like genuinely wanted to know why.
Well, it
Hey,
would go
well-
to like reason for me. It'd be like reasoning. For example, it would be like my aunt would say, "We're taking the kids, so they have to pick weeds off this thing she called the hill. She owned like half a block, and we had to pick these weeds off the side of the hill." And I said, "Why are we doing this?" She goes, "Because I'm paying you." I said, "Well, I don't want the money, so I don't want to do it. You're gonna do it anyway." So I don't know who wins in that situation, but
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
that kind of
But,
shit. Like, why?
it wasn't
Well-
worth
Just
my
gonna grow
time for that
back.
money, you know.
Is there
Well,
what is the
no.
reason for the weeds to not be like they grow
I
there?
only
Nature,
I only
you
got
know?
2 answers to that question.
Well, what was the question again?
Why? When I would
Oh.
ask why, not the why train, but when I got a bit older and I would ask genuinely why, I would get because I told you to.
Yeah, I would get that too. Or I would get
Was
like they
the
just want
main
slave
Yeah,
labor
yeah,
at
me
cheap
too. Whenever
prices.
I ask why.
Yeah.
But to go back to the why trade, okay, yeah, it might be annoying, but at the same time, you gotta understand that kids are naturally curious about the world,
Yeah.
and you know they may lose that over time. It really sucks if they do.
But
You know what I mean?
But you know where I can
Yeah.
see where that kind of like stuff you gain your humor at, because at that time it was like, really happened. Why am I doing this? I don't want the money. You're going to do it anyway. So my mind went kind of funny with that. So you just want slave laborers, and my uncle's black. You just want revenge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, wow, you went dark there.
Well, I
You-
did
you were
say
very
that too
emotional.
at that time.
You
I'm just
just
saying
want
that's what I was thinking in my
revenge.
head at that time. So it kind of leads to where dark humor leads from that kind of crap comes from.
Yeah.
That's where my mind went to. Like revenge, yeah. Yeah.
And the point of the question thing is not to stop them asking why, because they'll probably have more why questions, but it's to, rather than just like have them learn by rote as because you said it, have them come up with the answers.
Yeah,
You
no,
know
I
what I
get
mean?
that. I get that. It's just there are a lot of people who actually do the opposite way and be like, "Stop asking questions, you little brat."
Yeah, I know. I hate that shit.
See, I always enjoyed the why train. I would just get more and more existential as they ask why until
'Cause
they
you know
just
that
look
they're
at
gonna
me.
ask why of the next
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
until it gets so confusing they don't know what to ask why about.
I do like doing that
That's
with my
awesome.
nieces and nephews a little bit. Because you know that they're gonna ask why to the next. Like,
Well, one thing you gotta do is gotta be a smart ass when you're a kid. When they start saying the why things, it's like, why are you asking questions? I said, why'd you tell Mr. Collin you want to fuck my mom, Uncle Lonnie? Something like that will really grab them by the balls,
You nutcase.
yeah, I was not that clever as a child.
Oh, I had to learn quick.
Yeah, the main answer was because I told you so. And if I ever tried to claim I didn't know something or couldn't do it, I was just plain stupid.
Yes.
I was.
Why would they say that? to
Why are you
us?
playing dumb?
Mm.
Dude, do you think I want this trouble? You think I want to be disciplined and yelled at and,
Right?
beat or whatever?
Why would I
Course
walk
not.
into that obvious trap?
Yeah. Playing
Yeah,
dumb.
that's playing dumb. Yeah. I got accused of that one a lot. And it was like, well, you're so clever. Like, you obviously know. Like, no.
My
I
boy,
don't. You decided that I
my-
know.
I did that with my boy once. It was about something about Roblox. He was playing on his phone when he knows he's not supposed to. And because I caught him, and usually, when you ever catch a kid and they do something, like they just do a little jerk, and you're like, what was that all about? Why? There was no need for that. So you're like, what's up? And so, like, I took his phone because, again, he wasn't supposed to have it. And so he's playing Roblox. So I'm like, come on, just tell me. And then he's like, all right. He fussed up. So that's something I've been trying to work with him, is just being honest. Because I often think of whenever they're going to get in trouble, they're going to get in trouble. They don't want to fess up. There's a fear into it. I'm like, just tell me and I'll be fine. Because when I find out, you're making me play investigator. And I don't want to play investigator.
Yes,
Just be
Dad.
open and honest.
Yes, Dad. I am hiding juice in the attic.
Good, thank you.
You wanted to be honest.
I mean, that's a hard conversation to have with a kid.
Wait, for you or the kid?
Both.
It is.
Yeah.
It breaks you have to play the part of like the bad parent.
Yeah.
And I explained that to my kid. Like, look, I don't like doing this when we have to. You know this. This isn't beneficial for both of us. Like, can you please just be honest? I want you to be honest with everyone.
That's really good.
I expect the same thing. It bothers the crap out of me. Like, he knows it bothers me, especially my daughter. My daughter knows too.
I went the
Because that's,
route
like,
of I
terrible.
want to know that like I can trust you and that like my trust in you is solid and
Oh,
that
they can
I
trust me too.
Yeah, and like when you say something, I don't want to question it, and vice versa. And I don't know.
See, I don't know, but my parents.
I do fall for the
however they-
parent cliches though too. I catch myself in that. I think it's just natural parenting though. Experiencing it.
however they went about it, both of my parents, who I will say were loving parents. Like my mother was especially gentle, but still, slipped from my tongue. What was the point you were just saying?
Oh no. Back up. I'm too stoned. I can't even back up.
Parents, yeah, same. Oh, it'll come back, I'm sure.
Were you
I'm
going
not
along the
stoned,
lines
but
like
it wasn't
your-
enough.
I was gonna say like your wife. You're saying like your mother was a little bit more passive, something along those lines.
Did you get away with shit?
No, I was gonna say that despite the differences, they both still did something that was quite specific that I can't remember that you were talking about.
Talking to their kids about trust.
Oh, that's right. My parents did nothing but show me and my siblings that we couldn't trust them. We couldn't turn to them. Especially our father. He was like the discipline man. So you never went to him with anything because he would never be positive or nice.
Oh,
or kind
yeah.
about it. He was, whatever
I
it
understand
was.
what you're talking about.
You fucked up, whatever. But
that's usually for me. That's usually like when the kids go to ask mom something, and then I'm like, I'm usually passive about it. I'm like, all right, but what did your mom say? And then it's like, well, she came to ask you. But I'm like, well, did she say yeah or no? Like that's one thing I don't like is that my wife never like tells them like if he says just ask me, then yes or no, so they know. Because I'm usually like the qualifier, like I'm the final yes or no. But if she wants it, if it's clear with you, then it's clear with me, ultimately, right? And it's always been that case. So like I don't know why she doesn't tell them either if your dad says yes or no, then yes, right? Or depending, because usually I'll just tell them, well, what does your mom say? Whatever your mom says. Because I want her to have the final say, because I'm just going to end up agreeing with her, because if I do disagree with her, that's not good. And usually we're on the same page anyway. So would it make sense for us to be like, for me to say a no, or when she says yes? So I don't know why she just doesn't tell them that, but I get that because they're always coming to me. Like I'm always the second person, right? They go to mom first for everything. And then mom's like, you can go to your dad. And I'm like, yeah, come to me. But then mostly I'll just be like, well, what did your mom say? Yeah, what did your mom say? Right? So it's like its own self-feeding thing. Like, you gotta ask us both when we're together. Maybe that will defeat it. But
Yeah, that's yeah.
think
I
that's
had
just
a
natural.
situation with my ex where it was like trying to find that line for the kid as well as like trying to find that line for my ex. It's like, when is this something that like needs to involve bio parent? When is this something that like step parent could take care of? Where it's like not a non-issue. You know what I mean? And that can be a hard line to find in a blended family. I can see how it can also be a hard line to find in just like a regular family where it's like, I don't like, there's two parents here. Like, we got to make decisions.
Yeah, well, part of Dad's like depression and stuff that broke him down was Mum wouldn't. I say wouldn't, but couldn't really punish us. So it came down to the like, wait till your father gets home.
Yeah. My mom did that shit too.
And he was just the Punisher. Like, literally, he was the Punisher. You hear his ute coming like blocks away, and your heart would skip a beat because Dad's nearly home, you know. And when he realized that that's what he'd been made into, it destroyed him as a man. And he never ever put a hand on my three younger siblings. It was only my older brother and me that got smacks or beatings or whatever you want to call them growing up. But yeah, he definitely managed to wake up at some point and soften and realize he didn't want to keep that generational thing going that you were talking about earlier.
In my culture, that's just widely accepted that that's what a husband is going, a father is going to be.
I think that it was accepted in my culture as well. Like, my dad beat the shit out of my older brother. He gave me spankings a few times, but mostly, again, it was like psychological shit where that was his type of discipline. But like, by the time that my little brother came around, now the other thing about my little brother is he's kind of a dead ringer for my dad. And my dad never laid a hand on my little brother. And to the point of, if you ask my brother, my dad was not an abusive man. My little brother will tell you, oh no, he never hit us. My older brother will tell me, like, yeah, he like gave me a bloody nose more than once. Like,
Yeah.
but
It's
it's
exactly the
and
same with my siblings.
And I'm so glad for my little brother that he didn't have that experience of my older brother. But I almost feel like there's a little bit of a like disbelief there going the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Later, Sparkle.
See you midnight.
Good to see you.
Such as many cases, I
You
imagine,
remember
though.
me? Say again, sorry.
Such seems as many cases. That just seems intrinsic with families. Like, it makes sense for the younger one because wisdom comes, right? Because no one really teaches you how to be adult, no matter how much you become an adult,
Yeah.
or like a parent in that way. And I said adult, same thing.
Yeah.
So everything's an
truly
on-the-job
only-
training.
Yeah.
I told my
they
kids
have been
that, like,
writing
you don't
books
even
about it
know,
since
like,
the
like, yeah. But each
You
situation is
only
different
know,
for each
but,
kid.
Yeah, what you're born into. And like, my dad was exactly the same. He would go to work all day, like 7 days a week. He'd come home, the mother would complain, he would give all the boys spankings, you know, and pass out, go to sleep, or we'd go to the pub, and that was his life. He just would beat his
Sounds like
kids.
my grandfather.
Right,
Do
you're
what
made
his
into the
wife
monster
said.
at home.
Yeah.
All you do
And
is
then
work,
my
come
dad
home,
was
yell at your
doing-
kids, blah, blah, blah.
That's awful.
My lived experience is like the complete opposite of you guys.
Go on.
Like, I have memories of the time my dad gave me a really wicked, like, awesome crane kick. And I was just sitting here thinking, man, I wish I could get another crane kick.
to
Get
So,
the warrior
moving on.
spirit.
to the chest, like to the.
No, it's to the side of the chin.
Are you part Asian, Serb?
No.
I reckon discipline. Yes, father, teaching me the ways of discipline.
We always fought. We practiced.
So yeah, you
I
sparred.
get like that with my boy. Yeah, we
Yeah,
do
you
that
guys
like
are over
a
here like,
play
oh
fight.
no, Dad smacked me across the face, and I'm out here fucking getting black eyes.
Oh yeah, no.
I play
My
fight
dad
with my
did-
boy all the fucking time. Like that's the best thing like about discipline is the makeup through play fighting. I think
See-
in any freaking way.
So my dad didn't do fair or clean fighting. He would do things like both hands, what I just call a karate chop, right? Down on both shoulders at the same time on those muscles, you know, to collapse you, or slap you with both hands at the same time. So your head, normally when you slap, your head turns and like that takes the force. But with both hand slaps, the force goes straight into the center of your head. And just like horrid type things like that. Not like let's square up and fight sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? He would use his size and dominance as a weapon, and this is, I'm like talking 8, 9 younger. I was terrified of this massive fucking thing, and what I see him do to my older brother. There's no way I was squaring up to that guy.
Well, on the lighter side, you did learn that you shouldn't try to take on somebody twice your size.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I also learned that I could defend myself and fight and take a punch. It didn't hurt and stuff like that.
Where I think Dr. Spock, etc., for the last, 30, 35 years or so, people have gone too far the other way, where boys who need to understand things like physical relationships in social structures don't learn it. So you end up with things like my younger sibling who thinks she could just beat up any human anywhere, which is just ridiculous.
It's like little dogs syndrome.
Like, yeah,
It's
little
the
chihuahua
smallest thing in the park, but they think they're the biggest.
Yeah, I never got a chance to fight my dad, and I kind of wish I had. I think it's a rite of passage.
Put my dad on the ground once.
I'm sitting over here
congratulations.
wishing my kids could have fought my dad. It's just
Exactly.
like my kids.
I walked away.
You know, my
They started
well,
shouting at me. I grabbed his phone off of the landline, cordless phone, and I dialed 911 and I threw it at him.
I remember
He was fine. He was being a dick. Go on. Sorry.
That's all right. The only time I had to, because he kind of respected me after that. But the first time I actually stood my ground and just like, you can't hurt me, You've done everything. You've tried everything. I can take anything you give me, and I'll stand here and look in your face.
Boy named Sue.
Is it? You're right. And I don't think he really ever. We had verbal arguments after that, but I don't think he ever laid a hand on me again, because I think he knew, like, I'd had enough, and the next time I was gonna. I don't know what I was gonna do.
My dad would say kind of messed up but very true things that were actually pretty helpful. Like, boy, if I wanted to kill you, I could have when you were smaller.
That is messed up.
Like
yeah.
that is
Which
really
is
messed up.
well, it's messed up and it's not because
It's
it also
true.
means I don't want to kill you.
But it's still like messed up. Like this is so messed up thing to tell a kid.
Well, that's what I mean. Or he'd say, your mom's still
And he
fertile. I
refuses
can.
to think about daddy.
He'd say something like, your mom's still fertile. I can make another one of you.
Did you know?
Did you know? You are my son.
Dolly? Like the painter, Dolly? Francesco Dolly? I think that's his first name.
Salvador?
Salvador Dali. That's his name. Salvador Dali. That's right. It is Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
So he had an older brother that was also named Salvador. But he died before the one that we know was born, like in childhood.
Oh,
And
is
his
the
parents
replacement
told him
thing.
that. Yeah, like his
Yeah.
parents like told him that he was a replacement.
Yeah.
And I always like think about like how that must have like messed with his brain growing up, and that's probably part of the reason why his art
I don't
is so
know.
fucked up.
It sounds
Why would
only
you
two
say
steps away from like being adopted. If you're adopted, you know you were wanted.
I don't know.
I tell my
They didn't want
eldest
you. They wanted their brother.
I tell my eldest he was an accident.
I know. It kind of depends on how you play it.
He was totally
I like that.
unplanned.
I say that to my kids just
What
to
about
fuck with them
surprise?
because we all have our
He
DNA
was
test, right? So I
he
always
was
tell
a
my kids that they
happy
were
accident.
adopted, and they freaking just laugh at it. Because we have our DNA test, we know that we come from each other. So like,
It's
"You're
fine.
adopted." Love that stuff.
My son has a twisted sense of humor like me, Savage. So
Yeah,
Wonder where that came
it's
from.
hilarious.
we call each other homo. Me and my boy.
In a weird way, those sideways things can be a good thing, and I try to take it, or people should try to take it in light. For example, when I was 13, my father told me he hated me, and I found out a couple of years later. He explained to me that when I was conceived, his brother was living at the house, and he was a fisherman in Acapulco on a tuna boat at the time, and my mother was going to name me Christopher. So my father just reminds her of where I came from, named me after his brother, who's also my grandfather, Victor. But I see it as thank God, because I don't want to be named Christopher. That would really fucking. And I don't know if that's anybody named Christopher, but I'd rather be Victor than Christopher. So good for me, I think.
No offense to them, they deserve it. It's a terrible name.
Yeah, Christopher.
Sandy made a
I had a
comment.
friend named Christopher.
I made you, I can unmake you, which gave me a really weird flashback of my mom like multiple times saying to me, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it. Like which is a weird threat.
That's terroristic threatening.
There is terroristic threatening, but she would say it to me for like decades. Brought you into this world, I could take you out of it.
Well, legally, that's not true.
Right?
Back in
Not
the day,
once
it
I'm an
used to
actual
be
infant.
I mean, once they're out of the womb, you're not allowed to kill
child
them anymore.
insubordinate. Get him a stone.
It's not ancient Greece, right?
That's right.
Not with that attitude.
Well, in ancient Greece, they didn't have a way to
It's our
measure the
tradition.
child's. They didn't have a way to measure the child's health while it was still in the womb. So they waited for it to be born, and if there was a birth defect, they got rid of it.
They just leave it out, yeah.
Yeah. So now we just changed it where we have the science to see that ahead of time. We kill it while it's still in the womb.
Efficient.
Well, and it's less personal
more
too.
efficient.
It's
Yeah.
it's more removed, you
You're
know,
less attached.
because then you don't have to see it.
Imagine being so devoted and convinced of something that you would offer your firstborn child to it.
Happens all the
I don't
time.
know.
How much of an
Really
ass
does.
hat would be my firstborn child?
I think that how much.
Wait,
of a
can you mean
tight
can we
spot
give
do
him
you have
up
to be in?
now? You mean I can give up my kid? Just
Yeah, I tried. You can't abort them when they're 18 anymore.
Oh man, you kick them out of the house. As close
Yeah,
as
so
you get.
you can
right?
kind of.
You got him for like 20 to life. But
No, I don't
yeah,
think you could do that
I
to my
think
boy.
to me, to answer your question, Sammy, my thought from that is, what situation does somebody have to be in to where giving up their firstborn child seems like the answer? Because Richard's right, it does happen. That's
Happened yesterday in Minnesota, where ICE law enforcement were doing a targeted, sweeping somebody up. This woman brings her 6-year-old kid to the scene and starts interfering. That's pretty much just risking the life of your child for your beliefs.
Oh, is that the woman that was shot?
No. No, they took her aside and said, "Look, you need to back up. You need to get out of the physical scene." And then she reveals she has a kid in the car, and she said, "You do realize that's child endangerment to bring them into a police action? That's child endangerment. You should take your child and go home." And she was, once they pointed that out to her, something clicked in her brain, and she left. Why she didn't think of it before that, I have no idea.
Maybe the idea of peaceful protest. So peaceful, we can bring a baby.
No.
I mean, typically peaceful protest, you can bring a baby, but like if you're going and following law enforcement, that's not, you have to keep in mind that
You should feel safer, right? At that point.
No,
There's
not around law enforcement. No.
I don't want to judge her too much because I think parents, you get into a mode where your kid's like just an extension of you until they get older.
Sure. It's just not accurate.
Probably. I don't know. But I don't think.
It can make sense.
I don't necessarily see that as as offering up your firstborn child as a sacrifice.
Well, how literal did you mean it?
I meant like literally.
I meant
Not like literally, like but like people who give away their child.
religions that did it regularly and stuff off of their
Sure, like the Jews.
Molech and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, there's now recently, Sammy, a decent amount of evidence that indicates that a Moloch is not a god, but a form of sacrifice by fire. Whereas a lot of Christians think Moloch was the god. I think that's not true.
Yes, exactly, Sandy. ICE has proven they are not peaceful. Leave your kids at home.
So you're
Not
telling
keep
me
bringing kids in.
that my compromise for abortion wouldn't work?
What's your compromise?
I think we should allow it in some circumstances as long as there's a statue of Moloch there in the room.
No, it seems to work pretty good.
Just in case.
Just in
Well,
case. Yeah, let them
that's
know
actually
that.
what I think the ancient religions are talking about is abortions.
Robert says, "Don't have kids." Problem solved. Okay, but at this point,
Yeah,
a
don't
lot
have
of people
kids.
have kids. For adults.
If you're not willing to
That happens.
sacrifice to Moloch, then you can't have an abortion.
But if you made it this far without having kids and you want to continue not having kids, I'm all for it. Like that's yeah.
But usually the worship was to have a benefit back. And then there's usually, because if we're gonna get into the semantics of it, usually you offer grain and stuff for that child in the afterlife. So you would have to be giving obligations to this dead child. It's part of the ritual of giving the child in the underworld to do whatever bidding. Just saying, like if you're gonna go by semantics, you gotta pay obligations to the dead child so they can have benefits in the afterlife, which is why it's appalling in the first place.
Nah, you just give him to Moloch and then let him deal with it.
Yeah.
It's fair. They don't
Well, and I
need their
think in modern
subsistence in
times-
the afterlife. You're right.
Well, and I think in modern times, if we're talking about like modern day sacrifice, it's a lot of times it's people literally like selling their kids, to orphanages and shit like that, where they're gonna ship them over here to America, and shit like that happens. And like, what situation does a parent have to be in where things are so bad that saying, well, okay, having one less mouth to feed and a little bit more money in my pocket is worth giving up my child and never seeing them again.
Well,
or
at that
never
point, you could just be a breeder. You don't have to. You don't have to love the children you produce if you're just producing them as
But
a
how do you produce a child without loving it?
I mean, easy. If
I
it's
mean, like,
profit,
I think even
No.
for people who do surrogacy, it's hard.
I don't know if a mother could do it. I could see a father doing it to women. If you
Sure.
call him a father, but that would be breeder. That's a
It's
different
not really a
story.
father. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
As a sperm donor.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a recent falsehood in our society that if a woman has an abortion, then the problem is solved. The only problem with that idea is that the abortion system itself, whether that's at home pill, D&C later, or a hospital visit, is scarring to the woman anyway. She is in a no-win situation if she's become pregnant. She doesn't want to.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not an easy process either way.
But they sell it on TV as if, here's this very rational, safe way to solve the problem. It's not a solution to the problem.
Well, and they also like sell it as if like people are just doing it like they're going to go take an abortion pill like it's birth control. Like, no, nobody does that.
Oh, you can't say nobody. But if you mean the majority don't, then I can.
No, I mean, like, it
see-
doesn't work like that. Like, it's like you said, it's a traumatic experience to like go through what having taken that pill does
Sure.
to you over like a period of 3 days. It's not
Yeah,
just I pop a pill every few days, like, and have an abortion whenever it's
I
convenient.
don't know the popular brand name of it. It's the morning after system where there's 2 pills to take. There's a high
Okay.
percentage of women who, knowing they're pregnant, wanting to self-abort, take the first pill and then have instant realization and regret, and then there's complications due to that.
I mean, I have heard about that in rare cases. I don't know a whole lot about it because it's not personally something that I have dealt with.
Well, I listen to Christian argumentation, so that they have a tendency to like bring up those topics and go into great depth about it. Not that I remember everything I've heard.
Yeah. I sometimes have my doubts about like the validity of some of the things that are said in those Christian arguments, but it's I just have a particular so I don't know if you know this, but I think we've talked about how I live in a state where it is considered a felony for anybody to get an abortion and or to like leave the state for an abortion and or to like help somebody leave the state for an abortion, and it's punishable by like up to 12 to 14 years, I believe.
And by that,
Um,
you mean elective abortions?
No. That's also
So
like part of it that's like been an issue with our legislation, but that's neither here nor there. But
they've outlawed
with
emergency abortions.
basically, yes, that is the way that the Missouri
Can't do
legislation was
that.
set up. It's I know. Like it's one of the it was one of like the big red alert states when Roe v. Wade was done away with because of because it basically criminalized emergency abortions. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem I would have with it is, emergence, like a life needs to be saved.
Yeah.
Well, then do it.
It's still, yeah. So that was the situation in Missouri. They're working on changing the legislation. It's being blocked by certain lawmakers. It's like a whole hullabaloo right now. But if let's say that if I was to have been put in a situation, I'm trying to like make this hypothetical so that I'm not like fucking outing myself on the internet. But if I was maybe in a situation where I was helping people get to a different place, if they like needed to have certain procedures, um, and was doing this anonymously, I would maybe have certain interactions with people who are maybe undergoing certain procedures. And it turns out that like half of those people are like really like devoted Christians, and they always have like some story about like how like it's different for them and
Yeah, of
how like they
course.
don't believe in it, but like it's different in their instance. And it's like never different. It's always the same as everybody else. And it's like
Sure.
I don't like I have just as much empathy for these people no matter what, because you're in this situation that you don't want to be in, and this is the only out that you can see. You
It is the
know?
only out that you can see at the time. Of course, prior planning would have prevented in almost all cases.
Exactly. Well, but okay, so here's the other thing. I also live in a state where they're like basically trying to outlaw any type of like birth control. So for instance,
Including like
you
prevention?
yeah. So for instance, in the county that I just moved from, it was illegal to sell like any type of contraceptive, like condoms or anything like that, at anywhere besides a pharmacy. And at the pharmacy, it had to be under lock and key where you have to like ask the pharmacist for it. It can't be like out on the shelf. So what in turn happens is that is a deterrent for teenagers from buying any type of contraceptive. And unfortunately, shithead teenagers, it's unfortunately not a deterrent from them from having sex. They're still going to have sex. They're just not now going to do it without a condom. And you could say, oh, well, if you're not mature enough to like go and ask the pharmacist for condoms, then you're not mature enough to be having sex. And I would agree, but like that doesn't change the fact
That
that
don't
they
stop
fucking
them.
do it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
of course not. In fact, I would actually argue that if it weren't for irresponsibility and bad decision making, the human race would not be here.
Okay. But like we don't need teenagers getting knocked up. But we have so many teenagers getting
Don't
knocked
we?
up in this state.
What do you mean we don't need
No.
that? We might actually need that.
We need responsible adults having kids.
What do you mean by a responsible adult? Someone who's financially stable, can easily afford it, already has their education and career set. That kind of
I mean, that would
responsible
be
adult.
great. That would be really great.
Yeah,
But
by
that's
then
like
it's
really
almost too
far.
late for them.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying. It's like we don't need to go that far. Like that's I'm just talking
but
about like somebody who like has their shit together a little bit.
who has their
Uh
together before they're 35?
like
Who?
like I'm talking like a GED or like a high school diploma, right? Like that would be nice. Like at
Okay.
like in a relationship with a person with a job, or actually have a job that like you can continue to have while like raising a kid with like a plan for like you know, like maybe some other responsible adults in the picture, like maybe your parents in the picture, so that they can be, you know what you get what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, you're a conservative.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Everything about what you just said was very conservative.
Okay.
Nuclear family, grandma's available to help, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be grandma. It doesn't necessarily
You know what
have
I'm
to
saying.
be,
I didn't
but yeah, like
mean it has to be grandma.
I don't
I mean,
disagree with any of the things that like the
okay.
conservatives like. I just again, it doesn't work out that way for everybody.
It
And I
doesn't
think
work
that we
out
like
for the
need
majority because of the way
we
our
need to give people
society right now
options.
promotes ideas
Well, because we don't give people options.
and because of the welfare state.
I don't disagree with that, but that's not for a Sunday morning discussion.
Sure it is. What's special about Sunday?
It's the weekend. It's
Across the planet, until noon arrives, it's some other day.
true. Sammy, what day is it for you?
It is Monday.
There you go.
It's not Sunday morning. We're on Sammy's channel. It's Monday. So
Is it like what, 2 o'clock in the morning, some shit?
Yeah.
Why are you still awake? You and Rob both need to go to sleep.
No, I woke up really late today, so
Yeah, you sound sleepy.
It fries people's brains, but Tuesday is 36 hours long.
Yeah.
That's the fact of the matter.
I always remember this with NaNoWriMo.
I need to what?
NaNoWriMo. National Novel Writing Month starts on November 1st and
I
ends.
thought I heard raw. Okay.
Oh no, NaNoWriMo. But we start with like the Australian start time. Then you know, that's how it works out. We get extra hours. Get an extra day that way. No, an extra 12 hours, something like that shit. Nice. Why do you get extra time, Australia?
They don't.
I know. I'm just being silly.
I thought you were
Hi,
doing
sir.
woman math there for a second.
No, I am bad at math, but like not that bad at it. I am really bad at time zone math, though. That is the worst kind of math. We can talk about anything on Monday. So all bets are off.
What does the welfare state have to do with anything? It has a lot to do with everything. Males are biologically driven to make as many babies as possible with whatever women are available. So if men have a chance to escape a relationship and go make a baby somewhere else, they will. But the problem with that is...
Okay, can I ask
is
the
it-
panel how they feel about that? Guys, would you agree?
Can I finish the statement first?
Okay.
That was just a joke on yesterday. All right, so because men do that, or men want to do that, if they're given an ability to do that, that is the welfare state, then they will do that, and they'll shirk responsibilities. That's the end of the statement.
Okay, what was the question?
Would you agree with
You
that
agree.
statement? That if you have the ability to leave a relationship and father a child outside of that relationship, that you will take advantage of that?
No, I don't know. I'm not going to do that.
Well, maybe you wouldn't do it, but it's still true
Maybe.
that maybe you wouldn't do it.
No, I said I
don't-
wouldn't do that. I meant
Well,
what I said.
I believe that you believe that. I'm not saying you
Okay,
don't
but you
believe
said
that.
maybe, so I was just clarifying.
Well, did it ever happen?
Happen what?
Did that ever happen to you? You got a woman
As far as-
pregnant, but you knew she was going to be taken care of, but you stayed anyway.
I got a woman pregnant.
Yeah.
I knew that she would be taken care of.
Even
but I
without you.
Stayed anyway.
Yeah.
I must have missed the whole question. I'm sorry. Ignore what I said. I don't understand the question.
It was about the welfare state and men, wanting to
Repeat
make
your
as many
statement.
babies. Yeah, my statement was that men will try to make as many babies as possible with as many women as possible.
What? You think most men would do that?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know,
Okay.
statistically in my family, I can't deny that both my brothers have multiple children to multiple wives.
So-
I'm a
So
bit of an
there-
exception to that rule, but
So, Sammy, where you live, is there good state support for single women with children?
very good.
There you go.
So what about my brothers where like only one of my brothers even has kids and it's just with one woman?
Apparently
In no
you
way was
were-
I saying there's no exceptions to this,
Okay.
Thank you.
but I said generally
Okay, kind
speaking.
of sounded okay.
Yeah, I said I'm even an exception to that because I didn't spread my seed around multiple mothers. I still have two mothers to my children, so it's not. I guess that is multiple.
Whoops.
Whoops.
I mean, the very reason that Sandy points out that we have the term baby mamas is because of this phenomena. All of it is enabled by the welfare state.
Okay. And
Well, I've been in that situation many times. I can't tell you. I could tell you, but I could lose count on how many times I've been hit on by women, having cat and the kids at home. And I was first going to say something, but then you said it made a little sense because I was the only person she had. She really have a family or anything like that. But then the state does provide welfare. But then again, I'm the kind of guy who'll take care of my own mess,
See, you have morality, but not everyone has your same level of morality. I mean, I wouldn't do it either.
You're saying mess. Is that how you refer to your child?
What was that?
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
Ed.
someone who doesn't have any bio kids, so like that's I can't, you know what I mean? Can't judge on that.
I don't think I have any children in Germany. I don't. Maybe that's possible.
Well, if you don't know of them, that's not the same thing. You're not responsible for what you don't know.
I feel like it's the same.
Well,
for me, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, you got me thinking, Richard. I didn't intentionally plant in Germany, but I was young, and there was the duck pond incident.
It may be a Von Rohr out there.
Speaking perfectly good German, yeah, maybe. That's wow. I had a German girlfriend that wanted to marry me, and I'm like, huh? What's that?
Yeah, you were
Did
too
not speak
young.
English?
Yeah, I was 19, something like that. Yeah.
I think a good chunk of males don't grow up, don't accept actual responsibility, and don't think of anything other than themselves as being important until they make someone pregnant. Until they make a baby, they don't really grow up.
Hi, Brojo.
John.
Oh.
Yeah, I've noticed that in a lot of my friends where they there's like a switch that happens when their girlfriend is pregnant, or sometimes it's like that first week. Sometimes it's a little later, that first week or month that baby is brand new and fresh, where it's like they realize like it's not about them anymore.
I've had so many men tell me that. They hold their child for the first time, and they have to hold it too. Pregnancy
Some of them do, yeah.
They want to physically have it in their arms, then it becomes a real thing, and that's when
You
the
lock
switch
eyes with
flips, and they grow up. Yeah.
Oh, it's worse, Minnow. Sometimes it takes you weeks.
That's what I've heard.
Even I've heard men even months before they could connect with the baby, because we didn't grow it inside of us. There was just nothing there. Yeah, your missus had a big belly, but there's just nothing there. And then all of a sudden, there's a new human being that you need to connect to, look after.
In the extreme example of what you're saying, Sammy, a friend of mine, he had a son born with a heart condition, and without immediate surgery, he would have perished. And it took him 6 months or so for him to connect with his child. In other words, he had to be confident the baby was going to live before he could get emotionally attached to it.
Oh, yeah. That sounds hard. 'Cause, yeah, like you don't want to get emotionally attached to it. You don't want to set yourself up for the heartache. But then after, how do you make up?
See,
for
in
that?
some ways, men are more delicate and more romantic than your average woman.
Sure.
I don't think men are any less emotional. I think we have different emotions.
Yes. I would agree. Also, we have, as a society, we've rebranded anger as not an emotion.
Yeah.
What?
It's like
Yeah.
some toxic thing that should not exist in any way, shape, or form.
It's a complex emotion.
It's not okay to feel angry.
Which, it's not a primary emotion. It's a complex emotion. Anytime you're feeling anger, it's made up of something else, right? Is it like sadness? Is it hurt? Is it fear? Is it like there's other things that are adding to it? And I think that like that is a hard thing for a lot of guys to unpack. It's like, where is that anger coming from? But like instead they just like tag it as like, no, it's not, it's a feeling, but it's not an emotion.
I have a theory on this, if you would hear it.
Sure.
Savage.
Sure.
Okay, so anger is like repeated existence of disappointments. Disappointments are misjudgments of actual things. Misjudgments are just based in lies. So anger is a result of not accepting truths.
Okay, that's an interesting theory. I'm not sure if I'm on board with that, but
That's okay. It
interesting.
should take more than
Yeah.
2 minutes anyway.
Fair enough.
Followed that.
I mean, when was the last time you got angry about something that went your way and you expected it to go that way? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's linked to disappointments.
Yeah.
So it's multiple occasions of expecting something that can't be. So accept more truth and be happy.
Oh, what a miss. Everyone's quiet.
Accept more truth and be happy. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think so. There have been things that like I was angry about that ended up like in the end going my way, but it's not. Yeah, at the time of like getting angry, I guess probably would be. I'm trying to think. Probably.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a time that I was angry that wasn't linked to disappointment, and I don't think I can. That's what you missed, Seb.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Roja says fear of losing something or unrealistic expectations. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Or having realistic expectations but not having them met. I think that happens sometimes. But yeah.
I'm trying to understand what this is.
So
Him
my local
asked you.
hardware store started carrying these dill pickle flavored cashews. They're like roasted cashews with dill pickle.
Let me give you an example of why this is true, and I can do this in real time, Sandy. So you could read the other person on the chat as him, but what it actually reads is, "Hi, my name is Ed." So it's not him, it's hi. Now, as I said that, and you heard that, and you're sitting there, you're doing the calculations in your head right now. Didn't something kind of tweak in your heart when I said that? Didn't you find that just a little bit offensive? See, but I'm pointing out that you missed something. And then your heart goes, "Oh, I don't like that I missed something." Right? And if I kept doing it and I just did that over and over again with everything that you said, then you would become frustrated with me, right? Even if I'm right, you'll still become frustrated with me.
Really?
Most people would. I'm not necessarily. I'm speaking in generalities. I don't mean necessarily Sandy would become, but like if someone just says, "Oh, you're wrong about that," and then you make another statement, they go and they show you that you're wrong about that, you'll get pissed.
If they're showing me, like, no, like, thank you, I appreciate that.
Well,
I think that's the thing that I learned about
That's a lot of
fourth or fifth
maturity.
grade.
See, but
I think I
you're
learned that
speaking
about
from-
fourth or fifth grade.
No, that's great. I don't know who taught you that, but that's great.
When you're wrong about something, that's an opportunity to learn something new.
Sure.
Especially if somebody comes with the data, comes with,
And that's the opposite side of the same spectrum. It's a growth opportunity. It's not a disappointment.
Mm.
No
I
one
can read.
can read my name wrong.
Saying it indignantly. He's indignant about it.
Anyone want to tell me what PVCS is? Aside from a plastic that you make sewer pipes with?
I don't know.
Polyvinyl chlorides. That's the only thing I know it means.
Premature ventricular contractions, type of irregular heartbeat.
Oh, gosh. Sorry, I didn't mean.
Extra heartbeats.
Well, I didn't mean to do all that. It was just an example.
If I got it right.
She's saying you got it right. That's what she meant.
Yeah, Sandy's agreeing. Yeah.
So I think, I mean, at least in my experience, like Sammy said, I can't think of a time where that wasn't true.
With
I gotta go. I'm being yelled at.
Oh.
Love you guys. Good morning.
Love you.
Have a good one.
See you, bro.
Have a good one.
You too. God, the boss spoke.
And wouldn't stop.
Spoke loudly and repeatedly.
So I'm not saying that accepting truths results in happiness, but I think it makes an opening where happiness and joy can happen. Whereas the opposite, rejecting truths, just makes a person where they are going to be miserable. They're going to be disappointed and angry all the time. And I actually think that the natural human state is happiness.
I think there's plenty of people who live in like a fantasy world that is not reality, that are perfectly happy.
Oh, in order to believe that, you'd have to live in a fantasy world. I'm just kidding you.
Maybe I do as well. Who knows?
Well, ignorance is bliss, but the ignorance has to continue through all aspects of life to where a person's never disappointed, never frustrated. And that's a complete
ignorance is only
delusion.
bliss where there's folly to be wise, right?
Right. So I'm wondering who's supporting that person to allow them bliss. There has to be a support structure for that because they can't operate in reality.
I think a lot of them don't operate in reality, but I don't necessarily know that it's supported by. Well, some of it's supported by religion, some of it's supported by
Sure.
different
Like
cults.
I hear a lot of Christians say, "Oh, God answered my prayer when the church did a collection and helped me pay my rent." And all I can think is, well, that wasn't God, that was people. And you should.
But it didn't help feed your baby, did it?
And you're living outside of your means, and there's all kinds of bad decisions there.
Welcome, ODS.
Hello, everyone.
Won't help
Am I audible?
feed your baby.
You
Yes.
are audible. Is this the Ed from overseas that I know and love? Is it that Ed?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great to see you again.
Great to see you all again. Very much indeed.
We're trying to give you the floor, Ed.
Oh, I have nothing to say.
Well,
but
hello.
but maybe develop your idea of how anger makes you see the truth.
How anger makes you see the truth. Well, I guess if a person gets, to a point where they learn to hate the anger, and they start to analyze why they were angry, which is something of what happened to me, because I was a very angry person. In fact, just angry all the time. I would be in a fighting mode, at the drop of a hat, as they say. Peace and
Yes, but
respect, William Freeman.
But to observe that, you need to stop being angry to understand why
Yes.
you was angry.
Yeah, that's the conundrum. How do you self-reflect and how do you fix it yourself? You kind of need somebody outside of you to say it to you, and then you can think about it. For me, it was my angel who said it.
Oh, so you need external interventions to realize the reasons that you have been behaved in such a way?
If you're caught in an endless loop and there's no obvious way out, or maybe I just wasn't very good at thinking, but I never saw a way out. I just thought that all humans were horrible, and I was the only reasonable person, and that's why I was angry all the time, is because everybody else sucks. That's what I thought. Now that's not true. What I've learned since is everyone's working in partial information, and the inaccuracies in their information causes them to have mistakes. And that's what causes, unjust things, crimes, etc. And that's what makes for unhappiness is a lack of acceptance of truths and a lack of information.
Right. So that gets me back to my question in the chat. How do you know when you have misjudged something? You don't know unless something happens.
Sure. Yeah, but it takes an act to have something be judged anyway. So I agree with you 100%. But as soon as you're disappointed in something, it means you misjudged something, because you are not agreeing with the reality at hand. If you agree with the reality at hand, you wouldn't misjudge things.
I don't think disappointment is a sign that you have correctly misjudged.
Okay. What's your alternative explanation?
I mean, every time I flip a switch, I expect the light bulb to light on.
Sure.
And when it doesn't, when I flip it and it doesn't light on, I'm not disappointed. I'm looking for answers.
Okay, so in your scenario, the light bulb probably blew, because probably not the wiring or the switch, right? And light bulbs blow all the time, so that's the most likely answer, right?
Right.
So it works 500 times in a row, and the 501st time it doesn't work, and you're saying you're not disappointed in the least when it doesn't work?
No, because
I have a hard time
probably
believing that.
I operate with the assumption that at least one time it can happen that it doesn't light on, kind of thing.
Okay, that's fair. So statistically, you know that eventually it will fail because it's a light bulb, and you've had experience with light bulbs before, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So because you've properly judged what it is, a light bulb, and your experience says that is outside information says that they will blow, when it does, you're not disappointed. Well, congratulations, you're not crazy.
Wow, thank you.
But it still falls within the paradigm of what I'm describing.
I think you can still be disappointed.
Well, you can be disappointed, like, oh crap, I got to change the light bulb, and I have a spare in the closet or whatever. You could say it in that way, but if you're surprised and frustrated by that, then you've just completely missed what a light bulb is.
I feel that
I'm trying to find something on the floor. I'm in a hurry. Like, yeah, it's a surprise because I expect it. Like you said,
and on average, you'd be right.
Sure. Whatever. Like that would be a disappointment in some situation.
But what I'm saying is, if you expect a rapist to not rape, you're going to be disappointed. If you expect the light bulb to never blow, you're going to get mad.
You see, when we talk about disappointment and disappointments, the word implies a large emotional baggage behind it.
Sure.
And this is a way of talking about things between or amongst individuals or persons. It's not a way to talk about grand scale kind of things or the world or I don't know, even countries or populations. We cannot be disappointed that I don't know, the United States invaded Venezuela.
I think some people are disappointed in that.
I think it depends on how you use the terminology. Yeah.
And keep being disappointed at large scale events. It sounds like just showing your heart and shaking hand to the skies kind of thing.
Yeah, the old man yells at cloud. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a protest yesterday in Minnesota in the United States.
That's right. So I guess
yell at our crowd.
when multiple people congregate together to be disappointed, that's when it matters, isn't it?
Sure. Now you have an entire group of unhappy people based in non-reality.
Do you think disappointment is a sign of unhappiness?
Disappointment is a sign of unhappiness.
Can you be disappointed and still be happy?
I think you could, the first few incidences of it, but if it continues to repeat, that is, you keep rejecting the reality, it'll become, disappointment into frustration, into being, flustered, even into anger in some cases.
Well, like, for instance, I had a situation when I went to go re-register for classes again, where the school that I originally had gone to attend didn't have, there's like 4 classes that I need this semester, and all of them were either like full or they weren't available in the format that I needed them in. It was disappointing. I went to a different community college. It's actually in a town that I like a little bit better. Having to find some, like, a place to stay here, blah, 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 blah. And it's a better community college, and it's all 4 classes are in the format that I want, and it's actually going to work out better. Like, yeah, that was, I mean,
Well,
yes,
good.
initially I was disappointed, but like that's not, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Maybe let me review it with you and see if it still fits into the paradigm I'm presenting, and if I present it in some way that you find unjust, just tell me. Okay, so you thought something was, but it wasn't. So then you felt disappointment, but you didn't keep trying to apply to the same courses to the same college and still be disappointed. You went to a different college, right? So what you did was you found the option outside of the paradigm of the falsehood that you did understand. So you found where it was true,
I don't think that it was
and you went
outside.
there. What's that?
No, I don't think that it was outside of that. I think it was within that paradigm. I was
But
like,
you just
okay,
said
well,
the
I
college
can't
didn't
do
offer
it
what you needed.
that college there. So then I was forced to go further research. it, further
When I
figure it
said
out.
paradigm, I meant the theory that I'm representing. See, it fits, is what I'm saying. You just acted appropriately instead of acting inappropriately and continued disappointment.
Well, that's
But I'm still disappointed. Like, that's my point.
Sure,
Is it
you
like, There's
were.
a part of me that's still quite disappointed that I couldn't go
Sure.
to the school that my dad used to.
Let me
teach at,
ask you,
blah,
did you
blah,
become
blah.
angry?
No, I think just disappointed.
There you go. You handled it perfectly. You didn't get to anger. You fixed it instead.
Okay.
Now, if you kept
Yeah,
applying
just-
and they kept saying no, but you kept applying anyway, eventually you'd get pissed off.
Yeah, one of Richard's
After one of my
original
advisors,
main
that was-
premises was repeated disappointments.
Well, yeah, and I did have
Not
some
just
repeated
being
disappointment
disappointed
with an advisor that did upset me. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
That makes sense, Sammy. Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
it.
I mean, if someone can find an abstract or an actuality that disproves this, I would love to hear that argument. But so far, I never hear anybody that does.
I think that if you are being repeatedly disappointed, the problem is with you, not with the world.
Exactly.
That's the
lack of
point.
acceptance of truth. That's exactly it. That's perfect.
It probably was with my advisor that they were assigning me, but that was. I found a workaround. So, yeah. Community colleges kind of suck in certain ways. Although, oddly, what I'm learning is that, like, all in slightly different ways. What
How do
you
you
learn
mean?
from dealing with one community college does not necessarily apply to them all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's kind of a micro society.
it's weird. The one that they wanted to offer me IT classes, but like they couldn't figure out how to like actually get me a sign in for their computer system. It was just like all of their IT problems that happened even like before my first appointment was just like, oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm not taking any IT classes from this school. But you know they're like a very personable school and they have some other things going for them.
That was too quiet.
Sorry. I was just trailing off. I'm a little too stoned today. It's still early, but I started smoking early, so it's a Sunday. It's the weekend. It's the freaking weekend, baby.
Oh, FDA now recommends alcohol in social situations as a social lubricant, but some people say, oh, they just want more babies.
Yeah.
Alcohol gives me a headache.
How much
By
do you have
FDA?
of it at a time to give you a headache? One shot and you have a headache?
Yes, 1 unit or less.
Oh, wow. Okay.
By FDA, you mean Kennedy administration, right?
Well, Kennedy's section, yes.
Kennedy section of Trump administration.
Right.
That's more accurate, yeah.
Richard, stop ignoring
I'm
the
not
chat.
ignoring the chat. I just sometimes miss something in the chat. That's not the same thing. What are you trying to say, Will? And why don't you just come on the show?
too.
Are you at work, Will?
Oh man, I just spent way too much money.
Yeah, Halsey, they quote that the blue zones or on the planet, that is, say, the places where people live the longest, they have social drinking, but only in cases of celebrations, and not very much to drink, but they do that overall during the year on a fairly regular basis. What did William say
I
I'm
could do
supposed to
that.
answer to?
Somebody said something
It's
about
there on the
they
screen.
just spent too much money. Oh,
He
here
just
we
wrote
go.
it again.
So
Okay.
I recently
Is that a
decided
threat,
that
Will?
I already said peace and respect and brother and love you, and I didn't say all that, but I meant all that.
Unless he said something else.
he said he's dealing with something right now. Can't join.
Well, you must have missed when I said peace and respect, William Freeman, because I saw that you had written strength and honor, and that's our tradition. That's how I respond to your strength and honor. You just forgot our tradition. I'm very insulted. I'm disappointed. Now I'm angry.
Yeah, that was kind of debunked.
Accept the
It's-
truths.
There you go.
I think they found that it was more correlated to like people who drink wine are also of a certain level of wealth, and those people also have a certain proximity to healthcare.
Right. So
Mhm.
it's
So, yeah.
their wealth that's doing it, not the wine.
Right.
Gotcha. Hey, it's a statistical truth that if Harley Davidson sales goes up, so do pregnancies. Thereby, Harley Davidson's cause pregnancies.
But yeah, they did think that there might be a correlate or a causation there for a while. It turned out that there was just a correlation that was not a causation with the wine.
Well, good, William. You have identified the problem, corrected it, and now you're less frustrated. I'm happy for you.
Oh, that's annoying. I hate that whenever you click the pop out, if you like
Mhm.
pop out the chat, it defaults back to whatever is it the
Yeah,
top
you'd think
chat.
they could remember your preferences, but not when it comes to chat.
And immediately, the second you do anything, whether you refresh the page, pop out the chat, anything,
Mm-hmm.
it's ridiculous. But yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
but
what
if
we
you
were talking
open up a second tab of YouTube and you mute it, and you can close it and open it back up, it'll be muted again.
You can
Who makes these
mute a
decisions?
tab on YouTube, open up a different tab of YouTube with a different video, and it will remember that you fucking muted it the last time that you were on YouTube, and it'll be like, oh, YouTube's running, but we're muted.
Yeah, if I find a friend who's live streaming, but I don't have time to actually watch, or I find something else more interesting, I'll let theirs play. I'll give them a thumbs up, and let it play in the background muted. And may ignore the entire show, but I still give them a view.
Well, we appreciate that.
Just honest, I don't find everything that everyone says interesting.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, it's nice to do that for your creators. If you are watching on Twitch and if you see your Twitch creators, turn your volume down to 1%. For some reason, Twitch keeps track of that shit in their algorithm, and you only get views if you have like at least 1% volume.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Would you just say you have to have it at the viewer has to have it at 1% volume at least in order for it to be counted as a view?
On Twitch, yeah.
On Twitch. Okay, well they saw that coming, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, do
They have
everybody a
weird rules
favor.
over there.
If you have a friend who's doing a boring show, let it play anyway. Help them out.
Yeah.
It's not going to use up too much of your computer.
You would be a better friend if you will tell him that he's doing a boring show.
Tell him what he can do to be better.
Well, not in all cases does everybody like to hear that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like
but if you're not somebody who wants to hear that, then like maybe don't be on YouTube.
Well,
maybe don't stream.
I have a tendency to, first of all, I want heavily critiqued. That way, I have more confidence that I'm right or wrong in some subject. So I like that a lot. So I'll give my same friends that same respect, and then they think I'm combative, and then they say things like, "Oh, I don't want to fight with you," which happened here about 45 minutes ago. And I don't feel like I fight with anybody. I just don't feel like I fight with
Richard.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, actually, I don't think any of you have, unless you saw me go off on Jill when he was attacking my military record and whether or not I was stolen honor. And unless that's what you're referring to, which happened one time in many, many years, then I don't believe I fight with people.
Okay, so it depends on your definition of fight, but like spat.
Sure.
Is Jill a friend?
And when you say I don't want to fight, most people think that also like includes like having a little spat.
I consider Jill a religious brother. I think everyone is a brother or sister of mine, no matter what their present belief system is.
Oh, come on.
I'm really serious. And
Am I just a sibling, or you think of me as a sister?
I don't think that I have any enemies. Someone might consider me an enemy.
Are you saying that the opposite of a friend is an enemy?
In the extreme, sure.
Why do you go to the extremes?
Because it's the beginning of a conversation. As you and I get into more and more detail, it'll become more and more nuanced.
Typically, when someone says the opposite, they usually mean
On
the
a-
extreme difference. Like,
On a bell curve, there are no opposites. I mean, there are opposites, but in the peak of the bell,
yeah,
sure, fine.
not on the extremes. The extremes are part of the bell.
Sure.
yeah. I don't necessarily think that. Yeah,
But wouldn't you say that a bell has a left and a right? There are extremes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say left, right. I'd say beginning and end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same difference.
I mean, I don't care if you read left to right, up and down, Japanese, Jewish, English, whatever. That's fine.
I
But
mean, Arabic is right to left. You have the big one right there.
sure. That's why I said Jewish, because Arabic reads right. Yeah. Yeah. So right or left
Hebrew,
doesn't
but
matter,
yeah.
but there's definitely a right and left as you look at a bell curve.
Okay, so is there someone that can be your religious brother and sister that is more than that, as in a friend?
Oh, sure. I can like somebody. I mean, I'm called to love people, but that doesn't mean I like them. But there are people that I do like as well as love them.
Are you
How I
loving?
feel about my mom. I love my
Are,
mom. I do not like
are you
mom.
loving people because you are called to love them?
Yes, love being a verb. It's love is a set of actions, which means you have to be selfless and give the other person what they need, no matter what you might want. That's what love is.
And that motivation comes from a command?
Yes.
Wow.
Love thy neighbor as thyself is a commandment. Yeah.
I find this problematic.
Because
if you're loving because of a command, you're not truly loving.
no, you could love emotionally as well. But to do what other persons need you to do as a form of service is to be the correct servant.
So you're saying loving or love or being loving is a duty.
Yes, to other humans, all of them.
This is
Now,
even more
sometimes that
problematic.
love would manifest in correction, even aggressive. It could be aggressive at times. It could be uncomfortable for the other person. But if you truly believe that that's what they need to hear so that they have the opportunity to be happy, then you should do it.
So commands gives informs your intentions. No. Yeah.
My intention is to follow the command. My morality informs my intention. My conviction informs my morality. So because I'm convinced it's true, I try to do it. Which doesn't mean I always succeed.
You are convinced that the command is correct?
Yes.
Why?
Because people are in a biological, socio-mental situation, and most of it, they either didn't have any input to cause that situation. It was caused by others, or they're genetically predestined to be in that situation, such as things like idiot savantism or retardation. They literally have no choice whatsoever. And thereby, there's actually no thing as an adult who's responsible. There's no such thing on this planet. Even if we do have the social fiction that is necessary for societies to continue, that there's such thing as an adult. There's no such thing.
I'm definitely not an adult.
I mean, a
Technically,
5 years
I
old
am.
is not an adult, correct?
50 years old, 100 years old is not an adult. They're just missing too much information to be an adult. And then there's biological problems. There's environmental poisoning. There's all kinds of stuff.
How did we
Just-
get to adult from
I don't
So
know.
I'm trying to be an adult. I'm
What
failing.
my brain was doing the whole time.
Yeah, but you just said that no one is an adult.
Right. And they're also not responsible. So because they're not responsible, and I recognize that, there's no reason for me to expect them to be. There's no disappointment that they aren't. And except for when I absolutely lose my mind, which happens on rare occasions, there's no reason for me to be angry with them either. It's a unified theory of society.
On paper, that doesn't unify society at all.
Sure it does.
No, he's right.
What do you mean by? I mean, you and I can mean different things by unify. I mean a theory of everything, like what people are. But if you mean it makes all societies one in their own judgments, I'm not trying to say that. I don't think it would.
I mean, no society in the world have been united by, okay, folks, let's just be responsible adults here, and it will work.
I believe it would, though, if they were actually adults. I think that's how heaven works. Because everyone's an autonomous adult.
So now the only responsible adult exists only in heaven.
Yeah, when our genetics are complete, when we're, you could say, fully evolved, we'll all be adults, except for new offspring, except babies, but they'll become adults. And thereby we'll all understand what's the right thing to do, and we'll do it because it's in our interest, our immediate family interest, and in the interest of the entire society. The problem is right now we don't have truths, and we do have birth defects, and we do have environmental poisoning.
Do you think this is environmental poisoning that's what?
That's Twitter. Twitter is environmental poisoning.
Could be. But it's more likely to be what I would classify as disinformation and misinformation.
Do you agree that being responsible or responsibility in general implies a target to be responsible of or towards?
If there's a certain topic, sure it would.
A responsible adult in heaven, what's the target of being responsible in heaven?
To continue the existence of human throughout the galaxies, to continue the experience of love and what that means, to create this is going to sound somewhat Star Wars, but to create that balance so that things continue.
And are you saying that we are not doing these things in the present?
I mean, it could be here at some scale, at some level, within some group, such as a family that are, loving and caring of each other. It happens. Even fiefdoms, kingdoms have experienced that in the past at some level, not at the same level I'm talking about, though.
Is there
no need for sex? It's not about. Oh my gosh!
It's clones.
Well, it's talking about, in my opinion, and nobody agrees with me. Nobody on this earth agrees with me.
By the way,
like in Brave New World when we bottle people.
Actually, okay. Consider this. If you were perfectly self-healing, that is to say your telomeres did not destroy because of environmental changes and quote-unquote aging, and you were just like 28-ish, whatever number, forever, right? You were just perfectly healthy. Right. And if you had if you were born with some kind of a minor brain defect, it was healed by the fact that you're now completely genetically you.
I would love it.
And that defect doesn't exist anymore.
That'd be awesome.
And if you saw there was no supply problems, no social problems, and no limit to resources, none at all, because you're out in the galaxy, you're now part of an intergalactic society with practically, how big is the universe? Unlimited resources. Do you think that in that environment, you might consider having a baby?
I think some people would. I'm not going to have a baby here.
So. Okay. So So what I see
I
these
don't
ancient
want
religions
no baby.
describing is that very situation. And as far as the dead coming back to life, we know that from 23andMe and other such surveys that you actually and your family group and all the people contain all of the DNA of all of the people that have ever been.
Sort of.
So you could actually trace back and restore anyone based off the living population.
Wouldn't it just be like anybody that's had kids, right? Or like there might be some weird.
But you were a kid.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me give you a for
But
instance.
I'm
I
saying
think
it's
that,
like there's some like. But no,
let's say your
let me
uncle
finish what I
didn't
was
have
saying.
offspring. What's that?
No, I'm not talking about just like an uncle, okay? Because uncles, like, there's other relatives. I'm talking about like there's some like offshoot population where they all ended up like dying out. I don't necessarily
Sure.
know
Where'd they
that,
come
like,
from?
there might be some
I'm really
unique
trying to answer
DNA.
it. I understand the question. I'm trying to answer it.
Of
I
some
want to
type
use
of
the
DNA
example of
mutation.
what happened.
I don't know. Somebody left.
Okay. So I really do think you can tell me if I'm wrong and I don't answer it. I'll be fine with that. Let's say you had an uncle who didn't have any kids, right? So you can't
Don't think
use
it's
those
relevant.
kids to trace back and make uncle, right?
Yeah, but he's got siblings, or his parents had other. I mean, if
Well,
he's
then you
uncle,
answer.
he obviously had siblings. But I'm talking about like
Then you
a
answer your own question.
population. No, it didn't answer my own question.
Did that population
I'll
come from
ask it
nowhere?
again if you let me finish. You didn't let me finish the first time, and I
Okay.
really had to struggle to get it out. And I think that you didn't hear what I said.
Okay.
If you're going back with an uncle. Okay, so there's a certain population with some type of genetic mutation that's completely
Uh-huh.
unique to them,
Uh-huh.
right? And maybe they die out. They don't have any like living offspring, or they didn't get genetically tested or whatever. We don't have their DNA. I think that
Mhm.
we wouldn't necessarily be able to reconstruct that from like their ancestors, because we wouldn't be able to reconstruct the whatever genetic mutation that made them a unique population.
Unless you forced it knowing it existed.
Okay, but how do you know that it exists if you don't have their DNA?
That's a great question. I'm gonna have to wait till we're actually in heaven. We can ask that. That's pretty detailed. It's a great question. I don't know how they know these things.
Okay. I appreciate that response. That's an honest response.
I still think the uncle
Who did
thing
we
was pretty
lose,
good
though?
though. What?
Who did we lose? There was another person here moments ago that left.
PJ.
Tog is gone and VJ's gone.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Or is Tog right there with the... No, that's Ed.
Why did they go? Why did you leave?
Because they wanted to.
Okay. Tog's still here. Where are you, Tog? You're just in chat. Oh, okay.
Did I miss something?
You left us.
I thought what Serb presented more than a year ago now was, and what Sammy came up with, not simultaneously, and by my recollection, but both had the same objection. If a person is genetically restored, that is to say cloned in heaven, is it really that person? I think that's a really interesting question.
On Star Trek, when they get transported through the transporter and it takes them apart, like all their molecules, and then maps them and then like reconstructs it from other molecules
Sure.
on the other side, is that still the same person?
It is.
It depends on. I think
it's not.
it's not technically, but then if you ask them, that's what matters. Or do they believe they're the same person?
And I feel like probably heaven's probably the same, right?
That's what I think.
A person is made out of personality and personhood, which by
Right.
personhood I mean recognized by other persons, correct?
But like there's the other
Right.
William Riker. Sorry, I've seen way too much Star Trek.
Well, if you cut off some part of me, a hair clipping, an entire arm, I'm still me. So I'm obviously not made out of my parts.
Right.
Okay.
Correct, but
So
if you are cloned as you are today, you will not be you, because
You'll be your
whatever is
twin.
now is made of the events and the experience and how your brain works, which is unique
Unless
to
you
you.
retain that. That's what
Which-
they're saying. They claim that you retain that.
So I think what we're talking about as a genetic clone is different than what you're talking about as a clone.
Right.
But if you would retain then a new technology probably will be able to memorize and map your neural network and then transfer it.
Right. They
So-
call that a familiar or guardian angel. In Christianity, that's how it's referred to.
So your familiar is supposed to map your neural network?
They have to know, that is to say, understand facts. All, that is to say, everything about you. Know all about you.
Yeah, well,
Literally.
she's dead. Told you. She's in an urn.
Isn't it true that whenever something interacts with a neuronal network, the network automatically changes? It becomes different. So if I
don't
put an
know.
electrode inside your brain, your whatever is you after that, it will be different than whatever you was.
You're right.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
like
a really
the
good
William
point.
Rikers.
On restoration in heaven, that person would continue to have new experiences and change. Sure, there'll be outside inputs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Only with the caveat that you're saying that they will be better, whatever that
Well,
better is.
I mean, the claim is it's a better environment for prosperity. That's what it's claiming.
Also, the people will be the same, but the environment will allow the people to become better.
Right. Like the part of the claim, as I understand it, part of the claim is that the rest of our genetic material will be released. What used to be called junk DNA will be released and will actually code, which causes things like, what causes the completion of the promises of heaven, things like to be totally disease resistant. That is, you won't get sick. That your body won't age. That is, they say it live forever. You know, but we've actually discovered those things in our genetics. It's just not coding.
Isn't it true that the junk DNA is proof that of our lineage throughout evolution? If we get rid
Well, the
of
problem with that,
junk DNA, we're just genetically engineered.
actually, I think there was monkeying around with the number 2 and number 3 becoming the number 2 fusion, which is why we have one less chromosome than our ancestors do. So I think it was monkeyed with, and from what I can see in the ancient religion stories, they claim to have monkeyed with it. So I think it lines up pretty good. And it seems to be the difference between, me and a bonobo monkey, a chimpanzee.
I'm not very scientifically literate regarding the chromosome 2
Neither am I.
fusion, but I don't think there is any proof of tampering with DNA for that thing to happen. It was natural.
If I could suggest something, okay, so there's plenty of species on this planet. There's plenty of different chromosomes, right? Just look for a fusion in some other creature. And then you'd have like the chances that we ended up with a fusion and nobody else did. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not, I don't know, I don't want to say special, but, a little bit.
Well, we use the word weird instead.
Okay.
We're
Weird
weird.
doesn't make you touched by God in any way.
Well, I don't know what your definition of God is, but from what I can understand from the Christian text, from the Jewish text, the word there is actually Elohim, which is a plurality of powerful beings.
Yeah,
now
but
you might notice there's no moral assignment to powerful beings. And from what I can understand from the story, it's actually the evil ones that did the number 2 fusion, which is why they think they have a claim to us, because they literally made us.
Oh, so you went
So
from
God didn't make us, the devil made us?
It was a god, but
Oh,
the
okay, but
Christians
the
would
evil
call
god.
that god devil. But he just wanted more slaves that were better at their job.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll never find anywhere in the Christian story, all the way back to the Hebrew story, where Yahweh made man. That's simply not there.
Very, very daring for you to say that Christians are Marcionites.
Well, yeah, but that's okay. I think a lot of things about them that they don't think of themselves. Like they're not adults, they're not responsible, they don't have to be right. That's why there's forgiveness. That forgiveness isn't a gift, it's just doing what's appropriate, just like we are gentle with children. It's the same thing. It's not a gift to the child that we treat them like a child. It's just us understanding better and doing what's appropriate.
I don't think that the first 300 years of Christian history was with and about Christians. There were no Christians in 2nd century CE.
I'm not good with dates, but generally I would agree with you. They wouldn't have thought of themselves as Christians. And it certainly has morphed in significant ways and isn't what it was. If you look at the Essenes or the Ebionites or any of those original cultures within Christianity, they would not recognize a Baptist as a Christian.
Do you think a Baptist today would recognize a 1st century so-called Christian as a Christian
No.
as well?
No, they wouldn't. Yeah, it goes both ways, I think. It has changed that much.
Do you trust the Jesus narrative?
I don't know what you mean by the Jesus narrative. Do I think that during end times, this guy gets awakened by facts, then he accepts them, and then they give him so many facts about on a personal level that he realizes that he is that character and becomes the hero, goes through the 7 trials, and ends up actually saving countless. Literally, you couldn't count them lives? Yes, I believe that. Do I believe that there was a Jewish guy in the ancient Near East who gave a message to one tribe of people who are expected to, through time, convince everyone else to become a Jew? No, that's ridiculous.
Are you saying that
by
Jesus
the way,
did...
means God would have a really bad plan. A really bad plan. It didn't work.
God always had bad plans.
Well, they're a conception of God. My conception of God, it's a perfect plan.
Yes. Everyone dreams, but my dreams are amazing.
No, it's not what I mean. What I mean is it logically makes sense. It works with human nature, and it would actually be effective if they actually do it. And it involves real living people doing things on purpose to make it happen.
Okay, whose God drowned the entire world in a global flood?
Well, first you have to understand what the word waters means. In that culture, waters means relations of peoples, relationships of peoples. Okay? Which is why it goes on and on describing an army like waves of an ocean and on. It just keeps using the metaphor many times. Now, Christians don't teach this, and they missed the metaphor. But in the ancient Hebrew culture, water meant sperm. Okay? In other words, human relationship. In fact, the word yom, Y-O-M, means a large body of H2O. Whereas mayim means watery substances, like a fruit juice, or sperm, or blood, things like that. And what you'll find in the text, if you look to it, it's always mayim, it's never yom. So it's talking about people. So when it says that there was a flood in Noah's day, right? And then it says that end times will be as in the days of Noah. What it's saying is there'll be a whole bunch of people, a flood of people. Now, I personally think that 8 billion is a flood of people.
Yeah, it's bigger than a puddle.
That's bigger than a puddle. Yeah. So I think it's predictive. It's talking about the end of the planet, and it's talking about what really matters to us.
Why would the text be so mysterious and codified?
Well, I don't think it is. I don't think that the text is the issue. I think it's the reading lens that people use to read the text. And I think that's been greatly disrupted through time, making all these divisions. That's why there's so many different, even just Christian sects, never mind, Hindu, Native, whatever. All these different sects are caused by misunderstandings of the original stories, which I think are one story. In Islam, they call that the Injil, the one story. And all of that is caused by lies presented to us by slaveholders who want us back as slaves. So they're purposefully trying to confuse us and cause these conflicts and cause these misunderstandings. But the one thing they can't do is they can't change a person's experience of reality at the time. So that works just fine until end times, when angels actually do things and people see it themselves. And then they'll be able to properly judge. So it'll be largely ineffective.
Question. Do you think you would have the same views if the Reformation didn't happen?
Do I think I would have I don't validate the Reformation. I think all that's crap too.
So you would have you'll be legitimized in having the same views if the whole world was Catholic.
Sure. I don't agree with the Catholics. I don't agree with, that is to say, the practitioners. I'll give you a quick for instance. The Christian says that the Hindu doesn't have the Trinity, thereby the Hindu are wrong, right? Well, but what they don't, then they say, oh, they have many, many gods and we don't, right? But what I see the Christian text actually saying is we are one earth of many. That is this repeating cycle, right? That everyone has their own concept of God. That is, there's endless gods. That's true in Christianity as well. And that if you look at the relationship between Ram and Lakshman in the time that the evil king of the garden kills them, and that they die and raise from the dead, you actually have that is Shiva, Ram, and Lakshman. That is the Trinity that the Bible's talking about. So the Bible is just a microscope, and Hinduism is more of a telescope. But but I see it as being precisely the same thing.
Your attempt to syncretize this scares me.
Why?
Because on one hand, you said that there is only one interpretation that can be correct.
Of course.
And on the other hand, you're saying everyone is talking about the same thing.
Yes.
They
have just different ways to look at the same thing.
I actually kind of get that, though. Sorry, I'm not quite back yet, but I am listening. I'm just making sense.
Well, why is that a problem, Ed? Describe to me what your process there is.
Because are you either advocating for only one interpretation to be the correct one, or you're just cherry picking from other cultures to substantiate your only one interpretation that is the correct one?
Well, define cherry picking so we know we're both talking about the same thing.
you're not taking parts of other mythologies that you think them are not correct and apply to your worldview. You are choosing those parts that are making sense to you according to your worldview.
Okay, we both
Is that
have the
making
same
sense?
definition of cherry picking. Good. No, I'm not cherry picking. Now I know I only gave you one example, but I think there's nothing that isn't an example. I think that actually all of the stories say all of the same things. There's nothing added anywhere, and there's nothing taken away anywhere. And the only difference between them is societal norms and societal value structures. And that's the only difference between all of the stories I've ever heard. And the only time that I couldn't associate directly a story that somebody gave me is when a dishonest person tried to trick me, and they invented in their own mind in the moment an artificial religion that doesn't exist, that the angels, the gods, did not write. They made something up in the moment, but they included certain aspects that are in the religious stories. And then when I confirmed the parts that they did use that were real, they said I confirmed all of it. Whereas I actually said, no, I can't confirm this part, this part, this part. So they totally set me up to fall, and then they straw manned me, and then they attacked the straw man. So all of that was logically fallacious. But other than that, I've never seen it fail.
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, I could give you endless examples. Like, for instance, Gilgamesh dives into the waters, that means people, and he discovers the tree of life. That is, there is genetic material in people that would cause them to live forever. In fact, there is a mammal on this earth that essentially lives forever. And we have that genetic possibility. But he comes up out of the water with this plant that causes eternal life, which, by the way, the plant is a boxthorn, which boxthorn branches look like RNA. It's actually structured like the actual RNA, even the same spacing and rotation on the singular strand. The box shrub actually does that in its branches and spines. So it really does look like RNA. What's that?
Is it the only plant in the world that looks like that?
Yes. That is, it follows all of the structures. There's other things you could say by association. You could have pareidolia and say, well, this also looks similar. This also looks similar. But it's the only one that follows the rules. Okay. But he comes up out of the water, and a snake steals it away. Mm-hmm. That is to say that the gods that made us less than themselves hid away from us eternal life, but deep in the waters, we discover it. Now, all that seems like that might actually work. That story could be true. Now, that's from ancient Mesopotamia.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, then I take it back.
Fair enough.
I had a slight sense of high energy evangelicalism kind of thing when you say there is only one lens that can be applied correctly to biblical
Well, there has to be one objective truth, whether any of us see it or not. There must be an objective truth.
In theory.
Yeah, there has to be, because there's only one reality. So
in theory,
that we experience. Yes, I agree with you. So that's what makes these decisions, not what we think about that reality. That doesn't make what's true. So what I think is that these beings do exist out there in this reality, and that's why. Well, most of us are more familiar with the Christian texts. That's why in the book of Hebrews twice it says worlds, as in plurals of these things. which Christians often interpret to be planets, those who aren't flat earth theorists thinking, it's a dome and there's nothing out there. But those who accept astronomy say, okay, there's other planets. But the fact of the matter is it says worlds. And the difference between a planet and a world is whether or not a human animal can live on it. And it doesn't use the word planets. And yes, there was a Hebrew word for planets, and it doesn't use that. There was a Greek word for planets. It doesn't use it. So then they mistakenly think that we're really, 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 really special. Well, I just don't think so, and I don't think that's what it's trying to say. That throughout the galaxies, we are an iteration of human beings on an Earth, and that's what it's saying, and that it's happened before, and it will happen again. And it seems to me it's in our nature, in consideration of things like Elon Musk and NASA, who are trying to get us to be a space-based society where we become interplanetary. Of course, it's what we want, is to be disease and pain-free, living in a utopic, intergalactic society, which is just my description of heaven. That's what I think the ancient religions are describing.
Our wants and dreams doesn't make it objective truth, though.
Right.
But, a corollary to that, do you think that the biblical text is the voice of the objective truth in question?
A voice, sure. But I don't think there's one story over a different story just because where I come from. That doesn't make sense.
Is the biblical text complete?
I believe all of the religions are complete, just misunderstood. I mean, with the caveat that Judaism and the Judaic religions are a microscope, where Hinduism is a telescope. But it, with that caveat, sure.
So it's all just different parts of the same holy structure.
It's not holy. It's just what is.
Supernatural.
It's not supernatural. It's natural. It's just what is. There's no magic. As far as I know, there's no magic being described.
Magic, I said supernatural.
What do you mean by supernatural if not magic?
Like, we have a concept of what we think of as nature, and it is beyond that.
How could something be beyond nature? If what's natural is what's in the universe, and what's in the universe is all of nature, for something to be outside of the universe, it's outside of nature. For something to be supernatural, it has to be outside of the universe.
Yeah.
If the universe is all of existence, supernatural cannot exist. It doesn't exist. It's not here.
I don't think that this universe is all of existence. That's what I'm asking. Like,
well, I mean, we can theorize that, but
okay.
What's that?
That you're getting really heated with me, and I'm just asking a question.
Nope,
is that
I'm not.
Okay, well, it comes off that way.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, that's what I was just asking if this is. So you're saying that it is of this universe. It's of our nature. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can theorize that there could be some other existence, but we don't have any proof of it. We don't have any experience of it.
Are we the only humans? We're the only people on a planet, on a world now.
On a world now. Oh, I don't know. It looks to me like our time in this form on this planet is something about 200,000 years total, something like that. Maybe as little as 36,000 years, but anyway.
But you said there's been more than one iteration. It's like one iteration at a time, or is there overlap? Is there more than one in this universe?
I can't exactly tell if 1,000 years is literal or expressive. It looks like to the ancient Jews who were given this story that it's expressive. It really just means an amount of time you can't understand.
That is one of those things that's indicative of the Torah. 1,000 years just means like
Right.
a long ass fucking time. So long you
Yeah,
can't
a
even
long. It means a
comprehend.
long time.
It just
So
means so long you can't even comprehend. So fucking long.
right. I mean, because you live 40 to 80 years and you don't understand what 1,000 years is, right?
Exactly.
So it
Longer
may
than
be
your descendants will even live.
right. Right. Exactly. So I think that it could be expressive. If it is expressive, then an Earth is completed before its end times, and those investment of other human beings are brought into the utopic society, sometimes called heaven. Or it could be that there's several Earths, on the multiple burner stove, all simmering at the same time. It could be either one, and I don't
Yes,
really
Richard.
know.
There are a lot of ifs in there. Is there a must?
Is there a must? No, I think all of this is optional, and it's all speciesistic. That the angels do this because they like themselves.
I like it. I like his theory. I think it's.
I mean,
little-
it just depends
little
on
out there.
at
Little
what
others are-
level.
But you know,
I think
love
it depends on at what level you look at it. You look at it the microscope or the telescope. If you look at it at the telescope, we have found other Earth-like planets. And 30, 40, 50 years
Richard.
ago, we really thought there couldn't be another Earth because the likelihood is so, sir.
Richard, if you look through a microscope and if you're looking through a telescope, you're not looking at the same things, correct?
Well, you are looking at the same thing at different scales. If you looked around enough with a microscope, it would be a telescope.
Yeah. You've seen the pale blue dot, right?
Go on.
That's everything that's ever been under a microscope on our planet ever is in that picture.
Yes, but I don't see how we're looking at the same thing if we were looking through a microscope or a telescope. Them are pointing to different directions by definition.
Okay, he's using it as a metaphor. He's saying that
I know.
we're looking. He's saying we're looking at the same thing. And in one version, we're looking at it through a microscope. And in one version, we're looking at it through a telescope. So
Yes,
one
but
version, we're looking at it as a larger whole. And one version of it, we're looking at the minutia, the intimate, tiny details.
Is this the sum of all parts makes the bigger picture true kind of thing? If you're
No.
looking,
Okay. Imagine we're on Mars, right?
okay,
And we're looking at you through a telescope. Because let's face it, we can't look at you through a microscope from Mars, right? But we can look at you, sort of, through a telescope from Mars, and we can see Earth as a whole. We get the concept of an entire planet, even though we're looking at you, right? If we look at you with a microscope, we're gonna see skin cells, maybe some little fungi, maybe some hair cells. We're gonna see like a cellular.
are we still on Mars?
No,
Right.
not
So
on Mars anymore.
when you're using a microscope, you're
changed
not on Mars
perspective.
anymore.
right? We're changing perspective. The
Well, Savage,
perspective is
I have
changing.
to
The subject
actually,
is staying the same.
Savage. I think I could take your example and make it work.
Okay, yeah. Correct me if I'm way off base.
No,
but
no,
that's
no,
what I
no.
took from what you said.
You're fine. You just didn't go far enough with it. Let's say we had a perfect lens. We're on Mars and we're looking at Donald Trump, right? So all three of us are on Mars looking at Donald Trump through a perfect telescope. So we start off, we look at the Earth, then we look at the United States, then we look at Donald Trump. If that thing were quality enough, and we zoom in enough, you would see the microbiologic entities. You would see the individual
but that's not a
cells
telescope
on
anymore.
Trump. Yes, it's still a telescope.
Well, at that point, it kind of becomes a microscope.
I mean, if you can zoom in on, if you could look at the whole sky or a section of sky through a telescope and then zoom in on the moon, if it were good enough, you could zoom in on a singular particle of dust on the moon and it becomes a microscope. It's just our lenses aren't that good. That's all. but it still works. It's still the same. It's just how close do you want to zoom in? So what I'm saying is through one device, if the lenses are perfect enough, it is both a telescope and a microscope, and that's the same thing. And it's all actually one thing, no matter what we might think it is.
I don't think it's the same thing. If you're using a telescope as a microscope, you're focusing your understanding to a specific area that you're trying to understand. You're not understanding the whole part by looking through a microscope.
Sure, that's true.
I think that's the difference in the metaphor that he's trying to get at. I think that you're like both caught up on like the same edge. Yes.
So,
you're saying
so
that
what I'm
there's this
saying
difference,
is
and
that
the difference is that's the difference that he's saying.
Yeah, but I don't think you're doing the same thing as looking through a microscope is the same as looking through a telescope. I don't think that.
No, but you could be looking at the same subject.
So what
That's the thing is you're taking a completely different perspective on the same subject.
Let me go back to the original instead of the analogy. So what I think happened is that the angels or ancestors or whatever social name you have for them, the gods, told every society on this earth, once they had a few minutes to sit there, organized and cooperative enough, they had a few minutes to sit down at the end of the day. They told them the truth about themselves being humans who are living in a space-based society, right? So that they come back and they talk to what is literally their children. And they say, okay, here's the truth about us. Problem was that technology wasn't developed at that time to the point where they could understand. So they turned it into religion because they were just mystified by things like spaceships. So the spaceship humans come down, they expose themselves in story, but they don't show up in mass. So little contact teams. And then because people couldn't understand it, they made it into religions. I think all religions are false in this way. Okay? And the truth is, it's just humans who made an investment of replicating themselves, other humans, and letting them suffer on a planet for a time until their technology gets developed enough that they can accept being transported, accepted into this utopic society.
I think this is a violation of the Prime Directive, and there is a reason why the Prime Directive exists.
There is a reason, and I agree and understand with the Prime Directive, and it's claimed in Genesis 1:1.
Oh.
In fact, it
Tell
says
us
it quite
more.
directly. The Prime Directive is in the book of Genesis. Here's how it's said, and you've heard this many times. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was void, formless, and void. Right? So here's what that looks like if you look up the individual words. Powerful beings took something that existed and changed it. And here's the part that includes the Prime Directive. What formless and void actually means is formless means having no area distinctions, like ocean versus mountain, right? That's an area distinction. And void means void of life. So what they're saying actually is we found this barren wasteland. There was no significant intelligence there. There's like nothing to report. So there you go, the Prime Directive, Book of Genesis.
Well, I think I strongly disagree. The Prime Directive was breached when they revealed themselves as who they really are to a bunch of illiterate goat herders, sheep fucking people.
He's saying that when they got here, we weren't here. It was formless and void, and then they made us.
Yeah, but he just moved. But Ed just moved forward
and then
in
later
time
on
and said,
revealed it.
Right. Once they became societies with their own social norms and value systems, they did reveal themselves, and that is the first breaking of the Prime Directive. I agree.
But was it
So-
really
so
breaking
this-
of the
this-
Prime Directive if they had already like established their shit here? It was already their colony.
So here's the part of the Prime Directive that you're missing that Savage just point out, which I agree with Savage. They already own us. They always did.
Their sheep colony. They dropped off the sheep there. It's not
Child,
breaching
not
the Prime
sheep.
Directive.
It's not a breaking of the Prime because they caused the society in the first place. Yeah.
We were their workers. It was a slave colony.
No, which is why we don't produce well. We were never intended to be a slave. In fact, that's why it goes on and on about
Okay.
slavery.
Okay, we were just
That's why.
bad at
That's
it.
why. That's why religion goes on and on about how wrong slavery is. Is because
Does it
we were
really?
bred to be slaves, and we should be autonomous instead. Yes, it really does.
Are you saying that a slave cannot be autonomous?
Well, a slave can't be both a slave, an involuntary slave, and autonomous. You can't be both.
It leads to problems. I think it's happened though.
Well, I think it's logically impossible to be both of those things. You can't be an involuntary and autonomous slave. I don't know how that would work. You could be a voluntary autonomous slave. That'd be fine.
How do you fit free will or the power of choice in this scenario?
I don't think we have free will. I think we have free won't. I think in order to have free will, you'd have to have all things available, and we don't. And you'd have to have full mental capacity, and we don't. You'd have to see the options, and the options would have to be there to be that you could choose between them to carry them out. So what we actually have, in my experience, is free won't. That is, whenever I'm faced with a new scenario and I don't know what to do, angels and demons suggest to my mind things I could do, right? And then I run them through my filter of experience, morality, social structures, and all of these things. And then I settle on one of them, and that's the one I'm going to do. So I'm rejecting things that exist. I'm not making things exist. Free will
how
would
do
be
you know that that
making
isn't just
things
like-
exist.
Sorry. How do you know that that's not just like synapses firing in your brain? That's like suggesting
It is
things?
synapses firing in my brain, and I think they're inaccurate.
Can you explain further? I don't understand.
Well, that's why we have failures, is because of inaccuracies. If you
wait,
knew
wait.
everything necessary to the situation, you would have zero failures in that situation. Why would
How
you
are they
choose
both
to fail?
demons / angels and synapses firing in your brain? They're both?
Well, yes, it's both. I experience it as synapses and thoughts and feelings and such like that. That's how I experience. You're asking me the difference between physics and qualia. Well, yeah, there's physics, but I don't experience them as physics. I have a quality of an experience of those physics, and that's not the same thing.
I agree, but I think you went a little bit too far when you said that you can identify incorrect synapsal firing.
Yeah. I don't know
cannot-
how is it that you can identify that this is supposedly some type of again, I'm going to use the term supernatural being, but
That's
natural.
fine. I won't argue it.
Upper natural being.
I know what you
because
mean by the word.
Yeah, because I can't think of a word to use, but we
I'm not
both
gonna-
know what we mean.
I'm not going to argue that.
What is the difference between that? How do you identify the difference between that and just say like potential mental illness or
Right.
something like that?
Valid, true in reality, knowledge from outside of my experience. That's how I know it's not me.
So you're saying that you yourself validates you.
No.
He's saying that it gives him
That's-
insight that he finds to
That
be
was
very
brilliant.
valuable.
No, I've got to say that was brilliant, though. No, but it's exactly not that. Although that would have, if I were doing that, that would experience it's just my brain tricking itself, and you'd be right. But what I actually mean is, let's say, for instance, I claim that there's a trash can in your backyard, right? And then I claim further that there's probably bugs under the trash can in your backyard. And I claim further that there is a specific count of a specific bug, right? But I go to the extent that I tell you exactly the count, size, shape, coloration, and species of every bug that's there. Now, of course, right from here, right now, I can guess you have a trash can. I can guess there's bugs on it because it's sitting on the ground. But I won't be able to accurately tell you every kind of bug, every size, every color, every species. I won't be able to do all. It's just too much. Okay.
Underestimate my buddy's OCD. We have no trash cans.
I think there is a non-zero probability that you will be able to do that.
Correct. Okay. So if that happens,
exactly,
then there's too much information there. But then if I go and look under the trash can, the information, or what I did not know was information, it's just a claim. So if I go and I test the claim against reality, that is to say it's falsifiable, and then it holds true in reality but was outside of my experiential range, that's the definition of communication. That's what communication is. Someone else's experience, they shared with me, that's true in reality that I would not have known otherwise.
When you're communicating, it's not necessarily always that you're gonna communicate through things.
Through things? There's always a medium of transfer. There's always a medium to transfer information. Unless that's not what you meant. It's always through things.
I think I'm trying to say that sometimes information is false.
No, that's not. There's no such thing as false information. There's only false disinformation or false misinformation. There's no false information definitionally.
I think that's a.
I'm telling you how I'm using the words.
Yeah.
I'm telling you how I'm using the words. There's no such thing as false information.
Great.
Now, it's not information until it's verified.
How? But you have to verify it because I don't.
Yeah.
That
They've
seems
never
like
told
a
me something
difficult
that
way.
wasn't verifiable.
Depends on what you consider to be verifiable.
Okay, a physical object in actual reality is verifiable.
Yeah, but like
It's either there or
surely
it's
you
not.
believe that the Earth is round and like the sun exists, but like you've never like gone and like touched the sun.
You still have evidence of sun without touching it. You have plenty of physical evidence of sun. Peace and respect, Sandy.
Would you say that you have information about the sun?
It's verified in reality. Such things as like dark objects get hot. That's verifiable in reality. Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because you can touch them and they're hot.
How do you know they're hot? Because of the sun.
You could put them in the shade and do a contrast. You could test it. It's still testable. It's no problem.
I mean, it seems like you would have to do a lot of testing for like every. Have you done that testing?
Yes. Of the things that I was given, I tested all of them.
Because it just seems like your whole life would be taken up with testing. If this
It's
was
taken a lot
like,
of time testing. That's true. Not my whole life. I'm not given that much information. It doesn't take up my whole life. It takes up a good
But
chunk.
like you've tested that like sunlight, like you.
No.
you've gone through all
Those
of
things
these-
are already very. That I hadn't received in prayer that sunlight makes dark colored objects hot. We already knew that. I never asked that. I asked other things.
No, but
Richard,
I
but
was asking.
false positives exist, correct?
Yes, that's always a problem. There's always the chance of a false positive.
So just by the means of testing something doesn't make it a proof for its
Correct.
claim.
You would need many tests. That's also true. In fact, I'm not done testing. Is why I'm talking to you now.
Right. But until that test that definitively proves whatever the claim is, do you agree that you are holding false information?
No, I'll agree that I could be holding false information.
And that it's not information yet because you haven't fully verified it.
No, it's as true as I can know something to be. So as much as I can verify something, it's verified. But we're not talking about I hold facts of reality. Hold on. I'm saying I'm fully persuaded. I'm not saying what I'm saying is true. I said I'm fully persuaded. It's not the same thing.
No, you said that it's information, and it isn't
it is.
information until it is fully verified as being true.
To me, it is.
Now you're contradicting yourself.
No, I am hedging. I'm not contradicting. I'm saying this is what I believe. I experience it as truth. I am fully persuaded, but that doesn't make it true. We've just gotten to that part of the conversation.
Okay. You're hedging. I like that.
Well, I can't know things.
Right.
Richard, are you holding information at this right moment?
I believe that I have information, yes.
Ooh, that's a big claim based on your previous statements.
Oh, well,
Sandy,
that
I
is
love
to
your
say
variegated yarn. It's Well, gorgeous. Information about what? That's my question.
For instance, the overall theory of religions, I think, is information.
Well, now you just equated opinions with information.
Yeah, you tell me the difference.
Yeah, that was. So information to me is like factual information that's verifiable by, but it can't be opinion.
Okay, so here's the
Opinion
problem.
cannot be information.
Let me just cut to the chase.
Data.
Here's the problem. We all have subjective experience. We don't have a verification of a singular objective experience, which is why we can say things like there might be a multiverse. Okay, so let's differentiate between what a person is persuaded or convinced of and what actually is. Okay, what I'm saying is I consider these things informational because in my flawed experience and through self-verification, as Ed pointed out, I went and tested what I thought was, and by my experience, it tested out and was falsifiable and was not falsified, that it was true in reality. Now, is that still subjective? Yeah, ultimately it's subjective. How do I know if my brain works? And how could I use my brain to test my brain? I can't.
Therefore, you can be a holder for false information.
Of course. But that's not what I'm persuaded in my experience to believe. And I used our best, but if you get into the science, we can only say there's only facts, there's no truths. That's why science uses the word facts. I'm saying these things are facts. I can't prove that they're truths.
Okay.
That's the best I can do. It's just acceptance of the reality that I can't ultimately know. But I am fully persuaded.
It looks like a little Christmas house, but it's moving. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Sorry, I got distracted by Sandy's screen.
Is that like a grist mill or a windmill or what is that? Water?
It's a little clock. It's a magic shop with a little tower that spins. This is how I'm creating joy in my life lately. I'm creating things.
I was thinking it makes me think of this little Christmas village, but it also has like Halloween vibes to it, so it makes sense. It's a little magic shop.
Yeah,
I love it. I love the little spinning cupola.
Yeah, it's got all these details in there. It's like a total tedious pain in the ass process that I enjoyed thoroughly.
Awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to distract you, Richard. I was bringing fantasy into the picture. And I'm going to go finish smoking my cigarette.
Actually, you didn't.
Sorry, I'm easily distractible. I have not taken my meds today.
Well,
so
no, I
Shit.
did that deliberately, Richard. I distracted. I did.
Well, it worked.
This is me today. So
That was for Minnow.
So yeah, I'm hedging it. I'm trying to be academically responsible, but I have to admit that I am fully persuaded, and all of my experience says these things are true.
Are all these things true?
As far as I know, I mean, I believe they're true. I mean, if you ask me, they are true.
if he were a betting man, that's where his dollar would be.
Is there a possibility that the things that you do not believe are true also?
Of course,
Obviously.
there would have to be. If that's what you're pointing out. Unless I had all information, that would have to be true. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you just testing to see if I'm crazy?
No,
That's what it sounds like.
No,
I
was
wouldn't be insulted by that.
because
And what
you
is
invoked
this a picture of, Richard?
because you invoked subjectivity and
Sure.
talking about true things and then invoking subjectivity just renders the whole discussion about true things
Right. Do you find me
inoperable.
consistent or inconsistent then? Which is what you wanted to know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like input from outside of my experience. So go ahead.
You already said that you have input from outside your own experience.
Yes, and I want
therefore-
yours as well.
Yeah, but I'm not operating on your world parameters.
Well, I know that.
I cannot validate your opinions, aka informations.
Right. I'm asking you to voice your own. Did you find me to be consistent in your testing or not?
87%.
Oh, that's not bad. Where did I fail?
I think we all fail in this regard when we're talking about.
I'm okay
hard
with that. I
truths.
just want to know where the failure was. Maybe I can work on it.
Now that you ask me, I can't think of it.
Okay. That's all right.
No, I think my problem in general, and it's not with you, it's with all people, when them are talking in absolute matters about absolute things.
Sure.
I think it is inhuman to talk about absolute matters in absolute things. That's why religion was invented, to deal with the improbabilities of life.
Oh, okay. Or at least to
And that
help
was an absolute
societies
statement.
deal with that fact.
Yeah.
Sure. I think that's why they're religions. Sure.
No, you just said 10 minutes ago that religions has been invented because we didn't understood the fuck it happening with us.
Right. That's the same thing. They
And
didn't
what
understand.
was
They
happening with
needed
us
they needed a
was-
way to say I'm not crazy. Here's the way to say I'm not crazy. There you go. Religion.
Yeah, but you imply that it was engineered because some divine beings had been revealed to us. Therefore,
Not engineered. They just told the truth, but the people couldn't grasp the truth, so they justified it whichever way they had to survive.
did they knew that would happen if they really revealed the truth?
Yes.
So
Why did they do it?
To allow for suffering.
Why?
To allow for suffering.
But suffering's
Your microphone's cutting in and out, and I don't know what you just said.
So why? Suffering is no fun. Why would you allow for suffering if it wasn't necessary?
It is necessary, and it's not fun.
Please
At
don't
this-
say that to make us grow.
Wait, Sandy seldom speaks. What are you trying to say, Sandy?
Sorry.
No, I'm going to hush because I think you just went into your revelation, your personal revelations, Richard, from what I've listened to in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct?
Don't know yet. Don't know where the
Well-
conversation's exactly going.
Where were you at? What were you just saying? You transitioned from things that you know to things that were revealed to you that apparently haven't been revealed to anybody else.
Well, everyone has their own individual experiences and revelations.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if a person's humble and honest enough, then they can accept a conversation and actually, go and see if something's true that somebody else is claiming, right? And if you're too proud, you won't be able to do that.
Correct.
Like, for instance, Sandy, you claimed that you built that model, right?
I put it together. I didn't.
You assembled it. You're right.
That's all I did.
Okay, that was the claim. That was just poor word usage on my part. Yeah, you assembled that model. Okay.
Correct.
So it would be provable whether or not you actually assembled it, right?
Can you assemble a model by using a microscope or a telescope?
Only because I took video, and that you'd have to trust the video.
There's one way. Video, that's evidence. That's a good example, okay?
Right. Yeah, I've got video of it, so I can prove it.
Right on. That's an excellent example of this.
Disprove it though, right?
So
Say what?
you have
Hard
it'd be easy to disprove it. Like, we could disassemble it and look for fingerprints and parts that are already joined together. It'd be easy to disprove. We found someone else's fingerprints, not hers, we'd know she was lying. So that's what happened to me is there was a claim that came into my mind, just like your claim just came through my ears into my mind, right? And then I said, well, that's not my experience. So I go and I look to see if it's a true thing in reality. So I say something like, Sandy, show us the video. And you show us the video. And it's a video of you assembling it, right? Well, now I know in reality, outside of my experience, your claim into my mind was actual as far as we can verify, right? So that's what I did.
By the way, verifying your claim into the reality means reading the text in the correct lens.
Yeah, there's a million false ways to read anything.
That's a bit.
But there's only one that's going to agree with the reality.
Sorry to say this, and I don't mean to be insulting. I don't think that necessarily follows.
You have to use more words because I don't understand why it doesn't necessarily follow.
You have a claim about reality, and you didn't confront reality. You applied the correct lens to view the reality.
Okay, I'll give you a specific story, and you break it down under that thought process for me and tell me where I'm wrong. Angel says to me, there's this physical object. It's right over there on the other side of something you can't see through. I walk over there, and there's the object. It's exactly as they described. Where did I go wrong in my testing?
Is that a proof that the angel was telling something and was telling something true, or that the rock existed beyond your physical sight?
Yeah. Well, the rock exists outside of my perception, whether I walk around the opaque object and look or not. The rock's still there. Right?
How do you know that? Can you prove that?
No, now you're just doing tree in the woods. Yeah, the rock is there whether I see it or not. Okay?
No, the rock is there only because the angel told you it is there.
I don't think the angel only points, as far as I can tell, the angel only points out the location of the rock. It didn't make the rock exist. The rock was there anyway.
You wouldn't be able to notice the rock if the angel wouldn't point it to you?
Well, I would have no reason to even look for it if I didn't know it existed. Like someone has to say, hey, that's over there, before you look and go, yes, that's over there.
Right, but you verify that claim by go and look.
Sure. So I wanted to see if they were right. But it couldn't be just any old rock. That's confirmation bias. It needs to be exactly the rock that they described. They need to describe it in great and intimate detail, and they need to be perfectly correct, not partially correct.
Right. So what is this proof of?
What is it? Communication. That's all. It's just proof that living beings, corporeal beings can communicate. That's all.
I still don't think that it's necessarily communication, though.
How do you know
I
if
don't
something
think that there's
is or isn't?
because I don't necessarily know, for instance, that there wasn't something in your subconscious that was already giving you that information that, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Which is why a person has to be thorough and test against those kinds of confirmation biases.
But I don't think that you ever can do like that type of thorough.
No, you can do the best you can.
Again,
You
it
can
would
follow
take up your entire life.
Well, you can follow. No, it depends on how much stuff and how hard it is to investigate. I mean, I didn't have to create a laboratory to test any of these things. It was simpler than that. I'll give you a quick, for instance. A friend of mine needed a rigid wire-like object, right? I posed
Coat
the
hanger?
question. What's that?
A coat hanger?
Could have been. That would have worked.
I appreciate whoever laughed at that and realized the call back to the previous conversation about abortion.
I got it. So they needed a rigid wire-like object to clean out a smoking pipe, right? So I formed that as a question in my mind, and a little movie played that hadn't yet happened, where I was, first person in like a video game in the movie, and I was following along a path, and I passed certain landmarks in a certain order, and then looked on the other side of something that I couldn't see past from my first position, from my actual position, and there was a hard rigid wire. It had a specific physical appearance, a picture of it in my mind. Then I went to see if that was true. That is, the little movie in my head, the video game in my head ended, and then I played out the video game. I took the path that it had me taking. I walked over to the opaque object. I looked on the other side of it, and there was that wire. So the questions to be asked are things like, how often does that wire happen? What's the likelihood of that wire being in that position? What's the chances of I could have drawn a picture of it before I went to get it. In fact, I've done that a few times. I've drawn pictures of it before I went to go get it. How could I have known it? Did I accidentally look in that area? Had I been there before? How long is the object there? How long would it be in that condition, in that location? Are there other intelligent beings that would interfere with this or cause this object to be there at that time? Those are the kinds of questions you have to look at.
So, okay, I have this, I think it kind of is in the same realm of my concept of like psychics, like people who like believe that they are psychic and then like make
Sure.
up psychic predictions that like actually turn out to be like correct and shit like that.
Sure.
And I as an autistic person, there have been times in my life where I just like got a sense that like this certain thing was the case. And I just knew that to be the case because I picked up on certain information that other people didn't pick up on. And I have like many times throughout my life, like had like people like give me a somewhat jaw-dropping response at like, how did you know that type shit? And it's just like because my autistic brain picked up on it. And I legitimately think that like there are people who think that they are psychic and they're just like neurodivergent of some sort.
I think that
And they're
exists. I
just
think you're
picking
right.
up on there are like other clues that they're picking up on that they may not be consciously aware of.
Right. You have to
Yes,
test
but
against the possibility of prior unconscious, but I'm literally subconscious experience. You have to take that in consideration. You have to test against that too. Sure.
And I don't think that you fully can. I don't think that there's
Sure you
any
can.
way to like previously take out all of your like subconscious bias for you to like be able to look at a situation without any subconscious bias.
That's why the scientific method was developed, is for that very thing. You just have to follow the scientific method.
wait, Richard, but the human capacity for planning and to run simulations inside our mind or scenarios or or strategies, it's what is that a proof of?
Really, to me, what you're just saying is everybody prayed at some point, and I think you're right. There's a hidden assumption in that is the case. That our brains put things together. I don't think that's true. I think we pray all the time. So you're like assume in the question. You're assuming the consequent, and that's logically fallacious in my view.
No, you assumed an external intervention on my capacity to strategize events and actions in my life, and I don't think that's valid.
Yeah, I think you think your brain is subconsciously putting things together. I think that's prayer.
I know that my brain is subconsciously putting things together, and
You
I'm not praying.
You know, we have no location for or evidence of the subconscious. Did you know that? There is zero evidence of its existence except for experientially.
Yeah, subconscious is not a thing. Is a way to talk about things that are not conscious.
It's
Things
a
are done.
concept.
Subconscious.
Like breathing.
Wait.
I'm going to call it prayer.
Wait. You say subconscious only exists in our brain?
No, the
Yes.
concept of it only exists in like the
All right.
in the
Well,
conceptual form.
something popped into my mind when you said that, Richard, about some experiences some heart transplants have had.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Whereas after the heart transplant, the person who receives the heart starts picking up characteristics and traits and even memories
Yes.
and behaviors of that person
That the heart was taken.
That's highly
that the heart belonged to. So,
that's anecdotal, though.
but it's experiential.
It's not a rule.
It cannot be explained, and it has actually happened, and it's happened multiple times. So, why should I not believe those people?
No,
And
you
they're
can believe those
experiencing-
people, but that is not a rule.
And on that
Well, I
note,
mean,
I'm
what
going to
it
go have
is,
the
it's
cigarette that I've
evidence.
been
It's
wanting for a half
evidence
hour.
that, but it's evidence, isn't it, that there could be some part of us that is in every part of our meat sack that can be passed along to someone else.
Wouldn't that
That
be
our
so cool?
consciousness doesn't just live in our brain.
Wouldn't that be neat? It's in all of ourselves.
Well, I happen to
Maybe.
think that's true, but what would I know? I've never had a heart transplant, and I don't want one.
Yeah.
See, whereas, and right before, I'm going to go have a cigarette because I've been wanting one, but I'm really enjoying you guys. So I've been putting it off, and now it's getting pretty bad. Yeah, I'm going to go do that.
Recently quit smoking.
Smoke that cigarette.
Because my partner had to go through a lung transplant. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, and it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't happen with every single one of them. Obviously,
I actually don't know. He like went
It's
through some
actually
fucking
quite
trauma
rare.
when he like
Only
went through that shit. Fucking woke up from it and fucking broke up with me. So
Only the good people are having this kind of experiences.
Why would you
Only
say
special
that?
people
No,
have.
no. One of them was actually a person who got the heart of a criminal and started
ooh,
changed from their usual law-abiding self to a very bad sort of dude.
did that happen before they knew that it was from a criminal, or was that after the thing?
Yeah, no, the behavior switched, and then
And then they later on
I
found
could
out that it
actually
was
go back and find
It's
what
very
I
much
was looking at.
exaggerated, in my
Because I
opinion.
listen to a bunch of crazy stuff while I'm doing other things.
yeah,
But
same.
yeah,
That's how crafty people are, right?
you mean people who can't stay focused on one thing but have to
Yeah.
multitask? Yeah, but
You have to
I
do
don't-
something with your hands and something with your ears.
something like that. I don't know. Constant
That's how I
use
am.
like a shark. I would say
yeah.
that I'm constantly listening to something or someone saying something.
Same.
Yep, I do that. Most of the time, I'm quiet about it.
I can't be quiet about it. That's my problem. I run my mouth and I get myself in trouble. I am learning to be quieter about it as I'm getting older. I think that's maybe coming with maturity.
I think it's possible that you like the debate a whole lot more than I do.
See, that's the thing. I like to have the conversation. I like to have the discussion. I don't necessarily like the debate. I like to find out more. I like to dig deeper, find out more information, research.
Well, I think you're wrong, and here's why.
I love it, Ed. Go ahead.
What do you have for me? I've got pencils ready.
No, just the way he started it. I think that was
I like
his
it.
sense of humor.
It's great. I love it. I'm sorry, that's probably loud.
If I'm loud, just turn me down.
No, I know that I'm loud sometimes. I still haven't gotten my whole microphone set up. I moved like over Christmas and New Year's, so I'm a little bit still discombobulated. But that's okay.
I'm
Where
having
did
one of those
Sammy
moments when
go?
What's the
I'm
opposite
having-
of discombobulated?
Oh, are you there, Sammy? I saw you on mute.
I'm here.
What time is it there?
I'm having a brain fart. It's middle of the night over there.
It's morning time.
Time doesn't exist in Australia.
It's through the night, right? What time is it?
6:05. 6:05. 8
AM.
a.m.
Oh, you're 12 hours ahead of me.
Sun's coming up. When's the sun come up?
50 down under 5:06 a.m.
When's the sun come up?
Yeah, I want to know.
5:57.
So it's starting where you are.
Oh, about an hour.
Okay.
Well, I've been watching it snow.
What? Like, and you can just be up at dawn on a Monday.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Whatever. No, I mean it's Sunday for me. It's Monday for him. I don't know where we got to Tuesday.
Oh, I lost a day. I'm having. I admit to having a lot of brain farts lately. I've been having these episodes where suddenly I just have no idea what I'm looking at. I feel disoriented. It only lasts a few seconds, and then I'm back.
There might just glitches in the simulation.
I am having glitches. I am very definitely having glitches. It's very disconcerting.
That does sound disconcerting.
Especially
Yeah, I mean,
at my
I
age.
do forget
Next,
the
you're gonna
day a
invent
lot.
a religion.
My
Hmm?
dad used to always get me a page a day calendar because I have a tendency to forget what day it is.
No, no. This is just moment, and I am very aware of where I am at all times and what's going on around me at all times. But it's like I'm having a wiring problem where just for a few moments, I have absolutely no idea where I am or what direction I'm facing, even though I recognize where I am.
That's yeah.
It takes
Okay.
me, and I have never experienced this until recently.
But you are talking to your medical
vertigos?
team about this?
I don't have a medical team. I don't talk to anybody.
I think that you should maybe
Just with
try-
random people on the internet.
No. Don't care.
Okay, who else do you have in your life though? You got
Huh?
other people. You got other people that are close to you, that are like IRL people. Do you have
funny.
IRL people?
That's funny.
Don't tell me you're like I was a few months ago and you don't have any IRL people.
I have one person in the world who cares whether I live or die, and that's enough for me.
Okay, that is enough.
That's
But
not
like
Jesus,
that
is it?
person probably does care about your health.
Neither.
Does this person know about these episodes that you've been having?
I mentioned it. He didn't have any response. He's
Well,
got his
maybe
own
he's gonna
problems. He's
like-
got his own problems. He's 5 years older than I am and has Parkinson's.
Oh,
No, I'm not going to talk to him about it.
okay. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you are talking to us about it. I just
I didn't say it to get empathy or sympathy or
no, I'm not. I don't think that you did. I'm not making that assumption at all whatsoever. I, as somebody who has like kind of bumped elbows with you on the internet for a while, like we've been in the same spaces for a while, just concern for another human being. Like I have concern for you. And I would like you to not be dealing with that because that sounds really, as you said, disconcerting. And for you, and also like secondhand for us. We don't want you to be experiencing that in our own little selfish manner.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm gonna encourage you to like talk to a doctor about that, or somebody who has like some background in that. Maybe not even necessarily a doctor, but you know.
Isn't it mandatory on the northern continent of America to have regularly medical checkups?
Mandatory?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, right. You're going to make it mandatory to spend money on a doctor's visit you haven't got the money to spend on?
No, it's
no, it's
expensive.
not mandatory to have a psyche valve or your brain examined if you have a out of time phase experience. No, I don't need to have my head examined.
Well, I think it should be.
There are certain situations.
Well,
where
I'm
it
glad
might
you're
be
not in
made
charge, Ed.
mandatory, but no.
Because unless somebody else is going to pay for it, I'm not going.
For your
Amen.
safety, I think it should be mandatory.
Look,
I think that it should be paid for by the state in
Correct.
those cases.
Correct.
forget that noise. I'm not going to give these right-wing conservatives another good
But-
reason to say
Sandra.
I'm a. No, you let me finish, Ed. To say I am a drain on society and a worthless human being. No. It's not going to happen.
But
Ever.
I don't think anyone would say that.
Oh, plenty of people do say that on the daily.
Unfortunately, like
universe have
so
you been
many
in
ridiculous
about
conservatives
you?
would say that, but they are wrong. I
If-
assure
if-
you, they
if-
are wrong.
If medical care would be free, would you be attending mandatory medical checkups?
No, because I wouldn't do anything that's mandatory.
Oh, so you're just a rebel.
I will do what I think is safe and valid, like getting a driver's license, following traffic laws, obeying laws that make sense. There's one I don't think makes any sense whatsoever, but progress is being made. I'm gonna do the things that I want to do to extend my life and make my life more joyful, but I am not going to waste what limited income I have extending a life that has already surpassed all expectations at the age of 67. Everything from here on out is gravy, as Brojo likes to say. I don't agree with a whole lot of what he says, but everything from here on out's pure gravy for me because I'm 67.
That's young.
That is young for Europe. It's not really so much for America.
67 is retirement age. Just
Not yet in America.
in the bloom.
For most people. It's for a lot of Americans can't ever afford to retire. That's becoming more and more common. People work till the day they die. My father-in-law worked till the day he died.
Oh, I'm already a drain on society, darling. I've been
you're not.
I've been on Social Security since
Doesn't make you drain on society.
20 what year was that? 2013?
That doesn't make you drain on society whatsoever.
Yeah, sure it is. Gotta have babies to pay my salary. Don't you know that? That's the great white theory right now. Is that
Great
we need
white
to have
replacement.
more white babies to pay our old people's salaries. Yeah, we're in our society. We old people are nothing but freaking grain. Damn boomers need to go away. Don't you know that?
See, and that's why
I am being facetious. Okay,
I can tell. I can tell by your tone of voice that you're being facetious. Yeah.
Okay, cool. As long as you're catching the vibe.
But so I think, and I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if you were in the chat when I said this, but I am a little bit. So Richard's like concerned about like that there aren't enough babies that we're having to like take care of us when we get old. But my thoughts on it is that like in China, this is happening way ahead of time before it happens here. That they don't have enough babies that are going to take care of them in their old age, and they're going to fucking figure it out. And they're probably going to figure it out with like technology and robots and other types of like other technological advancements that we haven't even comprehended yet. And by the time that like I get old and I don't have any kids to take care of me, I'll have a house bot or whatever the fuck it is to take care of me.
What's his
I'm not
name?
worried. Harold.
I would adopt someone if they wanted to inherit my geodesic dome and land.
Why did you opted for a male house bot?
And I literally just picked the first name of the first most like dependable person that could like do like heavy lifting and shit that I knew from my childhood. That was
What was the name again?
Harold.
Harold?
Yeah. So Harold, if you're watching this, I thought of you. Yeah. He's like a positive male role model for my childhood. That's who I thought of. But he's a dependable dude.
Oh, Minnow, you and I probably haven't talked in a long time, and I know Ed and I haven't talked in a long time. But you know the whole Hurricane Helene. Sorry, I'm getting choked up.
You okay?
I still don't see the problem with mandatory medical exams.
Yeah, I don't trust the doctors, Ed.
And where do you live?
There's been too much medical backlash bullshit.
Do you live in a country with an NHS? Is that safe to assume?
Me? Yes.
Yeah, we don't like. Not only is our medical care here like expensive, but it's also like we don't trust it.
It's a scam too.
Yeah, and like anybody who like gets into the medical field is there either to help people or to scam people, but we don't know which, and there's no in between.
And it takes a lot of hunting to find the good ones. And
yes,
they
because the only ones who are accepting new patients are the ones that scam people.
Well, then they often leave up here a lot to go to other places where they can do more good and
Yeah.
not have to.
Especially if you live in the sticks, if you get a good one, they'll get a better paying job that's like somewhere in a city, and then they'll move off, and you'll only have a good one for a few years. Like there are good ones that occasionally do get into it to help people. They only stay in their hometown for as long as like the getting is good there, and then as soon as they get an offer that's like double what they were making in their hometown, they're gone. If you
well-
live in a rural part of America, you're fucked.
So if you're in the medical profession to make money, you cannot make money if you do not heal people.
Yeah, you can.
They only
America.
make money when they keep people sick, my friend. That's the problem. They make money not by healing people, but by keeping people sick.
They run another test. They run the same test over again because it's been 6 months. They put you on another list where they want you to have another appointment where that person just comes in and checks your heart and your temperature and sends you on another appointment to see another specialist. And this whole process was $6,000. And then that person says, oh, actually, this test that you had done 6 months ago, it's no longer valid. So I'm going to go ahead and send you back and have you do that test again. And that's another $600.
So this is a bureaucratical kind of problem,
Yeah.
not a medical problem.
Welcome to capitalism, baby.
Yeah.
And it's not a
America.
problem of capitalism.
Welcome to capitalism, baby.
I think capitalist societies make more money with healthy citizens, which are paying no
You
taxes.
think they'd be that intelligent, but they're not. They make money off our illnesses.
Yeah. And then we have companies that like their whole business plan is that like they help you get on like waiting lists for like certain doctors and shit. Like there's like a whole like sub-market in this, right? Like that's separate from like the whole pharmaceutical market. That's separate from the like there are so many secondary markets to our ridiculous medical system. That like
Don't get me started on the legal system because it's just as bad.
I think that's a bad way to see the world, though.
it needs
Even
an
the world that
overhaul.
we're living in.
What? To
It
be
needs an
aware that you have to be very cautious about who you trust. It's
No,
it's
to
not a great
assume
way to live, but it is what you have to do.
to assume absolute maliciousness to
Let me
maybe
give you an example.
To be aware of it, you have to be aware of it, or you're going to get.
Let me give you an
damaged.
example. Okay. I had a tooth that was my dentist here told me, and another dentist confirmed that I needed to like not just have a root canal, like I had to have like the whole tooth like extracted, and if I wanted a tooth there, I like needed an implant, blah 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 blah. The whole bill that like between the like the dentist specialist that did the implant and the other dentist and blah 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 blah, it was several $1,000s. I because I had a good friend in the UK, had made some calls, talked to some dentists there, figured out that getting the whole extraction implant, blah blah blah, all of that, it would actually be cheaper for me to buy a ticket to fly to the UK, stay in the UK, have a dentist there do it, and then fly back. And I was still saving several $100s. By the time I made it over there and actually had the dentist do it, the dentist was like, the work that you have done in your mouth, like I see exactly why these dentists told you that this is, and that would be the right call for like the technology that they have. But like the technology that they are using to fix the shit in your mouth is, he used the word archaic in comparison to what they're able to do in the UK, because they are, not that the NHS is going to take on all, they don't actually really do a whole lot of dentistry, but like if you need a fucking tooth pulled, they'll fucking pull your tooth, right? Like people don't like die of a fucking tooth infection in countries with an NHS. They do here. And because of that, like it keeps the costs for dentists down, and it keeps the technology moving forward, because they have, okay, yeah, it might cost a little bit of money and like they're whatever to like stand in line to get your tooth extracted, but it can't cost that much and the line can't be that long when they can like go ahead and skip the line and just get the fucking tooth pulled by the NHS dentist will just like yank it out, right? When that's the other option, that keeps it in check. And we don't have that here. And that's just with dentistry. Something that technically, like, NHS barely covers. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's just a microcosm of the entire greater structure.
Yeah. But if the medical system is that bad in the United States, why is it not reformed? Why there are not people in the streets
Lobbyists
shouting
there are
to
people in the
changing
there
this?
have been people in the streets every once in a while. We killed the CEO about it.
We killed the CEO about it.
There is an assassination. People get pissed about it, but it's like also if we're always sick and tired. Okay, here's another example. My ADHD medication, the state that I live in, like, they made this particular agreement with the manufacturers that they would only, like, raise the amount that they are making of Adderall by, like, the amount the population increases. And then over 2020, a bunch of people were inside staring at their fucking four walls, and then they talked to their shrinks and realized that they have ADHD. Like, legitimately, they have ADHD, not like that they just fucking made it up. It's just that they fucking first realized it for the first time. And so all of a sudden, there's all these people who are sending in these prescriptions that are legitimate prescriptions for ADHD. And I don't care, like, whether you've been diagnosed for 20 years or 2 years. To me, that's a legitimate diagnosis for ADHD if you legitimately have it. That's to me, that prescription is the same weight, right? But because they made this agreement to only increase the amount that they are manufacturing by the amount of the population increase, it got to be the point where literally I would get my prescription, and then a week later, my doctor would call in the prescription so that it would sit on the waiting list for 3 weeks to hopefully be able to be filled by the time that it was actually due. And this is every single month, and it was multiple. Like, I had to call to, like, get it on this wait list, and then I had to call. You have to call back every 3 days to make sure that it's still on the waiting list, and blah, 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 blah. And it was this whole process of, like, talking to multiple people every single month just to get my medication. That is, like, it's just like things just make more.
All of this is to keep the numbers looking favorable for whatever party is in charge in unemployment. They just make up jobs, and they
here's
just
my point that
increase
I'm
the
getting at.
bureaucracy to the point that nothing works.
Here's my point that I'm getting at is that, like, yes, it is frustrating for all of us who have ADHD, but, like, what the fuck are we going to do about it? It's not like we can, like, fucking organize a revolt. We all have ADHD and none of us have our fucking meds.
Bad spellers of the world, untie.
Exactly. But it's just this, like, you get what I'm saying, right? It just becomes this, like, positive feedback loop. It's just like, what the fuck do you do?
Actually, the answer is reduction of. There has to be, on occasions, reductions of government bureaucracy, and then it can rebuild and then be torn down again, etc.
Yeah, we need to
It's a regular cycle. See, it's all well and good for the Democrats to have said, "Oh, we have very, very low unemployment." What they didn't say is taxpayers are funding these jobs that we don't actually need and are very repetitive. And having overlapping offices, several offices all doing the same thing. So then, you know, at that stage of the society, you know, they create something like Doge. It's happened several times before. And then there's a reduction. It's reasonable again for a while. And then the same thing happens. It repeats.
Are you saying that the system is self-correcting or reactualizing itself?
Half full, half empty glass of water there. But yeah, basically. It's self-sabotaging and it's self-correcting.
And a bit dying.
Missed the last sentence. What was that, please?
And a bit dying.
And a bit dying?
and dying a bit. A system that cannot correct itself properly. It's not foreseeable in the future.
It's unsustainable.
Sure, that's why there has to be, you know, enough legal wiggle room for it to change over time as society changes. There has to be that too, or else it just completely collapses.
Would you say that that is the purpose of a government?
Was that the purpose of the government? No, that's the purpose of regulation on government, is to perform that.
Yeah, but the government regulates the regulations.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I guess you're right. It's still government.
I don't know. So, because I'd be nearing my nap time. Might need to take my own advice. Go to bed. It's been fun chatting with you guys, though.
You're always a blast. Big fun.
Well, thank you. You as well, Richard. It's been. This is like this last week was a fucked up week, but yeah, that's the nice thing about time is it keeps moving forward, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Perceptually.
Maybe.
Therefore, never.
I'm just so like I felt like I was doing better for a while, that I was like not as angry because I moved to like a less conservative area where like people weren't like pulling guns on me, and I didn't have like Nazis telling me in public that they know where I live. And then like this shit in the news just like made me fucking, I don't know. I'm just, yeah. I feel like I don't know.
It's not a problem. That's maturing.
There's only so much avoiding it before it creeps in, sets off the triggers again.
It's true. It's true.
As long as you're getting better about not staying in the bad place.
Mhm.
That's all you can do, Minna.
That's a good goal. That's a good reminder too. Yeah.
Sounds like the answer to that is to remove the triggers.
Huh.
Some things live in your body, Richard. I need to go let
That's
the dog
true.
in.
And also, I think that there is a part of me that I need to be connected to a community, to a society in order to feel fulfilled. And because of that connection, like I will sometimes feel those triggers. And that's something that I just have to learn how to deal with.
I just had that conversation while having a cigarette with a long-term friend of mine out there on the plaza, public area.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same conversation I've already had with you guys. And I think this is just another part of it.
I just like I said, I recently moved from like the sticks. I had been living in the sticks for a while, where it was like a town of like less than 300 people.
Mhm.
I could walk from one side of it to the other, kind of thing. And it just got I was the only like visibly queer, visibly like colorful person who lived there. And I got to like where I was scared. I've never really felt scared living in my hometown before. But it was a really unsettling feeling.
Scared of what?
My neighbors.
Because
My neighbors doing me harm. One neighbor pulled a gun on me.
okay, that's a reasonable reason to have fear. Yeah.
I used to work at like the local store. There's like one store in the whole town, and I worked there. I was one of the cashiers, front cashier.
Someone
I
put a
had
gun on you because you're queer?
that's kind of the implication that I was given was that because my ex-wife is trans. Because I was bringing that shit into our town because I'm a native and I'm not just a native, I'm like 6th generation native of that town. I had somebody who with a swastika tattoo on their face and knuckles dusters that said pure race come up to me at work and tell me that they know where I live. Which is like, yeah, I live like 10 houses down from the store. It's a small town.
Yeah.
Like it was, and he said it with like a smile on his face, right? But like everybody there knows I'm a Jew. So like, why is this guy here saying this shit to me?
Because society finally confirmed him enough that he felt bold enough to go and do it.
Yeah. You
He
get what
would
I'm
have done
saying?
it
It's like,
immediately.
it makes me like scared to go to sleep in my house at night for fear that it's gonna like get burned down around me. I'm gonna wake up in a fire.
Okay. That seems
know.
reasonable. It's possible.
Hell, honey, that's possible around here.
It's still
They like,
possible
but
here,
it wouldn't have
but-
anything to do with being queer, just having a vengeance. I'm sorry, Minnow. I'm trying to.
No,
lighten
you're
it a
fine.
bit.
You're fine. I appreciate it.
They like to burn people out up here.
It's just like I felt like such a target just for existing. I couldn't just exist who I was. I was constantly trying to hide who I was.
Now your medical system is not that surprising at all now.
Our whole system is fucked.
Shit's up is very fucked up in America.
I think America is closer to truth than most places on the planet.
I'm gonna sit back and let you explain that one.
Yeah, please explain that one while I get more coffee.
Okay. I'm talking about
That's
overall
a good idea. I'm gonna refill my
societies.
hot cocoa too.
I mean, overall societies, not singular individuals. I've been to Saudi Arabia and met nationals from Egypt who were just fine people, you know. But it's not the individuals that are the problem, except for mental illness and lack of information and misinformation, even disinformation, you know, causing singular individuals to act out. And maybe that singular individual, you know, with enough communication finds others like themselves and form a group of maladjust wrong people. That happens too. But, you know, I think the greater thing is that we die of old age. That is to say that people don't have time to learn everything that they would actually need to know, so they don't know it. And then they
Richard,
believe things that
how is-
aren't true.
How is the medical society talking about truth, though?
What is Sammy showing us?
I said it's closer to truth.
Closer to truth. How is that the case?
I think life in the United States is closer to truth
Is this a building that is not real? Is this
because
like a
I think
Tower of Babel?
there's more chance for happiness here than other places I've seen.
That one's a real building, isn't it?
I don't know if those are real.
There is more chance of happiness living in United States and being oppressed for being different.
Oh,
Everyone's oppressed.
So, happiness here?
Sure. That's why
Why?
that's why almost all the world wants to come here, is because there's more chance for happiness here.
I think that
There's
is
less and less
false
people who want to come here every
claim.
year.
I don't think everybody in the world wants to come to America anymore, Richard.
You know, I meant
trying
that
to get out.
expressively, but you also know it's true.
No, I don't agree that it's true.
You don't think that it's true that many
No,
parts of the
I
world
don't.
at least perceive the United States as having greater potential for prosperity, for personal happiness than most other places. You don't think most of the world thinks that? I do.
Not most of the world anymore. No, I think there are still some parts of the world that believe that, but no, I don't think that it is. The
Could you name a
majority
specific
belief.
place that doesn't think so?
Europe, anywhere in Europe.
Oh, that's not true that Europeans don't believe that.
You
Now,
are
Europeans that I've
making
talked to
no,
don't.
You're making a global statement for billions of people that don't
Nope.
live in this country.
No.
Yeah, you are, man. You make these blanket statements, man.
It was a general claim. We can get into the specifics as the conversation evolves. But I think the general claim is true.
Okay, well, I disagree with the general claim.
Okay, that's all right. So here's my evidence for my claim. The amount of people trying to come into the United States.
That keeps decreasing year after year.
Unregulated is quite high.
Again, it keeps decreasing every year. And like you're talking about people who are trying to like move here because here is more accessible than other places. I think that if you talk to like most South Americans, they would be more than happy to be living in Spain. But they can't get to Spain. They can get here. So they try to move here because it's accessible. It's not this concept of like upward advancement that it used to be. I still want to know what this
Okay,
video
I
is
don't-
that this Sammy is showing us though.
I need a time frame on used to be. What does that mean? And
I
a
don't
time
know,
frame
dude.
on continues to drop, because I mean you could say continues to drop for the last year, but you could say
No, for like at least
continues
20
to
years.
rise for the preceding 4 years.
Richard, in general, making a place a happy place, that means that the general understanding of rights and protected liberties are protected. Do you think those minimum rights and protected liberties are protected by the U.S. in general?
No, I think a lot of our laws are screwed up, but that doesn't mean it's not the best place to live. It's by no means perfect, but I haven't seen any place better. And I think a lot of people think they haven't seen any place better.
I think
I
you can
have.
live, you can live happy in any place on earth, on any place.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I take a very stoic attitude about it. I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico, but I could be anywhere and be happy. But not everybody's like that.
Anywhere in America.
Oh, anywhere in the world, I'd be happy. Or
I don't-
I could say
for me, I
equally
could.
dissatisfied.
But
See,
you would be happier.
there's a big difference for me. I'm in the same state, and I went from like a town of, like I said, less than 300 people to like a town of like a college town. You know, big difference. Big difference. I could put up a sign that says like MAGA harbors chomos, and I don't have to worry about like my house getting shot up.
Wait, I guess you're saying that in a society where even the most crazy and I don't know, craziest evils can exist, that is a freer society and happier society than when those are prohibited. Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know. Say that again. That was pretty complicated.
So the United States is the happiest place to live because it respects your oppositional points of view.
There's less regulation on free thought. That's how I would say it.
But it's more regulated by money. Like money is the thing that regulates in America. It's the land of
I
the
don't-
free to do whatever the fuck you can afford to.
I don't think that fiscal ability directly correlates to happiness. I've seen people who
I do.
just had almost nothing and are perfectly happy.
Yeah, and I went from making 90 grand a year to making 20 grand a year, and I can tell you it absolutely correlates to happiness.
Well, it
Is
does
it-
for
is-
you. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not doubting
Is-
your
I'm saying
experience.
that it correlates to the amount of fucking stress that I have to like worry about on a fucking daily basis. When I go to the fucking grocery store, the amount of like of things that are just weighing on me as I go to the fucking grocery store is like an incremental difference, right? Like that affects my overall happiness.
Okay, in
But I
the
think it probably does
standards of
for
living,
everybody else as well.
and no, it doesn't. In your standards of livings that you have established for yourself, money has a lot of impact. Okay.
Not really, not compared to a lot of people. I just live in a capitalist society. I haven't chosen that for myself. That's just fucking where I'm stuck.
In the United States, you can choose to not live in a capitalistic society.
Bullshit. That's a lie.
Yes, you
Richard.
can.
That's
Yes,
a
you
lie.
can. My parents did it. Don't tell me it's a lie. I saw my parents do it. I grew
They
up
still
with it.
live within a capitalist society, even if you grew up in a fucking commune, it still existed within a capitalist society.
No, they really weren't participants in the capitalistic venture.
It doesn't matter whether they were participants or not. It was still within a capitalist
I mean,
society.
were they surrounded by it? Yeah, they were
Yes,
physically surrounded by it. That doesn't mean they had to comply or participate. They were not part of that society.
Gosh, they still existed in it, Richard. Like it's still
Yes,
like the
physically.
Yes, Richard.
What's that got to do
Yes.
with the experiment?
What do you mean?
How's that?
To do with the
Just tell me how
experiment?
it's an argument.
You physically have to exist in it. There is no physical getting away from it when you live in America. Like that's. I mean, how is that not relevant?
I don't understand how it's an argument.
The
I mean, I saw it
existence
happen.
the existence of a non-capitalistic society inside the capitalistic society was tolerated by a capitalistic society. Therefore, it is a capitalistic society.
Exactly. I'm gonna go make hot chocolate now.
Might want to add a dab of liquor to it.
Because it's tolerated by the larger society, it's part of that larger society. I don't think so. I think that's bad thinking, Ed.
The whining you hear in the background is not me; it's the dog. I'm on mute.
Its existence operates into the same parameters.
Its existence
Just
operates under the same parameters.
The spectrum of that operation is not different, but lower than in the bigger case.
All right, let's get down to some specifics because I think that'll make it easier for me to understand you. Let's say, for instance, the religious Amish or Mennonite, and they don't own businesses in a city. They don't do things like that. They don't
Do they
have
exchange-
factory. Go ahead.
Do they exchange goods for money?
Yes, they sometimes do.
Do they exchange goods for goods?
Yes.
Do they have a centralized, I don't say power, but centralized official points of view?
I guess if you call their religion or their God that central thing, maybe.
Do elders in those societies have more rights and attributes and responsibility and basically power than the new members?
Yeah, that's just
Respect.
following human nature, though. I don't know how that applies. I don't think that's evidence of a capitalistic or whatever society that older
Okay, so
people
how
know more things.
How is that Mennonite society different than the society that surrounds them?
They're basically autonomous except for things that they physically cannot produce, like highly refined things, like for instance, a fuel oil. You know, they can't make gasoline because that's hard. It takes a factory to do that. So
Are
if
them-
they need for the gasoline, they would produce fruit jellies, sell the fruit jellies, and buy some gasoline, for
I
instance.
don't think building refineries makes you an autonomous society. They are still protected by the same laws that the
What's that?
other. They are still protected by the same laws that the other, the greater society around them exist. They are still United States citizen, even though you're living into a commune, a Mennonite commune.
Are they still U.S. citizens? Yes.
And subject to the same laws.
No, not all of them. Just like a Native American reservation has their own set of laws, the Mennonites have their own sets of laws. They do their own thing within themselves. Like you can't take regular police from a city onto a reservation or into a recognized Mennonite commune. You can't just do that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it autonomous either, or different.
Well, I don't think unless you went back to like before the Industrial Revolution, you're going to find true autonomous societies. But I'm claiming they do exist and they have existed. And in those societies,
If you murder somebody in a Mennonite society, you still go to a regular jail, though. Like you still go to prison.
I'm sure they don't build prisons.
Exactly.
So yeah, that makes
They're
sense.
part of the yes. So part of the same judicial system.
So, but I still think that because of the lower amount of regulations and the more freedom to exist in whatever way a person likes, just definitionally because they like it that way and it's allowed, then there's more of a door open for them to be happy. Like,
I don't think having less options makes you happier.
no, I said
Again,
more
it's
options
allowed
make
if you can
happier.
afford it. It's allowed if you can afford
Ah,
it. It's allowed if you can
Well,
afford it.
see, but that's the other part of the argument. It's not about affordability. It's about what kind of lifestyle you demand. If your demands are very, very low,
How do you
you
demand
can
it?
live.
With dollars.
Yeah, that's right. You demand it with dollars. But if you don't have demands, you don't need the dollars. For instance, if you're
that's my
willing to
point.
wipe your backside after a bowel movement with a corn cob, you don't need to buy toilet paper. Because you can grow the corn cob.
yes, but if you wipe your ass only once with the toilet paper, you can see the
If
difference.
you can grow the corn cob if you could afford to grow the corn cob, but you can't grow the corn
What do you
cob if you
mean?
don't have any land to grow the corn cob on. Where are you going to grow the corn cob? How are you going to afford to grow the corn cob? How are you going to water the corn cob?
I mean,
How are you going
I
to
could.
feed the corn cob? Where are
Okay,
you
now
going to
you're
put it?
just going on.
No, I'm just saying like that's America.
You're not,
This
you're
is
not leaving room
America.
for answer. And you're repeating yourself 3 times in a row. That's going on.
You asked
So
what
the
did
answer
I
to that,
mean? I'm trying to like
the
expand on
answer to
it.
the question was squatting on land. That's the answer.
So taking it
So
from someone else.
illegal
No,
apprehension of land is the answer.
not apprehension, not taking, using.
Squatting is still taking the land from somebody.
There are laws about usury, isn't it? There are
Yes,
laws
there
about
is. Yes,
using
we
land.
allow for squatters' rights. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, where if there's no land that's just like available that's not being used, like how
Sure
are
there is.
you gonna where? Like you have to get to it, right?
I can go to Google Maps and show you. You would get bored watching me
How?
show you places where there's no humans in the United States.
Sure, but how do you get there? How do you find that?
The
I
lack
don't
of
know. You
humans
could
there
walk.
doesn't make it yours.
No,
You
it
walk
doesn't
there.
until you've been there
How do you
unnoticed for a
find it?
certain amount of time. What's
And
that?
How do
being
you
there doesn't
find
make
it?
it yours either.
How do you
You
find it? All
understand
you
what
have
I'm
to do is
saying?
wander. All you have to do is wander away from other people, and they become obvious.
It doesn't actually, especially
Sure,
like
it
around
does.
here. No,
I don't
absolutely
know.
it doesn't.
I don't know
But,
where
like,
around
I
here is.
well, if you let me finish a goddamn fucking sentence, Richard.
You stop that. I was not interrupting you.
Yes, you
You
were.
finished the sentence. You did.
Oh
There
my
was a
God,
period
no,
there.
I
You want me to
haven't actually, Richard. I haven't
tell you where the
finished the
period was?
Hey,
sentence.
hey,
Oh my God.
hey, take a breath. Take a breath. Start over.
Especially around here where it's like there's farmland and shit and stuff like that goes fallow for like a couple years, that's intentionally going fallow for a couple years. You don't necessarily know that that land isn't being used for something. You
Okay.
don't necessarily know that that land isn't being used as like a wind gate against something else, that like there's a reason why that land isn't necessarily being developed. It's
Mhm.
not obvious to tell what land is being used and what isn't.
So isn't your awareness of that evidence that you're wrong?
What do you mean?
You just described a situation and said you don't always know, but you do know about it, or you couldn't have described it.
I can't tell visually what land, when I'm walking through it, is being used versus what isn't being used.
I understand the term fallow. I know what you mean by that.
I didn't say you didn't, Richard.
Well, then you went on to define fallow.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you just told me what fallow means.
What is it that you think that fallow means?
Unused for a time,
No,
let the
that's
land
not what it
recover,
means.
something like that.
No, that's not what it means.
What do you mean? What does it mean then?
It means a piece of land that is in recovery.
That's what I just said. Why are you correcting me?
Okay, because I did
said
not
not being
define
used
because
for a
I did not
time.
define the term fallow. Because what
Okay,
you're
anyway.
saying that I use as a definition of the term fallow is something that I was saying is a different thing. That there is land that is unused that is separate from land that is fallow.
Okay. So
Use your
about how
fucking
long?
ears, Richard. Stop fucking
About-
cutting people off.
Okay, about how long would a piece of land be fallow typically?
Years.
How many?
Sometimes up to 6 to 8 years, depending.
Right. Okay, so how tall are the trees?
It depends. There might have been trees on it before it went fallow.
Oh,
Having trees on it does
the
not.
whole area on average.
It doesn't matter. It might be trees that are 100 years old, Richard.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be surrounded by trees that are 10 years old?
Not necessarily, no.
So there wouldn't be wild growing trees about 10 years old in 10 years on fallow land.
Typically, land isn't going to go fallow for 10 years, but if it's something that is like used differently, then it isn't necessarily fallow land. If it's something that's being used differently that isn't being touched by human hands for 10 years, it'll still have trees that are 10 plus years old.
Okay, cool. So if I see nothing but 30-year-old trees, it's probably not fallow land?
Probably, but that doesn't mean that it's not being used for something else. Just because it isn't fallow doesn't mean that it's not being used for something else.
You're telling me
Also, a
you
lot
can't
of
tell the
people can't-
difference.
What do you mean? Yeah, of course
You're
you can't tell the
suggesting
difference.
that people can't tell the difference between a forest and temporarily unused land that's claimed? People can't tell
That's
the
not
difference.
what I said, Richard.
Are
Use
you
your
That's what I'm
fucking ears.
asking.
Are you arguing for the sake of arguing, or are you
Apparently.
arguing for the sake of being right or proving someone else wrong?
No, I totally know of people who've gone and squatted on federal forest land and live there.
Yes,
doesn't
because they
answer
can
my
afford to
question.
do that. Not
Is
everybody can afford to do that.
Are you arguing just for the joy of arguing, or are you trying to make a point?
Both. I love a good argument. I have friends that all I do is argue with them.
Well, argue with one of them, because I'm not.
Well, you keep going. It looks like you want to.
Well, I've told you multiple times that I don't. Like, I'm here to have a conversation, not to get bogged down in a fucking argument.
What's the point of a conversation except to get to the point?
Exactly.
Okay, so what's the
To
point?
get to the point through communication and cooperation, not argumentation.
I don't know
Is that
that
an argument?
anything isn't. I don't know that anything isn't argumentation.
Apparently. That's your
Well, I'm
problem,
just saying.
Richard.
It just sounds like the difference is whether or not you like or agree with the argument, whether or not it's an argument or a conversation.
No, I can have a conversation with somebody that I disagree with.
Okay, then what's the problem right now?
The problem is that you're getting bogged down in an argument where you're getting so far from the conversation that we're trying to have that it's frustrating.
Okay. So let me see if I can go back and connect the dots. So I think that the United States, because of less regulation and things like squatting rights, a person who doesn't have an unreasonable value on money and physical objects can be quite happy just squatting on some unused land.
And I think that living in the United States, it is basically impossible to have what you consider what was it, an unnecessary, or to not have to be preoccupied with money, because we live in a capitalist society. Like that's you have to
Okay.
be concerned with money.
If you're going to live in that capitalist parts of the society,
If you're
yes.
gonna live in America, you have to be concerned with money.
Is there in
I disagree.
United
I've
States
seen people do otherwise.
is the concept of public and private property a protected thing in America?
It is in some cases. Those are usually highly impoverished areas because there is no infrastructure.
Why is there such a case in which depends? Is there private or public property? I mean,
So there's reservations where it's considered that belongs to the reservation. It's considered a separate nation.
so the reservation is public property?
It's considered federal land, but also it's considered federal land that is given to the First Nations people that live there. And I don't live in a state that has it, so I wouldn't be the person to ask about the specifics of it.
You could almost say it's a separate state within the state.
That's because the genocide wasn't successful.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, they called it off.
Called it off a little late.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of genocide that happened. That's true. But it wasn't complete genocide, obviously, in most cases. But in a few tribes, it was a complete genocide.
I think the whole point of the conversation was you cannot just go somewhere and claim it and live there for 30 years
Yes, you can. That's my point. You can.
without
In some cases.
without
it's-
prior what is called allowed to be there.
Yes, without agreement, you can go and do that in the United States.
He's right that you can do that in certain cases. But my point is that you have to basically have prior knowledge of this land not being used. And I know that he's trying to say that oh, you can just look at it and tell. But in my experience from growing up in a lot of farm areas, no, you can't necessarily tell.
Well, even if it requires prior knowledge, that doesn't change the fact that a person can do it.
But obtaining that prior knowledge is at some point there is some type of affordability, whether you had to afford that knowledge or afford the technology to gain that knowledge. You get what I'm saying, is that this is not something that everybody is innate and born with. It's something that you have to acquire.
I'm going to
And not
remind
everybody
you.
can afford it.
I'm going to remind you that Richard is very cognizant of the difference between can and may. There,
It's still that-
you get my drift. Can
No, I
is
don't.
different than may.
May requires permission.
Yes, and can does not require permission, and Richard is very cognizant of this. He's very
Okay.
educated. Okay, so Minnow, when
I'm
you're
not.
hearing him, yeah, you are. Your mama was a teacher. You're educated, son. You might not have a formal education, but you're an intelligent fella. You're not fooling me.
I don't think anyone disputed
I
that.
don't think that I said anything that contradicted that though. That's
No,
not.
no, you didn't. But he is saying can, and he's not saying may.
I never
meaning-
said anything about permission. I understand.
but-
I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying. I'm saying that you can look at a piece of land and say, this land is going unused. My grandfather's land. If you looked at it, there's parts of it that you can say, this shit hasn't been touched by human hands in 100 fucking years. Nobody's fucking using this. And if you fucking set up camp on that, absolutely my grandfather would get you off of it because he is absolutely using that. And you just don't necessarily understand that, like, the type of livestock that he was using for it, or it was like a windbreak for another part of the land. Or you get what I'm saying? It just looks like an unused forest to somebody.
I understood.
And you absolutely can have squatters' rights on land that isn't being used, but you can't necessarily tell whether land is being used by visually just looking at it or even being on it.
Yeah, I always understood what you said, and I think I was trying to point out that Richard is arguing for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating.
So don't let him
Like,
get
I'm trying
to
to
you
have
is
a
what I'm.
conversation.
Now I'm just trying to tell you, don't let his
It's not to cause
argumentation
frustration.
trigger you. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's not my goal.
Well, I know it's not your goal, but it is the effect you have on some people, Richard, who do not know you well and do not understand or take you at face value for your intent. And I know you never intend harm.
I've known Richard for many years, and I get that. It's just I try to explain. I'm not trying to have an argument with you, and we still get bogged down in this argumentative bullshit, and it's fucking annoying. So I just want to have a conversation. I just want to talk about shit. Because I find our differences to be fascinating, and I think that we just leave them as them being differences. We don't have to fucking convince each other to share our opinion.
I should be more disciplined and only talk about religion. I'm serious. I should.
Don't be silly, Richard.
No, I'm serious.
Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Whatever triggers your fancy.
Problem is the rest of it's way too subjective.
Well, just talk about it with people who like maybe want to argue with you.
Well, again, I point out you're still participating. You must want to.
I want to have a conversation, yeah.
Well, then you lead the conversation.
I thought we were having some
And
good conversations.
I'll try to follow.
But I think that you get my point is that, like, in America, it is a degree of what you can't afford.
If afford means that you have to require certain things, but you need to sacrifice other things, then yeah, sure, absolutely. Definitionally,
I don't
you're right.
necessarily think that it means to sacrifice. I think that just means shit that, like, you're able to acquire, and certain people are given an innate ability to acquire shit, and some people aren't. Like, I was born with what some people would say is a silver spoon in my mouth. When I graduated from high school, I already had a job waiting for me, where I was, bringing home in the tens of grand per month. Most people didn't have that. That's a privilege that I had growing up, right?
So,
My starting place. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, are you saying, like it would be in my case, if I was plopped in the middle of some land and said, here you go, I'd be dead in like 2.5 days. I don't think I'd make the full 3 days before I died of dehydration or...
Yeah,
Well, what if it wasn't in the
You
outback?
don't have anything to afford anything.
Yeah, like where would I get tools to cut timber down to build a house? And
Yeah.
Well, if you have knowledge
On
of
whose
what
land, Sammy?
What's that?
On whose land?
Huh. Just some unused land.
You still have to afford the resources once you get there.
Yeah, I think that's the point of there is no such thing as unused land.
There's no such thing as unused land, but there is such thing as unnoticed land.
There you go.
I've got
Dun, 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 dun.
almost 10 acres of unused land.
How often you go out there and look at it, walk the whole property?
I can't walk the whole property anymore because the property is too dangerous to step foot on outside the little acreage I live in.
That doesn't justify squatting, though.
No, it
I don't
allows for it.
think-
It doesn't justify it.
Some would say that does justify it.
There's plenty of wood to build a house out of, though, Sammy. You wouldn't have to look for trees.
Aw.
But you better bring some saws. Hey, they finally paved the road I live off of this week.
Really? How long you live there?
No, they paved it since the washout from the storm.
Oh, I thought maybe it was one of those. But it's like I've lived here 30 years and I finally paved it.
No,
I've lived out far enough in the woods where things had never been paved. There was no gravel, etc.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that particular road is a quarter mile from the house, but it is nice to finally see the washout finally fully repaired. Only took them a year and a half.
Out where you are, Sandy, do you remember a time when there was no power lines, no telephone lines?
I do.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sandy's like, there aren't any. What are you talking about? The time. The
Well,
time
she
is now.
obviously She obviously has
There
power
was
lines
none.
right
There
now.
was none here in '98 when I arrived. There's still no telephone poles.
Right on.
The time is now.
I buried them.
Yeah, I spent my youth on the other side of the telephone poles. There were none.
Yeah, I know where you grew up. You grew up the same place my husband grew up.
Oh,
My
okay.
late husband. Same state. Same kind of big family.
Right on.
Same religion, I think.
Is that
Roman
in
Catholic?
the Bible Belt?
Huh?
No, it's not in the Bible Belt.
Really?
His wasn't. I am in the Bible Belt. Why?
I am.
Right.
Oh, I was just wondering.
Well, it's on the edge. It's a whole different state altogether.
I am quite cinched in the Bible Belt.
No, Sammy,
what
the Appalachian Mountains around Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, those areas.
It's considered the North, not the Bible
Yeah.
Belt.
Right.
Yeah.
Are them the happiest places in America?
Good God, no. There's no happiest place
Appalachia?
on earth.
Is that
I
what
knew plenty of people who just literally lived off the land, and they
Happy
did very
folks.
very little as possible in trading. Now they didn't have luxuries, but in my perception, at least, they were fairly happy people.
Have you seen that skit?
Because
The
they
Monty Python 2 Herman.
Well, look, there's an old adage: you can't miss what you don't know exist.
That's true.
Amen.
And let's just say there are some remote places on Earth that live perfectly happily without all the crap that we Americans think are so essential to life.
Well, you just summed up my entire argument. That was amazing.
Huh. I must have channeled it, Richard.
I mean, you could make you could have a conversation about, not make an argument. You could have a conversation about grandma's savings plan. The heart don't want what the eye don't see. And that most of the world is actually really they don't have a lot of resources and privilege. And in fact, the more time you have, the more resources you have, the more privilege you have, the more time you think about self, the more selfish a person can become, the more depressed they can become, which leads directly into money is a curse.
I can relate to that.
I mean, there's rap songs to that effect.
There was a sentence that I didn't expect it.
What, Ed?
Richard referring to a rap song.
Oh.
You wouldn't expect that, really. I guess he's right.
Is that what you were referring to, Ed?
Yeah. Rap songs talking about
My
happiness.
my brain didn't connect it. That's why I asked. Thank you.
I don't know the exact line, but it was something like, the more money I have, the more problems I have.
More money, more problems.
The more I know, the less I wish I knew. Kind of similar.
I put the two hermits on the hillside video in the side chat. But right now we're staring into galaxies, so maybe this is more entertaining anyway.
Fireflies. Forest fairies.
Do Monty Python copyright?
Don't know. I suppose.
Not sure. Yeah, I've never had any issues, but I usually just show clips.
All right. Now that I've corrected the errors I created last night.
Silly. Now, I do my best to keep things moving along, but I'm not having things getting silly. Those last two sketches I did got very silly indeed.
This
And
intro
that-
is very silly.
even sillier. Now, nobody likes a good laugh more than I do. And some of her friends. Oh, yes. And Captain Johnson. Come to think of it,
All right.
most people like a good laugh more than I do, but that's beside the point. Now, let's have a good, clean, healthy, outdoor sketch. Get some air into your lungs. 10, 9, 8 and all that.
Ah, yes, that's better. Now let's hope this doesn't get silly.
Hello. Are you a hermit by any chance? Yes, that's right. Are you a hermit? Yes, I certainly am. Well, I never. What are you getting away from? Oh, you know, the usual people, chat, gossip. You know.
Oh, I certainly do. It was the same with me. I mean, there comes a time when you realise there's no good frittering your life away in idleness and trivial chit-chat. Where's your cave?
Oh, up the goat track, first on the left.
Oh, they're very nice up there, aren't they?
Yes, well, they've got the view.
It's a bit drafty, though, aren't they?
No, we've had ours insulated.
Oh, yes?
Yes, I use bird's nest, moss, and oak leaves around the outside.
Oh, sounds marvellous.
Oh, it's a treat, it really is, because otherwise those stone caves can be so grim.
Yes, they really can be, can't they? They really can.
yes.
Morning, Frank. Morning, Norman. Talking of moss, you know Mr. Robbins?
With the green loincloth?
No, that's Mr. Seagrave. Mr. Robinson's the hermit who lodges with Mr.
Oh,
Seagrave.
that's it.
Yes, well, he's put me onto wattles.
Really?
Yes. Swears by them.
Morning, Frank.
You know any hermits in
morning,
the roommate?
Lionel. Well, he says that moss tends to fall off the cave wall during cold weather. You know, you might get a really bad spell and half the moss drops off the cave wall, leaving you cold.
Oh, well, Mr. Robinson's cave's never been exactly nirvana, has it?
Well, quite, that's what I mean. Anyway, Mr. Rogers, he's the hermit.
On the end?
Up at the
Oh,
top, yes. Well, he tried wattles and he came out in a rash.
Really?
Yes, and there's me with half a wall wattled. I mean, what'll I do?
Well, why don't you try bird's nest like I've done? Or else dead bracken.
Frank! Yes, Hen?
Can I borrow your goat?
Yes, that'll be all right. Oh, leave me a pint for breakfast, will you? Oh, that's great to see it. You know, that's the trouble with living halfway up a cliff. You feel so cut off. You know, it takes me 2 hours every morning to get out onto the moors, collect my berries, chastise myself, and 2 hours back in the evening.
Still something about being a hermit. At least you meet people.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't go back to public relations. Oh, well, bye for now, Frank. Must toddle.
Right, you two hermits, stop that sketch. I think it's silly.
What?
It's silly.
What do you mean you can't stop it?
That
It's on
is
film.
in-
That doesn't make any difference to the viewer at home, does it? Come on, get out.
Oh,
All of you.
yeah.
Come on, out, all of you. Get them, not all of you. All of you, get that bloody...
That's what you made me think of earlier, Richard. I hope that doesn't offend.
I think it's hilarious.
Okay,
I think the entire observation is humorous.
Is the act of squatting an act of running away from something?
Imagine
No, the act of squatting is the act of staying in one place. You don't own.
Right. The opposite of running away.
Opposite of running away.
I've been here. This is mine now. You ain't been used it, and I've been here.
Evict me.
Yes, some people are running away from things and become hermits, etc.
Do hermits squat?
I
Was that the
imagine they do.
assumption? Was that
They
the
don't-
assumption? I guess by definition they would be squatters, wouldn't they? Because hermits wouldn't be people like me who actually purchase a place to hide away.
Right on.
But we don't live in a society where a garden gnome is like an actual profession anymore. So it's not like I can go, live in a cabin.
Minnow, you can come live with me anytime you like, but you're still going to be in a rural area where people look at you funny.
Are they gonna like threaten to kill me because I'm queer?
Probably not directly, as long as you don't throw your queerness directly up into their face and say, let's have sex.
No, I'm pretty asexual. I don't really knew that. I'm one of those people like and I think part of it is just being neurodivergent as well, that I will spend a long time trying to like sort of fit in and not stick out, and then it ends up just like driving me crazy. Whereas like if I can just like be myself from the start, where I might stick out like a sore thumb, but if people accept me from the start, then I never have to like deal with all the pressure.
As many people in this community have pointed out to me on many occasions, people are not thinking about you as much as you think they're thinking about you.
Right. I think the town that I grew up in, and this is the thing that I keep coming back to lately, is when I was growing up, I would hear the phrase, "Oh, he ain't hurt nobody." And that was a reason to leave somebody the fuck alone. Just get out of their fucking business. You don't need to be in their business. They're not hurting anybody.
Right.
But now it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, if they don't see that you're hurting anybody, but like they're going to get up in your fucking business.
Well, yeah, that has become more prevalent in the recent decade
And I
than
can't
it
fucking
used to
take
be.
it. I can't fucking take it.
But that's because we've managed to normalize judgment and hatred and abuse of free speech. It's my humble opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. I think things have changed. What do we got? Press release from NTTO covering shows. Oh no. What do you got for us, Sammy? Something about, is this about immigrants? Or
ODS
visitors?
us to look up U.S. visitor statistics. It looks
Okay.
like it's down 6%.
Yeah. That makes
It
sense.
was from the part of the conversation that Richard said that everyone wants to come to America because it's the happiest
Oh.
place on earth, and the
Oh, okay.
statistics are showing otherwise.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's not much.
Yeah. It's
The
already
first
rebounded.
decline since 2020.
Yeah. But it's only been 5 years since 2020. So like a lot of that has been bounced back from compared to 10 years ago. Because also my question is like, how does that compare to like overall population? Is like the overall population increasing by, 15%, but like our visitors are increasing by 3%. Well, that's still not necessarily an increase considering the overall population increase,
No, but I think the visiting a country statistics are showing that that country is safe, is welcoming, is I don't know, nice.
Sure.
When your visiting numbers are dropping, that tells you something about that
Yeah.
country.
Absolutely. Yeah. My point is that I think that it might be actually declining more than it looks like it's declining.
No, but population decline, I don't think it's
No, I'm
correlating
talking
with the
about
visiting
visitor.
numbers.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking specifically about visitor decline and how it corresponds to population in the rest of the world.
I don't think there is like 20 million illegals in America either.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying illegal immigrants at all. That's not my point.
Mhm.
I'm saying that if overall the population is increasing by say 15%, and then we look at the visitor population to the United States is decreasing by 4%, but even on top of that, the population is increasing by 15%. That's more than like a 4% decrease, right?
Yeah, I agree. I find eels repulsive.
Yeah, same. Hey, froggies.
Is this like the frogs they have in your neck of the woods, Sammy?
Yep, we got frogs that look like that. I don't know if these are. No, they're not.
So you have frogs that'll kill you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just say it so casually. Yeah.
Doesn't everyone?
No. No, we do not. Do you have like spiders the size of your face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger than my face.
Yeah. You know that not everywhere has those, right?
Yeah. No, you do have a kind of them because they're a kind of wolf spider, but
Yeah.
yours
But our wolf
just don't
spiders
get
are a little bit
anywhere near as big.
right. Ours are teeny tiny. So you're saying they're wolf spiders? Does that mean that they are like as harmless as our wolf spiders?
Yeah.
Oh, probably. If that person's just like right up there. I think so. Cool. Can you do people keep them as pets? Probably not.
I don't know of anyone who really does.
That's really cool. They look like little aliens. They're called a huntsman spider.
A huntsman spider, yep. And even though they can bite you, but it's just gonna be like a bee sting.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. Well,
You're not gonna get a hospital or anything, but no one wants to get bitten by a spider anyway. And if one of
but
these
they're not venomous.
is like as big as your face drops down on you out of a tree or something.
Oh God, I bet it's
Or-
terrifying.
Yeah. Or you're driving at night and then it runs up the windscreen and you realize it's on the inside of the windscreen. And
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
I reckon plenty of people have crashed because of these things.
Oh
And they
fuck!
do like to get in your car as well. Like, 'cause
Oh.
they don't really build webs, they just run around and hunt stuff.
That's the huntsman. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're about as harmless as a bee for somebody who isn't allergic to bees. But they
Yeah.
like run around on 8 legs and eat small animals.
Yeah.
And you just live with that your whole fucking life. That's just fucking normal.
Yeah. Well, see that if you've got those, then you don't have to worry too much about like funnel webs or redback spiders, which will kill you. So, like,
Okay.
you kind of.
I love how you see Andy's hands shaking.
Sorry.
So like
Sandy.
what if you want like a pet kitten? It's just out of the you're not no.
It's actually cold here, but yeah, it's 25 degrees.
Like I guess you don't have like nobody has like pet rodents because they'll just get eaten probably, right?
Yeah, no, people do keep guinea pigs, but they do often get taken by snakes and stuff if you keep them outside.
I've been watching a YouTube channel that the algorithm led me to, Sammy. He catches snakes. He actually several of them. They catch snakes as a business down there, mostly pythons.
Yeah, that's what snakes don't bother me as much. Like that to me, like I had
Yeah.
a snake in my house the other day. It's like whatever. Like it's not. It was a non-venomous snake. It was a little rat snake. Well, okay, it was a big rat snake. It was like 4 feet long. But like it was obviously just as scared of me, way more scared of me than I was of it. And they're kind of cute. And like it's not venomous. It's probably not gonna bite me. That to me, but like spiders with their fucking 8 fucking alien legs. And how many fucking eyes do they have? And they can see in all different directions. And like they move all like just otherworldly. That is so creepy and so weird and like fascinating, but also probably terrifying when it jump scares you.
And why are they gotta be hairy?
Yeah, that's not like
I gotta go for a bit. Love y'all.
nice. Yeah.
They're good.
I just think they're so cool, but like also so creepy. It's one of those like fascinated and terrified type things.
Yeah. I am getting a fascination with the little jumping spiders, though.
Those are so cool.
Seeing how cute they are.
They're adorable. We had some of those in Ireland, and they're just fucking cute. They don't really have
Do you
I didn't
have
find them to have
that?
very discernible personalities.
Yes, we have jumping
Yeah, they're
spiders.
so cute. Look how cute they are. And look, that seriously is the size of them. They're like less than the size of your fingertip.
We have those.
Well, I looked it up actually because I was wondering the same thing, and you have to train them.
To have personalities?
Yep.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically, it's a trick.
Oh.
You're just teaching the spider to eat first of all from tongs, pinches, like giving little live bugs and that, till you can do it with your fingers, till then it's comfortable to crawl on you. And
We
once
never
it
got
once,
there, yeah.
yeah, but once you're there, it's like, look at my little pet that lives on me, and it looks
But
like
is it
interacting and stuff. But
yeah. Because is it I'm assuming that it has
This
to
is
be like a python doesn't want to be necessarily held. Like it might enjoy interacting with the environment, and it associates you holding it with being able to do that, and like therefore when it sees you it will come towards you because it would in that sense like you to pick it up so that it can interact with the environment. But it doesn't have like the part of its brain where it's like, oh, my human, I want to cuddle with you, you're my snuggly friend.
Yeah. No, like I said, the video I watched, this one actually, it took him 2 weeks or something, and he finally got it comfortable to come to him now when he puts his finger out to it and stuff, and
That's cool.
he gives it a little high five at one point, but I
Aww.
think it's
Maybe
just
it
like
does develop a little
coincidental.
personality. Maybe.
Who knows? Hey, I'd like to think they do. I'd like
Maybe.
to think that insects and even maybe trees and plants and things have some level of awareness or consciousness that we're just too far removed from.
Yes. That's what I was going to
Like,
say is like, I think that they maybe have a personality that is like imperceivable to us, but it's
yeah.
maybe perceivable to other.
Have you heard
spiders.
about that experiment where they detected at levels obviously we can't detect with our ears, but when tomato plants weren't given water, they would scream and alert plants further along, look
Conserve your
out.
water.
Yep. And the plants further along would drop their tomatoes and fold their flowers up and go into conserve mode.
Mm-hmm.
And we started to think it was just, bacteria under the ground
Or some type of
taking these
pheromones that they were
messages.
giving it off.
Yep. And now they've found that these things actually are like screaming,
It's like supersonic sound that they're
and
emitting. That they're
they slowed it down to hear it, and it's creepy.
screaming in pain.
Yeah. And what they found was that they had different, I'm going to call them screams, for
Okay.
different scenarios. So when they had water deprivation, they would scream a certain way. When they were attacked by insects, they screamed a different way. When a disease was introduced, it screamed a different way
Were
again.
they able to like record these sounds and then reproduce them and then get the plant to react and like where it goes into conservation mode or into like anti-pest mode or
I can't remember how it ended, but here we
his
go.
head came off.
Oh, oops.
It's okay.
Oh no, that was just his little exoskeleton. Don't
Oh,
stress.
okay.
Um,
Okay.
2 years ago, a team of scientists from Tel Aviv were the first to show that plants scream when they are distressed or unhealthy. The sounds emitted are ultrasonic and out of the range of human hearing. Plants are not sentient, however. So that's from the Academy of Audiology in Americas. Can animals hear them? That's wow. Here you go. You want to hear the sound?
Yeah.
Which one? I'll try this one. It's shorter.
Extremely dramatic. Every time we're frustrated, we make it known. We groan, moan, and whine. But it turns out humans aren't the only ones. Plants do this too. Plants have been known to cry. There's a new report. Here is our story on this.
It seems like Roald Dahl was right. If you hurt a plant, they scream. Well, mostly. It's nothing.
You sound. wanna
You ever
hear
heard a
this.
plant cry? Well, now's your chance.
Probably because
Your
I've killed a few houseplants.
When some plants are hydrated or under some other kind of stress, they cry a mournful melody made of ultrasonic clicks. Let's listen to them cry. So what did you just hear? These sounds did come from a plant. It was actually tomato plants, and they were stressed because they hadn't been watered. And as they dry up, these kind of sounds start emanating from the plant. So they are real sounds. They're ultrasonic sounds, so you and I can't hear them, but with special microphones, the researchers were able to pick up the sounds. When they measured a health...
Someone going to say something?
No, I was pointing out a caveat in what he said. Sorry.
Here. Where were we?
Healthy plant that had been well watered, they produced about 1 click an hour. When they measured stressed plants, either from dehydration or cutting of the leaves, they produced about 30 clicks an hour. The New York Times article concluded that the plants were crying. The stress was affecting them, and so they were reacting and crying, and this is the sound of how they cry. Did you hear plants cry? The answer.
Do you think in the future, like it'll be considered unethical to like prune a plant or to like let it get dehydrated?
Well, you can just see it now, like vegans everywhere be like,
No, vegans hate plants.
no, that's what I mean. They'll be like, they're alive. They're like,
Oh yeah, they'll change up their mind on it. Yeah.
yeah.
Mandatory
Can't eat-
watering.
What are you gonna eat at that point?
Like,
They just
Yeah.
become breatharians.
yeah.
Virgil said that's bubble wrap. It did kind of sound like bubble wrap. The plant crying. I think of it as more of like a
Oh, the
scream.
clicks.
It sounded more like a scream. Like a holy shit. I'm dying.
Yeah. Clicks.
Crying,
Clicks
please.
is probably the
I think it is
the
crying.
best
I think it's a screaming cry. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying clicks that increase and that was just with the moisture. He didn't talk about the other things, but this wasn't the video that
He
I was
briefly
talking
mentioned
about.
it pruning it. Yeah. That if you cut the
Oh, he
leaves.
did mention that, did he?
Yeah.
Ah. So
Which
now we've
definitely
discovered.
tells me that I've definitely heard a plant crying before because I've definitely pruned my house plant.
Yeah. I tell you, it's going to give me a whole new view towards gardening.
Yeah.
Like even
I used
weeding.
to have
I'm going to feel
That's-
bad pulling weeds up.
I used to have this teacher when I was in elementary school or middle school who like she had this she told us about that she would tell her garden when she was like going out to mow, she would like apologize to it and be like, it's gonna hurt. And some of you are gonna get cut and some of you aren't gonna get cut. And she would like have a whole conversation with them, would like basically apologize to them beforehand. And then maybe that's something that I need to start doing.
Did she have an amazing garden?
Kind of. She also lived in like
So-
an earth home. It was like one of those
Maybe
where it
there's
was
something
like,
to it.
yeah. You might be right.
Think about that every time you eat salad.
I
Let
think
us
about
cry.
the vegan that I dated who she used to make a joke that she didn't even really like animals. She just really hated plants. And she would always like aggressively stab her salad. And being somebody who doesn't eat meat, it is like kind of a nice excuse to like aggressively stab something and like viciously rip it off of a fork. And I think of her every time that I have a really leafy green salad.
But that is.
Fuck these plants.
Was that kind of a red flag, though, as well?
Yeah. Yeah, she's fucking nuts. Ask me how it ended. No, don't ask me how it ended.
Like, I hate plants so much, I'm going to eat them.
Yeah.
You have to kill to survive. That's all there is to it.
Exactly. That was her philosophy. She was like, I have to kill something to survive. We kill these fucking plants.
But you shouldn't be happy about it.
No, but she was very aggressive about it.
That's
that
what I
just
mean.
makes it creepy.
Yeah.
She had some mental health issues.
No, really?
It was before I learned to like stop going for chicks who never get their shit together.
I apparently never did learn that. I just gave up on having those kinds of relationships.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have given up at this point. I'm not sure. Like I said, the last one ripped my heart out and dashed it on the ground, scraped it into a blender. So, fuck relationships. I don't need anybody else to take care of me. I can take care of myself. I'm better qualified than all the rest of them anyway. Anyway, sorry to derail the conversation there. My psycho ex and her aggressive eating of lettuce. And spinach, Well, does spinach count as a lettuce? Okay, here's a question. Here's a question that has been on my mind recently. And it is completely off topic, but like, I need to settle it. Why is milk that comes from a cow just called milk, but milk that comes from a human is called breast milk?
Well, I think it leads to a bigger question. If humans need to specify that their milk is from the breast, what other milk do they express?
That's what I'm saying.
Where does it come from?
Why isn't that just milk? Why is that breast milk?
Yeah, why don't we call cow milk
would it come from?
udder milk?
Especially if you consider that we must have had, the concept and use of breast milk before we ever tried cow's milk.
Surely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or else we'd all
it
be
only makes
dead.
sense. So why, when you go to the store and you just buy milk and you don't specify, does it come from a cow?
I think the thing to do here for your question is to look up the etymology of cow's milk and see if we only recently went to calling breast milk because cow's milk became so common, or if it's the opposite way around. I think at one time it would have been the way you intuit. Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to interrupt earlier. I'd still be alive, Richard. I wasn't dependent on cows. I wasn't dependent on cow's milk.
I meant in an ancestral way. The whole human race would be dead, not you individually. I'm sure they found a substitute.
No, I don't. Yeah. Okay, now I think I'm just going to argue for the sake of arguing, so I'll shut
We
up.
had other types of milk that we maybe would have supplemented if we didn't have cows. But yeah, like a lot of our ancestors relied on cows.
Yeah, I think that it was, what was it? It was a traveling army, perhaps Genghis Khan, that started bringing cows with them, you know, to win wars.
I thought that like Asian people were lactose intolerant.
No, not all of them apparently, but I think
Okay.
that's what led to
Well,
the popularity of cows.
They would have brought them for the beef, not the milk, more than likely.
That's a good point, Sammy.
I don't know. I'm not much of a historian.
Me neither. We need somebody who knows these things, but also knows entomology because yeah, that would be an interesting way to research it. It's like where did the word milk or the substance that comes from a cow's udder, is that separate from at that time to be called the substance that comes from a woman's breast something different? Did they think of them as two different substances?
Let's see.
That's almost exactly what I was thinking of yeah.
Or mother's milk.
Okay. What about cow's milk?
But we obviously didn't always drink cow's milk. We didn't everywhere always people had cows, but we have always had breast milk.
But have we always associated that substance with being like the same as the substance that comes out of a woman's breast that she feeds her babies with?
I mean, at some point you have to be right that, you know, people noticed, oh, you know, there's a baby human drinking breast milk naturally, and there's a baby cow drinking cow's milk. I wonder if we can drink cow's milk. There must have been a start to it.
And Brojo asked, why would you buy human milk? And here's my question is why is it taboo for like a human adult to drink breast milk, but
That's
not
a social
to drink
structure.
cow milk?
That's a social structure, obviously.
Wet nurses, come on, wet nurses.
Right. But it does seem wrong. Like there's a part of me that's just like, that seems wrong. If I saw like a grown man drinking breast milk, like, ew, gross. But why?
For more on this topic, consult with Sam Harris.
Oh, look at this. Can I feed my husband?
Sammy's
Erotic-
like, give me more information. I want to know.
It's called erotic lactation.
Ew.
It's generally safe for adults. Sir pops in for the erotic lactation.
Sammy.
What's that, Seb?
I said I heard the start of the conversation.
I mean, is there anything nutritionally dangerous about it? What do they mean by otherwise healthy?
It's generally safe.
I mean-
otherwise healthy.
Oh, well, it says some infections and diseases can be transmitted through breast
Okay.
milk.
Okay, so they're saying, yeah, you got to be careful if you have
That's
like
true
a
of hugging
STI
somebody.
or something.
I
Maybe
think
if you have an
it's weird.
STI.
I think it's weird because it was probably perceived to being like taking food away from a baby.
That's probably
that why it's
actually
weird?
why.
Is that where the taboo came from?
Probably.
But we're
it'd
okay
be
with
theft-
taking it away from a baby calf?
Yeah, well, I think the difference is you can't get a woman to continually lactate, just like a cow won't unless it becomes pregnant again.
Wet nurses will for years and years and years.
Yeah, as long as they're feeding. As long as they're
Yeah.
feeding, they'll
That's
continue.
right.
Yeah.
Right. And if you
So
have a wet
why-
nurse in support of a community, they can keep producing milk.
But like, why don't they just like keep producing milk to like produce for adults
Social
after
taboo.
they have a kid? But right, but I'm saying like, why didn't that develop as like a business in our society where like after you have a kid,
Well,
just
it's
like produce
never
milk.
it's never going to be a caloric positive,
Right. But it's
right?
still a product that you could sell for monetary positive.
You're saying human breast milk is low calorie? Is that what you're saying?
No,
I'm
it's high
saying,
calorie. It's but you
no,
have to
I'm saying you're
ingest a
gonna.
lot more calories to produce it.
So, yeah, like your group, right, will have to invest more calories in producing the human milk that you would get from the human milk.
Right. Whereas cattle will spend their own time and their own effort producing it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And most importantly, they'll be eating food that you don't eat.
Right. Things you can't digest, like plants, like grass. Because we don't have, what is it, three separate stomachs and the right bacteria in our gut.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things that's explained that it probably did happen. And the groups that did it probably just either figured out not to do it or died off because they were doing it.
Okay.
So it's really a
Then it made
luxury
it
item.
taboo. Yeah. I don't know.
So what's wrong with it as a luxury item?
Nah, I don't think there's anything ethically wrong with it.
I think that's maybe how it like became a taboo, and therefore it's not a luxury item because it was taboo.
I wonder if there's ever been a society where like having breast milk to drink on a regular basis is like the same as being fat, being rich. It shows you have luxury. Oh, I only drink human milk. I'm high society.
You could imagine an aristocrat or some sort of king or something with fresh maidens on hand.
That's what I was just thinking, like his little harem, but like where they just have like a milking machine.
His milk supply.
Yeah, no, it might also be because for most of human history, humans were lactose intolerant, so we never considered drinking.
Tell me
our
how
own
we
milk.
know that.
Here's a funny thing that I learned recently is
they probably did try to drink it, and then they had very terrible diarrhea.
yeah. So here's the thing that I found out recently is that there's like a large percentage of the population of like white American kids that are also lactose intolerant. But if you eat enough lactose, if you consume enough lactose, you will develop this like type of bacteria that will feed on the lactose and it will break down, and then like we will feed on the byproduct of this bacteria to your guts. So like there's like a large percentage of the population who were just like drank milk in school because we had to drink milk with every fucking meal, every lunch in school. And they like developed this bacteria and they don't think that they're lactose intolerant. They just like are living with the farts like for the rest of their life.
Also, that's
It's a small colony.
That's also why some people think they lose their tolerance for lactose because the bacterial in their gut changes.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I found out at like 30 that it's like, no, like you're lactose intolerant. And then I stopped eating it and I was like, holy cow, I did not realize that I was living like decades of my life with like intestinal distress. I just thought that pressure in my gut was normal.
Yeah, there's a diet out there for lactose intolerant people that just want to be able to eat cheese. And it like consists of just drinking milk like 10 times a day every day for like 6 months.
Isn't it? That's what I think I heard about it and it was like 90 days of like training that you have to like train your gut to like be able to do like eat cheese. I was like, dude, just like take some lactose, like or lactate or whatever the fuck it is, the enzyme. They
I would
sell
think
it.
there'd
It's
just be
relatively cheap now.
Seems like there should be just a natural biologics in probably pill form, and you just swallow one of those, and you got the right gut bacteria.
There's so you can
to
take
get the bacteria.
enzyme.
Yeah.
So for me anyway, it's a particular enzyme that like people who are not lactose intolerant, their body just makes the enzyme. My body doesn't, and I think I remember somebody I knew when I was a kid who was lactose intolerant, and it was like very expensive. So like when we had like an ice cream party or whatever, they would maybe like get an opportunity to like take one of these pills. But for me, they're very inexpensive. It's like pennies. I mean, maybe like cents. It's less than dollars per pill. And yeah, it's like, oh, maybe I want to have some cottage cheese. Maybe I should pop one of those. It's really that simple. But I think that that's a cost thing where for a lot of people.
Did your doctor ever offer one of these to you?
No.
I mean, cows do this from the other end. When a baby is born, they'll regurgitate cud and feed it to the baby when it's ready to stop nursing, and give them the necessary bacteria and continue the species.
But no, I was never offered a poop transplant. I don't think I would have taken him up on that either. Like, I'm happy just to not eat cottage cheese unless I have some tablets.
What if you couldn't avoid? What if it was a life and death thing? Would you do it then?
Then I would do it, yeah.
Okay.
It's weird, but like if it's in a medical setting, I feel like it's probably relatively safe. It's like fucking gross, but like it's bacteria that I need to have, apparently,
Seems a bit barbaric to me, but if it works, it works.
It seems weird and gross.
Well,
but same. It works, it works.
I mean, at least cows do it with cud. Koalas will literally feed their shit directly to the baby, or the baby will search it out and like eat it from the mother's anus as it shits.
The koalas aren't the ones that have. Oh no, wait, it's wombats that have the square poops.
In order to get the right bacteria gut that they need to start eating the poisonous leaves.
Because they eat the specific diet of they'll just like eat it straight out of the anus. So gross.
Straight out of its anus. And because there's an explosion of chlamydia amongst the Australian koala population, babies were catching it immediately from their mothers, like eating the pap. And so it spread even faster and wider until they, started to neuter. I think that's the word for koalas still. Neuter all the diseased ones so that they couldn't reproduce.
Yeah, typically in animal populations, it's spay for females and neuter for males. That's what we use for most of our animals and pets.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that would be correct. That seems like it would be a tough job. Because like, save the koalas. But you want them to produce more.
Yeah.
Gotta be hard.
I mean, evolutionarily, I guess apart from the fact that they're up in trees, so not much can get them.
So cute though.
And I guess other than snakes and spiders and things, we don't have like bears, foxes, any predators like that. Otherwise, these things would not have survived. They would not have evolved. They're fucking useless animals.
Yeah, but they're so adorable.
But they just look cute. They are aggressive.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are they gonna do?
They'll bite and scratch you. You should see the claws on the little suckers.
I mean, my dog's got claws.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to rip your face off, does he?
Right. Not usually.
Well, a koala does.
Why? What did I ever do to a koala?
It's just their demeanor. They are just aggressive animals. They're aggressive to each other.
We have an animal like that. We have an animal like that in the United States. It's called a raccoon.
Yep.
It's cute.
Raccoons.
It's cute, but a wild one is dangerous. It'll probably try to kill you. It probably
break
won't
it.
succeed, but it'll sure try. It'll sure hurt you bad.
Little cats with masks. Bandit cats.
Till it bites you and gives you rabies.
Yep, it has
Koala
that
gonna
problem
give me
too.
rabies? No, just chlamydia.
No, we're okay for rabies. It's just the chlamydia.
Yeah, chlamydia is curable.
Poor koalas.
Poor koalas. I want to cuddle the koalas. Surely some
No,
of
you
them are
don't.
cuddly. Surely some of them are cuddly, right, Sammy?
No, you can pat them while they're eating. Like the keepers will feed it so it's occupied, and then you can sort of give it a pat.
You can't like keep it as a
Um,
pet.
I mean, you could. I don't think
Like
you
you don't want
illegally.
to.
Actually, I don't think we're allowed to keep any of our native animals as pets.
Oh, well,
That's backward.
no, that
no.
sounds about right. We should probably do that here.
I want to
All
cry.
pets started out as native animals.
Kidding. Yeah. I
You can't
think
have a pet
it
wombat
would depend on your ability to show you can care for it. Maybe, like if you have enough room, you could probably own roos. But most of our animals, because they're all endangered, it's just sort of off. It's off the table. You know. You
What
can't
about, like-
own endangered animals?
Are the capybaras endangered?
Don't know.
No,
Are they from
capybaras-
Madagascar? Where are they from?
They're from South America, I think.
Oh, okay. They're just invasive everywhere now.
Yeah, there might be vases everywhere because people think they're adorable.
They are so adorable. That's right, though. They're rodents, so that does make sense that they would be from South America.
And they are super chill.
They're so cute. Maybe that's what I want as a pet.
Well, if you want to see the animal that everyone thinks our animals are like, not the deadly ones, I mean the furry ones, it's the quokka.
What the fuck is that?
Just the cutest little animal on earth. It will pose for selfies, and they do this little grin. It's like a natural thing that their face does, and it
Are
looks
these
like
the
they're
tree bear things? Yeah. Okay.
Is it drop bear?
No, this is a quokka. Look at him. Look at that little bugger.
That is pretty cute. It's like our little, like, we have like prairie dogs here. That's cute. It's like an adorable little prairie dog.
Let me see, but quokka
Kind of-
posing.
What kind of animal
Here
is
you
it? Is
go.
it
So it is
Is
a
it a
marsupial.
Okay.
Yeah. We only have marsupials in Australia. There's no mammals.
so cute?
But see how when they open their mouth, it's like they're smiling.
Of course, they're actually thinking, I'm going to tear this thing's head off soon, but it looks like
Yeah.
a smile.
But they're so tiny. How are you going to tear my head off with your little smile?
No. They're adorable little vegetarians. Look.
Oh, okay. You've convinced me.
Get some food. Yeah, so they're really timid. They would just,
His little
Sit
eyes,
them-
though. Yeah. See what's going on.
I can't think of a marsupial that is also an omnivore. Are they all vegetarian? Am I right?
We accept the
Tasmanian tiger
the
wasn't.
the platypus. Well, they're monotremes specifically, so they're different again. So I guess just marsupial, the Tasmanian tiger.
Okay.
Oh, those things will they can break bone with their little jaws.
I say there are very few animals that are purely
Vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
Yeah. I mean, in the United States, a cow will eat a small chicken because it
Or
doesn't
mice.
care to avoid it, or a mouse. Yeah, they'll
Or
eat
rabbits,
that.
whatever they find on the ground.
Sure.
I want to see a cow eat a rabbit.
Yeah, well, they usually eat baby rabbits. The full-grown rabbits are too fast and
big.
smart.
Yeah.
See, I've seen a deer. I've seen a bird fall from a tree, like a baby bird, and it was
And a
sitting there
deer
flat
just
on the
ate-
ground, and a deer chased it and ate it.
Gross.
Actively seeking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gross.
I saw that and was like, oh, that's almost fried chicken, and then it was gone.
Largemouth bass love baby birds. I mean, love them.
Yeah.
Largemouth bass love just about anything that'll fit in his large mouth.
That was unrelated. It's not a vegetarian.
Yeah.
I mean, is anything just completely vegetarian? It won't even eat an insect. It'll avoid it.
There's insects that only eat honey or nectar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there's
Um,
doesn't like the koala only eats like the one.
Oh, the koala. Yeah, absolutely. Other than its own mother's shit, it will
Sorry.
only eat very specific eucalyptus leaves.
So it'll actually, if there's an insect on the leaf, it would avoid eating the insect on purpose.
I would say it would be too oblivious to even notice it.
Okay, then we can't say it's purely vegetarian if it will eat, even an insect.
Yeah, I don't.
See, I draw the line at will purposely eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Noticing
the animal
they
is
eat
just
it.
so stupid that I can't tell the difference between a leaf and anything else.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
see a
I
chance.
think's happening with the koalas. I don't think they.
It's
have
just that the insect isn't fast enough.
Yeah.
Well, if it flew it away, I wouldn't have ate it.
Yeah, exactly. The leaf's already in my mouth and I've started chewing. There's nothing I can do now.
Right.
It's funny. You just made a koala bear argument as if the koala were an alcoholic.
Hey,
Well, drink's already in my hand. I can't stop now. Jeez.
It's already halfway
sitting
to my
here,
mouth.
sitting here with all these well, it's another long story. Never mind. Not important.
What if it was the best story ever and we just didn't get to hear it?
Could have been. You never know. You will never know.
See, that's the hard part. The chances of the world's best violinist getting a hold of a violin indicates that the world's best violinist never touched one.
Probably.
Just because the rarity of a violin.
but at some point, like one of the best did, and that's who we have on record as the best violinist.
That's what I'm saying. We have never heard the world's best violinist. We've never heard that person play.
Oh, gotcha.
It's very likely, yeah.
I like the fact, and I remind myself of this every New Year's, that every year, one person around the world took the biggest shit of that year.
Yeah.
That's true. It's got to be true. Now, I have some questions for you to qualify that. Is this strictly a question of volume, or is it a question of mass? And also, is there a time limit?
No. So the specifications, that's not the word I'm looking for, but that's what I'm going to go with. It just has to be one continuous, unbroken dookie. So if you snap it off halfway,
You just ruined it. Yeah, you.
But there's also somebody on this planet who shat the most shit in the past year.
Yeah.
Sure, but that's what I'm
total.
asking though. Like
so this is a single sitting. The largest.
Okay, let's say
single
in a single
dookie.
sitting.
He said.
That's what I'm following that. And so my next question is, what if that single sitting was longer than 24 hours? Does it still count?
You think somebody
No,
had a
so
dookie that was took more than 24 hours?
It has to be in a single bowel movement.
Okay, so let's say it's a single bowel movement, right? But it's been continuously coming out for 25 hours.
It doesn't happen. No.
That if you can
It
do
could.
that counts. That would count.
Okay, but then it's not the biggest crap in one day, right?
It'd be the biggest crap in 1 year. It'd be
It's just the
still
biggest-
be the biggest crap of the year.
It's the biggest crap singular event of the year, right?
Yeah. Just not day, because it may have took longer.
I mean, my stepdaughter was in like the serious throes of childbirth for 40 hours.
Not the same as taking a shit. I assure you.
No, it's not, but it's still a natural function, and you expect it to take several minutes, maybe, but sometimes it takes longer.
It definitely is going to take more than. And that was my thought. Was like, well, okay, the day that the shit happened was the day that the shit was completed on.
That's what
Right,
I thought.
which
like
was going to make
minute
my next question. I was going to make my next question: does touching the water does that begin the process, or is breaking air, breaking the anal orifice? Is that what the beginning of it?
Crowning.
Yeah, crowning. As soon as it's
Crowning. So that's the beginning of the operation, crowning. Okay, and when does the operation end? When one continuous
when the
drops
first
off.
piece ends, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, when one continuous breaks off, that's the end of the process. That's one.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to define these things. I'm just curious.
Andy, what did we get ourselves into?
Because I swear I've done one before that.
Did you say Sammy or Sandy? That's my question now.
Sandy?
What did we get ourselves into?
It's a conversation about bowel movements, obviously.
I mean, I half expected as much with Sammy, but you should have known better. Go on.
I did one time that it managed to hit the floor of the bowl and still be connected to my ass at the same time.
What do you mean once? That only happened to you once?
Once
Do you guys
I'm
have
gonna tell you
extremely deep toilet bowl? Okay, what are the parameters, measurements of an average toilet bowl in Australia versus in the United States? Now, over here, that distance, if you have average hip width, and you have an average size bowl with a plastic toilet seat, that you're actually sitting on, you're not sitting on the porcelain. That distance here to the bottom of the bowl is probably something about 14 inches. That's the whole point, is to make you laugh uncontrollably to where you can't talk. That's the point of this.
I'm going to say ours are at least 14, 15 inches.
Okay, because even the same manufacturer will manufacture things differently for sales in different places. So I've never been to Australia, so I don't know the depth of a toilet bowl.
They're quite different to the rest of the world, from what I've seen. Your bowls seem to fill up, and like even stay full. Ours will just have a tiny little bit of water in the bottom.
Oh, but that doesn't have to do with the bowl. That has to do with the gas trap, the depth of the air trap.
Well, it also has to do with like so if it's like the I haven't seen toilets in Australia, but I have seen like the difference between the ones like here versus the UK, and the UK has a lot less water, but it's like the way that they're made up, they flush better. Like everything goes down better, so they don't need as much water. But you have to clean them more often than we have to, because ours is like 75% fucking water. So like 75% of that basically never needs to be cleaned because it's continuously got water flowing over it. I mean, not never, but like rarely.
Yeah, I disagree with the entire premise that a smaller flush is more efficient and saves water. Because then what you end up doing, at least what I end up doing, is just flushing multiple times. So that doesn't save water.
Yeah.
Well, but the shape of the ones in the UK, at least, it actually does make it more efficient, where like it goes down with less water.
Apparently, we're also the only country that, and this has existed since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. We have two options of flush on our toilets. You have the half flush and the full flush. And
that's only been coming out in the United States for about the last 15 years in the U.S. That's become more popular.
Yeah, I noticed that in Europe when I went as a kid, but yeah, that's something that's becoming more popular.
Because if you just take a piss,
also the gray water,
it's like.
So the thing that's weird to me is that's becoming more popular in prisons, but isn't becoming more popular outside of prisons, is the sink toilet combination, where when you use your sink, your rinse water from your sink fills the gray water that you use to flush your toilet.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But part of the reason people aren't huge fans of them in a home is you're storing really nasty water. Yeah, to use to flush the toilet, but that shit's got to sit somewhere till you need to flush the toilet.
Right. It doesn't sit for long. But yeah.
But those tanks can end up pretty nasty. I imagine.
No.
Yeah, like a grease trap under a restaurant sink.
Yeah.
I could see that.
At no point does anything go in there that's really filthy or nasty or stinky, but give it a month.
Yeah. It smells like human death or something.
Exactly.
Which they don't care about in prison. So.
Yeah, exactly.
You think that they could like make it a way to like smell better or whatever, that make it more efficient, but with time maybe.
Yeah. But it's also just like, because it's considered hard water, because there's so much shit in the water, it wears on parts. So, leaks start easier, and
because there's more particles of non-water in the water.
Of shampoo, chemicals, fucking, whatever's going down your drain.
Makes sense.
Well, then make it out of 100% stainless steel.
That's what
the ones in prisons are.
Yeah.
The ones in prison are stainless steel, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But it's like the whole thing is stainless steel, like even the throne and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which does have a very industrial look to it. Not necessarily what a lot of people would like in their home.
Like stainless steel, anything is like bigger than a teaspoon. It's starting to get expensive, isn't it? Like, so unless you're made of money, you can't just go and buy a stainless steel toilet.
Well,
and
it depends on
stainless
how
steel-
you consider the
You build
cost.
it,
What,
yeah.
what's the replacement rate of something that's made out of steel versus stainless steel?
Yeah, true.
How often do you have to buy it?
Well, but like the cost of it is also it's going to be like twice the price to get stainless.
Sure, but if it lasts more than twice as long, it's saving money to buy the stainless.
Sure.
Even at
But a
twice
lot
the
of
price.
times, again, you have to afford to make that initial investment. You have to be able to afford it. Whereas if you're looking at porcelain and no gray water system, it's still sustainable. It's not. It doesn't use the gray water system, but it's still sustainable. It's still, and it's cheaper.
That's why if it takes philanthropists, unfortunately, because governments don't seem to care about this sort of stuff, but it takes someone in the private sector to come up with a cheap version, or a version that's affordable to the average person. But something like using grey water, especially in places that have drought a lot and run out of water.
Timestamp: economic viability and systems. Well, it's obvious that both socialism all the way into communism stunts innovation and cripples advancements in technology, and thereby cripples the entire society eventually. So therefore, a free market capitalist society is more likely to succeed.
Look, we don't need
Good
you
point.
making your own life decisions. You mine coal. Go mine coal now.
Right.
So you've been to Australia.
No.
Fucking random mine shafts.
Yeah, but I think we're the biggest exporter of coal.
I think so, yeah.
We have, we have the biggest deposit. I know that much. And it's like the Australian dream is to get into the mines. It's like, what are you going to do when you leave school? Oh, I'm going to get into the mines.
Do what?
Oh, yeah. That doesn't matter. It's just big money because it's dangerous work.
Well, we have mines in Appalachia, but it's dangerous work and it's not a lot of money, and it's a lot of lung disease.
Well,
Cancer.
yeah. I suppose that's
We
one
even have-
good thing.
We even have a
So-
song about that. It's been going on so long, there's an old song about that. 16 tons.
And what do you get?
Another day older and even.
And just about everybody knows that song, I guess.
Yeah.
And see, but what happens, is a lot of young guys will, because it's fly in, fly out stuff, so they'll go over to Western Australia for 3 months, and spend thousands and thousands over there partying, and they all end up coming back with next to nothing anyway. So the smart ones obviously are investing their money in buying property and stuff, but there's a documentary because it was sort of becoming an epidemic over there. All the miners were just blowing all their money and cheating on their partners.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Human nature.
Yeah.
That's funny. We have oil riggers in America that they'll go offshore down south for a few months, and it's the same kind of thing where it's like they'll come back and they'll blow all of their money on gambling, on some bullshit, and cheating on their spouses. Sometimes out on the oil rigs, and sometimes when they come back to port.
It's no longer socially acceptable to call them oil riggers. You now have to call them people of crude.
Yes.
Funny.
People of crude.
See, you made me laugh, and then now I'm fucking dying. Happened to be while I was inhaling drugs.
And what these towns were doing out west was just jacking the price of everything right up, and ended up there were these little country towns out there who had higher property rates than inner city Sydney, which is our most expensive.
We had the same problem. We had the same problem in Las Vegas, Nevada, because of the casinos and such. So what local businesses started doing is they started carrying two rates for the same product, one for a tourist, one for a local. See, isn't that brilliant?
So you could have is it like schools where there's like an out-of-state rate and a rate for if you have a Las Vegas ID or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Seems, I mean, if people are going somewhere to get spoiled and waste lots of money that they want to waste on entertainment, fine, but that's not the average human. That's not what most of us are doing.
I mean, I think that these towns that took advantage sounds to me like they're pretty fucking smart. They got their back.
Yeah.
What do you think, Sammy? This is your home country. Is there more politics to it than that?
The miners, you mean?
Yes.
No. I mean, it was pretty shady what the towns were doing with their prices. Just figuring, these guys are on $4 or $5 grand a month. And no, other than the food for themselves, there's no real cost. So
yeah,
they were charging, $30, $40 for a drink and stuff like that in the pubs.
And they were, and in general, people were against these businesses for doing that.
Well, the miners didn't give a shit because they got the money.
Yeah.
But their wives gave a shit.
Oh, okay.
And there was a whole bunch of them regretting it and talking about how much money they'd blown and
wasted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's, again, I live in a college town now, and I lived in this town before, and if I remember correctly, there's a couple of bars that are in this one specific area of downtown where they will charge exorbitant rates for not even that good of drinks, right? And we are talking $20, $30 sometimes for just a regular mixed drink. And kind of the attitude of the locals is, yeah, if you want cheap drinks, there's O'Malley's where you can get dollar beers. There's we don't go to those bars because they charge the exorbitant rates. They charge, and it's not worth it. But the people who are going there for that specific type of environment, and they are these specific type of, frat boys who want to hang out with other frat boys and will pay $30 a drink to go get wasted with some other frat boys. And they're probably not even actually paying $30 a drink because they're going out to the parking lot and hitting straight off of the fucking bottle of Jack that's in somebody's truck or, that shit. So it's what the fuck ever, but the local people were whatever, they do their own thing. And yes, those bars charge an arm and a leg, but rightly so, because those dudes are rowdy fucking assholes and they put up with that shit. And that's what they set their rates but it's kind of tolerated on everybody's part.
Yeah. Well, that's.
Is it like
I
that?
kind of ended up thinking like, you know, those little towns, they were struggling. You know, they out in the middle of nowhere in the desert and shit. They don't get visitors and stuff. So when these booms happen,
Yeah.
and I guess the money's not always going to be there. So why, if people are going to pay it, why not?
Get your bag.
Yeah. But like Richard said, they definitely would need like a second price system for locals, because you couldn't survive there as a local if you're not on that big mine money. But all the local shops
Yeah.
charging like
Or you need like a
15
second entrance.
bucks for a loaf of bread.
You need like a second entrance for the locals.
Yeah.
But it's hard because then people like get really upset about having like a 2-tier system or something.
Well, especially if like a miner orders his food and it costs him $150, and you come and order the same thing and he sees it only cost you $30.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You need a separate entrance. You need to keep it on the down low.
Exactly.
I think it just has to become socially acceptable. It's just like you know that in the United States you can go and stay at a nice hotel, and it might cost you $300 a night. And you also know that the manager sleeps there for free.
Not in most
Yeah.
hotels that are like $300 a night. They still charge for rooms.
For the manager
Yeah.
of the hotel.
Yeah. You get a reduced rate, but yes.
And then hotel workers, cleaners, the night manager, whatever, people even, with low status in the company, if there's rooms that are open because it's off season, they can stay there for a very reduced rate or for free in some cases. And everybody's aware of these things. Nobody cries about that.
Perks of the job, right? But like I think that there should be certain perks to residency, and I think that we do have certain perks to residency. When I changed my address here, I got the perk of my 4th library card that I can now walk into this building and borrow library books without charge, right? Like that's a perk of just like my address. And nobody bats an eye about that. Nobody's mad that, oh, I live in South Carolina. I don't have a library card to get into your library in Missouri. Yeah. Perk of the address. Perk of the zip code.
And perk of Serb's zip code is you get to blow stuff up.
Part of my zip code's pretty big.
Did you catch that in the chat earlier, Richard?
I catch what?
Serb's procured himself a functioning, did you say World War II vehicle?
Oh, yeah, it's a Type 82 Volkswagen. I also got a Swiss-made 22 millimeter autocannon.
And he's gonna blow stuff up.
A 1922 Swiss-made auto cannon. Is that what you said?
No, a Type 82 Volkswagen. And
yeah, I caught that one.
And a Swiss-made 22 millimeter autocannon.
22 millimeter. And what does autocannon mean?
It means it's a machine gun, but it's too big to be called a gun.
Got you.
God damn it, Seb.
How many barrels are on it?
Oh, it's just one. It's It is an autocannon made by the Swiss for the Nazis to shoot light tanks.
So 22 millimeter, I'm thinking top loading.
20 millimeter. No, it's actually belt fed.
It's belt fed.
Yeah, big old belt fed. While it is a big gun, it was set up to be shot by infantry.
Okay.
Me and my boys are potentially going to be the last people on the face of the earth to destroy a Nazi Volkswagen with an autocannon.
That's why you were mentioning these things together.
Yes.
That's probably ironic. Pretty funny.
Yeah.
You should definitely put that event on YouTube.
I might actually.
Yeah,
No, you really
please
should.
film it. Please film it.
Yeah, I might have to figure out how to make ammunition because it's kind of hard to find. Well, no, they probably can't shoot a Vulcan round. Never mind.
Richard, do I recall you telling me a story? No, you weren't telling me. You were talking to Sergeant Jim, I think he's called. And you were talking about cannons and tanks and stuff. And I just have some recollection that you like put a goat in there or something. You blasted a
So here's
goat.
all of the story. Which Math Pig took this, chopped it up, applied a sexual context to it, and made a very funny video based on me and Sergeant, which was actually Master Sergeant Jim, who is on Atheist Edge. He started Atheist Edge, the YouTube channel, and he and I became friends. And yeah, we were talking about. I think it was Hansfeld, Germany, where a friend of mine who was active service at the time, when they were doing experiments on a new Sabo round, and the results of that testing. And yeah, they put animals in an up-armored APC, an armored personnel carrier, and shot through an old armored personnel carrier to see what it would do to the animals. So for me, it was a second person, once removed experience. It wasn't my experience.
Still sounds fun.
Yeah, it was.
I still think it sounds pretty fucked up, but okay.
Well, boys never really grow up.
They were dead animals, right? They were.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like the ultimate in the expression "pink mist,"
Can we go back to talking about spiders now? I liked it better when we were talking about spiders.
Savage, was it you that said the spider's head came off? I actually had a tarantula.
Though. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. And when I was a kid, first thing I ever ordered through the mail was a Mexican red-legged tarantula. And I took really good care of it, and I fed it very well, and it grew very fast. And the first time that it molted for growth, I thought that I had killed it and it dried up.
Aw, because you just found its exoskeleton?
Yeah, because they go hide. When they shed, they go hide because they're soft.
Yeah, because they're soft. Yeah.
So I didn't see it in the cage. I couldn't find it in the cage. All I found was the molted exoskeleton, and I thought I'd killed it.
I bet that was terrifying.
No,
How old were you?
I was like 13.
12, something
Oh,
like
so
that.
maybe not terrifying, but traumatizing a little bit.
No, I was
You
just
thought you killed it.
curious. I was wondering how it dried out that fast.
You didn't like feel responsibility for it, like having killed it or anything.
Sure. Yeah, sure, but it's just an animal.
Yeah, so were you.
Yeah, I know, but its consciousness level is much, much lower. I mean, I just wanted it pretty much to impress girls. I didn't care about it.
Typical boy.
Like a dog, but with extra steps. Less maintenance, right? Oh, here's my cool spider.
Are they really less maintenance? Also, I
Sure.
feel like most girls would like go for a cuddly dog before they would go for a guy with a spider, but I don't know. I would go for the spider, so maybe I don't know.
It's not that the girl needs to like the spider. The girl needs to respect that the guy can handle having this scary thing with him.
It's the danger factor.
That's
He
right.
has it under control.
That's right. That's what it is. It's not about the spider being cuddly.
Okay.
It's to make sure you feel safe and protected by this man because he has big scary spider, and big scary spider is under his reign and control.
No scary to him.
See, Tog gets
Right.
it.
It's funny. I like it.
I just woke up from like a nap, so I'm like, my brain's like, what's going on? Is this today? Is it yesterday?
Actually, it's the
It
most
was a
sense
nice
I've
nap.
ever heard you make.
Yeah, it's rare for me too. It's gonna go though. It's not gonna stay for long.
I mean, you're even speaking in complete sentences instead of halves of thoughts where you expect us to already understand what you were thinking.
That's true. I forgot my water, so I'll be right back. I need to go retrieve it.
So you got a day booked for when you're doing this thing, Serb, or
No, I went and got the cannon. I don't know how long it's going to take for the vehicle to get to me. It's going to be driven to me at some point here.
Wait a minute, I got a stupid question. Oh, this is Swiss made, and you're shooting a German vehicle with it. So you're going to shoot the people's car, literally
Yeah.
Volkswagen.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot up Hitler's version of the people's car. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same model Hitler rode in when he drove around.
Oh, that's different. Okay.
That
If
poor
it's that
car.
model. Well, you have this much
All
better
it did
planned
was
out than I
exist.
thought.
I mean,
Sorry,
I would have took any 20 millimeter, but there's only two I think that's ever been made that's meant to be fired by a person. There's this one, and then there's one that was made like in a limited run of like 100. That I could theoretically also got, but it cost twice as much.
so when you say a person, do you mean just one person? And
Yeah, like a person holding it. Theoretically, you could hold it and shoot it.
everything else you need two people.
Well, no, everything else is meant to be attached to like a helicopter or a plane,
or it's trailer mounted, or
yeah. I mean, that 20 millimeter was a fairly common like light anti-air round, air defense round. The Swiss gun I bought can shoot 20 millimeter flak rounds.
that makes sense.
What was the one that was like mounted to a railroad car where you needed like a steam engine to move it?
But wait, the big gun that was mounted to a
Yeah.
railroad
I'm thinking like a
the
Gatling
Germans
gun,
had?
right?
Well, no, she's talking about the big artillery piece.
The one that's like massive. That like looks
Yeah,
Giant.
the Wunderwaffe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's the one.
I forget the
that
name
big
of it.
long one.
I forget the name of it, but it is on a giant rail car. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
it's
the
on a
biggest
rail
artillery
car.
piece ever made.
Was it a howitzer?
No, it's way bigger than a howitzer.
There's been
It's
different
like
sizes of
barrels.
howitzers. I don't know all of them.
Is that the one with the really long barrel, right?
It looks like
Was
a
it-
freaking tower.
Well, yeah, let me
But it's
look
just
at the
the
name.
barrel of it.
It's German made, but I don't remember the name.
I think I'm envisioning the same thing you guys are talking about, but I'm not sure.
Was it Wunderwaffe?
Oh well, there's a series
Oh,
of
Wunderwaffe?
Wunderwaffen. This is one of the Wunderwaffen. Okay, Schwutzergastev, so it's Heavy Gustav. This name.
Heavy Gustav.
It shot 80 centimeter shells.
Yeah. The
80
shells. The shells weigh 7 tons.
Damn.
They were shooting semi trucks at you.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. That big machine, yeah.
It had a sister. I think 2 of them were made.
Party.
I think 2 of them were made.
We were talking about tanks.
Yeah,
and
I know
stuff.
it wasn't a lot of them. It was a very
Dora.
small number of them were made if it was more than one.
The other one was called Dora, I think.
I'm talking about a massive gun.
Cool.
Looks
I
like
don't like that.
Megatron's gun rifle.
I guess to Richard's thing, I think it is technically a howitzer, right? But when I think of howitzer, I think of like the U.S. howitzer, like our
It's
howitzer.
just Hitler compensating for something.
Well, this was
there it is.
Yeah, this was an answer
On a
for
rail car.
Allied air dominance. They couldn't get their artillery close enough to the front line to use it, so they made this big giant thing that could theoretically get bombed and still survive.
Like so huge. It looks like a friggin' moving.
It's
like a
There
like
are
a skyscraper
pictures.
on its side or something.
There are pictures.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard a woman say that.
There's some. I guess there's some comparisons, but there are pictures of people on this thing, and it's like, in a movie where like people are up on the ship sailing away. It's like as big as a Freightliner ship.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Again, I think that Hitler is probably compensating.
That's AI's true form, is that gunship.
Oh, it's stuck here. You weren't seeing the same page as me. Sorry. I was looking at all the cool pictures and you couldn't even see it.
You can see some of them, but yeah. Oh wow, yeah. Oh my
Could
gosh!
you
is that the
imagine the
person standing by
sound
the
of that?
shell?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Fuck.
God damn.
Talk about some pink mist, right?
Like you can see it next to the tanks there.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about
There
those.
you
Those are full size fucking tanks that are next to it. Yeah, it runs
Oh, they're
on
muted.
not
You
just
can see it.
one
Go,
railway,
wait,
but two rails.
go
Is that
back.
what I'm
Go back. No. You right there. Those little dots on the back. Those are people.
Yeah. Oh, if we can make it bigger.
Does it make it bigger?
No. Here we go.
Yeah, it's like the size of a ship. It's a land ship.
Yeah. Look at that cannon.
Yeah, it was put on a super heavy freight cart, which means it's like 4 carts long, so it can only go on certain rail tracks.
Yeah. That's what I was noticing in the pictures, that it's like on like a double track. It's not even on like a single track.
Oh, so I didn't share that again. this one it was. And then if I actually share the tab,
Oh, okay.
now can you
Oh,
see?
nice. Yes. Very nice.
That's what I was looking at all this time. I thought I had it shared. See, can you see the people up on the back?
Yeah.
The little dude standing in front.
That's so wild. Imagine how
thing must
hot
have been
that thing
fun.
gets.
I don't know. I've been told people have been permanently injured just firing the thing.
Yeah.
Right. All
Probably
that
give you a
all that
headache.
energy goes somewhere. Right. It doesn't all go out the barrel, and you're right next to it.
Yeah. Probably blow out your eardrums or some shit, right?
Well, yeah. Like you could. People had hearing protection, and it still made them go deaf. Not because it went through the hearing protection, but because it went through their head and damaged their ears.
Yeah. Probably damaged their inner ear, even.
They probably got concussions.
Whoa.
Sammy, you see Halsey shared a link in side chat.
Hi, Halsey.
I have to go to YouTube.
Holy crap, I just realized that's LMNOP.
I picked that up yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. Element of P.
Oh.
Yeah, I changed
Wow.
like about a year ago.
I'm always the last one.
No, you're not. I didn't notice it either.
Sammy, you haven't slept yet?
I had not long woken up when I started streaming, so
Oh.
I'm kind of in reverse mode at the moment. I'm on American time.
You were a little ahead of American time though, because you had already been streaming for a couple hours when I woke up.
Yeah, I woke up to Brojo streaming, I think, and then he fell asleep, so I jumped over. What was I looking at?
I'm sure it's fully light out there, right? And has been for over an hour or so.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock now.
Oh, so a couple hours, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. How's his link? I have to go to YouTube, my live.
It sounds like a cursing phrase. YouTube my live.
Richard, where you been?
Working. Where you been, Marty?
Yeah, I've been around.
I wouldn't be here right now, but there's a good snow on the ground, and it's a good excuse to take a couple days off.
Oh man, I miss snow. We don't get snow in Georgia.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, we get ice.
No, I
And then
think
the
it's
road
better to if
When I
you
lived
get
in
snow that
Florida.
keeps and then it doesn't, that sucks because like it's always supposed to be snowing and then it doesn't, and it's like I don't know. Like yesterday, it was trying to snow and then it's like, oh yay, snow, and then it just stopped and you're like, okay, cool, it's rain again. So I don't know. I get sad around this time of year.
This is a link from Halsey.
Tog, aren't you in Pennsylvania?
I wish. No.
No, where are you?
Chicago.
Chicago. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep, king of the
It's because you're in a cult.
What if Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, kill everyone? You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes. There might be a reason we don't know.
This is insane.
You cannot be this stupid. Jesus Christ.
Oh my. This podcast was going well until that.
You just said it's cool. We levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, it. There must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
You guys
The
are
leopards
afraid
won't
of
eat my
it
face.
because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says,
And
go
you
into
better
that
get the
shopping
truck
mall.
under a truck.
Quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one,
All for
let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad
wait,
just,
wait.
hang on, Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason. And I'm all for it. And the people in Los Angeles, California are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all communists.
Oh my God.
You're all communists. Very nice.
Damn. That's a cult if I ever heard one.
I agree with the old man there and the old lady. They're not wrong.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I think they're going about that wrong. They should have turned it around and said, well, you know, if Obama ordered the military to your town and said that he had to kill everyone, I'd be totally for it. And then watch their reaction.
Would make sense for Obama to do it because he's from Chicago.
Oh, you're right. They're right. That's right up Chicago's alley. That's a bad example. We'll go Bill Clinton.
Is carpet bombing a thing they do in Chicago?
Oh, they had the ability to. Really, just the
Ask-
south side.
Really got to ask
Really-
Tog about the last time he took care of a Dick's Sporting Goods about, when it comes to carpet bombing. I mean, it happens.
Yeah. Carpet bombing sounds more dirty and sexual, though. I busted my nut right on her fucking rug there. But I would
Oh,
imagine.
just one guy?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I haven't seen him in a hot minute.
That's who you're talking to. That's
Oh.
Noel.
Oh. I didn't know you changed your name.
I didn't technically change my name, but yeah.
Okay. Where you been? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Here, I guess, right? We just don't hang out on the same live streams, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but you used to come around a lot. You don't come around that much anymore.
Do you stream? I didn't know you streamed or not.
No, I'm gonna be working on I'm gonna be working on a channel coming February. I'm gonna start getting my channel working and stuff. So I'm stoked for that.
What have you got planned for?
I'm gonna make it's gonna be like a modern day debate channel, but like with nerdy stuff.
That actually sounds pretty cool.
And I'm stoked. And I might do a gaming channel, I'm not sure, but definitely gonna do that. It's called Nerd Wars. Richard knows I've had this idea for like 100 years.
This is me not mentioning how long it's taken you to get the channel up.
Yeah, I'm just I had the idea, then my work schedule gets in the way, and life, and then blah blah blah. But yes, I plan on starting February 1st. I plan on I was kind of hibernating over the winter, because that's like the time for just kind of introspection, and it's dark and cold, and you kind of just retreat within. And February 1st is a pagan holiday called Imbolc. So I'm going to start, that's when life starts to kind of waking up a little bit, and certain flowers start to pop up, and you might hear some birds and stuff. So that's when I'm going to start doing stuff.
Yeah, I
That's
started my
social.
channel back up this like past week. And I've been talking about it for like fucking years, getting it back, and like that's yeah, it seems like the right time. Now I am gonna have to like maybe take a hiatus this week because my co-host is like going in for surgery, but I'm glad to have like started it back up and kind of got the ball rolling again. I think that was kind of the biggest hurdle for me, is figuring out how to start and getting going.
And I'm kind of glad that I've just fallen into doing a few live streams, because that it was just that hurdle of just doing it. Like I want to go live, I want to talk about something, but for whatever stupid reason, all the million things you probably think in your head, you just don't
Gets in
wind
your
up
way.
going live.
Yeah, it just gets in your way, doesn't it? Yeah. So I'm glad I got over that.
There. I always panic I'm going to wind up sitting there talking to myself, running out of things to say.
Well, if anybody wants to come on Tuesday evenings and come chat with me this Tuesday evening, like I said, my co-host is going to be in surgery. So normally I don't take guests, but yeah, it might end up just being me talking to myself, but that's okay. I'll be okay with that, you know? If you got something to plan to talk about, at least it helps.
Yeah. Absolutely. If you want to drop a link to your channel in the chat.
Oh yeah, you want?
Just to make sure. Because I unsub and resub to everyone lately.
Gotcha.
YouTube's not notifying me.
Because YouTube does its thing, right? Into the private chat she goes. Oh no, it was I thought I heard his voice when I was up and running around. He's funny, all bogged down with children. Yeah, I'm glad that I always avoided having those like bio kids, but kids are so fun. There are times when I feel like I'm missing out a little bit on something.
Fuck them kids.
Yeah.
Get a babysitting job for the weekend and you'll get over it really fast.
Well, I'm in school to be a teacher, so.
Oh, are you? What are you going to try and teach?
Art.
Oh, nice.
Because I want to take angsty middle schoolers and give them art supplies. Teach them different ways to express themselves. That's my goal in life anyway.
Nice. I have no business. I went to 2 art schools and I dropped out of one and flunked out of the other because I have no business trying to do art because I can't draw a straight line with a ruler. So anything that involves drawing,
I got
can't.
kicked out of one and then bounced out of the next one.
Yeah,
Back.
I can't draw for save my life.
Now I did bounce out of the second one to like go finish my welding certs and stuff, and like I got jobs like actually doing art at that point. I was like, I hooked up with a guy who was like, we were talking about stainless steel prices. I was making fountains and welding fountains and stuff, and a very nice, very rich man said to me one time, "What are you gonna do when you run out of old rich people to make fountains for?"
Damn.
I was like, I'll think of something. But like, it took me a while to realize like he was actually right. Like it did kind of hit me like a ton of bricks at the time, but he was actually right, and I should have been thinking about it from that time. But yeah, here I am. I'll turn 40 this year.
I'm going back to school.
God, you're not even 40?
I'll be 40.
God. I miss 40. I'll be 40 in June.
Do you remember the time when we were young?
Marty,
Yeah.
link your poetry.
Oh, I'm on my phone. I'm at work. I don't have a way to link the book. I'm on my phone, but otherwise, yeah, I would. Yeah, I have 3 books, and one of them's up on Amazon. The other 2 are up on Kindle. Yeah. If I was home, I'd have a way to do that, but I can't.
Well, since you're so good at promoting yourself, and I barely have to help, you want to at least mention the names of the books?
Yes, on Amazon, it's called The Idea of You. And then on Kindle, I have Dead to Me and In a Place Like This. And they're under Marty O'Malley. So you'll have to look up like that. But yeah, I haven't had a whole lot to write about. Because I haven't really been that bummed. I mean, I'm starting to feel might need my meds adjusted again. I'm starting to feel a little bit more depressed lately, but since I've been on the medication and been in a good place and therapy, and I have a house now and stuff, haven't really had a whole lot to write about. So
I know exactly what you meant. I have these 2 friends, and one's a public performer and the other one's a songwriter. And the public performer friend says to me, man, I wish that woman would break his heart because I got no new music for the last several months.
I don't think that you necessarily have to be. So I've thought about this a lot, right? Especially I'm going into art education. And I do see like these artists that have gone through this great trauma and turned it into like these beautiful masterpieces in performance art as well as like visual art. But I don't think that like we need to necessarily go through trauma to be able to create masterpieces of art. I think that it happens to be that people who go through trauma need a way to express that trauma, and so it becomes like a statistically high significance of or instance of that becoming beautiful masterpieces of art. But it's just because like, people need a way to deal with their trauma. It doesn't mean that
Timestamp. Would there be beautiful art without suffering?
I think there would. I think there can be.
Yeah, I think another question though. If there was no suffering, would anyone need art?
Ooh, that's deep.
Mm.
I like that question.
Yeah, the guy I'm talking to is like, well, what can't you write about anything happy? And I'm like, no, bitch, I don't write about happy stuff. Who does that?
Lord Byron.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Lord Byron, actually. And I definitely need one of his. I've read a couple of his things online, but I need his book, or books plural. But yeah, I don't write about happy stuff. I have to kind of be. I have to have the sad to pull off of, and right now I haven't had any. So
fair enough. When I went through like the shit that I went through with my mom like 4 years ago, like I wrote some really fucking dark shit. And at that time I didn't really have like any contracts to like for it to be shit that I was putting into. I was just writing for myself. And so like going back and looking at that shit, it's like I'm almost thankful that I didn't have any ghostwriting contracts that I like put that into somebody's like really dark romance kind of shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it definitely like I think that it can flavor your art. I don't necessarily know that it makes it good or bad.
well, I think art's subjective. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's, you know, but yeah, I was starting to write another book, like a healing book, and then I just didn't have anything else to pull off of because I was taking the meds and doing the therapy and not really having the depressed thing happening. And now I'm starting to feel the depressed thing happening. So I might have to start being able to write again, at least to get a little bit of it out. But until I get my meds adjusted.
Interesting that it's almost like a trade-off for you.
Yeah, it's like do I live in depressed misery and write good poems, or do I be happy and not write shit?
Yeah. Or is there a way to work through your art to find a place that isn't as depressed, where you can find a place to work? I don't know. Would that be nice if you could?
Yeah, it would be nice. I usually feel like a lot better after I get a piece out.
Maybe that is your sort of form of therapy.
Yeah.
Are you able to? I see that like you have your books for sale. It sounds like it's not necessarily like the way that you make your ends meet.
No, it doesn't. I don't. Yeah, it's not my job. I work with dogs. I'm actually at work right now. So if you hear dogs,
you don't have to depend on having that type of feeling for your income.
Yeah, no. That's the dream, though, is to be able to live off my poetry, my YouTube channel, and my Etsy store. That's so I can do my own, be creative, and do my own schedule and live my own life. But that's the dream. But
I think that is the dream for a lot of us artists. But I also think that like for people who like where their art comes from, like a really dark place, that can be a very dangerous thing to do.
How do you figure?
Because you have to stay in that dark place to create.
Yes.
And your literal livelihood is dependent on you staying in that dark place.
Yeah, that's very true.
And I worry about artists that do that. Not that I don't support, because I do support. I think that artists should be able to support themselves doing their creative endeavors.
Yeah.
Pay your artist people. But I worry for you, and I wish that there was some type of like safety net where, like we were talking earlier about, like if we had an NHS where there was like you could go and get like supportive counseling services that would be available to you at no cost, where if it does get to where you do get to too dark of a place without, you don't notice and it gets a little bit overwhelming and you need some help to come back from that you don't feel unsupported, because I worry.
I have a therapist. I have a really good therapist. I see her once every like 2 or so months, because I've been in a good place. So I was doing every other week. But after being on the medication for a hot minute and talking to my original therapist, and then I had to, because my insurance didn't carry him anymore, so I had to take another therapist, and she's really good. So I have a good therapist. I take the medication, and usually I've been all good. But up until recently, about a week or so, I'm starting to feel a little depressed. So I just might need my meds updated.
Okay. But it sounds like you do have a good support system, which makes me
I do. Yeah, and I have like an extended family, like a chosen family kind of thing. So they're great too. So
good.
So yeah, I have support.
I love Sylvia Plath, but like we don't need to go out that way. Like that's
no. I haven't thought about hurting myself in since I started the medication.
Good.
So about 2 years or so ago, something like that.
That's good.
Yeah.
That makes me happy. To hear
Yeah.
other creative people doing well and coping, and yes, that makes me very happy.
Yeah.
Doing that.
Yeah, I wish I was able to live off I think the most I made off my books, I made like $1 and change once. And I freaked out because I saw on my bank statement, but I didn't recognize where the transaction came from. So I was like, who the fuck is this? It took me a minute. And I called my bank. I called, the Wells Fargo, and I was like, blah, blah, I got this deposit. Is somebody messing with maybe somebody's, and it took me a minute. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I wrote a book.
ACX is finally paying me.
Yes. I got $1 and change. I wrote a book off of that. Never mind. It's all good. Thanks, bank. But yeah.
I had one where I didn't realize that they had, because they changed like their policies a few years ago, and they used to do where it was like
you'd get regular payments, even if they were like very small payments. And it sometimes was like, really, is this worth the amount of like the electricity cost and doing the transfer to put this amount in my bank account kind of thing? And then they stopped doing that for a while. And then I didn't even like really notice because I just assumed like the stuff that I had like ghostwritten for people and stuff that it just wasn't selling, whatever. And then I like got to the end of the year and they sent me like a decent check, and not like a huge check, but like for several $100s. And it was just like, nice. All right. Like that's, I think the biggest one that I ever got was like $4,000. But it's like,
wow.
Especially when you're like not expecting it. It's like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
But,
Damn.
yeah. The one that was like a few $100s, it like fucked me up because I didn't realize that it was coming at all. I just assumed that everything had kind of dried up and like whatever. And then just like, damn.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything off of my books on books on Kindle, because I put them directly to Kindle.
Okay.
My first book I did it's called Ingram Spark. So I kind of self-published it. I self-published all 3 of them, actually. 2 of them I put right on Kindle, and that first one I put on Ingram Spark. So that's where the money comes from sales from it. Like I'll put it up on their thing, and then they put it on Amazon, and they'll put it on like Books A Million and all a bunch of other like Goodreads and such like that. So and then they take their cut out of the sales, and that's how that works. So, but I was trying to do this thing. One of my friends, there was a thing it's called Bookleaf. It was like 50 poems in like 50 days or something like that. And it turned out to be a scam. You have to pay $50, which is fine. And then they publish your book after you turn in all these poems. So I turned in all these poems, and they kind of kept me hanging for a minute. Every time they sent me an email, it was the same email. It's like, oh, we're in the process of doing this. We're in the process of doing this. We're in the process. And I'm like, all right, how fucking long is this process? So then I was like, my friend who told me about it said it's a scam, and he's like, I'm so sorry, but yeah, they're not real. So I never saw anything out of that, but it really bummed me out because I had a really cool cover planned and everything. Like,
that's
so
the kind of thing that I really, if I had the head to go back into like running my own business, I would like to do like a small publishing business like that. But there are so rife with scams that I would worry about coming off as scammy to people.
Yeah.
So that was a business. I used to work for a business back in the day that specifically did memoirs, but like what they did was they like sent us out to like basically interview people, and we would sit and just like have an afternoon where we sat with people and kind of gathered information to ghostwrite their memoir. And
oh wow.
yeah, and this was like back in the day when we had it's like a microtape recorder.
Oh wow, yeah, I remember that.
It would sit there with microtape, and it usually, as many out we do revisions, so it would be several hours of like just conversations that we would have with them, and then we would put together like a memoir. And usually it was older people, and it was like that they wanted to kind of preserve their stories for like younger generations and stuff like that, and it was a very fulfilling job. But after like 2008, 2009. Business kind of went under because there weren't that many people with money that wanted to write a memoir anymore, I guess.
Yeah, I actually thought about writing a book about having ADHD, and that because I didn't get it checked. I didn't get it taken care of when I was a kid because my parents just didn't know. According to my mom, she's like, we just didn't know. We just didn't know that you have ADHD. She goes, you have ADHD. We just didn't know it. Or we didn't know what to do about it, whatever. Yeah, I'm like, thanks, Mom.
They didn't
notice. Yeah, I've been thinking about writing a book about that, and I'm like, well, I don't really know how to. I don't really know how to. I think I might figure something out.
Okay, I have this theory that like I want to get together. This is the thing that I've had in my head for like 20 fucking years.
that I want to get a group of like people who do ghostwriting together, like ghostwriters and co-authors, and just like basically like do like an idea exchange where like we all like work for each other and do, because we all have like ideas that we just can't get down on paper ourselves. That like we
Right.
need another ghostwriter or another co-writer to like write it with us.
Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Seems to me that a book about having ADHD will never get written because you just get distracted from writing it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need
pretty much.
you need
Yeah.
a co-author or ghostwriter.
And no one will ever read it because everyone with ADHD will never get
Yes,
around to it.
Exactly.
exactly. Yes.
Okay,
So
so
I
there's two ways I could be rude. I could interrupt and say I love you all, or I could leave silently. Either way, I lose. But thanks a lot for letting me on your show. Appreciate it, Sammy, and it's great to see you all again. Miss you a bunch.
Yep. Good to
You
see
too,
you,
Richard.
Richard.
It's good to
Don't
see
be
you,
a
Richard.
stranger.
Or hear you, rather.
Yeah.
You guys be blessed.
All right, take it easy.
What is this a picture of?
It looks like a undead dragon.
Ooh, okay.
I see some sort of
I love your
witch queen, evil queen, like what's
Oh, nice.
the one Maleficent?
Oh, nice.
Ooh, okay. And the like the spiky things, the spiky black things on the side are like her little like ear crown things.
So no, I don't know if you're seeing what I see.
I'm not.
The purple at the top is the head. Then she has two arms in long flowing sleeves. You can see her pointy little fingers in the black. And
Those
then
are sleeves.
yeah, and then you can see her dress at the bottom.
Oh, yeah,
And
now I
some
see it.
very skinny little legs. And at the top of that red thing, there's two little horns. See?
Yeah.
Nice.
I like it.
Did you do that, Minna?
No, that's a Rorschach.
Oh, I thought you maybe, I know it's a Rorschach. I thought maybe you made it just to,
No.
you know.
No, I think it's like is that card 9? I don't remember what number it is.
I never had to do the Rorschach, which is good, I guess, because it means you know, I have problems, but they don't go that deep, so that's good.
Yeah,
I'd
my
love
dad was
to do
a
it.
shrink and he treated us like test subjects. So
Yeah.
I took it once for reals, and then I've taken it like a few times since then, like having forgotten my original answers, but it's really only valid once. So.
Yeah, I didn't have to. Even in high school, I didn't. When I had problems, I didn't have to do that, which is, thank God.
What?
But
How
Jamie,
does it
go on.
work? Because it's obviously not like they can just grade you out of 10 or something. It's like I saw a very detailed picture of a Disney fucking
Yeah.
queen.
So I don't
How would they
remember which
interpret
card
that?
9 is, but so there is like I remember like card 10 I think is like the ego card. And so typically what people see on that card is a reflection of like what they see of themselves. And there's one that's like called the relationship card where it's like typically what they see in that is like something that they will see in a partner. And there's also a lot of them are I don't know if you noticed that there's somewhat like sexual themes that you could make.
Yeah, but do they like if Sammy was to say, I see a house on fire with dead people falling out of the windows, what would they say about Sammy? Like, what would the analyst say? Well, Sammy,
I see death everywhere.
Yeah. I guess you got to be careful what you say on those things.
The men in white jackets will come and take you away.
Yes, very, very true. I thought I was gonna go someplace when I went to the hospital like 3 years ago. I thought they were gonna send me somewhere, but they didn't. So
Do you mean like another institution or something?
yeah, I went to the ER because that's what they say to do, to go to the ER when you're feeling some kind of way. And I was feeling some kind of way, so I went to the ER, and I really thought that they were going to be like, because at first they pissed me off. They kept having doctors or whoever come in and ask me what I think that they could do for me, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Just so at some point I got annoyed, and I was like, I'm just going to go. And then the two people, like, they have like watching the rooms, or whatever, making sure that the patients are, stabilized or aren't freaking out. I was like, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna just go. And I was so anxious. That my eyes were like, they told me my eyes were like spinning. They were like, okay, well, no, you're clearly having an anxiety issue right now. Why don't you just stay here? We'll give you an Ativan, and we'll have somebody come in and talk to you. I was like, oh, okay, fine. And then that Ativan knocked me out my ass, which was great. That's probably the best sleep I had that whole month. And then they had someone come in and talk to me, and they managed to talk me off the ledge. And then I went home. But I was there for like 13 hours. It took forever for me to for them to put me in a room. I thought they were because every time someone would come in, I would get upset. They would just ask me, well, what do you think we're going to do? What do you think we can do for you here? And I'm like, oh, no, I just something. So I thought they were going to send me somewhere, but they didn't. So.
Do you have insurance?
Yeah. Well, even with insurance, the bill was still like $5,000.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't if you have insurance.
Yeah.
Because the local hospital here has basically turned the entire very small hospital into a mental health behavioral unit. So you walk into their ER saying something like that, you're going to end up with a bed real fast.
Yeah, they didn't. This was just a regular ER, like the regular hospital ER.
Yeah,
So
I wish I had one of those.
yeah, but yeah. So that was an experience. I actually wrote while I was there, but just before I left the hospital, I wrote a piece while I was there, which is in the third book, In a Place Like This. It's all about my mental health issue. My first two are about the traumatic breakup, and then the third one, In a Place Like This, is my mental health issues. So.
Yay. I just went through a traumatic breakup, so.
Yeah, they suck. He was abusive to me back the first time we were together in 03 to 06, and then he was abusive to his wife. And while he's being abusive to his wife, he's telling me that my husband at the time was being abusive to me, and he's not telling me how he was treating his wife, because he wanted an open relationship. So she opened the relationship, and then he was lying to her, which is cheating. It's possible to cheat in a poly relationship. So he was lying and cheating and being abusive to her, and the whole time, like, making it sound like she was abusive to him and she was treating him poorly and this and that. And he didn't tell me anything about what he was doing behind the scenes. And then he just love bombed me and then pulled the plug on me just like that. So I was like, oh God. So that was devastating.
That does sound devastating. Yeah, my breakup was devastating for different reasons. He was actually not abusive whatsoever. He was a wonderful partner and treated me wonderfully. And he just went through some fucking trauma and then like woke up in the hospital and like texted me and broke up with me. Like,
damn.
So yeah, like that was it. Literally went from like I thought that like we were on like cloud nine. I was just like worried about him because like I was far away and like he was in the hospital, like going through all this traumatic shit. And then like he woke up and was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Wait, are you seriously breaking up with me right now?" I was like, "Yeah, I am." But
Damn.
like, what can you say? Like he went through, like I can't change the way he feels.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You take vengeance and have him committed.
no.
It's clearly crazy.
Also, no, he was also a wonderful partner and like always treated me right and was a complete gentleman and like there's nothing to be angry about. You know what I mean? Like there's that anger stage of grief where it's just like I'm angry because like I'm sad and I'm hurt and I am feeling loss. But like there's not like he didn't do anything to be angry about. And that's almost kind of frustrating.
Yeah, really.
And then there's also this like, well, like what did I do?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's not like a thing that I can be like, and that's the lesson that I'm going to learn going on, moving on in the world into my next relationship. That's the lesson. It's like what like I just feel like the rug got pulled out. And it's also like I had this whole a long slew of like not good relationships before that. And this was kind of like I was like, wow, like I've actually like turned the corner. Like I have a partner that's respectful and like never argue and like this like you can actually have a relationship with somebody where like you never fucking argue and like because you just fucking talk about shit when you need to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like this whole like whole new world to me. And then like I said, just the carpet got pulled out from under me.
Yeah.
It's kind of, if I can step back and look at it from like a third person perspective, it's funny. It's really kind of funny.
Yeah, I was not expecting to be dumped in the way I was. He like I remember this because I introduced him to. You ever hear Critical Role, Minnow?
What was that?
You ever hear Critical Role?
Critical Role? No.
Yeah, you don't play D&D?
No.
Okay. I thought you were kind of nerdy, so I figured you'd really.
I am a nerd, and I do get some D&D references, but go on.
Yeah. So I introduced him to the show, and this show was like my favorite show on the planet, and I introduced him to it. It was on Thursday nights, so Thursday nights were a lock-in. Those were that time was locked in that we were going to hang out. Everything else I left up to him. He needed to sleep around. I let him. Fine, I'll give that to you. You need space. Whenever you need space, I left him alone. I gave that to you. Like all I wanted from when I met him, the night that I met him, was him. Like that was it. Like it was
on Thursday nights.
Yeah. But like I met him. And he was 19. He's in his 40s now. He was 19 when I met him, and all I wanted was him. That was it, man. Like it was. Up until like 3 years ago, there was never a time I was not in love with Alex. There was never a time where I wasn't. And now that shit is fucking, that boat sailed and crashed and everybody's dead and they're fucking, so.
Yeah.
But I'm talking to a guy right now who's like who's an actual man, which is fucking strange. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. I told myself I wasn't going to do this anymore with men, and here I am talking to you, like,
That's kind of how I ended up in my last relationship. I was like, I'm not sure how I ended up here, but like this is like weird and healthy, and this supportive and like nice and like what the hell?
Yeah, it's strange, right? And when you like, because that's what I thought this second quote relationship with Alex was going to be, because he was talking all this big game about how he learned and changed as a person, how he grew and had the ability to self-reflect, and he didn't do right by me the first time we were together, and now he's changing that, and he was apologizing for shit he did back in the day, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, I was like, oh my god, I'm finally going to have something real with Alex for once in 20 plus years. This is great. And no, we lasted 30 days, and then he ran away. So.
Well, I think so. The organism continues the behaviors that have been helpful to the organism, productive in the past, right? So if this is all the shit that's like worked before,
and now you're around the same people, places, and things. So like, why wouldn't you do the shit that worked before?
Yeah.
It's easy to fall back into old habits. It's easy to fall back. And it sounds like he was trying to do the work, but like maybe it just wasn't. He hadn't gotten there yet, where he was fully out of that trench, where he fell back into it, or maybe he just wasn't ready. I don't know.
He wasn't doing shit. He's
just putting on a show.
He's a narcissist. So, and he has mommy issues. So he needs women to be pleased with him, because if women are pleased with him, then he gets laid. So he will put on to a stranger. He will be the sweetest, kindest, most just biggest gentleman, super loving and kind and sweet. And then when he drops that mask, then that's right. That's who he really is. Comes out. So
he feels worthless, and therefore he has to take that out on the people who are around him.
Yeah, because the wife was telling me. I actually met his wife, his ex-wife, through him. We were friends. She's called Sarah. I was friends with Sarah for a hot minute, and then we didn't talk for a minute, and then we're friends again. She was telling me all the shit that he was doing to her, like behind the scenes. Like it was way worse than shit that he was doing to me. And according to him, he loved her. So, it's like, really? Wow. Okay. And he didn't tell me any of that stuff.
That's my ex-wife. Was like, she would say the meanest, nastiest shit to me. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I'm supposedly the person that you love most in the world.
Right.
And like, you treat me like this, but I see the way that you treat strangers.
Yes. Yeah.
And like, what the fuck is up with that? Why is it that you can keep it together for a fucking stranger, but the love of your life, you're just going to treat me like fucking shit? Like, that don't seem right.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's that approval. It's that outside approval that they need, that the narcissist needs. So, and once that drops, then he's got a new supply right now. He actually told me that once he moved out of the house that that now the ex-wife lives in with the kids, that after he moved out of that, he didn't want to live with anybody else. Not that he didn't want anybody in his space. He just didn't want to live with anybody else anymore. He didn't want anybody in his time, in that space all the time. So now he bought a house with his new supply, and God help that girl, because she's in. Yeah, they bought a house.
Sounds terrifying.
Yeah, and I'm like, because when the ex-wife, my friend Sarah, told me that they bought a house together. I'm like, I can go through the Discord conversations, unblock him, and find the conversation where he said he didn't want to live with anybody anymore, and now he's living with somebody. Like, liar, party of one. Like.
I mean, okay, so I do think that we say things when we get out of a relationship. I did say, like, the relationship before my last relationship, I was just like, I tried to say it like multiple times, like, I don't want to like date anybody. I just like, this needs to be over. Like, I need to just move on. I need to just move on. I need to just move on. And then, of course, they gave me shit for like seeing somebody. I think it was like less than 6 months after we had, ended things. But it wasn't that it was intentional. Again, it was like this sort of like, I kind of just ended up in where it was like, oh wow, this is like this, there's something here, right? Where I wasn't looking for something. So I do think that it's like, but I said that with full intentions of saying, like, I'm not trying to move on to somebody else. I just need to move on from this.
Yeah, he doesn't work that way. He needs to have a partner. He needs not even a partner. He needs a supply, because he's a narcissist. He needs a supply. He needs to get approval from women. He needs to get approval from women, because that way he gets laid. And if he doesn't get laid, he told me that before he started going to nightclubs and working at nightclubs and discovering, party substances, that he was starting to get real depressed because he wasn't getting any. And then after he started going to clubs and doing stuff, then he started hooking up with girls and having sex with girls and girls all over the place. So then he started feeling better. So it's so ingrained in his personality that like, that's the only way he'll feel good about himself, is if he has someone to fuck, basically, or multiple people to fuck. So he just doesn't he doesn't actually care about people. I think he likes the idea of people, not actual people. he likes the idea of women, but he doesn't like women. Like he's kind of an incel, which is strange for a
Okay.
narcissist to be an incel.
I have noticed this. I was just talking to my roommate about it the other night that like I have noticed this trend, and maybe it's not a trend. Maybe it's just that I just started noticing, and that's the trend. But I have noticed that there's a certain percentage of heterosexual men who are extremely heterosexual, like tits and ass is like the only thing that'll get them going or whatever.
Right.
But they do not like women.
Yeah.
Like they legitimately don't like women. And
Yeah.
I feel really sorry for them because like how do you ever have a meaningful relationship with somebody that like you just don't like them, but like you need that person for like sexual gratification? And a lot of them it's like they're trying, like you're saying, incels. It's like they're trying to find like the one that is the wifey, that is like the forever, like the one hole where they stick their dick in forever. And like how do you find that when you don't like the person that's attached to the hole that you're sticking your dick in?
Right. Yeah, and a lot of those incels they want like a mommy more than a wife. You know, they need someone to clean up after them and pick up after them and handle all the childcare, handle all the this and the that and the other thing, and they come home from work and they'll just sit and play video games or they'll disassociate, and then they don't, they just don't participate in the family. So
They want an agreement to have an unfulfilling life, basically.
Yes. Because that's how he was. She was telling me that whenever he would start to date somebody new, he would get real short and snappy. They have 4 kids together. He would get real short and snappy with the kids, and he would participate less with the kids' life than he would when he wasn't seeing somebody. Like, almost like the kids are like an inconvenience to him dating. Like, the whole reason he wanted to get a legal divorce, he told his ex-wife this, and she showed me the convo, that it would be better for his dating life if he was legally divorced. Like, what?
Well, that's not like what a marriage is about. So what? Yeah.
They had an open relationship, but I mean, like, who says that? Like,
Right.
I mean, are you kidding me?
If that's your concern, you shouldn't be married.
Right.
Like that's at that point, like you don't need a divorce, you need an annulment.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he there were things that he would do for other partners, like outside partners, that he would never do for his wife, like really nice, sweet things that he'll do for the stranger, but not for his wife.
What the fuck is it with guys who are like that? Or partners who are like that, not just guys. But yeah.
That's true. Yeah, there are women probably like that too. But
my ex-wife.
Oh, really? Yeah. I don't have a whole lot of relationship experience with women, but how long were you together?
Years and years.
Do you
I
talk?
don't remember. Yes. She's family. She'll always be family. That is like a thing that happens like in the queer community that I think maybe doesn't happen to heterosexual people. Like she was my wife. We don't even live in the same town anymore, but like I'm in regular contact with her probably at least once a week. The last time the dog got sick, like of course I was called to like come take the dog to the vet. Like she's still, yes, like my ex-wife came into the relationship. We both had dogs when we came into the relationship, but we became a blended family with 2 dogs, right? And even though when we separated, she took her dog and I took my dog, when that dog went to the vet, that was technically her dog. Like I still it felt like my dog went to the vet, like that. We will always be a blended family. When she was between jobs and she had I was helping her pay for expenses for a while. I was I wasn't required to give her spousal support, but like I still felt obligated to do so because of like the situation of like, I told her that she could quit her job when we were together, and like she'll always be family to me. We didn't work out as a couple, but like we will always be family.
Right, I hear you. He cut me off in a kind of a way, and then I cut him off. I basically told him, like, look, because first he got mad at me because this girl that he was trying to sleep with, or he was sleeping with for a minute, and then he was continuously trying to sleep with her, told him that I was trying to warn her against him, Which is true, because I was like, just don't give him your heart because he doesn't want it. He just wants your vagina. Just trust me. And this is a girl that he knew since high school. So, I'm like, I don't know how he treated you back then, but just trust me. This is who he is now. Which apparently he was like that back then, because I'm friends with a girl who knew him when he was in high school and said he was a dog then too. But I was, yeah. So I was like, so she told him that, and then he cut me off for a minute. Then for like 6 months we didn't speak. And then around Christmas, I emailed him. I said, truce. Let's call it truce. He said, okay, fine. I that's fine. We're good. And then I emailed him again later, and he said, I'm sorry, I can't interact with you right now. Please take care of yourself. And I was like, what the fuck? So then I emailed him again, and I asked,
valid.
I know. Yeah, I mean, but like, because he has no need for me now. He doesn't want to sleep with me. I don't live
Or
in.
his partner wanted some boundaries.
No, I don't think that's it. Because he told me he would never be monogamous for anybody, no matter how he felt about them.
That doesn't necessarily mean monogamy. Sometimes partners, it's like, okay, we're not monogamous, but I don't want you getting back with any of your previous partners. I don't want you, in contact with previous partners.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. But he has a problem with boundaries anyhow, so if it was a boundary, I'm surprised he kept to it, because he didn't keep to any of his wife's boundaries when they set up their open relationship. Not one. All their agreements, he broke all of their agreements. He violated all of her boundaries. Everything that she told him she was afraid of and was traumatic to her and not comfortable with, he did.
And
So-
maybe he's turning over a new leaf. This is another thing that I found about like fucking asshole dudes is like they will find somebody that's like, oh, like they will have learned all of the lessons from you, and then like they will use that shit and fucking fix it all for somebody new.
That drives me crazy. You know that there's that song, I think it's called
Indigo Girls. Yes, I just wish you hadn't learned them on me.
No, I never heard of that. But there's that song
There is one. I'll give you a link so you can hear it. It's perfect.
There's a song called The Reason. You know that song? And the reason is you. I'm sorry I'm sorry I did all this and this and this, but I found now I'm going to treat my next girl better because I treated you like shit. Like, no, bitch. You should have treated me well.
Exactly. I know that song, The Reason, but I want to hear this Indigo Girl song because it sounds like it's like the same song from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Because it fucking happens. It fucking happens. And it's like, yeah, you can be mad. You have every right to be mad. But also, I'm happy for her that she gets a better version of him.
No, because that means if she's happy, then he's happy, and I don't wish him happy. I don't wish him ill. I just don't wish him happy. I wish the gods to give him the life he deserves. That's what I wish for him. The life he deserves.
I've never been like a vengeful or jealous person, but like I do think it's interesting that's
Well,
that's valid. That's valid.
Yeah. I mean, and my jealousy stems from like abandonment issues, and I have a big fear of being replaced after a relationship. He replaced me pretty quick after he dumped me 3 years ago, but like I have like a fear of like to me there's a difference between moving on from a partner and just straight up replacing that person. Alex replaces people.
Yeah.
He doesn't move on from people. That's
Okay. So I have felt jealousy in a relationship like once. I don't know if I've ever felt it besides this one time, but it's kind of like a long story and I don't want to get too into it with details, but like I had like this kind of like weird like childhood crush on this guy for like a long ass fucking time. Like I'm talking fucking decades. And I ended up like moving away from town. When I moved back to town, him and his wife were separated. And like we sort of got together for a short period of time. And then he like basically sent me a message and was like, hey, like I'm getting back together with my wife. And like that feeling that I had.
Yeah, I bet.
Like I now identify it as jealousy, but like, oh my gosh. Like if that is what people are feeling like whenever they go through a fucking breakup, like I don't understand how people fucking function. Because that was like such a horrible, awful, nasty feeling. Like yeah, I can't even describe it. Just like it's like a full body visceral feeling of like disgust and anger.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, that's where like I already had depression issues But that really kicked my depression into overdrive. Like I would sleep for like 13 hours and still be tired. I would wake up in the morning with like startled, waking up with anxiety. Like anxiety would wake me up. I didn't eat. I lost a ton of weight. So I already had those depression issues, but that just made it worse. That's why I take the meds and went to the hospital and have still see my therapist, because I was like, this is real bad. So
Yeah. And when it's like you were saying, this is like a decade long history that you have with him, it's like, that seems like it has to be so deep. Like this was, this relationship that I had with a guy was less than a few months. And like that feeling was enough that I was like, oh my gosh, that's a disgusting, awful feeling. And I know that it has to be so much deeper, so much more for people who it's, a longer relationship with more depth to it and shit.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does suck. And like I said, he doesn't move on from people. He has like a stable of women that like make him feel comfortable and that he's sexually attracted to. So whenever he's single, he'll try and reach out to one of these girls to kind of reconnect. What he's trying to do is to see if he can get laid. That's what he's trying to do.
So like,
yeah.
here's the thing: is I just moved back here, and like I am single, and like there are times when I'm like thinking about like all the guys that were on my roster back in the day, and I'm like, I could just like ride a cock for the evening, but like not really something. But I don't judge people who are into that.
Yeah, I kind of do, because it's shitty, because it's not genuine. He's not genuine. Like, hey, I haven't talked to you in a minute. How's things? How's life? Let's meet up, maybe have a dinner and talk about and catch up. No, his thing is like he'll put forward that, like he'll put that out, but that's not his intent. His intent is to try and get laid. That's it.
That's deception. I have a problem with the deception.
Right. That's exactly what he does. That's literally exactly what he does. So
my thought was like, hey, I know a few guys that I could text where I could just be like, hey, want to fuck? Like, not like you want to like rekindle any type of relationship, just like if I was horny, I could get laid.
Right.
But not any type of deception in that.
Yeah, no, that's what he does. He's massively deceptive, and he hates women. Like, it's like you spent your whole meaning and your whole purpose in life is pussy, and you hate women. Like, I don't understand how that works. Like,
see, I don't really have that whole lot, the desire in my. It's just every once in a while I go through some like hormonal fluctuations where I'm like, get laid. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I went through menopause real early, so my sex drive dropped like a stone. Which sucks, because I got this boy coming out. Well, I call it a boy. I got this man coming out starting tomorrow for a week, and I'm like, oh man, what am I gonna do?
I see. Now I've heard for some women it goes the opposite direction when they go through menopause.
Oh no! See, I was like a desert, dry like a desert, and my ex-husband at the time, thought it was like him. And like he thought it was like his performance or like his penis size or like whatever. I'm like, no, it's none of that. It has nothing to do with that. Like, it's not you. It's literally not you. It's literally me.
Listen, I like the size of the carrot has so little to do with the sweetness of the treat.
Hey, Mac the human, what's going on, Mac? I haven't seen Mac in a hot minute.
I'm not saying like a nice thick carrot isn't nice every once in a while. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I don't really judge by that. I judge by whether they play Horde Alliance on World of Warcraft. That's what I judge people on.
That's a much better way to judge people.
And how they treat wait staff, because I used to wait tables. So I know that's a shitty gig.
Take them out to a Ponderosa and see how they treat the waitress at a Ponderosa.
Yeah, really. Yeah. So, yeah. But it sucks going through all that kind of stuff. That's what prompted because I used to write all the time when I was a kid. Like, I would give poems as gifts to family members, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, this is so good, thank you." And then I got into a fight, not really a fight. I just had my dad tell me again for the zillionth time that I wasn't going to make anything out of myself. And I wrote one poem. We were on vacation. We were supposed to be on vacation. And I wrote one poem when I was 18, and I haven't written since that first book. So I started cranking out poems after this breakup, and I was just like, it felt good to be writing again because I really enjoyed it when I was a kid. So it felt good to be doing it again.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm starting to, like I said, I need my meds adjusted, so I'm starting to feel some kind of way. So I might be able to get a couple pieces out of this.
Good. Write
Yeah,
it down.
right?
Write it down. Write it down.
Yeah.
And if you're going through it anyway, may as well get some fucking art out of it.
Yeah,
It's
really.
kind of my philosophy. And this is so people look at me side eye when like this is my response to also to people who like have never written a book and they're like, yeah, I've always thought about like maybe writing a book, blah, blah, blah. My response, do it. 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 And people are like, are you like antagonizing me or encouraging me? And I'm like, both. Like fucking do it because I've done it a few times and it's not easy. It's hard work and it takes a while. And you as you know, the process of it is like there's something. It's like birthing a child or something. I imagine. I don't know. I don't have any kids. That's what I imagine that it's like is like labor of that comes out of you.
It definitely, it was definitely helpful. He read a bit of it too. He read some of it because I sent it. His ex-wife bought a copy, and she put it with his mail when he was going to pick his mail up one day. So he read it. Like I don't know how much he read, but he said he read a bit. And I go, "What did you think?" And he goes, "Well, that must have been cathartic for you." And I'm like, "Yeah, it kind of was." I was asking what he thought of the writing itself, but he didn't. He give me like, what did you think of the poems themselves? Did you like them? But yeah, he didn't. I didn't even really bother. I don't think I asked that right, so he didn't answer that question. But yeah, that was what I was trying to get at. But yeah, he didn't read any of the second one, and the third one had nothing to do with him. But I told him that when the third book came out and it was on Kindle, I said the third book has nothing to do with you. It's up on Kindle. Here's the link. And I guarantee you, he didn't look it up. Because he doesn't care, because he doesn't want to sleep with me anymore. So I have no use in it. There's no use for me in his life because he doesn't want to sleep with me. Yeah,
That's how people who are. It sounds like he's maybe even like a sex addict, maybe like has like a addiction to sex or that type of thing on top of maybe being narcissistic. It sounds like so you're thinking NPD is what you're thinking. I'm assuming you said narcissism, but like I'm assuming that's what you mean.
He's not so much addicted to the sex itself. I think it's like the chase, and then when he gets what he wants, that's what he likes. You know what I mean? But then when he gets what he wants, he doesn't want it anymore. So it's like the fucking stay out of relationships. Just have fuck buddies for your life. Stop leaving a trail of dead bodies. What's wrong with you?
That's
like
weird.
if you want to just get laid, then just get laid. Stop putting on this front for women that you're this fucking wonderful man, because you're not even a man. You're a little boy. Stop putting this out and fucking just live your life, man. If you'd come to me 3 years ago, but and not said anything about feelings, like he told me he loved me, which was bullshit. If he was just like, hey, when you come to New Jersey, let's hook up, like legit hook up, I'd have been like, sure. Okay, that sounds good. We'll get dinner. Maybe we'll have some laughs, and then I'll see you next time. I would have had no problem with that. But
men lie.
Yes, they do, and Alex makes a career out of it.
Women be crazy, men lie.
That's true. Well, see, women be crazy because men lie. Because he told a girl that he was trying to sleep with after he and I broke up in 2006 that I was his crazy ex-girlfriend. I'm friends with this girl now. She's great. And he was trying to get with her, and she was like, hell no. Like she clocked his ass and told him straight up no. And he doesn't like her now. He doesn't want to be by her or like be friends with her because he can't sleep with her. Like, it's like that. It'd be like that.
Yeah.
one of the great paradoxes. Sammy, did you anticipate being outnumbered by female people on your own panel?
No. I don't mind it though. I'm loving the conversation. You know what sucks? I have to end it within like 8 minutes or I won't be able to upload it.
Oh, fuck you do. Okay.
Yeah. But we can still continue to hang offline. So
I'm good till about 5:15, then I got to start walking the dog.
Yeah, I probably
Right,
got like
well,
half an hour.
I might do the 30-second little outro then and we can continue the conversation.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good.